What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Green Bull Fruit Thousands Hand Buddha atop God's Valley. 1 GB Chapter 1. Little Young Kaido, Cannons for Mosquitoes? See Circle Calendar 1475. A small village near the island of Ichinosu. Noon. But the broad street was bare and no one was there. Both sides of the road, all doors and windows were closed, leaving only a small gap. Behind the gap, hiding from the terrified villagers, and following their gaze, they could see a corpse lying on the ground at the end of the street. Next to the corpse, a young man stood sideways. The face still looks a little immature, but the height is already about 1.8 meters. Tousled brunette. It has 2 horns on its head. His clothes were tattered, and he carried a bloody mace on his shoulder. His face was slightly gloomy. Is this the strongest person in town? I haven't played enough yet, the boy muttered to himself in disgust. I was angry because the fight just now wasn't enjoyable. His name is Kaido. Vorka Kingdom. 5 years ago, when he was 10 years old, he had become the strongest warrior in the Vorka Kingdom. He was dissatisfied with the king who wanted to sell himself to the world Zeph and fled. Wandering, he likes to challenge the strong, and soon he made some names near the pirate island, Ichinosu. There is now a bounty of 70 million Baileys. I came to this unknown town today and heard that there are powerful characters. But obviously, the man's strength is not as famous as he is, and now he is lying on the ground and turned into a corpse. It's boring. These people are too weak. Kaido shook his head. Carrying a bloody mace, his face was full of rebelliousness. Can be a second. Grumble, his stomach rang, and the roar echoed across the street. It's a pity there's no marine station around here. Kaido touched his shriveled belly, he frowned and muttered. He is so edible, often I can't fill my stomach, advertisement. And marine's food is the best. Therefore, every time he was hungry, he would throw himself into the trap, go to eat a full meal and then leave. Just when Kaido misses marine's free meals, suddenly there was a loud noise not far away. Boom. Like the sound of artillery bombing, Kaido's eyes suddenly widened. Excited. Could there be a marine around here? The fragrant barbecue on the marine's ship flashed in his head. Suddenly grinned. Hey, wiped a mouthful of saliva. Kaido immediately put away his mace and ran over excitedly following the sound. He ran fast. After a while, the source of the sound was found. The mountain behind the village, a coastal port. Katakana middle. Port. There was a small boat docked on the shore. On the mast nearly 10 meters high hangs a flag with a pure black background. A white skull is embroidered in the middle of the flag, and a scarlet lightning bolt is printed in the lower right corner. It looked very eerie. There are third gate cannons on each side of the ship. In the sun the icy gun barrel glowed darkly, it is clear. This is a pirate ship, and in the mid-air to the northeast of the pirate ship, there was a huge red flower floating. Surprisingly, there is actually a person lying on the red flower hanging in the air. The man had a handsome face, looks like a 20-year-old. Wearing a gray half-sleeve, the lower body is a half-length wide leg pants. He leaned against the red flower, a toothpick in his mouth. Eyes half squinted. Looks lazy, at the same time. Behind a boulder in the port, Kaido, who arrived at the scene, gathered up his mace. Pirates and demon fruit power. Advertisement. See if these people are worth my shot. The corners of his mouth twitched lightly, looking slightly excited. Right now, there was a sudden roar. Fire. Gunner give me aim point. Don't F asterisk G waste lousy shells. On the deck, a one-eyed pirate wearing a black hat waving a machete in his hand. Murderous. Behind the one-eyed pirate, a chubby pirate responded with a grin. Don't worry, Captain. This time I will definitely be able to knock down the pesky mosquitoes. Say it. The fat pirate immediately bent down and put his eyes in front of the sight, and quickly turned the rudder of the gun barrel under his hand. Soon, the barrel turned to an elevation angle of 45 degrees. The dark muzzle aimed at the floating youth in midair. Lock on the target. The fat man stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. A crazy look appeared on his face. Go to hell. Damn bounty hunter. Boom. With a loud bang, 3 black sphere bombs shot out from the gun barrels immediately. Fast. But the mysterious young man lying on the mountain of flowers didn't move. In a blink, 3 cannonballs had already flown to the mysterious young man. Searing breath. Let the air seem a little anxious. But the mysterious young man still drooped his eyelids and lay casually on the red flowers. He just opened his mouth and said softly, wooden ingot wall. Boom. Boom. There were 3 consecutive roars, and the shells exploded in unison. Flames splattered in midair. A cloud of thick black smoke formed. Chapter 2. Kaido. What's so cool about flowers and plants? The sea of trees is born. Demon fruit power. That's it. Kaido, who was hiding behind the boulder, raised his eyebrows and muttered. Instead, it's his words. This cannonball will never hit. As for hard connection, Kaido thinks that a cannonball can still be tried, and can even be shot directly with a mace. But 3 shells are not so simple. According to his current strength, although he will not be directly killed, he will definitely not be able to escape from serious injuries. Is it the devil fruit that can control plants? It looks fancy, but it seems a bit tasteless. Touching his chin, Kaido commented. After all, flowers and plants are synonymous with weakness in his eyes. Katakana middle dot and on the boat. The one-eyed pirate leader saw the shell hit. A sharp swing of the machete, the remaining left eye shone with bloodlust. Laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. You dare to hit the idea of my Moss pirates, this is the end. The rest of the pirates put down their scimitars. He also cracked his mouth and laughed. The fat gunner raised the large wineglass beside him. Take a big gulp. The mind is completely relaxed. See. Kaido, who was behind the boulder, groaned while rubbing his shriveled belly. Marine didn't come. Then kill these pirates, they should also have something to eat. Talking. He picked up the mace on the side and prepared to go out to kill these pirates. And this time, the smoke dissipated in midair, revealing a huge barrier formed by the intertwined roots of dark green branches and rattan. Susu. The branches and vines slowly dissipated. The mysterious young man appeared again, unscathed. Not even the flowers he was lying on had any damage. Brush. Suddenly, with the reappearance of the youth, everyone present was stagnant. Including Kaido, who was about to emerge from the boulder as a Oriole. He also froze in place. Advertisement, fire. The gunner fires me again. The helmsman turns the rudder, sail and run quickly. The one-eyed pirate was horrified. Having been with Ichinosu for a few years, he is not a rookie and has seen many great characters. But he has never seen an existence that can withstand 3 shells without making a sound. He has only one thought now. That is to run. The fat gunner immediately threw away the wineglass and picked up a cannonball ready to refill. The helmsman turned around quickly. Turn the rudder in front of you and fly. But this time, the mysterious young man seemed to have lost interest in playing with them, and slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers casually. Birth of a sea of trees. The voice fell. The pirate ship on the calm sea suddenly began to shake violently. Great strength. Even the deck had a terrifying crack. Help. The ship is about to crack. How is this going? The pirates on the boat were swayed to and fro. In order not to be thrown off the boat, they threw away their weapons and hugged the heavy objects beside them. After the boulder. After Kaido saw this situation, he immediately squatted down again. Surprised. What kind of power is this? However, he did not show a fearful expression, but clenched his mace, and a fierce color flashed in his huge pupils. Go out and try this person's skills later, at the same time. Boom. The deck of the pirate ship was torn apart, and several loud noises erupted. Next moment, thick trees rose from the dark holes. The growth rate is extremely rapid. In an instant the whole ship became a small patch of dense woods. The trees continued to grow wildly. In the end, the entire pirate ship was directly pushed into the air. Where have pirates ever seen such a strange event? Suddenly crying father and mother, a frightened crap. The one-eyed pirate captain gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart. Struggling to climb to the edge of the deck to jump into the sea to escape. But he can't wait for him to jump into the sea. Advertisement. The youth on the flower spoke again. Thorn kill. Time. A branch with thorns suddenly shot out from the tree on the boat, like a life-threatening chain. It stabbed the one-eyed pirate in an instant. Moment. The one-eyed pirate was like a deflated balloon, and it became a human being. It's not over yet. The blood-stained thorns did not slow down at all. Ah, 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 screaming bursts. The thorn strips stabbed the remaining pirates into a string of candied haws in a blink of an eye. Same. Without exception, the bodies of all pirates were shriveled in an instant. Mid-air. Feeling the essence of life flowing into his body, the mysterious young man yawned and smoothed the folds of his sleeves. Take a leap. He landed firmly on a big tree growing out of the pirate ship, and walked to the pirates pierced by rattan. Slowly, he took out a stack of reward orders from behind. Compare carefully. After a moment, he took one out of the many bounty orders and spat out the toothpick in his mouth. Chuckled. Not bad, there is a bounty of 30 million. Hiss. After the boulder. Kaido, who witnessed the whole process, gasped. Generally speaking, the strength of the pirates can be seen from the bounty amount. Pirates with tens of millions of Baileys can now be called big pirates. 30 million Baileys reward. It's enough to prove the strength of this pirate. But what about the facts? Crush, completely crushed. Since the mysterious young man took action, these pirates have no ability to resist. Especially the exaggerated fighting style. Huge trees that appeared out of nowhere, and thorns like chains of Shinigami. It simply subverted his cognition of flowers and plants, which shocked Kaido's heart. I have also seen fruit-capable people, but, is this the real powerhouse? Chapter 3. Shivering Kaido, Luo Mu. Kaido patted his chest, secretly glad he didn't go out to a duel just now. Judging from the behavior of young people, he appears to be a bounty hunter. With a bounty of 70 million Bailey, whose name is exaggerated, wouldn't it be a delivery of food if he went out? He's a fighting maniac, but not fools. He wouldn't do things that cost his life in vain. I wonder if the monster is gone? Kaido whispered. Carefully stuck out a small half of his head, but this look almost scared his soul away. Mid-air. That mysterious young man was actually facing where he was hiding. Brush. In an instant, Kaido's face turned pale, and a chill that pierced his bones instantly shot up to the sky from the soles of his feet. It's over. Kaido wants to run, but the foot is like a root, and it can't move. But beyond his expectations, The mysterious young man didn't do anything, but instead showed him a faint smile. Immediately after, the man turned and stopped looking at him, and the trees under his feet grew again. All the way to the floating red flower. The young man jumped up and lay on it, drifting away slowly into the distance, and the cane that pierced through the 12 pirates also caught up, floating behind the red flowers. A red flower. A string of shriveled corpses. It looks very eerie and terrifying. After a long time, Kaido's stiff body returned to normal, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Said trembling. The outside world is actually so dangerous, I still go back to the countryside to continue my practice. Think of a way to become stronger and then come out to fight. Katakana middle dot and let's talk about the mysterious young man who has gone away. He lay on the floating flower and slowly shook hands. Nodded. Physical strength has increased by a few points. As long as you continue to absorb the life essence of the powerful pirates, I believe your body will soon reach the strength of using wooden golem jutsu. At that time, it will be Admiral level combat power, and it will truly stand at the top of this world. With self-talk, the young man was also lost in thought. Katakana middle dot advertisement. His name is Luo Mu. Originally an ordinary person on the Blue Star, but 3 years ago, he accidentally crossed into the world of One Piece. After crossing over, Luo Mu didn't get any great cheat. Just luckily picked up a devil fruit with unknown abilities. At the beginning, Luo Mu is not going to eat this devil fruit. After all, he will be cursed by the sea after eating it. Become a landlubber. His plan is to join Marine or find a powerful pirate to learn Taiju, Haki. But it backfired. The pirate world is not so stable. The day after Luo Mu crossed over, he encountered a group of desperate bandits. Seeing that he was about to die under the knife, Luo Mu could only be forced to eat the fruit of unknown ability. Unexpectedly, in a hurry, it actually caused the surrounding trees to grow wildly. He pushed several bandits to the sky and fell to his death. Escaped. As a senior pirate fan, Luo Mu quickly deduced from this ability to control plants. It is very likely that he has cut off the fruit of the Marine Admiral green cow. This made him happy and sad. The happy thing is that the green cow can become an admiral with this fruit, which shows that the ability of this fruit is very powerful. The worry is that Oda's update speed is too slow. Luo Mu didn't know how to use the unnamed fruit, and known. If devil fruit is not used correctly, its ability to play will be greatly reduced. Like Chop Chop fruit from Buggy the Clown. When not used correctly, it is a simple funny clown, and when it is really developed, it will become one of the 4 emperors, the Clown Emperor. But Luo Mu is not a rigid person. Since you don't know how to use it, develop it yourself. With his own modern brain, and the experience baptized through various film and television animations. It makes no sense to play with a devil fruit, manipulating plants. Luo Mu quickly thought of wood style in the Hokage world. In the entire Hokage world, there are only 2 people who can use wood style. One is Captain Yamato, and the other is the god of ninjas, first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Captain Yamato ruled out directly. Luo Mu doesn't want to become a green worker in pirate world. Senju Hashirama's wood style is different. No matter what wood ingot wall technique, or tree seed descends birthday, tree world descends birthday, Thorns kill technique, wooden dragon technique. Anything you pull out is powerful. The wooden golem jutsu in the back is directly able to straighten 9 tails, as well as the true several thousand hands that defeats the full-bodied 9 tails Madara. If you can use it yourself, wouldn't that have become an invincible existence with both offense and defense? Think about it here. Luo Mu was immediately excited, but still had the mentality of experimental development. But did not expect advertisement. It was really successful. This fruit can really imitate Senju Hashirama's skills. Even more powerful, however, in the world of pirates, it is not chakra that is needed to release skills, but physical strength. The more powerful the skill, the greater the consumption of physical energy. From now on, Luo Mu practiced hard for a whole year. And by accident, he found that after piercing the enemy, the thorn-killing skill he imitated could actually draw energy and automatically refine it back to feed himself. In layman's terms, it is the dafa of attracting stars. However, it is not the skill that is absorbed, but the life essence of the enemy. Kill the enemy to become stronger. This discovery surprised Luo Mu. And want to find people with strong physique and full of life essence. The first choice must be pirates. After all, this is the main theme of pirates, and most of the powerful ones are pirates. So he chose the career of bounty hunter, keep hunting powerful pirates. Until now, the number of pirates he killed was not 10,000 but also 8,000. The strength of the body has also reached a level that is unattainable for ordinary people, and it has even been able to release the skills of the level of the wooden dragon technique. He reckoned that it was classified according to the combat power of the pirate world. The Admiral level should be a bit worse, and the Quasi-Admiral is almost the same. Katakana middle dot, and it was during Luo Mu's recollection. A burst of loud noises suddenly came from below. Luo Mu turned his head and leaned over to take a look. Only then did I find that there were all kinds of people gathered below, all looking at myself and talking in horror. Look, what is that in the sky? It's a rattan covered with corpses. FK it, it must be a pirate, hurry up and find Marine. I don't think it's a pirate, you see that the rattan is wearing a pirate, this person should be a bounty hunter. I have seen the top one on the bounty, and it seems to be some kind of moss C. The leader of the bandit moss. It's worth 30 million Baileys. 30 million Bailey. It's developed. More than 30 million? That's 12 pirates, I'm so envious. If you have the ability, you can go too. I can't envy this money. Turn out to be. When Luo Mu was in a trance, he had already floated over an island. I don't know if there is a marine station on this island. Luo Mu muttered. These corpses have been sucked into human dryness, and they are no longer helpful to his cultivation. The only use is to exchange some bounties with marine. Chapter 4. Do you want to kill me without giving me money? Met a nice guy? High in the air, Luo Mu manipulated the flower to slowly descend to the ground. And as soon as he landed, the pedestrians on the road all dodged to the side like frightened rabbits. Do I look scary? Luo Mu touched his face, frowned. He has never been to this island, not knowing the way. So I was looking for someone to ask for directions. But this is down. Pedestrians on the road ran away as if they encountered a flood and beasts. Can't find the way, this can be a little embarrassing. But the next moment, Luo Mu saw a few marine sailors patrolling with guns on the corner of the street. You can't find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. He frowned. Immediately, he walked quickly to the front of several patrolmen, and pointed to a string of mummified corpses behind him. Asked calmly, "Where is your base?" Several marines didn't want to talk to Luo Mu at first, but when they saw the pirate body covered in rattan holding him behind him, their eyes flashed. A rather elderly marine stepped forward, asked tentatively. "Are you, bounty hunter?" Luo Mu said nothing, just nodded. Several marines took another look at the body behind Luo Mu, then looked at each other. Said, "Come with us." Katakana middle. Marine station, inside a spacious office. Luo Mu sat on the long sofa, and directly threw the long string of mummified corpses and several reward orders on the floor. The wind was light and cloudless, 42 million Baileys in all. "Give me the bounty." Opposite him, it is a square desk. A middle-aged bald man sat on an office chair with a slightly suspicious look on his face. He is the highest commander of the station, Marine Branch Vice Admiral Ethan. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Luo Mu with a calm expression. "I'm going to review it. 42 million Baileys, that's not a small amount." Luo Mu remained silent, nod lightly, advertisement. See. Ethan stood up from the chair, then walked over to the lying mummy, and bent down to pick up the reward and compare it carefully. Period. He also sneaked a few glances at Luo Mu from time to time. Luo Mu naturally discovered this Ethan's strange behavior. His brows furrowed slightly, but he still didn't speak, just took out a toothpick from the toothpick box in his trouser pocket and put it in his mouth. Katakana middle. The whole office was extremely quiet. Ethan took the trouble to compare everyone with his bounty. Take off the Vice Admiral cloak that says, Justice. Add a magnifying glass to your hand, just like an archaeologist. 10 full minutes. Ethan finally finished the comparison. He stood up slowly and folded the cloak he was wearing. Talked to Luo Mu in a condescending manner. What a pity. They've all become mummified corpses, and they can't be identified. Say it. Ethan turned around. Put away the bounty. Said to Luo Mu in a pitiful tone. But Ben Vice Admiral sees your hard work, so I'll give you 100 Bailey to run the road. Heard. Luo Mu's originally slightly wrinkled brows immediately turned into a Chuan font. He put the toothpick aside, asked lukewarmly, Ethan Vice Admiral. Are you sure you don't need to look again? Heard. Ethan didn't even turn around and waved his hand casually. Are you questioning the vision of Ben Vice Admiral? While I'm in a good mood, go get your 100 Baileys and get out. Ethan's tone was disdainful. Luo Mu, who was behind him, was not at all in his eyes. In fact, he recognized these pirates as the pirates of the Moss Pirates from the beginning. Including Captain Moss. And Luo Mu was right. These people add up to a bounty worth 42 million Baileys. A huge sum of money. It was just worth the 40 million Bailey gambling debt he owed at the casino. 10 minutes. It's just Ethan pondering the pros and cons. And the final decision is. Deny, advertisement, then go get these pirates to collect the bounty and pay off the gambling debt. Katakana middle. Greedy. It is to be punished. Luo Mu looked at the bald Ethan in front of him. Bright eyes. He is not a fool. He already knew that this guy was trying to black eat black, when Ethan said he couldn't identify it. Ask this bald man if he needs to look again, just a warning. Ha ha ha. For a moment, Ethan burst into laughter. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant bounty hunter, a group of people who only pick up and catch mice. When did they dare to talk like this to me, Vice Admiral? You want to fight Marine? An enemy of World ZF? In this regard, Luo Mu did not immediately respond. Instead, he threw away the toothpick in his mouth. This is the solemn voice. You have one last chance. The voice fell. Ethan's eyes narrowed suddenly. It's okay to be rude before, but now, he was threatened by a bounty hunter. Next moment, Ethan stretched out his left hand and pressed a red button above the office. Boom. The door of the office was pushed open in an instant, and dozens of Marine soldiers wearing white short sleeves and holding long guns rushed into the office immediately. He touched his bald head with a playful smile on his face. Ben Vice Admiral suddenly found out, this man looks quite like a pirate. Hear this. Dozens of Marines immediately raised their spears. Aim the gun at Luo Mu on the sofa. Look at the dark muzzle. Touching the bridge of his tall nose, a smile appeared on his face. Interesting. I was worrying about how to find a stronger pirate next, but first didn't expect Marine Vice Admiral to deliver food directly. Original. Luo Mu really didn't want to provoke Marine yet. Kill the pirates by yourself to improve your strength, and then you can get a sum of money to live with Marine. Well, water does not make river water, but now you don't give me money, and you still want to kill me? I'm sorry then. So, before Ethan Vice Admiral ordered the shooting, Luo Mu took the initiative to attack. The Sea of Trees is coming. Chapter 5. Armed Color Coiled? Emission. Birth of a Sea of Trees. Boom. As Luo Mu's voice fell, the huge office suddenly began to shake violently. Walls began to collapse. Even the hard rock floor is constantly rising and falling. Marine soldiers panicked. Ethan ignored the shaking of the ground. One jumped to the desk and shouted at his subordinates. Waste. Shoot me. The next moment, the rocky floor was ripped apart by a force of force. Dust is flying. Thick trees rose from the ground, greedily breathing the air on the ground, growing wildly upwards. The earth shook more and more violently. The soldiers who just stood still were even more unbearable. Even Ethan had to move from side to side to avoid wildly growing trees. Bang. 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 Several fairly well-trained soldiers forcibly stabilized their bodies and raised their guns to shoot at the turbulent sea of trees. Can only leave a trace of light marks on it, right now. A branch suddenly appeared in front of Ethan, seeing unavoidable. He suddenly drew his saber, cold voice, armed color coiled. Suddenly, both his palms and his saber were rendered in pitch black. Has a metallic sheen. This is a basic application of armament Haki, which increases the hardness and strength of weapons. Ethan used this trick to cut through steel effortlessly. Immediately, Ethan raised the black knife and swung it sharply. Click. The stout tree was snapped, but his hands were shaking. His pupils shrank. Secretly surprised, what the hell is this guy? Just when Ethan was shocked, the tree that he had just cut down actually grew again. Ethan's scalp went numb when he saw it. The soldiers saw that the commander couldn't solve this strange tree, and they didn't care about anything else. One by one, they rolled and crawled out and ran out. It may be too late. The whole office has become a forest, and there is no way out. On the sofa, Luo Mu ignored everyone's panic and instead muttered with great interest. As expected of Marine's Vice Admiral, this physique is much stronger than ordinary pirates. I don't know how much stronger he will become after taking it. Advertisement, think about it here. Luo Mu's eyes narrowed. Whispered. Thorn kills. Moment. Several black thorns immediately sprang from the wildly growing trees. Call out. Call out. Call out. Breaking air bursts. Like thorns and sharp arrows with a chill, they immediately pierced through dozens of soldiers. Including 2 school officials, immediately after. A strange light flashed on the black thorns. The marine soldiers who were still strong were immediately turned into skin and bones, exactly like the mummy on the ground. Very infiltrating, hateful. Ethan's eyelids twitched. These are all the confidants he has cultivated with great difficulty, and now they have all been killed by Luo Mu, and his heart is bleeding. But he himself was busy dodging and slashing. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were sucked into mummified corpses one by one. And let's talk about Luo Mu. Feeling the essence of life in his body, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Good. I feel that Haki has also strengthened a lot, so let's use this branch's Vice Admiral activities to move his muscles and bones. Say it. Luo Mu waved his hand to stop the movement of trees and thorns, and stretched out in place. 10 meters away. Ethan was stunned for a moment before he realized that Luo Mu was going to fight him. Provoke me? Ethan's eyes froze. But he is a Vice Admiral after all, and his fighting qualities are still good. Not furious because of Luo Mu's provocation, on the contrary. Ethan, who realized Luo Mu's purpose, concentrated his energy and began to calmly analyze the battle situation. The manipulating tree is harder than steel, and the thorns directly suck people into mummified corpses. This person's control of the fruit is too terrifying. Even some Admiral fruit abilities in the headquarters are just like that. When the Haki is exhausted, I might really be planted here. But, he actually dared to give up the advantage of his fruit ability to compete with me in physique? Too arrogant. It's just courting death, as usual. The physical skills of those with fruit abilities are generally relatively weak. Ethan's brain was racing. Tactics are set. Make the most of your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, get close to your body quickly. While he is arrogant to kill him, without any hesitation. Ethan clenched his saber and snorted, armed color coiled. Advertisement: the sharp general's saber was immediately rendered in black, emitting a long black light. Then he slammed his right foot. Brush. In the next second, Ethan's figure disappeared, leaving only a few shallow footprints on the floor. Shave. Luo Mu said softly. The shaved in Marine 6 styles is still very famous. He recognized it immediately, and in the next moment. A figure flickered behind Luo Mu, and it was Ethan who just disappeared in front of him. A few tenths of a second, a distance of more than 10 meters flashed by. This is the unique body style shave in Marine 6 styles. Gia. Good eyesight, but it's too late. Ethan smiled. The knife wrapped in armed color and the speed of shaving completely interpret the truth of being invincible, only fast and indestructible. This is his most proud killing move. He once used this trick to instantly kill a big pirate worth 50 million Baileys. Go to hell. Ethan slashed at Luo Mu mercilessly. In his eyes, Luo Mu was already dead, but just before the blade slashed Luo Mu's neck, a slow, unhurried voice came from Ethan's ear, armed color hardened. Boom. The blade wrapped around armament Haki slashed Luo Mu's neck, making a piercing sound of metal clashing. Then, there was a crisp cracking sound. Ethan's sword was actually broken. Time. Ethan's eyes were bigger than copper bells. Lost voice. How is this possible? My move was praised even by the Vice Admiral Instructor Blackarm Zephyr of the headquarters. Luo Mu didn't talk too much nonsense with him. The wind was light and cloudless. Armed color emission. The voice fell. Luo Mu's right arm was immediately covered with black armed color, and if you look closely, there is a trace of red entanglement on it. Boom. One punch. Luo Mu's right fist hit the still shocked Ethan with great precision. Crack. There was no change in Ethan's appearance, but there was a continuous sound of bone shattering inside. Chapter 6. Ethan dies. Marineford's shocked puff puff. Ethan was covered in scarlet blood mist. Ethan struggled to say something, but his bones were broken. He didn't even have the strength to support his body. Boom. With a muffled sound, Ethan fell to the ground. Soft. The hands and feet are stacked together, like an invertebrate creature without bones. There is only outgoing air, no incoming air. A pair of eyes stared blankly. Full of incomprehension and unwillingness. Where the hell did this madman come from? Not only is the fruit ability weird, but the physical Haki is even more terrifying. And how dare he ignore Marine's majesty? Kill him, the Marine branch, Vice Admiral. Thorn kill. The sound was light and cloudy, no emotions mixed in. But to the dying Ethan, this ethereal voice was tantamount to the murmur of a demon. He regretted it. Extremely regret. Why should he be greedy and get into such a bad star? Ethan was desperate, but having lost all his bones, he couldn't even close his eyes, so he could only watch a black thorn mercilessly pierce his limp body. Ethan. Pawn, are you going to go together too? Luo Mu turned his head. Looking at some Marines who came with new support, he asked casually. The voice fell. Hundreds of Marine soldiers more than 10 meters away, including a colonel, couldn't help shivering. I. The newly arrived colonel looked at the cold-hearted officer Ethan who was stabbed, trembling and unable to say a word. This person in front of you. Not only is he powerful enough to kill Vice Admiral in an instant, but he is so indifferent after killing so many people. Devil. This is definitely a devil. Susu. The black rattan swayed in the air impatiently, just like Luo Mu's gradually losing patience. See this scene. Colonel Marine blurted out immediately, not stuttering at all. Do not, advertisement, we're not here to do it. Please take it easy. The surrounding Marine soldiers didn't hesitate, and immediately dropped their muskets and raised their hands. Fighting normal people is called courage, fighting monsters is stupid. Mummy on the ground. And Vice Admiral Ethan, who was punched into an invertebrate. Still hot. Among the ruins. Luo Mu nodded. With a wave of his hand, the black rattan immediately moved into action, wearing the corpses of the moss pirates and the scattered bounties lying on the ground. They were then thrown before Colonel Marine. Such as the arm to use the fingers, very flexible. 42 million Baileys, Luo Mu said calmly. Please wait, the colonel immediately nodded in response. The attitude is very respectful, just about a Marine salute. Then he quickly turned around and yelled at the soldiers behind him. Go to the vault quickly, take 42 million Baileys. As ordered, Colonel. The two heralds replied loudly and ran towards the vault in a hurry. Just 5 minutes. Two burly heralds came running fast with a bulging bag, not even wiping the sweat off their heads. Immediately shouted loudly, report, report. 42 million berry brought. The colonel immediately stepped forward and grabbed the purse, then carefully placed the purse on the cane that flew in front of him. You little, black rattan tied the bag, and then Kaido quickly approached Luo Mu. Very cute. No need. Pleasant to work with. Luo Mu spread his teeth and smiled. Then he snapped his fingers. A plant rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a huge red flower grew. Luo Mu jumped directly to the soft stamens. Close your eyes. Next moment. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the black rattan was wrapped around the flower pole, and then the red flowers rose directly into the air and floated into the distance. A group of Marines stood blankly on the ground. He stared at the huge red flower without blinking. Advertisement after dozens of seconds. When the red flowers disappeared from the sky, the colonel's shoulders dropped suddenly. It's like a heavy load has been lifted. Then he wiped the cold sweat off his head and shouted hoarsely. What about phone bugs? Hurry up and call the headquarters. Katakana middle. Marineford. This is the naval headquarters base. Together with Eni's lobby and Impel Down, it constitutes the world's 3 major fortresses. Known as the strongest fortress in the world, now. In Khan's office, Marines' top forces are holding a meeting about crusade against pirates. The office is not big, but very bright and clean. On the main seat sat a middle-aged man with tan skin and a beard in the shape of a mountain. The chest is broad. A pale yellow scarf around his neck and a Marine Admiral cloak. It looks very majestic. He is Kong, one of the current Admiral of headquarters. There were 4 people sitting beside him. Sengoku, The Buddha with a fluffy afro, black arm Zephyr, with purple hair. Garp the Fist, a muscular, black inch-haired. And the resourceful General Crane, a tall beauty with a red headband and a ponytail. All four looked gloomy, because according to the information, the Sea Lord, Rox appears to be planning an earth-shattering attack. The aim should be celestial dragons. Kong was about to say something, but the phone worm on the table rang. Kong trusted all four of them, there is no shyness. Picked up the phone directly. As soon as the phone was connected, a deep voice rang. This is Skull Island. Kong and the others' eyes instantly became solemn. Skull Island refers to the collective name of a sea area near the base camp of Ichinosu and Rox Pirate. I am empty. Empty Admiral, there was an accident on Skull Island, a nearby marine base was destroyed, and the branch in charge of guarding Vice Admiral Ethan died. What? Which Rox cadre? Whitebeard, Golden Lion or Charlotte Linlin? It's not the cadre of the Rox regiment, it's a young man named Luo Mu. Luo Mu. Chapter 7. Too dangerous. Be sure to kill the monster Luo Mu, Black Arm Zephyr strikes. Yes. Luo Mu. The voice over there on the phone bug was very heavy. Which pirate group leader is he? How many people did he bring? Kong was very surprised. It's not the hands of someone from Rox Pirate. Luo Mu. Never heard of it. Could it be that there is another powerful pirate group emerging nearby? Brazenly destroy the marine base, and have the power to kill the Vice Admiral of the branch. This. At least 1,000 people, it's a real headache. No one, just him. The voice of the phone bug was much louder. Seems to be a little excited. What? Kong's mountain beard shook. Shocked and angry, but he didn't expect that the horror was still behind. According to the reports of the surviving soldiers present, this person is very young, maybe not even 20 years old. He is a demon fruit power. A fruit-capable person? Yes. The category is unknown. Now it seems that the ability is to manipulate plants. It can summon fast-growing trees and destroy the entire base in an instant. After that, a black rattan is summoned, which will destroy dozens of soldiers and officers present, pierced and sucked into a human. Destroy the entire base in an instant? A single rattan killed dozens of soldiers in an instant. Even the schoolmaster? No way, the ability to manipulate plants is rare, but there are some in the marine base. But it is nothing more than being able to perform light and function without eating, engaging in greening or something. Basically no fighting ability. But why is Luo Mu's plant fruit so powerful? Has he completed the fruit awakening? Do not. Impossible. There are not many people in the entire continent who have completed the fruit awakening. Kong couldn't help frowning and started to wonder. Empire Admiral, are you listening? Yes, continue to report. Kong took a deep breath and adjusted his sitting position. Yes. Those trees are extremely hard, and the soldiers' bullets can't penetrate them. Only Ethan Vice Admiral can cut them off with his arm color and entanglement, but it's just hard support. But Luo Mu actually put away his fruit ability, and shows an Ethan Vice Admiral performs physical combat. The intelligence officer's tone became more serious. Heard here. Kong rubbed his ears in disbelief. After confirming that there are no hallucinations, I can't help but ask. Fight? Well known. Advertisement except for a small number of strong people, most of the fruit ability people are basically waste of physical skills. But Luo Mu actually gave up his advantage. Choose to go hand to hand with Vice Admiral, the branch of Grandmaster Armament Haki? What is this operation? Yes, hand to hand. And with just one punch, Ethan Vice Admiral was incapacitated, collapsed to the ground, and was finally pierced by black thorns to his death. The phone bug's expression looked very scary, impossible. Aside, Black Arm Zephyr slammed to his feet with a slap on the table. Seeing the suspicious eyes of the other four, Zephyr lowered his voice and let Shiki release. I know this, Ethan. When I was training in the headquarters, my grades were very good. Especially the shaved in the Grandmaster's 6th style. Its ultimate move is to use the extreme speed of the shaved and the strength of the armament Haki to complete the instant kill. It is absolutely impossible to be crushed by a fruit-capable person. The voice fell. Garp and the others nodded. Kong asked with a frown. Are you sure it was a blowout? The phone bug's expression was very solemn. As bizarre as it sounds, it's true. According to the descriptions of the survivors, Ethan Vice Admiral did use an instant kill trick and also hit the target, but Luo Mu was unharmed, but the official sword was broken. Then Luo Mu fought back and defeated Ethan Vice Admiral with one punch. And according to the latest autopsy report, Ethan Vice Admiral did not have any trauma except for the wound pierced by thorns, but his bones were all shattered. Brush. Suddenly, Garp and Sengoku's eyes were bigger than the copper bell, and Kong's face was so heavy that water dripped. As the master of Armament Haki, all three of them knew what the ability to penetrate through the exterior was. Armament Haki's high level means, I see. Restore the base as soon as possible and report the latest news at any time. Kong ordered in a low voice. Hang up. Then he glanced at Garp and the others, silent. A time. The atmosphere in the whole office was dull. The troubles of the rocks have not been resolved, yet another Luo Mu has appeared. It's a headache. Sengoku nudged his frog glasses with his index finger. Be the first to break the silence. Actually controlling Armament Haki's high-level techniques is indeed a headache. Garp scratched his head too. The rough face showed a strong sense of caution. Armament Haki advanced technique? Crane Vice Admiral and Zephyr asked suspiciously. Kong rests his chin in his hands. Explain for both. In addition to the most basic wrapping and hardening, armament Haki also has two high-level usages. One is Haki's external release, which can gather the armed colors on the hands or weapons and release them. Garp, Sengoku, and I can all do it. Advertisements say this. Kong paused, then glanced at Garp beside him, and Sengoku continued. The last usage has no fixed name, but it is said that the warriors of Wano-kuni called it emission. This method allows armament Haki to penetrate the surface of the object and directly destroy the interior of the object. Extremely difficult to practice, but after the successful cultivation, the destructive power is extremely strong, and the attack method is strange, which makes it hard to prevent. Even Garp, Sengoku and I cannot be fully masters now. This is Luo Mu. In armament Haki's control, we have surpassed us. The voice fell. Zephyr and Crane Vice Admiral's eyes shrank. Obviously shocked by the news. The fruit ability is pervert, and the physical technique even controls emission, which is difficult for Admiral to reach. Isn't this more pervert than the rocks cadres like Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin? Zephyr clenched his fists tightly. Call. Crane Vice Admiral took a long breath. She's the resourceful general, and she's out of the shock very quickly. Start a calm analysis. His talent is definitely more monster than those monsters in rocks, there is no doubt about that. But from the intelligence point of view, this person is not yet 20 years old, and his current combat power should be no better than Whitebeard and others. But it must not be allowed to grow any longer. Hear Crane's analysis. Several people present nodded in agreement. Kong's mountain character Hui moved. Asked out loud. Crane Vice Admiral, in your opinion, what should we do with this Luo Mu now? Without any hesitation, Crane said directly, immediately send Rear Admiral and above from the headquarters to arrest. The worst has to be avoided. Luo Mu joins Rock's pirate. This statement came out. Kong was startled for a moment. Yup. Luo Mu has grown so fast by himself if he joins Rocks, which is famous for absorbing monsters. That's great, if there is another dominant character like Rocks. It's scary to think about. Zephyr stepped forward immediately. Said solemnly. Let me go. I will definitely kill Luo Mu in the bud. Chapter 8. Bounty 120 million. The shocked Kaido turned out to be him. Pirate Island. Hachinosu, the home base of the Rocks pirate. An area considered a red alert by Marine. Crews on the island often kill each other, but Captain Rocks never forbids it. Because he believes in the concept of natural selection and survival of the fittest. There are no rules here. Everyone on the island obeys the law of the jungle. This is one of the reasons why Rocks Pirate is called a terrorist organization by the world. But today, rarely without fighting on Hachinosu Island. On the contrary, hundreds of thousands of pirates are sitting on the beach attentively, very harmonious. Why? The reason is simple. Rocks Pirate has recently recruited a number of trainee crew members. Captain Rocks ordered Whitebeard and several other squad leaders to conduct various teachings on the coastal beach. For example, Haki's practice in taijutsu, boxing, swordsmanship are all available. This is a very rare opportunity to become stronger. So the pirates have tacitly stopped fighting these days. Today, it's the turn of squad leader Shiki to teach. Katakana middle. Seaside, on a tall rock. Shiki had a big cigar in his mouth. Cross your arms across your chest. Haki brushed away the long golden hair that touched the soles of his feet, and his sharp eyes quickly swept across the hundreds of newcomers on the beach. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, in his opinion. At most half of these people can pass the apprenticeship assessment and become full-fledged crew members alive. But in it, Shiki is very optimistic about a young man named Kaido not far from him. After a few days of training, he had found Kaido's bones to be surprising and gifted. Just wait until the test is over. He's about to get him into his squad before Whitebeard, Ochaku, Silver Axe, and others. Scan is complete. Shiki laughed. Kahaha, rookies. Look, this is the last time I teach swordsmanship. The voice fell. He suddenly pulled out the sword from his waist. Time. An invisible momentum spread like the wind. The whole place was instantly silent. Advertisement. Not only the newly recruited trainee crew, but even many old crew members looked at this golden-haired man in awe. Shiki ignored everyone's admiration. Take a step forward. Invisible airwaves spewed out, propping up the black robe. The momentum is extremely fierce. The long sword in his hand seemed to sense something, trembling and making a humming sound. Powered up. Shiki jumped up and turned 360 degrees in midair. The sharp blade in his hand swung forward sharply. A low drink. Slash wave. With the release of Shiki's skills, a golden sword glow with endless might mercilessly slashed into the blue sea. Brush. The originally calm sea was actually separated by a crack that was dozens of meters long. After a full 10 seconds, it gradually returned to calm. Everyone present was stunned. Kaido clenched his fists. Excited. Desperately recalling Shiki's method of accumulating power and the posture of swinging his sword. Sighed. As expected of the squad leader of Rock's pirate. It's so powerful, but in the next second, an idea popped into his mind for no reason. Just don't know. Who is stronger, Captain Shiki or the mysterious bounty hunter? On the reef. Shiki didn't leave immediately after the demonstration, but took a sharp puff of his cigar and continued with his sword in hand. Swordsmanship is difficult. You can try it. Shiki is not a living Buddha. The reason he did this was to see if there were any guys with good qualifications among the trainee crew members. Same as Captain Rock's. Shiki is also an ambitious man. There are many things he wants to do, need a lot of talent. And right now, there was a sudden chirping of birds in the sky. The crowd looked away. It turned out to be a newsbird wearing a white big brimmed hat. Quack. The newsbird chirped twice, dropping a marine newspaper without asking for gold. Fluttered his wings and slid away. Joke. The following are all vicious pirates. If it weren't for the requirements of the world ZF, they would not dare to come. The newspaper falls. A little pirate immediately picked it up and presented it with respectful hands to Captain Shiki on the reef. Shiki took the newspaper and quickly scanned it. After a while. Advertisement. Shiki frowned. Luo Mu. Kill the Marine Branch Vice Admiral Ethan, the bounty. 120 million Bailey? Shiki was full of air. Many pirates heard it. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened, showing disbelief. Who is Luo Mu? He actually killed Marine's Vice Admiral. I haven't heard of it, but it must be a powerful character in a big pirate group. Bounty 120 million Bailey? Whether it's the killing of Vice Admiral, the Marine Branch, or the bounty of 120 million Baileys. It's enough to catch the eye. Therefore, whether it is a trainee crew member or regular crew member, they all start to talk frantically. Kaido is no exception. He touched the corner of his forehead. Dumbly said, 120 million Bailey? His bounty isn't low either. There are 70 million Baileys. But Kaido himself understood that at least half of the 70 million was from the Woka who had defected from his country. His real strength now is around 30 to 40 million Baileys. There are spooky bounty hunters before, and then there are the squad leaders of Rock's pirate. Now here comes another Luo Mu who killed Marine Vice Admiral. This world. Kaido's heart was surging. However, it is not discouraged because there are too many strong people, but the fighting spirit is even stronger. I must become stronger, Kaido made up his mind. Do's big eyes radiated a strong light, available in the next second. Kaido's eyes froze for a moment and then he shouted. It's actually him. It turns out that Kaido saw the picture of the reward order from the newspaper in Shiki's hands. Delicate facial features. A flowing black hair, with a toothpick in his mouth. Half sleeves in gray. White wide leg pants. Lazy lying on a huge red flower. Isn't this the bounty hunter who can manipulate plants? What? Shiki on the reef narrowed his eyes, jumped in front of Kaido. Asked with interest, this man, you recognize? Chapter 9. The #1 fanboy Kaido is online, Golden Lion. I let one hand beat Luo Mu. Kaido nodded. His eyes were still on the portrait of Luo Mu, the rewarding order. Very shocking. He didn't expect that Luo Mu was the unbelievably strong bounty hunter. Tell me. Shiki took 2 sips of his cigar and asked. Actually, I don't know this person very well, we just met once. As such that, Kaido touched his nose, a few days ago. Before I got on the boat, I once went to a nearby town to challenge the strong. But that man is a piece of shit. I killed him with a mace in 2 or 3 hits. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard the sound of shelling. I thought it was Marine. I happened to be hungry and wanted to grab a bite to eat, so I followed the sound and touched it. As soon as this word comes out, the pirates who gathered to hear the story all burst into laughter. Even Shiki was amused. One didn't notice. Almost gave up my life cigar. Kaido is puzzled. What's so funny? So he ignored everyone and continued to talk while recalling. When I got there, I found out it wasn't Marine. It's a bounty hunter confronting a group of pirates. The bounty hunter. It's Luo Mu on the bounty. Bounty hunter. The pirates were instantly confused. Shiki raised his eyebrows and became more interested in Luo Mu. After all, this Luo Mu was a bounty hunter a few days ago, which means that he did not join any pirate group. You can recruit into your own squad. Can kill Vice Admiral of Marine Branch. If such a person can join his team, it must be an excellent help. And then, Shiki urged. Kaido didn't talk too much, and continued to tell the story. In the beginning, I thought this Luo Mu was a rookie because he didn't dodge a single shot of the 3 shells. Advertisement. But I found out later. It's not that Luo Mu can't hide, but he doesn't need to hide at all. He's a demon fruit power. Be able to manipulate plants. He gathered a wall of trees, and the 3 shells didn't even hurt him. Hear this. The pirates who surrounded the city were all shocked. It's actually a fruit person. No wonder he was able to kill Marine Vice Admiral. It turns out that Luo Mu has the power of a sea demon. Manipulating plants. It doesn't sound very powerful, but it can actually block cannonballs. The pirates were chatting with each other. Kaido pouted in disdain. What is blocking the shells? The ones behind are amazing. This Luo Mu waved his hands, and the pirate ship immediately grew a terrifying tree, which directly blew up the ship. The most bizarre thing was a black thorn bar, which was extremely fast. 12 pirates were killed. Instant kill. I thought I would never hear from him again. But I didn't expect him to kill Marine Vice Admiral for a bounty of 120 million Baileys. Kaido got more and more excited as he talked. The words are full of strong affirmation and admiration for Luo Mu. Not only because Luo Mu was the first strong man he encountered after escaping from the Walker Kingdom, but also because Luo Mu obviously looked similar to him in age, but his strength was unbelievably powerful. Amazing. This Luo Mu will definitely become a big pirate in the future. After use, people are big pirates now. To be able to summon trees to kill. I don't know when I can get the bounty. The originally vicious pirates now have dull eyes. Both shocked and envious of Luo Mu. Shiki in the crowd was also groping his chin. Lost in thought. This guy is nice. I have to find a way to get this Luo Mu to join my team. Fruit ability. Able to kill Marine Vice Admiral, still very young. Each one is very much in line with Shiki's opponent's requirements. Although we haven't met yet, Shiki already had strong expectations for Luo Mu. But the next moment, Kaido, who was standing in front of him, said something unexpectedly. Luo Mu is really too strong. Maybe. Better than Captain Shiki. As soon as this word comes out, the pirates present were all agitated, looking at Shiki with shining eyes. Advertisement. Hihahaha. Shiki laughed. It was like hearing the most absurd joke in the world. For a long time, Shiki stopped smiling. Disdain. A bunch of ignorant people. Isn't that a Vice Admiral of Marine? Or a branch? It's at best a Commodore at home. This Luo Mu can only be said to be a talent with some potential. Compared with me, I gave him a hand. These words are arrogant. But Shiki split the sea with one sword, he has this arrogant capital. All the pirates were silent. Crazy nod. But Kaido is scratching his horns. Hummingly, Captain Shiki, your strength is very strong, but is this not? Quiet, silence. The apprentice pirates all backed away a little, farther away from Kaido. For fear that Captain Shiki would get angry and implicate him. This is a precedent. The day before yesterday, someone provoked Captain Shiki and was shot down. But unexpected, Shiki laughed instead of getting angry, and patted Kaido's shoulder heavily. Much appreciated. Ha ha ha, it is good, as expected of the person I liked by Shiki, he has a temper. Come on, send the order, and let the crew near Hachinosu keep an eye on it. Report any news of Luo Mu immediately. Say it. Shiki waved his black robe and walked away. The pirates were dumbfounded. Captain Shiki this is. Looking for trouble with Luo Mu. Chapter 10. Clouds in all directions. Luo Mu became the center of the storm. Whitebeard is here. Hachinosu Island in the huge Skull Rock. One room on the first floor. Like a castle, inside one of the halls. Akoku was looking through the window, looking in the direction of the port. Silver Axe sat opposite. John pushed the door and walked in, smiling at Akoku and Silver Axe. Have you two heard? Something strange happened on the island. Akoku turned his head. A strange thing. Silver Axe also put down his big axe and waited for the next. Luo Mu, a pirate who slaughtered Vice Admiral of Marine's branch and paid a bounty of over 100 million yuan, appeared in the morning newspaper. John took a sip. Cut. I already knew it, why do you still need to say it? Akoku and Silver Axe shook their heads impatiently. John didn't care. Put down the wine glass and continue talking. That's not the point. The point is that Shiki was provoked by a newcomer named Kaido, saying that Luo Mu was stronger than him. Shiki did not kill the newcomer, but let his subordinates inquire about Luo Mu's news and promised to defeat Luo Mu with one hand. Heard. Akoku laughed. When did Shiki become so good-natured? John shrugged. Said he didn't know. Silver Axe, who was originally not interested, narrowed his eyes. A playful look. Interesting. He knows Kaido. A highly qualified trainee crew. I don't think this, Rooster, is good-natured, and the duel is fake. It's true that he wants to include that Luo Mu into his squad, and by the way, completely conquer that potential rookie Kaido. The voice fell. Akoku and John frowned. It also reacted instantly. Akoku spat out a grape seed. Road. Yeah, why didn't I expect to put that Luo Mu into the squad? Captain Rocks will have a big move soon, and the helpers will be more precious then. John slapped his thighs even more. No, this good thing can't be taken by Shiki alone, let's go and take part. If that Luo Mu is really powerful, then fight Shiki. Say it. Akoku stood up and looked at Silver Axe. Joking. Did not expect. You guy who can only play with an axe will have a brain one day. Silver Axe and Akoku have a good relationship. Not angry. Advertisement. Instead, he walked up to Akoku and hugged him. Weird laughed. Gia, there is another possibility. Then Luo Mu was too strong and beat Shiki directly. The boss who stared at Akoku glasses. John stood up with a jerk. Said very fast. And he let someone else's one-handed cow blew out already. If you were really beaten. I see how he keeps smoking that broken cigar. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of cheerful laughter in the entire hall. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. A time. Clouds move in all directions. The Vice Admiral Zephyr of Marine's headquarters has already set off, and 4 members of the Rock's pirate cadres have cast eyeliner in the nearby waters, and many bounty hunters are also eager to move. They have only one goal. Luo Mu. A storm is about to hit. And this moment, Luo Mu, who was at the center of the storm, knew nothing about it and was drinking at an island bar near Hachinosu. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Take off. Sell some power. Woohoo. Quote. A group of fierce-looking people waved their weapons and threw gold coins at the fur girl who was dancing on the dance floor frantically. The environment is dim. Only the mood lights on the ceiling cast colorful beams back and forth. This is a pirate bar. The people who come here are all pirates. But he didn't dare to make trouble. Because this island is the site of the next leader of the Rocks pirate, Edward Newgate. The pirate bar is very noisy. Only the innermost corner was quiet. There was a young man sitting there. Half sleeves in gray. Wide leg pants. He was quietly reading the newspaper. After a while, the man muttered softly, 120 million. Okay. His tone sounded somewhat dissatisfied. Immediately after, the man put down the newspaper, revealing a handsome face. No one else. It was Luo Mu who stirred up the clouds in all directions. Luo Mu took a sip of the blue glowing cocktail in front of him. The pupil gradually loses focus. Advertisement. Lost in thought. After killing the greedy Ethan, he hit on an uninhabited island. Not afraid of marine chasing. But because of absorbing too many life essences in a row, Luo Mu needs a quiet place to digest well. Spent a day and a half on the island. Luo Mu completely digested the absorbed energy. Physical strength has increased a lot. The release of the Mulong technique is more handy. The strength is infinitely close to the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Even with the mentality of giving it a try, Luo Mu also tried Wooden Golem Jutsu. Unexpectedly, the wooden golem that is more than 50 meters tall is actually summoned. Power is very powerful. Just one hit. The small island was directly shot in half by Wooden Golem. However, being strong, the physical energy consumed by using this trick is also extremely terrifying. Even if he has Mumu fruit, he has a natural advantage in resilience. Now it can only maintain Wooden Golem for 10 minutes. Luo Mu inferred, you only need to attract a few more vice admirals, or a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. The physique is completely up to the standard, and the consumption of using it is not expected to be so large. And Wooden Golem's agility and strength will be greatly improved. Absorption is complete. Luo Mu left the island. On the way, I solved a few bounty hunters who didn't know the sky, and flew westward all the way while lying on the suspended flower. I know that I came to this island today. Finished thinking. Luo Mu's eyes regained focus, and he picked up the glass and drank it. It's a good thing to have a bounty. I don't need to look for it, someone will automatically deliver it to the door. I just don't know where to go next. He muttered to himself. Ha ha ha, I don't know where to go. How about joining my team and being my family? A hearty laughter sounded. Luo Mu looked at the sound. I see. Not far away stood a burly man. White coat. A black turban was wrapped around his head, and long golden curly hair was exposed beside him. With a unique smile on his face. In his hand he held a large sword that was as tall as a man. Look at Luo Mu. The man walked towards this side quickly with a knife in hand. Boom. The big knife hit the ground heavily, setting off an invisible momentum. He opened his mouth with a smile. Edward Newgate. Chapter 11. Fight if you are indecisive. Compete with Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki. In the tavern, the people who were originally noisy were stunned. After recognizing Edward, they all consciously stepped back and made way for him. In awe, ignore people's reactions. Newgate, who reported his home, looked at Luo Mu, who was sitting in the corner. There was an air of arrogance all over him. In the corner. Luo Mu put down the newspaper, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Very emotional inside. I actually met Whitebeard here. Did not expect. Whitebeard was so young when he was young, he didn't even grow a beard. Immediately, Luo Mu slowly got up and replied lukewarmly. Luo Mu. Luo Mu. Hear these two words. The little pirates around were stunned again. Among them, the pirates at the front desk directly picked up the wrinkled newspaper and began to compare the young man in front of him with Luo Mu on the reward order. It's him. Luo Mu who killed Ethan. This real person looks younger. Is he 20 years old? I actually saw Newgate and Luo Mu in one day. This bar is not in vain. They are my idols. Do the two of them know each other? The pirate stared at the boss. Hold the wine glass tightly. Looks very excited. Look at Edward Newgate in a moment. The captain of the Sea Overlord, Rocks pirate, a man with a bounty of up to 600 million. After a while, he turned his head to look at Luo Mu. He single-handedly destroyed the Marine branch base, and beheaded the branch Vice Admiral Ethan. The bounty directly exceeded 100 million, and the pirate newcomer who rose strongly. Everyone's eyes revealed a fanatical look of adoration. Wherever. The strong are all respected beings. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Newgate looked at Luo Mu, who was too young. Satisfied nodded. With the ability to kill Vice Admiral at such a young age, he is a talent with a bright future. Luo Mu. Join my squad. You don't need to participate in the apprenticeship assessment, you can directly become an official crew member. Straightforward. Newgate straight to the point through an olive branch. It caused the surrounding pirates to discuss again. I'm going to become a full member of Rocks Pirate. It's developed. So envious. I also want to join the Rocks Pirate and be part of Newgate's squad. Cut. Although the full members of Rocks Pirate are powerful, Luo Mu is a big pirate with a bounty of 120 million Bailey. I definitely agree. Other squad leaders don't matter, but this is Newgate. I heard that he is very generous to his subordinates and has a lot of treasures. For nothing, Luo Mu's strength is more than enough to be a captain. I wonder if Luo Mu will agree. Advertisement. Quote. The pirates were amazed that Newgate actually invited Luo Mu to join the team, but they were more curious about whether Luo Mu would agree to the invitation. In the corner, Luo Mu looked at the young Whitebeard. frowning in thought. When I just came across and didn't eat devil fruit. Participating in marine is my first choice. After all, without a system, stable development is the only right way. If you can only get on a ship and become a pirate, then join the Rocks pirate, and be part of Whitebeard as much as possible. And it's not just because Whitebeard is strong. The most important thing is that this person is very loyal and takes great care of the crew. Compared to other pirates, the odds of surviving while working under Whitebeard are even greater. But now the situation has changed. He already has enough strength to match Admiral. There is no need to join any organization. And most importantly, except getting stronger, I still don't have a clear plan for the future. Gu la la la, just when Luo Mu was thinking. Newgate, who was standing opposite him, laughed out loud. Luo Mu, seeing that you are so hesitant, let's fight. In case of trouble, fight first. What the hell kind of logic is this? Luo Mu didn't understand Whitebeard's brain circuit. Somewhat stunned, just when Luo Mu was about to say something, Whitebeard lifted Kong Yunchi in his hand and slammed it on the ground. There was a sudden gust of wind in the field. A powerful coercion condensed into a dark red air wave and attacked rapidly. The power of this air wave is amazing. The wooden table between Newgate and Luo Mu was blown away in an instant, and cracks began to appear on the floor. What a strong conquerors. Luo Mu was secretly shocked. But he didn't panic too much. His face condensed. The left foot took a step forward, and a dark red air wave was also provoked. In a blink, the two powerful air waves collided directly, and a very strong energy fluctuation erupted. Brush. For a moment, the pirates with weak strength around them explained and looked stunned. Then he rolled his eyes. One by one, foaming at the mouth and fainting. Really? You have Conqueror's Haki too? Newgate was not surprised. The sturdy body stepped forward, and the dark red of the air wave on his body instantly became much richer. Huh, Luo Mu chuckled lightly. Advertisement. Not to be outdone. With a frown, the sword's eyebrows also boosted his strength. Zzzz. The two dark red air waves on the left and right confronted fiercely, making a harsh sound. Evenly divided. No one can push anyone back. Newgate's smile grew stronger. Originally, it was just a momentary itch, and he wanted to see how many pounds and tails Luo Mu had. But he didn't expect Luo Mu to give him a big surprise. Say nothing else. Just talking about Conqueror's Haki can actually stand up to him. This kid, the future is limitless. Be sure to invite him into the team, even if this strength makes him the vice captain directly. And let's talk about Luo Mu. There was also a smile on his handsome face. Cool. Yes, Luo Mu's heart is now a cool word. Since he came to this pirate world, no opponent has made him go all out. This peak matchup, it is tantamount to the two national players playing against each other. Even more hearty. Gu la la la. Whitebeard gave another heroic laugh. The heart is also very happy. At this moment, the two who met their opponents had a tacit understanding, and they all charged up slightly. Play Conqueror's final match. Next moment, the two dark red air waves on the left and right quickly converged, frantically condensing towards the most central point of the collision. Powerful energy. It even triggered a purple-black lightning. The two energies could no longer be balanced, and a black light suddenly erupted. Boom. With a loud bang, the wooden bar was torn apart instantly, and all the pirates who had survived the first wave of fighting with all their might fell unconscious. Thousands of meters away, on a huge suspended rock. Shiki snapped. This is the breath of that guy in Newgate. Can you force that guy to use such a strong Conqueror's Haki? Could it be the Admiral of Naval Headquarters? After a quick thought, Shiki took a sharp puff of his cigar and waved his black robe sharply. The stones suspended under the feet immediately turned into a pop, and shot towards the place where the ore erupted. And on the sea below, a pirate ship also accelerated in an instant, heading in the same direction with all its strength. Chapter 12. Luo Mu and Whitebeard who cherish each other. You can join, I will be the squad leader. At the same time, Hachinosu Island, in a hall at the top of the skull. Grumpy gurgle, the phone bug on the table rang. In the shadows, a tall, indistinct man slowly picked up the phone. Say, the voice fell. Immediately, a low voice came from the phone bug. Report to the captain. Shiki, Akoku, Silver Axe, and Akoku, the four squad leaders have all gone out to find the rookie pirate Luo Mu. Captain, that's right, this man is the owner of Hachinosu Island. Overlord of the sea, Rocks D. Zebek, I see. Rocks has a flat voice, but it has an unmistakable Haki in it. Need a follow-up probe? Need not. Captain, 4 captains at the same time. I don't like saying it a second time, you should know. Yes, Captain. A cold sweat broke out on the phone bug. Hang up quickly. Da da da. Rocks, left hand tapped rhythmically on the table. Makes a crisp sound, at the same time talking to himself. Luo Mu, the guy who killed Vice Admiral. It can be absorbed. Monster. The more the better. Next moment, Rocks in the shadows snapped open his eyes. The eyes flashed wild red ons. Celestial dragons. Wait to die. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Let's talk about Luo Mu and Whitebeard. Call. A gust of wind blows. The plaque that was still stubbornly hanging on the screw could no longer be supported, and slammed to the ground with a bang. Look around. There are ruins all over the place. Hundreds of pirates who rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and were in a state of coma were buried inside. The pirate bar, which covers an area of more than 500 square meters, has become history. And get a little closer. You can see two sober people sitting on the ruins. One was wearing half-sleeved, wide-leg pants. Nice face. A sturdy man with long blonde curly hair. There are 5 or 6 meters tall. It looks powerful. This is Luo Mu and Newgate who don't know each other. The two were talking and laughing. Occasionally, the surviving large wooden barrels are also carried. Clink glasses and drink. I'm so happy. Advertisement. I haven't fought so heartily in a long time. Newgate raised the wooden barrel and sent it to Luo Mu. Speak loudly. I can drink 10 pounds. Drink with you. 20 pounds for the bottom. The tone was full of kindness. After fighting, he admired Luo Mu very much and felt sympathy for each other. Boom. Luo Mu also raised the barrel and touched Newgate. Grin. I drink 2 tails. Drink with you. Death. The voice fell. Newgate was stunned for a moment, then drank the wine in the barrel. Laughed heartily. Goo la la la, readily. Tonight you and I must have a good drink. Luo Mu didn't answer. Raise the barrel. I drank like Newgate, but I didn't expect to drink too quickly. Choked. Cough cough. Luo Mu coughed, rather embarrassed. Goo la la la. Newgate, who was sitting across from him, laughed loudly as he patted his thigh. Joked. Luo Mu, your drinking skills are not a little bit worse than your strength. Luo Mu didn't care either. Randomly wiped off the wine stains on his body, and then actually picked up the wine barrel and continued to drink. See you at Newgate. The goodwill towards Luo Mu in my heart is rising even more. Wait until Luo Mu puts down the barrel. Newgate's expression suddenly turned serious. He said seriously. Seriously. Luo Mu, join my squad. It doesn't matter if you have treasure or anything, just take it if you want. Heard. Luo Mu's expression froze. Snapped his fingers. Moment. A huge flower appeared behind both of them. Let me see. Luo Mu finished. He held his head in both hands and reclined on the flowers. This is his fruit ability. Manipulating plants. Surprised, Newgate touched the flowers behind him. After confirming that it is strong enough, it is the same as Luo Mu. Lie down comfortably. Join the pirates. Luo Mu whispered softly. Think hard. Say something. He really has the idea of joining Rock's pirate now. First, advertisement. As a traveler, he knew that what Whitebeard had just said wasn't a scene, and that everything that didn't care about the treasure was sincere. In his unfortunate childhood, he became a pirate. The purpose is to find the feeling of being at home. Second, after a hearty battle just now, Luo Mu has a very clear plan for his future. That is to constantly hunt down the strong and absorb the essence of life. Then get stronger. In fact, he did this before. The reason why I always feel that my plan is not clear is quite the feeling of riding a donkey to find a donkey. At last, and the most crucial point, Rock's pirate is a monster gathering place. It's not just Whitebeard in there. Also Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Akoku, Silver Axe, John, and future beasts, Kaido. Fight against these powerhouses. He can quickly accumulate combat experience and improve his actual combat ability. At that time, hunting the strong will naturally be more handy. Not to mention Captain Rock's Zephyr, a very ambitious man. Openly in the world's ZF enemy. Dedicated to killing all celestial dragons. This is something that the pirates of the later King Luffy era never dared to imagine. The goal is to become the king of the world. Roughly calculate. It's almost time for the Battle of the Valley of the Gods to break out. At that time, you will definitely be able to absorb the majestic essence of life on the battlefield, which is much faster than your own small troubles. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Night sky. Bright stars twinkle. Newgate lay on the huge flower summoned by Luo Mu, quietly looking up at the starry sky. He didn't bother Luo Mu, even if he really wanted to invite Luo Mu to join his squad. This is respect for the strong. After a few minutes, Luo Mu, who was lying across from him, slowly got up. Seriously, I agree to join Rock's pirate. Heard. Newgate sat up straight, excited. But, I'm going to be a squad leader. Luo Mu said firmly. Newgate was taken aback, but it was soon understood. He gave Luo Mu a deep look. 2. According to your strength, you are capable of being a squad leader. Next moment, the two smiled at each other. Luo Mu took the lead in raising the barrel, and Newgate followed. Continue to drink. But at this time, both of their bodies froze at the same time. Luo Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Whispered, someone is coming. More than one. Chapter 13. The 4th Division Captain appears. Golden Lion. So your answer is, let me kill you now. On the ruins of the pirate bar, Luo Mu concentrated and felt for a moment. Quite wary. 4 people. The strength is very strong. Although his observation Haki is not as powerful as Armor Color and Conqueror's, he is still a Grandmaster. Within 100 meters, he can detect the wind and grass. With full perception, it can even vaguely predict a second into the future. Heard. Newgate, who was sitting across from him, lit up. He praised without hesitation. I didn't expect you to do the same to observation Haki Grandmaster. However, there was no vigilance on his face, but he relaxed again. Laughed. Do not worry. Yes. Words haven't come out yet. A boulder pierced the night sky and floated in front of the two of them. A man is standing on the boulder, dressed in black robe. Blonde hair. Whoosh whoosh. With a burst of sound, 3 figures appeared again. The first one. The whole body is covered in silver armor. He holds a silver shield and a silver axe in his left and right hands. 2 people next to him. One was wearing a burgundy robe with 2 western swords pinned to his waist, the other had a long beard that touched the ground, and carried a giant sword on his shoulders. See. Luo Mu's body relaxed. Understand why Newgate is not vigilant. No one else came here. It's the 4 squad leaders of Rock's Pirate. Golden Lion Shiki, Silver Axe, John and Akoku. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Shiki and the others surveyed their surroundings. Ruined ruins. The ground was full of fainting pirates. At a glance, it is clear that Newgate and a mysterious and powerful person are fighting a battle here. It seems that guy should have only done Conqueror's Haki with Newgate. Test each other, Shiki speculated, because if a strong man of Newgate's level fights with all his strength, it's not just the bar that is in ruins, the island is going to be mostly destroyed. The Silver Axe trio speculated the same. Shiki. What's your situation? Newgate asked aloud. The 4 squad leaders actually came to him at the same time. Could it be that Captain Rocks did something? We sense the aura that you launched a powerful attack here. Just come here to see. You don't have to die. Shiki picked his nose. He replied arrogantly. Akoku, who has always been serious, frowned. Seriously asked. Newgate, who was the one who just fought with you? Advertisement. This Conqueror's Haki is as good as yours. Akoku right. John also said slightly solemnly. There are no powerful pirates around here. Could it be? Is it marine? It seems that at least it is more than the strength of the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. As soon as this word comes out, Silver Axe, John, who didn't speak, and Shiki, who was rebellious, all turned serious. Looking at Newgate, just as Newgate was about to explain, Shiki let out a small murmur. Luo Mu. Hear the name. Silver Axe and the others were stunned, and followed Shiki's gaze. Only then did he realize that there was a person standing behind Newgate. Half sleeves in gray, wide leg pants. It was Luo Mu who killed Ethan on the bounty order and made them all want to recruit. Time. One by one's eyes have changed. And for their response. Newgate also has a panoramic view. Inner secret. These guys should also have the intention of recruiting brother Luo Mu. Think about it here. He pressed the idea of explaining, raised his head and drank the remaining sip of wine in the barrel. Then he turned his head and patted Luo Mu next to him. Haha laughed. Gu la la la. Introduce my friend to you. Luo Mu. Luo Mu took a step forward and nodded to the 4 of them indifferently. See. Shiki was immediately stunned. What's the meaning? This Newgate knows Luo Mu. Silver Axe, who had not spoken, seemed to have guessed something, and touched Akoku and John with an axe and a shield. Shen said, I see. It should be Marines people who chased Luo Mu, and then Newgate recognized Luo Mu and wanted to recruit. So we beat Marines people back for Luo Mu. As soon as this word comes out. John nodded approvingly. Well said. Akoku also brushed off his excessively long beard. Attachment Road. I'll just say it. How dare this Marines people come to Hachinosu to hang around? In the field, Whitebeard heard the 3 of Silver Axe's words clearly. I almost couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, I finally held back. Then he turned his head and glanced at Luo Mu, spread his hands, showing a noncommittal look. See. Shiki frowned. The look at Newgate was not very friendly. Inner secret. Did not expect. I was snatched up by a stupid big guy. No, this Luo Mu must not be let go easily. Rocks has big ambitions. Advertisement. His Shiki's ambition is not small. He needs a lot of help. And what genius can compare to Luo Mu? At the age of less than 20 years old, he has the strength to kill Marine Vice Admiral. Although he is a branch, he is also a genius at the level of evildoer. If anything else, Shiki may not compete with Newgate. After all, the strength of the 2 is comparable. But today, if Newgate is going to rob people, he Shiki doesn't mind being hard on the front. But it doesn't seem like things have reached that stage yet, so let's ask first. Shiki muttered to himself. Immediately ignoring the 3 of Silver Axe, he walked to Luo Mu on his own. Said rather arrogantly, young people, don't be nervous. I appreciate your talent and invite you to the Rocks Pirate as a crew member of my squad. Luo Mu was taken aback. Again. Then he turned his head to look at Newgate, but unexpectedly Newgate turned his head to the side. Play dumb. See this scene. Shiki raised his golden eyebrows. Continue. I can give what Newgate can give, and I am just as strong. I have many plans to conquer the world. How about it? Luo Mu. Become a member of my team and go to the top of the world together. The pinnacle of the world. Full of confidence and arrogance. Behind. The 3 of Silver Axe were taken aback. They also wanted to recruit Luo Mu, but they didn't expect to be so direct with Shiki. One by one, they also prepared to go forward and throw olive branches to Luo Mu. But at this time, Luo Mu pouted. Gives the same answer as the previous answer to Newgate. Joining the Rocks Pirate is okay. But, I'm going to be a squad leader. As soon as this word comes out, the expressions of Shiki, Silver Axe, and others instantly solidified. Shiki was the first to react. Jia smiled strangely. Kihahaha. Don't be kidding, this world is not as simple as you think. Luo Mu's expression remained unchanged. Say 3 words. Squad leader. Rub. The anger in Shiki's heart suddenly flew 3 feet high. Luo Mu's indifference is in his eyes, just like a provocation without knowing the sky and the earth. Shiki narrowed his eyes. He took a sharp sip on his bending cigar. Cold voice. So your answer is, call me now and kill you here. Right. Chapter 14. The battle begins. Golden Lion versus Luo Mu. FK, Akoku, John, Silver Axe, Shiki, the 4 cadres are here too. No, why is Luo Mu standing opposite Shiki? Could it be? Luo Mu is going to fight again. Who won just now? I suddenly fainted. Don't ask me, I am the same. Don't talk about the past. Hurry up and watch the latest. I bet Shiki wins, and it must be a blast. Fart. Forgot what happened just now. I bet Luo Mu. Opening and opening. Left hand Shiki, right hand Luo Mu. Quote. The pirates who had just fainted woke up and saw Luo Mu and Shiki who were facing off. This is a bunch of militants. Don't bother to ask Newgate and Luo Mu who wins and who loses. He started to discuss with excitement on his face. It even opened a plate. Aside, Akoku and the others also heard the voices of the little ones. They frowned. Akoku wondered, what's the situation? Someone still bet Luo Mu to win. John took out a revolver and turned it around. Disdain. Just a stupid gambler. Silver Axe is covered in armor. Can't see the expression. Who cares? Let's open a game too. I bet Shiki will end the fight within 5 minutes. Heard. Akoku laughed directly. I bet 10 minutes. After all, this, rooster, is likely to tease the bug. His relationship with Shiki is pretty bad. But Akoku understands. The same squad leader. Shiki's strength is definitely higher than the 3 of them, and should be similar to Newgate. John closed the gun. Boring. But this new guy is really interesting. If you want to fight, fight, stop talking nonsense. How dare you talk to Shiki like that? Very courageous. Silver Axe shoved the shield into the ground. Snorted coldly. Humph. Ignorance. Such a fool, the sea does not know how much it will swallow every day. All 3 firmly believed. Shiki must win. Advertisement. The length of the fight depends entirely on how long Shiki wants to play. As for Luo Mu, they've lost their desire to recruit a foolish madman. Aside, Newgate did not participate in the discussions. He walked straight to the flower Luo Mu summoned and lay down comfortably. Murmured, I don't know what Shiki's expression will look like. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Middle of the island. Under the attention of hundreds of pairs of eyes, Luo Mu and Shiki stood facing each other. Dozens of meters apart. The arrogant boy. If you want to live, this is your last chance. Shiki folded his arms, although laughing, but it was full of murderous intent. Without further ado, Luo Mu responded indifferently. Kihahaha. Shiki gave his trademark smirk. Opposite. Luo Mu seemed slack, but in fact, the blood in the body is rushing rapidly, and it has entered a state of battle. This is Shiki after all. Flying pirates. The man who dares to fight Garp and Sengoku alone. Baby, hopefully your fist will be as hard as your mouth later. Shiki's eyes flashed a wild red glow. Brush. I don't know when. The Sakura 10. The dead wood on the waist has been pulled out by Shiki, and the blades of the 2 supremely fast knives are a little cold in the moonlight. Shiki's black robe moved without the wind. A mighty aura erupted from his tall and thin body. Next moment. Cross your arms. Quickly cut out in a cross beheading shape. Slash wave. Shiki gave a low drink. 2 fierce sword waves wrapped in golden light immediately pierced the night sky and shot straight towards Luo Mu. So fast. Luo Mu's expression froze. Wooden wall. The voice just fell. Rocks are broken. The dark green wooden boards were immediately intertwined in front of Luo Mu. Advertisement. Just half a breath. The golden sword wave skipped a distance of dozens of meters and slammed into the tree barrier. Boom. The sound of the explosion echoed in the sky. Smoke billowed everywhere. Call. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. Blow out all the smoke in front of Shiki and Luo Mu. The ground is littered with tree debris. Luo Mu was unscathed. Shiki had already expected it, and there was no unexpected expression on his face. But the mouth was split even more. The fighting spirit in the eyes is raging. The golden light is all over the body. Pulled a sword flower. Call out. Shiki's body actually turned into a golden flash, killing Luo Mu with an aura that was several times sharper than the sword's edge. Boom boom boom. Fast. There was a sonic boom. See this scene. The surrounding pirates were shocked, and they were speechless with their mouths wide open. Because they can't see Shiki's actions at all. Akoku and the others in the distance shook their heads. Slash wave is just an appetizer. Shiki is a little serious now. This, rooster, didn't play tricks on the worm, but killed it directly with swordsmanship. Ended. They have already sentenced Luo Mu to death. The tone was very flat. Newgate, who was lying on the flower, did not speak. Staring at Luo Mu with burning eyes. I saw Luo Mu pursed his lips. Muttered, want to win with speed. Eyes flickered. A little bit of excitement. Time. Luo Mu also burst out with a strong air current. The clothes that are supported are screeching. Then, a layer of black-red radiance gushed out from his body, covering his entire body in an instant. It's like a suit of armor. Take a step forward. Boom. The hard rock was actually smashed by Luo Mu. Armed color emission. Chapter 15. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Luo Mu's amazing fighting spirit. In the battlefield, Shiki got out of the golden light in midair and appeared in front of Luo Mu in an instant. Sakura 10, the deadwood double sword slashed down. High altitude leap. The power is staggering. The surrounding air seemed to be evacuated, becoming illusory and blurry. Two sharp blades. Like the two fangs of a lion. Luo Mu can even feel the blood-evil energy above. Boy, it is your honor to die under the slash of my lion. Shiki grinned. He has absolute confidence in his swordsmanship. Next moment, Luo Mu moved. The arms covered with black and red light suddenly lifted up. Both hands are shaped like dragon claws. In the shocked eyes of everyone. He actually grabbed the Sakura 10, deadwood that was in front of him with his hands. Buzz. Between electric and flint, Luo Mu's hands covered with armed colors emission collided with the two sharp blades of Sakura 10 and deadwood, making a piercing sound of gold and iron clashing. Luo Mu fell down. Both feet smashed the rock and sank several centimeters deep. But the hands were not injured. Shiki continued with Lion Fruit's ability and continued to hang in the air in a slashing stance. The two sides are stuck together. But the next moment, Shiki's arm jerked violently. Immediately after, there was a bulge on my stomach. The pain was unbearable for a while. Too late to think about it. Arm strength. Pulled out the Sakura 10 and deadwood caught by Luo Mu, and jumped away with a backflip. Hold your breath. It took some effort to expel that strange force from the body. What ability is this? Shiki was startled. He just felt that a strange force came from Luo Mu's hand, and then poured directly into his body through the double sword. Armament Haki. Do not. Impossible. At most, the armed color is to strengthen the strength and hardness of the body, and it is impossible to produce that kind of strange power. Could it be fruit power? It's not right. Isn't his ability to manipulate plants? Shiki's brain is racing. And this time, the pirates who were watching were stunned when they saw this battle situation. What? How is that possible? That's a great sword. What exactly is that layer of black and red? The pirates were shocked. Empty hand to hand to hand. It is also the two supreme swords of Shiki, the leader of the Rock's pirate division. This is simply outrageous. One by one, they were shocked, and they frantically discussed what the black and red layer on Luo Mu was. Akoku they are no exception. One by one frowned. No longer the relaxed and boring feeling before. Shiki's sword was actually blocked by this kid's hand. What is the power of the black-red energy covering his body? Advertisement. Is it armament Haki? No, that energy fluctuation is very similar to armament Haki, but there are some differences. What is that? Fruit power. It's even more impossible. His fruit ability is to manipulate plants. Several people were talking. I am very curious about what the energy that is very similar to the armament Haki wave is. Not fruit ability. It's Haki. In their ears came Newgate's rich voice. Several people turned back suddenly. Want to hear Newgate give them an explanation. Newgate came down from the flowers. Go to a few people. Staring at Luo Mu in the field with burning eyes. Said in surprise. That's right. It's armament Haki. But it's not an ordinary armed color, but an advanced existence of armament Haki. There is no uniform name. It is said that the samurai of Wanokuni called it emission. Armed high-level existence. Emission. Akoku and others looked puzzled. But before I could continue to ask, the battle between Luo Mu and Shiki started again. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Shiki stared at Luo Mu opposite. His expression became more serious. Not bad boy, but that's the end of it. Say it. Shiki leaps in place with the power of lion fruit. Jump directly into the midair more than 10 meters high. Body muscles twitch. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. With a roar, Shiki's tall and thin body is spinning at an incredible angle at high speed. Brush, brush, brush. 3 consecutive golden arc swords that are stronger and faster than slash wave blast out at the same time. And Shiki's spin and stop. And it's getting faster and faster. In the eyes of the pirates. The high-speed spinning Shiki and the Sakura 10 and dead wood in his hand turned into a golden sphere. Gold flashes in the air one after another. Less than the blink of an eye. There are dozens of arc sword chi again. There is a terrifying power that is enough to cut through the mountains. Sword chi swept across the land. The wind blows and the earth shatters. Nothing can stop a second. See, Akoku and others ignored Newgate's explanation and discussed it again. This lunatic, he actually used Thousand Slice Valley. He wants to destroy the island. Ha ha ha, if it's ruined, it's ruined. I want to see if that emission can catch Shiki's Thousand Slice Valley. Say it. All three turned their attention to Luo Mu. In the battlefield, countless golden sword chi envelops endless coercion. As this the golden lion. The strength is so terrifying. Luo Mu narrowed his eyes. Advertisement. In this hit. He smelled danger like never before. Perhaps, he will get hurt, even. The sword of destruction is about to strike. But Luo Mu's muscles couldn't stop shaking slightly. But he was not afraid. Quite the opposite. Luo Mu just felt agitation in his chest. Be careful. It doesn't mean that Luo Mu doesn't have the courage to fight against the real powerhouse. Kill the bandits. Out to sea. All the way to live and develop. The strength is getting stronger and stronger. Kill pirates. Cut Marine Branch Vice Admiral. Play conquerors against a young Whitebeard. These are the testimony of his blood. And at this moment, facing the top powerhouse Golden Lion's ultimate move Lion, Thousand Slice Valley, Luo Mu's blood was fully stimulated. Throbbing muscles. Is eager to fight. The sword of destruction has arrived. But Luo Mu not only did not retreat, but continued to take a step forward. His eyes were like electricity. The black and red emission Haki on the body is more intense. Low drink. Then fight. Boom. Luo Mu slammed his fist forward. A penetrating force was instantly transmitted from the spine to the right fist and then burst out. The black-red fist collided with the first sword energy. A bang. The fierce sword chi was scattered by life. The gust of wind raged. The rocks under Luo Mu's feet are cracked inch by inch. The surging shock wave will mercilessly split the hard rock into soy-like sand. Except for Newgate, the strong wind pressure made the surrounding pirates unsteady. But Luo Mu at the center of the storm, not moving. It's like a giant whose strength connects the heavens and the earth. Far away, Shiki had listened, and hung his arms in the air. Jia grinned. Kihahaha, I'm not close, let's see how you use that weird power. Boy, I see how long you can last. Luo Mu couldn't hear Shiki's wild words. He just kept throwing punches. Another punch. The fist swung rapidly. Phantoms have been created. In a blink, it is the powder of dozens of sword chi being punched by flesh. But suddenly, stab it. A sword energy pierced the emission Haki covered on Luo Mu's right fist. Chapter 16. Shiki, be my right wrist. Luo Mu, are you cool? It's my turn. The dark red armament Haki was cut open. Reveal skin color. The sword is fierce. The skin on the back of Luo Mu's right fist split instantly, and scarlet blood beads immediately splashed with the violent waves. Impartial. It just landed on his slightly dry lips. Luo Mu pursed his lips. A rust smell spreads quickly on the taste buds. Buzz. Accompanied by a soft sound. The scratched emission Haki was restored to its integrity. From start to finish, Luo Mu didn't even blink an eye. According to his self-healing ability, this injury is nothing at all. Fist speed does not decrease. One punch forward and one punch. It was actually an inward spiral airflow that was gradually hammered in the center of the storm of countless blades. Break. Luo Mu burst out. Next moment, the black and red light on Luo Mu's right fist suddenly flashed. Body is the axis. The strongest blow. Hiss. The half-sleeves on Luo Mu's body were torn to shreds in an instant, the rocks under his feet shattered again, and the spiral airflow in the center of the storm spun inward rapidly. Click. A cobweb-like trace appeared in the deepest space of the cyclone. This punch. The space that was actually hit shattered, and a jaw-dropping terrifying gravitational force erupted. No strength to struggle. All the remaining golden sword energy was swallowed up by this spiral airflow. The wind stops. Call. Luo Mu exhaled a turbid breath. Standing proudly. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Is this the real powerhouse? The Kadri level combat power of Rock's pirate is so terrifying. Captain Shiki is awesome. Sword skills are invincible. Luo Mu is also amazing. There are not so many bells and whistles, punching the blade with one punch. Damn it. This time it's a real man. Luo Mu, you are my idol. Luo Mu, quote. The surrounding pirates felt that the wind had stopped, and one by one rushed out from behind the windshield demonstration. All eyes are frenzied. They marveled at Shiki's amazing swordsmanship and praised Luo Mu as a tough man. Without exception, they were all attracted by this splendid battle. Others also held their hands into a trumpet shape. He shouted loudly for the two of them. Akoku et al. The casual look on his face was long since thrown aside, replaced by a shock full of shock. Akoku stroked his long beard ruffled by the wind. This Luo Mu is not easy. Shiki's move, Thousand Slice Valley, can also follow. But as violent as Luo Mu, he directly punched him with his fists. To be honest, he couldn't do it. Advertisement. Just a monster. John tightened the shield and axe in his hands. Shen said, he has the right to be crazy. John's eyes were on Shiki, who was hanging in the air. Quiet road. This kid is really good, but Shiki won this match. Shiki, it's time to get real. Lion fruit is more than just flying. Hear this. Both Akoku and John nodded. Luo Mu is tough. But the winner must be Shiki. They are sure of this. Gu la la la, have you forgotten that Luo Mu is also a fruit person? Newgate laughed out loud. That's right. How could you forget that this kid is also a capable person? It's that his weird emission armament Haki is too powerful, and we subconsciously ignored his fruit ability. Could it be? Silver Axe's previous joke is going to come true. Shiki will be defeated by a new pirate. The three were amazed. In my heart, I completely face Luo Mu. Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, Emission, and Devil Fruit. Luo Mu, what secrets are you hiding? Newgate thought to himself. Looking at Luo Mu's eyes became brighter. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Island center. There are potholes and holes everywhere, and broken trees everywhere. The once beautiful island has now become a mess. Luo Mu and Shiki are one on the left and one on the right. Opposing each other. Boy, you were beyond my expectations. Shiki was the first to break the silence. There was something called appreciation in the wild eyes. He didn't expect Luo Mu to have such strength. Weird energy barrier. If I hadn't found out earlier, maybe the gutter would have capsized. In a not very tall body. It has a physique that is close to that of a monster. Actually able to break up his lion, Thousand Slice Valley. This kind of people, what a pity to die. If it works for me. Think about it here. Shiki licked his lips. He actually had the idea of gathering Luo Mu again. Next moment, Shiki raised his right arm sharply, his voice a few octaves higher. Luo Mu, I Shiki approve of you. Come to my squad, I'll make you the vice captain. Be my right wrist, let's go to the top of the world together. Advertisement. Confidence. Arrogant. The right arm is still raised. The cigar in his mouth kept smoking black. A proper traitorous temperament. And here this Haki recruitment manifesto. The three of Silver Axe were immediately stunned. It was like 10,000 walking ducks galloping past in my heart. They didn't expect to stop fighting. He also offered Luo Mu such a tempting offer for the vice captain. In an instant, my brain was racing. This Luo Mu is not an idiot, he is a genius. Calm down. Immediately, they all shouted angrily. The left and right wrists of shit. Luo Mu wants to join my Silver Axe team. What to join your squad? Luo Mu is about to join my Akoku squad. What? Don't take me John seriously, do you? See. Shiki narrowed his eyes. Pooh, he even vomited his life cigar on the ground. At the same time, the ruthless color is undisguised. Shiki, we don't care if there are other things, but recruiting Luo Mu. Don't think it's enough to be ruthless. Akoku stroked his beard. Said without hesitation, although he is slightly weaker than Shiki, he is not too much. Silver Axe and John also nodded. Say no to give up. To be able to play like this with Shiki at the age of less than 20 years old. This potential, they have never heard of it for more than 10 years. If there is such a deputy, your own team will definitely skyrocket in the future. At this moment, the pirates around were dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you. Isn't this a fight? Why did you get promoted to vice captain directly? The four squad leaders of Rocks invited at the same time. Who will believe this? A time. The atmosphere on the field was no longer tense, but rather strange. But the next moment, Luo Mu's lukewarm voice rang out. You've had enough. Should it be me? Not much sound. But it immediately caught everyone's attention. Everyone's face changed again and again. Brilliant. But what remains the same, can be confirmed. Luo Mu. He took the initiative to issue a gauntlet to Shiki. Chapter 17. Battle Upgrade. Birth of the Tree World vs. Lion Majesty. Earth Coiling. Have you had a blast? It's me. These words are like bombs, immediately detonating the wildness in the hearts of all the pirates present. Luo Mu. Luo Mu. What about Shiki? Hit me. And aside, Akoku and the others ignored the tsunami of the trash fish. The complexion is very solemn. Looked at each other. Neither spoke. Silent. They are not fools. From the match just now, they already know that Luo Mu is definitely not stupid. It's a real ruthless character. Sudden. John, the most shrewd person on weekdays, turned back suddenly, staring at Newgate, who was in a relaxed state from beginning to end. A bold conjecture floated through my mind. Could it be? At the same time, there was a burst of laughter in the middle of the island. Kihahaha. It's Shiki. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the past. I see. The tall and thin Shiki held his stomach and laughed wildly at the night sky. Huge sound waves echoed continuously on the empty island. Just half a minute. Can be sudden. Shiki's laughter stopped abruptly. His face suddenly sank, eyes narrowed into long strips. A bloodthirsty light with a strong sense of oppression radiated from the pupils. Glancing at the crowd for a week, the pirates who were swept up were a little hairy. Immediately after, the corners of his mouth rose sharply. It's really been underestimated. Put away Sakura 10, dead wood. He waved to Luo Mu. Bring it on, stupid thing. It seems that you still need to see the gap first. Luo Mu's expression did not change. She tore off the gray half-sleeves that were shattered into flocks and threw them aside at will, revealing her bronzed skin. The two faced off. Advertisement. An invisible sense of oppression immediately swept the audience. The pirates immediately stopped all movements. I even held my breath. The whole island became extremely quiet. Only the sound of waves crashing against the reef remained. Call. Orangutan salty sea breeze blows. A puff of dust rolled up. Break the suffocating tension. Next moment, Shiki looked grim, raised his right arm and squeezed his palm. Luo Mu raised his foot and stomped on the rock. The two were drinking at the same time. Lion Majesty. Earth Coiling. The tree world is born. No excessive nonsense. Make a big move directly. Time. The ground behind the two began to shake violently one after the other. Rolling rocks. Seawater flooding. Boom. There was a huge roar, like an island whimpering. All the little pirates panicked. But this is just the beginning. Next second. Behind Shiki, the earth with a radius of several hundred meters suddenly swelled. Dozens of tons of dirt escape gravity and fly into the sky, changing rapidly. Blink of an eye, it condensed into several hideous-looking earth lions with bloody mouths and big mouths. The same is true behind Luo Mu. The earth rises rapidly. Trees and seeds that were dormant in the ground grew rapidly. Wild growth. They pierce through rocks and split mountains. In an instant, it broke out of the ground and covered the entire ground, forming a terrifying thorny forest that was airtight. Hundreds of trash fish pirates were thrown into the air, one by one holding rocks and trees. Tears and snot flowing. Roar. With the roar of the earth-shattering lions, the earth lions dozens of meters high came to life like real lions. Ignore everyone. The huge beast pupil was fixed on Luo Mu. Roar. Advertisement. Another roar. 10 gigantic earth lions stepped forward with huge hooves and charged towards Luo Mu with endless might. Wherever you go, there are dark clouds. Huge. Anything that dares to stand in front of you will be instantly smashed into powder. And the thorny jungle on the other side is equally scary. Rub rub. Thousands of dark green trees broke out. The solid rock looks like tofu in front of these wildly growing trees. Was stabbed in an instant. Intertwined, obscuring the sky. Dancing like a snake, spit out the core, fearlessly pierced towards 10 giant earth lions rushing over. A time. The wind is surging, the sky is falling and the earth is cracking. Shiki and Luo Mu both had undisguised excitement on their faces. At the same time, it turned into a white on. Along with the giant wild lion and the world of trees that he summoned, he also rushed towards the opponent. Click. The two of them stared at the same time. A purple-black lightning burst in the air. At this moment, the island wailed again, and the left and the right were completely divided into two worlds. Time. It seems to be frozen in this second. Left. Luo Mu stands at the forefront of tens of thousands of trees covering the sky and the sun. Bare upper body. Dark red emission Haki lingers all over. Right. Shiki hangs above the forehead of the giant lion dozens of meters high. Arms tucked behind him. Sakura 10. Withered wood double-edged cold light. Blonde hair dancing in the wind. Shiki. Boy. Very capable. Luo Mu. Crap. In an instant, the two sides collide. Chapter 18. Equally divided. It's not over yet. The turbid waves are emptied and the moon and stars are not seen. The giant lion opened its bloody mouth and bit off a cane in an instant. The huge four hooves are used together. A few slaps smashed the blocking trees. The earth trembled for it. The trees burst out like an arm's finger. Instantly pierced the giant lion's body and continued to stab at the ground without slowing down. Leaving a bottomless hole, there is no winner between the two. Continue to tremble together. But the whole island became riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Boom. The sea water gushed out of the hole. It's more than 10 feet tall. Crazy. Crazy. These two are crazy. Get on the boat first. This island is going to collapse. Damn, I didn't expect that Luo Mu could fight Shiki to such a level. It's more than enough to be a captain. Newgate, hurry up and tell the truth. Is it Luo Mu who is fighting conquerors with you? Gu la la la. You see for yourself. The two are more powerful than fighting. Even Newgate and the others kept dodging and moving towards the pirate ship moored in the distance. As for the passerby pirates, countless casualties. But neither Luo Mu nor Shiki don't care about that. They only see each other now. Only this battle. In Shiki's hands, Sakura 10 and dead wood, two supremely fast knives, are wrapped around the black armament Haki. He kept swallowing Jinmang, slash at Luo Mu's dark red emission iron arm. This time Shiki was on guard. He left a part of his power to counteract Luo Mu's darkness. Luo Mu thought about it. The arms are again covered with dark red emission Haki. No shyness. Reach out to grab those two sharp knives. Clang, clang. Between electric and flint, Luo Mu and Shiki have attacked hundreds of times. You come to me on both sides. Offensive and defensive. Like the giant lions and the tree world that were fighting each other, the fight was indistinguishable. Boy, it's you who fights conquerors against Newgate. Shiki jumped back, asked out loud, but in fact, he already had the answer in his heart. Advertisement. So what? Luo Mu also stepped aside. Hihahaha. Then see whose conquerors is more domineering. Shiki jumped high, conqueror's Haki covered. A flash of blue light suddenly appeared on the body. The same is true for Sakura 10 and dead wood in the hand. There are blue electro-optics flowing on the surface. Immediately Shiki was like an arrow. Blazed towards Luo Mu. Are you coming? Luo Mu's face was indifferent. In a pair of star eyes, there is a flash of red light. This is the real battle. He has fallen in love with the feeling. Kai. Several red electric beams flickered on Luo Mu's bronze-colored body. Take a step forward. The head of a giant lion exploded instantly. The momentum is like a prison. The right fist is drawn back first. Then the shells hit Shiki, who fell from the sky. Who wins? Who is responsible? They don't know it themselves. They only know that they don't hold back. Full blow. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Hundreds of meters on a pirate ship. Newgate and others all looked solemn, and looked at the island in the distance without blinking. Boom. Island center. There was a sudden thunder in the night sky. A large black-purple halo spread out in the air, and quickly smashed to the ground. The earth shook violently like never before, and the giant lion and thousands of trees were blown to dust. And at the center of the storm, Luo Mu raised his arms high to support the smashed Shiki. Both sides are still wrestling. Red and blue conquerors' breaths are constantly colliding. The sky is getting darker. Countless overcast clouds. Getting thicker. As the two wrestled, the conquerors collided and trembled. All the boulders fell apart. Turn into grains of crushed sand. Advertisement. The giant lion and thousands of trees are no exception, and they are turned into powder by this endless coercion. The island that has been riddled with holes for a long time has been cut off by more than 10 meters. Boom. Another explosion. The two faced each other, left and right, to shoot apart. The aftermath of the air waves rushed towards the sky. On the pirate ship in the distance, the dozens of pirates who survived by chance were still in shock and stared blankly at the island where the apocalypse had come. Shouted out, "Look, Cloud, no, the sky is cracked. It's not just the sky, look at this island again, it's more than 10 meters lower than just now. It's so scary. Who exactly won? I don't know, the center of the island is still chaotic, and I can't see anything." Deck edge. Akoku pinched his long beard. Dignified eyes through the frantic energy storm. Shen said, "Win or lose." Silver Axe on the side nodded. "Little trash fish can't see through it. But they are the strong ones who can perceive it. Although the momentum just now is huge. But neither Luo Mu nor Shiki's aura was weakened much. Should be indistinguishable." Smart John took out a red wine bottle and took a sip. Throwing unique insights again. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Luo Mu's captain didn't run away. He has such strength at the age of 20. Such a monster captain will not let him go. I believe that both of them have an understanding of their respective strengths, and they should not fight again. Fight again. That is to make you die and I live. Newgate was not very interested in the three. His gaze was fixed on the center of the broken island. The way of contentment. Luo Mu. So this is your true strength. After playing Conquerors against Luo Mu, he was very curious about Luo Mu's true combat power. Until now, Newgate thought he had the answer. Even with Shiki. It should be pretty much the same. Can be suddenly. The energy fluctuations on the island that had been gradually quiet, actually began to be restless again. Chapter 19. Lion Majesty. Govern place Earth coiling. Wood Dragon. 100-meter wooden dragon. Call. Shiki gasped. Two sharp knives stuck in the broken ground. Holding Sakura 10. Dead wood. The tall and thin body looked slightly bent. Slash wave. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling, and the all-out conquerors just now. Continuous big skill consumption. Even he needs to slow down for a while. But across from him, Luo Mu seemed much more relaxed. The life essence absorbed by Mumu Guo gave him a unique advantage in physical strength. Tick-tock. Luo Mu's right arm was dripping blood. But soon, the wound was healing at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Interesting. You do have the strength of a squad leader. Shiki stood up straight and said. But he wasn't finished yet. Luo Mu spoke up. What do you mean? Admit defeat. Kai. Shiki's new cigar in his mouth gave off a plume of smoke. The corners of the mouth cracked at an exaggerated angle. Really, Luo Mu's strength exceeded his expectations. Rely on your physique to break up your lion, Thousand Slice Valley head on. Summon the world of trees against Lion Majesty, Earth coiling. Then there is Conqueror's Haki, who has just been able to equalize with himself. Perhaps the way of fighting in Teishu is a little more simple, but the layer of strange energy on his body is enough to make up for this. All these made Shiki admire Luo Mu with admiration. But what surprised him the most was not these, but a detail that no one else noticed. Physical strength. Fight so far. Although his consumption is not too big, at least he is a little tired. Take a look at Luo Mu again. His physical strength seems to be infinite. After several consecutive waves of skill matchups, he was still full of energy and eager to try. There is no doubt that he will be able to fight for a few more days and nights. And, the few sword chi injuries he received actually healed in minutes. Monster. Even at Rock's Pirate, famous for its monsters that Shiki has never seen before. But admit defeat. These two words could not have appeared in his Shiki's dictionary. His strength is far from fully revealed. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Young people, don't be too arrogant. Advertisement. I mean, the warm-up is over. Shiki Jia smiled strangely. Next moment, he put away the two sharp blades of Sakura 10 and dead wood. Wu shouted loudly, Lion Majesty. Govern place Earth coiling. Instant time. The messy ground trembled again. Not just the ground. This time, the sea trembled. The originally calm sea immediately became rough. Overwhelming mud and furious waves rose into the sky. 50 giant lions appeared. 20 lions. The other 30 are sea lions. Go, Shiki said softly. Boom. The sky is changing. It seems to be telling what kind of power this blow has. Why are you fighting again? It's actually this trick. Luo Mu is finished. The Earth Master is okay, but this sea lion is indeed a nightmare for the capable ones. After being wrapped by the sea lion, it will be swallowed by the Earth Lion. There is a dead end. But, can push Shiki to this point. Is this Luo Mu really under 20 years old? Akoku on the pirate ship looked at the island. The expression is no different from the little pirates around. Everyone was stunned. Even Newgate lost his relaxed expression before, and his expression gradually became solemn. He knew the power of Shiki's move. Very strong, it can be said. Akoku and others have to peel off the skin even if they don't die. He frowned. Just drop a boat. Luo Mu was very angry with him. He wants to save Luo Mu. But as soon as Newgate threw the boat into the sea, he noticed another burst of terrifying energy on the island surrounded by dozens of giant lions. Next moment, boom, boom, the island, which was already in disarray, shook eerily. Not a few hundred meters this time, but the whole island. And not just islands. The sea area within a kilometer of the island also began to vibrate. Grumble. The gray-black sea water seemed to be boiling. Lots of blisters bubbling constantly. Advertisement. Then, no wind and waves. The boiling sea water roared, and dozens of huge waves spewed out in a row. What's the situation? Could it be the Sea Kings? Damn it. Drive the boat farther away. The pirate ship where Newgate and others were located hundreds of meters away was also affected. And in the center of the great shock, the broken island has been shrouded in endless dust and gravel. Boom. There was a loud bang. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the past, only to see in the thick dust and gravel. A huge blurry shadow suddenly appeared. Mid-air, two huge diamond-shaped mysterious objects emit a bright orange-yellow light. Roar, accompanied by a shocking whisper. The diffused dust and gravel began to rapidly gather towards the center of the island, and the edge of the island gradually became clear. Boom. The shadow turned into a meteor spiraling towards the sky. Just a few blinks of an eye. The black shadow wrapped in endless dust and gravel squatted over the island. Roar. Another whistle. The dust and gravel that gathered into a sphere were immediately blown away by the shadows, and blasted towards the ground, creating another dust mist within a time limit. Who can tell me what's going on here? How do I know? Damn dust. Quote. Hundreds of meters away, the pirates on the boat kept cursing, and they were extremely curious about the shadow that was more exaggerated than 50 giant lions in their hearts. Not even blinking an eye. In the anticipation, shock, and curiosity of everyone. The dust mist finally dissipated slowly. The true face of the huge shadow is revealed. Dragon. It is a dragon entrenched in the sky above the island. Long hook nose. A huge wooden dragon with spines all over its body, about 100 meters long. The two rhombus-shaped objects emitting orange light are the two huge dragon eyes of the dragon. Snapped. The terrifying wooden dragon flicked its tail at will, and a monstrous water column with a height of dozens of meters erupted on the sea. The might of the dragon. So terrifying. Everyone's eyes slowly moved up from the dragon's tail, and finally raised their necks and completely retracted the dragon into their eyes. Look. On the dragon's head, is there a person standing? Luo Mu. The person standing on the dragon's head is Luo Mu. Chapter 20. The Final Battle. Closing. This dragon. It was created by Luo Mu imitating Senju Hashirama's wooden dragon technique. Not a chakra though. Instead, it is formed by relying on the ability of Mumu fruit to manipulate plants and inject a large amount of life essence into plants. Over 100 meters long. The torso is extremely rigid. Just a swipe of the tail can open up mountains and cracks. Incomparably mighty. Can cause huge physical damage to the enemy. Also, this wooden dragon also has the ability to absorb energy from the thorn killing rattan, which can restore the damage it has received, and the excess life essence will feed back Luo Mu. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. In the sky, the huge wooden dragon hovered over the island, and its torso over 100 meters was like a sky island. The dark green dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind. Huge dragon eye, majestic, dragon head. Luo Mu stood facing the wind with arms folded. Like a god, look down at the 50 giant lions that ring around the island. Eyes indifferent. Lion. It's just a toy. Around the dragon. 50 lions were clustered together, and their hooves kept stroking back and forth on the ground. Restless. Luo Mu. Shiki muttered in a deep voice. Eyes are very dignified. The cigar in my mouth kept smoking black. The arrogant aura that was unique to his body was actually restrained a lot at this moment. But soon, Shiki's eyes narrowed suddenly, and the whole person regained his sharp color again. Arms are raised suddenly. Explosive drink. Rise. Suddenly, as Shiki's voice fell, the 50 lions that were restless all raised their heads and roared. Then, the huge animal hoof slammed back. All the lions soared into the sky. One by one, they opened their bloody mouths, wrapped in the wind and thunder, and slaughtered the wooden dragon entrenched in the sky without hesitation. Go. Luo Mu also drank lightly. The giant dragon under his feet suddenly opened his mouth and roared angrily. An invisible sound wave suddenly spread out, and all the surrounding dark clouds were blown away. Next moment, the dragon beard danced. The torso of the wooden dragon that is more than 100 meters long burst out. In a blink, the wooden dragon on the sky and the lions rushing from the ground immediately scuffled together. Boom. Advertisement. Just got in touch. A soil lion was directly pierced by the dragon's claws and dissipated. Snapped. The wooden dragon flicked its tail violently, and another earth lion collapsed. But shocking. The two dissipated lions reunited in an instant. With 48 other lions. Come on up. Fiercely slaying the giant dragon. With the combined force of 3 sea lions and a soil lion, they directly bit off a piece of the wooden dragon's tail. But the wooden dragon also quickly returned to its original state. They are all energy bodies. As long as the energy is abundant, they can always recover. Boom. The wind is surging, the waves are surging. The giant dragon and the lions fought hard together, and the fight was dark and dark. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Hundreds of meters away on the sea, a pirate ship was tossed in violently churning waves. It seems to be submerged at any time. On the deck, the miscellaneous fish pirates looked terrified and moved sandbags back and forth. Between life and death, they don't even have the time to watch Luo Mu and Shiki's battle, they are just trying their best to control the balance of the wooden boat. At the same time, I prayed that the two would not fight again. Bo, Akoku, John, and Silver Axe looked solemn. He stared at the battle scene between the two on the island without blinking. They are strong. There is no danger even if the boat capsizes. Hey, I still want to recruit Luo Mu as my vice captain. As this Shiki's strength. Damn it, I thought I was only a little worse than him. I can't see what the final result of this battle will be. Quote. Beside them, Newgate touched his chin. Inner secret. Luo Mu. The final winner is Luo Mu. His eyes were burning, and his heart was surging. Actually, at the beginning, he also couldn't infer which of the two would be the ultimate winner. Although it seems, the form of the giant dragon was even more shocking, but he noticed that the wooden dragon and the lion group had similar powers. But in the follow-up matchup, Newgate was keenly aware that the energy consumption rate of the wooden dragon was much slower than that of the lions. This surprised him, so open observation Haki directly. Under the blessing of seeing and hearing, Newgate found the reason for the slow energy consumption of wooden dragons. At the moment when the dragon touches the lion, advertisement. The body will light up slightly. Energy recovered slightly. To the opposite, the energy on the contacted lion is thinner. Although not much, but when the number of times accumulates, the increase and decrease are very terrifying. Really, as Newgate expected, the power of the lions is constantly diminishing, and even after 4 or 5 lions have been scattered, they only have half their bodies reunited. How come? Shiki, who was floating in the air, was taken aback for a moment. Although this wooden dragon is astonishingly powerful. But from the perspective of energy fluctuations, his lions are by no means inferior. But why? The energy consumption of your own lions is so fast. And that wooden dragon also has consumption. But compared to their own lions, they are simply negligible. Bystanders are clear, the authorities are obsessed. However, Shiki is a top powerhouse with extremely rich combat experience. Although I didn't figure out the reason for this strange situation for a while, there was a countermeasure in an instant. No more war of attrition. Fight a wave. Shiki raised his right arm high, his palm choked to death. Get a big drink. Gather. Time. The lions in the air were stunned for a moment, then changed their direction, and they all slammed into the sea lion with the most energy left. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 20 earth lions and 29 sea lions all disappeared. Only a black mud lion remains. Roar. The mud lion raised his head and hissed. The wind will rise to 90 meters. Then he opened his mouth and ran wildly. Where the huge animal hoof touched, a spider web-like crack appeared in the air. It actually smashed the space. Not far away, the wooden dragon was not at all timid. Flicking the dragon's tail, the cave-sized nostrils exhaled 2 white air. The body moves. Step on the residual clouds and the sea water to meet the giant lion head-on. After a while, everyone in the distance could only feel the suffocating energy fluctuations on the sea above the island. A burst of fiery light burst. It's daybreak. It was as if the sun had risen over the sea. Boom. After a loud bang, the huge shock wave ripped apart the entire island directly. On the sea, a roaring wave with a height of tens of meters rose out of thin air. Chapter 21. Autistic Golden Lion. See you at Hachinosu. A full 10 minutes. This terrifying scene of doomsday has gradually calmed down. The scene on the island is revealed. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. The island split into 5 pieces. The surface is all bare, with occasional pieces of plant trunks and animal carcasses that have not been completely destroyed. Unrecognizable. And on the most central island, the giant lion disappeared. The wood dragon is still there. However, there is only a small half of the body that is more than 10 meters long. One corner was also broken. If you look carefully, it's recovering. However, the speed is extremely slow, and the change is almost invisible to the naked eye. Circling in the folded broken torso, Shiki held Sakura 10 and Deadwood 2 supremely fast knives, and desperately resisted. At this time, Shiki is no longer the same as before. The black robe was tattered. Dozens of wounds on his body were dripping blood, and even his golden hair looked a lot dry. I see. Shiki felt the constant flow of energy in his body. Grit your teeth. He finally understood why his lion majesty, govern place earth coiling failed. This wooden dragon can absorb energy. It is simply the nemesis of his own tricks. Phew, I was restrained. Shiki spat bloody phlegm. Full of resentment, he took another breath forcibly and covered the surface of his body with armament Haki, trying to struggle to escape the wooden dragon's torso. But he was consuming too much at this time. Unexpectedly, he couldn't struggle out, and he was entangled more and more tightly. A face turned the color of pig liver. Give up the struggle. Maybe you'll feel better. A calm voice sounded. Luo Mu was sent to Shiki by a dark green wooden vine. There are many wounds on the body. The healing rate is much slower than before. Also slightly embarrassed, but there is no doubt. He is the winner of this battle. Kihahaha. Boy, you. Shiki forced a weird smile. But Mu Long was so tight that he couldn't even speak. Luo Mu shook his head. But he didn't say anything more. Feel your weak state now. His face was solemn. He muttered inwardly. If only this golden lion brought the pride together from the beginning. It's hard to say who wins and who loses. It seems. The current strength is still not enough, and it must be improved again. Advertisement. Think about it here. Luo Mu looked at Shiki and a cold light flashed in his eyes. But it soon returned to normal. Never mind. It's not a good idea to provoke the rocks, Whitebeard and the others are nearby. And this Shiki, maybe there are other ruthless tricks that use life to win. There's no need to take risks. Same as what Luo Mu thought. Shiki does have the means to fight for his life. At the moment of feeling murderous, Shiki has already made plans to die together. At the same time, a pirate ship docked on the shore. It's Newgate and the others. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Rooster, didn't you say you wanted to let Luo Mu have a hand? That's how you did it. Ha 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 ha, don't smoke your cigar, forget it for me. Quote. Akoku, Silver Axe, and John looked at Shiki, who was embarrassed. Laugh out loud, but Shiki didn't say a word. Silently rubbed his wrist that had been strangled. Take a look at Luo Mu. Turned around and floated directly onto the wooden boat. Against the mast, sitting on the deck with head down. Shut up. Yes, the famous, flying pirate, Golden Lion has closed itself. Since going to sea, he never fails, but I didn't expect to suffer a big loss in this broken place today. Shiki is not someone who can't afford to lose. He can accept failure. But he couldn't accept that it was a young man less than 20 years old who beat him. And except for the means of death. Luo Mu didn't defeat him by any conspiracy or tricks, but both sides fought to the end and defeated him with hard power. In the end, he was rescued by several people from Newgate. The mentality explodes directly. Luo Mu, Luo Mu, Luo Mu. Shiki muttered softly. The hands kept drawing circles on the deck. See, the faces of Akoku were also stiff, and there was an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. Then he stopped the mockery of the downfall. They turned to look at Newgate. Newgate saw what they meant and nodded. Immediately. The three of Akoku went straight to the pirate ship. Newgate looked at Luo Mu. He patted his shoulder hard. Strictly said, nice job, you do have what it takes to be the captain of the Rocks Pirate. Want to go back to Hachinosu with us? Advertisement. Luo Mu pondered for a moment. Shaking his head, not in a hurry. Go back in a few days. See Luo Mu's rejection. Newgate didn't talk too much, he knew that Luo Mu had his own plans. Then we'll leave first. See you Hachinosu. Gu la la la. Say it. The tall Newgate carried Kong Yunchi and walked away with a big smile. Call. Luo Mu took a deep breath. Sitting directly on the wooden rattan. Tired face. Defeat Shiki. He was far less relaxed than he seemed. There are a number of reasons why Newgate was refused to return to Hachinosu with them. The current state of weakness is one of the most important. Although there is probably no danger. But, be careful sailing the 10,000 years ship. FK. It really hurts. National quintessence export. Luo Mu grinned and covered the slowly healing wound. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. The next day, somewhere on the blue sea, a huge ship of both blue and white is slowly moving forward. On the towering mast, flags waving in the wind on a white background. The logo is simple. The sketch of the seagull is stepping on a scale. Marine. The capital letters, Marine, are even more conspicuous. No doubt, this is the most powerful force in the world today. Marine. The seagulls and the scales flag mean absolute peace and justice. This is Marine's warship. On the deck, hundreds of sailors in blue and white sailor suits were practicing, chanting loudly from time to time. And at the forefront of them, a tall figure stood out. Wearing the cloak of justice. A purple hair gleamed in the sun. It's not someone else. It was the Black Arm Zephyr who volunteered to carry out the capture of Luo Mu. Chapter 22. Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Gull. D. Roger. Not bad. This is Marine's future. Seeing the young soldiers practicing diligently in front of him, Zephyr nodded with satisfaction. Serious face, showing a deep look of relief. Then, he closed the justice cloak behind him. Go down the deck. Back to his office in the cabin. Blublu. Zephyr had just entered the door. The phone bug with the word, Sean, on the table rang. It's Kong's dedicated line, without any hesitation. Zephyr immediately picked up the microphone. Shen said. I'm Zephyr. The call is connected. The phone bug's demeanor was immediately in sync with Kong's. The complexion is very solemn. Time is running out. I'll just get to the point. Luo Mu defeated Shiki on Masuri Island. Heard. Zephyr's eyebrows twitched at first. Immediately afterwards, an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. Extremely surprised. Shiki. Is that Rock's pirate cadre, Golden Lion Shiki? The phone bug nodded seriously. That's right. And he's decided to join the Rock's pirate. What? Zephyr's hand tightened on the microphone. A vein on his forehead jerked violently. But according to the information given by Hachinosu's undercover agent, Luo Mu didn't go directly to Hachinosu, but stayed near Lemasuri Island. Zephyr, you must stop Luo Mu before he reaches Hachinosu. Otherwise, speaking of which, the word, mountain, of the phone worm shook. You can see how restless Kong is now. Rest assured. I will definitely complete the task. Advertisement. Luo Mu will never appear in Hachinosu, but impel down. Zephyr's body shook. Loud. Wait for your news. The voice fell. The phone bug closed his eyes. Kong hung up the phone. Luo Mu. Zephyr muttered in a deep voice. He didn't expect Luo Mu to defeat Golden Lion Shiki. That flying pirate that made Marine's scalp tingle. At the same time, Zephyr clenched his fists tightly, and Luo Mu's message appeared in his mind. Under 20 years old, less than 20 years old has what it takes to beat the Rock's pirate cadre. Hiss. Zephyr gasped. There was a little fear in his heart. Never let him grow up again. I can't let him join that monster's team at Rocks. Say it. Zephyr walked to the string window and looked northeast. Murmured. Too slow. It's definitely too late to take the warship. Immediately, he pushed open the door and returned to the deck, under the horrified eyes of the soldiers. The figure flashed. The whole person actually stepped out of the air. Moonwalk. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. At the same time, Mercury Island. Big news. Big news. Pirate newcomer Luo Mu is on the rise. Defeat Golden Lion Shiki and become the new captain of Rock's pirate. A man shouted in shock while holding a newspaper. And he had the newspaper in his hand. Impressively printed with a shocking title. Open black lens bracket crazy Luo Mu. The new captain of the terrorist organization. Close black lens bracket. And below the title, on the other hand, Luo Mu stood on the 100-meter wooden dragon head and looked down at the group of lions. I don't know how these journalists captured these pictures. Soon, the big news spread all over the island at once. In the bar, 3 tall people sat around the front desk. Advertisement. The first person was dressed in a burgundy mopping robe, and there were 2 long thick black beards under the nose. But, the beard seems to be coming out of the nose. More like, nose hair. The other 2 beside him. One has short blonde hair. With round glasses. The other is extraordinarily sturdy. With purple earmuffs on right ear. There are many pirates in the bar. But no one dared to get too close to these 3. Why? The reason is simple. These 3 are members of the famous Roger Pirates. Captain Gall D. Roger. Deputy Captain Silver Rayleigh. Cadre. Douglas Bullet, known as the Devil's Descendant. Luo Mu. Roger holds the newspaper in his hand. Whispered softly. You actually beat Shiki, you're quite capable. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Teasing. Bullet pointed at Luo Mu in the newspaper. Grim face. Such a person deserves to live in the world. Bullet looked hideous. Rayleigh pouted. Noncommittal. He knew that this companion of his only trusted in one thing, and that was power. Roger frowned rarely. He's actually going to join that madman Rocks. No, if you don't stop it, the world will be destroyed by these monsters sooner or later. At the same time, a raft floats on the sea near Masuri Island. On it lay a young man in half-sleeved, wide-leg pants. He spat the toothpick out of his mouth. Touched the nose. Complained. Someone scold me. Chapter 23. Admiral Battle Power. Hoofs of Celestial Dragons. Luo Mu is in a good mood at the moment. Golden sunshine. A calm sea like a blue bronze mirror. From time to time, a few gusts of gentle sea breeze blowing salty orangutan. A flat boat. Lie in the shade of the canopy-shaped trees and drink sweet coconut juice. Enjoy the rare peace. Very comfortable, certainly. These are not the point. What makes him the most happy is. After the battle with Shiki, he not only had the clearest understanding of his current strength. And there is a small improvement. Conqueror's Haki, physical strength is 100 feet, and further. If only facing Shiki's lion, 1000 Slice Valley now. There should be no more emission Haki piercing the body covering. At the same time, with the increase of physical strength. Wooden Golem Jutsu, which could not be released stably, can be released with a moderate consumption. This is a big improvement. All in all, the membrane between Commodore and Admiral has been completely pierced by Luo Mu. He has become one of the top combat powers in this world. If Shiki knew that he not only lost to Luo Mu, but also became a ladder for Luo Mu's progress. I guess it will be more selfish. But, still can't relax too much. Luo Mu threw away the coconut husk he had finished drinking. Put your hands under your head. There was a little seriousness on her face. Muttered. Count it down. The Valley of the Gods battle is getting closer and closer. Speaking of which, Luo Mu paused, clenching his hands into fists. After feeling his own strength, he spoke in a more cautious tone. Admiral strength. It can only be said that it is barely enough, but it is not safe enough. He is obviously strong, but he is too cautious. However, Luo Mu's worries are not unfounded. After all. Compare carefully. The Valley of the Gods War is even more legendary than the Summit War in the time of King Luffy. The strength of Rocks is unparalleled in the world. It is the overlord of the sea, who has ruled an era, but it actually fell here. Admiral's strength really can't be taken lightly. Think about it here. Luo Mu raised his eyebrows. Seriously. No, we must keep up the good work. As long as this sea area is not owned by Rock's pirate, both Marines and pirates must clean it up. Improve your physique again. Whatever you say, get the true several thousand hands out before the Valley of the Gods. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. At the same time, on the sea not far away. Advertisement. A luxury cruise ship with a height of tens of meters is slowly advancing. How luxurious is it? The cruise ship has a total of 12 floors. Each floor is covered with fist-sized pearls, emeralds, and various precious gems. The top layer is even more golden, glittering in the sun. It was made of pure gold. On the mast, on a white flag, the red, dragon hoof, imprint is engraved. This is the Celestial Dragon's logo. This ship is a luxury cruise ship used by celestial dragons to transport heavenly gold. On the deck, all marines are on guard. Holding the musket in his hand, he was meticulously alert to the surrounding sea. Because of too much tension, there was a layer of sweat on his forehead. If it was just transporting the gold in the sky, they wouldn't be so nervous. But today is different. Celestial dragons don't know what went wrong. Actually asked to get on board. Together with them escort the heavenly gold. Celestial dragons. This is a privileged noble of the world standing above the law. If something goes wrong with him, everyone on the ship will have a bad end. The lightest punishment is to be marked with the unique, dragon hoof, slave mark. And then sent to Stormwind Land. Day and night to build the land of the bridge, Tequila Wolf. That's why the Marines are so nervous. And in the middle of the deck, a man with a round transparent glass cover looked extremely conspicuous. Pot lid bangs. The face is extremely ugly and gourd-shaped. A disgusting snot hung from under his nostrils. He held a dozen chains in his hands. However, the chain collars were not locked by pets such as cats and dogs, but by the young girls who were kneeling on the ground without an inch of thread. He's the world aristocrat who makes all Marines so nervous. Celestial Dragons, Charles Ross. Hey, Tay. Charles Rose spit out a mouthful of phlegm. But before the disgusting viscous liquid fell on the deck, the dozen or so girls in the flower season were like puppies who smelled the fragrance of meat. Everyone looks excited. He turned his head and opened his mouth to pick up the viscous liquid. See this scene. The younger soldiers looked terrified, and the older ones looked as usual. But no matter who, don't dare to come up and say a word. Seeing that his phlegm was accurately caught, Charles Ross nodded slightly satisfied. Then tugged on the chain, leading a dozen dogs swaggeringly toward the bow. Looking at the vast sea, Charles Ross added a special ice cream sprinkled with gold leaf, which was very comfortable. But suddenly, a dark figure in the distance entered his field of vision. Charles Rose frowned. The servant behind him immediately raised his binoculars. Advertisement. Charles Rose's eyes were close to the telescope. I see. In the circular lens field, a small raft with trees was drifting towards them. On it lay a young man with a toothpick in his mouth. So pulling. Charles Ross was startled. Then he spit out another mouthful of phlegm. Squeezed his throat and ducked. Not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. There are no such rude people in this world. Bump me. The voice fell. The old sailor at the helm did not hesitate, and directly ordered to go down to speed up. These are celestial dragons. Even if he were to commit suicide now, he would have to do it. Luxury cruise ships pick up speed immediately. Rush straight towards the raft. And aside, Marine Branch Vice Admiral Morrow put away the latest bounty he received. Glancing at the raft in the distance, I sighed in my heart. You're unlucky. It's not good to provoke anyone but to provoke celestial dragons. But suddenly, Morrow looked startled. He fixed his eyes on the young man lying on the boat with Erlang's legs crossed. Then he suddenly lowered his head and picked up the reward in his hand. FK. Quick stop. Hear Morrow's cry. Charles Rose's face sank. What are you? FK lousy. Forcing lousy to shoot you again. Extremely arrogant. Morrow didn't take it seriously at all. He is celestial dragons. Not to mention the Vice Admiral of the branch, what about the Admiral of the headquarters? It's all the watchdogs of their celestial dragons. The sailors knew this too. All did not listen to Vice Admiral at all, and continued to speed up. See this scene. Morrow's face turned green. If it's someone else that doesn't matter, that's fine. But that person is the great pirate Luo Mu who has just raised the bounty to 680 million Bailey. And has been confirmed to join the Rocks Pirate. And known. What is the Rocks Pirate? Specialize in killing celestial dragons. Morrow was in a dilemma at the moment. Spread both hands. Full of despair. It's over. Chapter 24. Celestial dragons directly under the unit, the strongest shield, CP0. See the look of fear on Morrow's face. Charles Rose walked up to him step by step. Nostrils up. The other party is just one person, so he's actually scared? What a vile trash. No wonder my cousin was killed under Marine's protection. Tay. Charles Rose was a sneer at Morrow. Shun the mouth and spit his face thick phlegm. A piece of waste. And spit it right in Vice Admiral's face? How arrogant is this? The faces of the young Marines were ashen. Charles Rose's inhumane words made them feel angry. But no way. This ugly thing with a bubble hood. It is the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world. It's their Marines' job to protect the celestial dragons who claim to be the descendants of the gods. The young sailors gritted their teeth. But they were all held tightly by the veterans beside them. At the same time, the humiliated Morrow's mind went blank. Celestial dragons. Luo Mu. He couldn't afford to provoke either of them. So he could only clench his fists and tremble slightly. But he was struggling on the edge of life and death. There was actually a slight idea of wanting to rebel against the celestial dragons. But only looked up at Charles Rose's dwarf face. And the bright red, dragon hoof, mark on the hunting flag on the mast. He suddenly lost his courage. only bowed his head, holding the bounty in his hand tightly. Opposite him, there was a pervert smile on Charles Rose's face. He sensed Morrow's fleeting thoughts of resistance. Flick the neck. The big snot flew directly to Morrow's white cloak and hung in the middle of the word, justice. Glancing at Morrow with contempt, Charles Ross waved slowly behind him. Advertisement. Immediately, 3 mysterious figures appeared quietly beside him. No one knows when they appeared. White suit with black tie. All with masks. It looks mysterious. CP0. A look of horror flashed in Morrow's eyes. He didn't know that Charles Ross actually brought 3 CP0s on this trip. CP0. An institution directly under the world aristocracy, Celestial Dragons. The members are very strong. It is said that the captain of CP0 can be on an equal footing with Admiral, and even ordinary members have the strength of Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral. Known as the strongest shield of Celestial Dragons, it is also the strongest cipher pole in the world. Staring at Morrow in a daze, the eyes of the 3 CP0s turned cold at the same time. Indifferent road, lowly trash, how dare you defy the will of God? Next moment, the 3 figures flashed at the same time. A strong wind howled. Morrow's body froze. The eyes bulged high from their sockets. An extremely neat cylindrical penetrating wound suddenly appeared in the middle of the stomach. Puff. Morrow clutched his pierced stomach. Spit out a mouthful of blood. In shock, he looked at Charles Ross, who was full of disgust in front of him. Why? He wanted to ask why. But before the words were finished, the originally tall body fell uncontrollably. Boom. The corpse fell heavily on the deck, making a muffled sound. Brush. Suddenly, with the appearance of this scene, all Marines' faces turned white at the same time, and their eyes were fixed on the 3 mysterious people in white suits. The body trembled uncontrollably. Who is this? On the other hand, the 3 CP0s completely ignored Marine's gaze. Advertisement. The face is hidden by the mask and the expression cannot be seen. But judging from their ruthless aura, killing a branch Vice Admiral was like killing a fly. There was no turmoil in his heart. This is CP0. A direct unit of Celestial Dragons. The strongest shield. There is only one responsibility. Protect the Celestial Dragons. No matter what the Celestial Dragons do, there is no bottom line. Whether it is General Marine or a prince or noble of any kingdom, as long as he dares to violate the interests of Celestial Dragons, or go against God's will. The ghostly CP0 can be killed at will. Charles Rose sensed Morrow's heart of resistance. So CP0 shot directly. Spike. Lowly trash. It's disgusting. Hurry up and clean up this damn rubbish. Charles Rose pinched his nose. He looked at the corpse with blood gushing in front of him with extreme disgust. Heard. The 3 CP0s turned their heads and looked around at Marine, and the meaning was self-evident. Receive. As ordered. The Marines who were swept up all had their legs trembling. Kill the branch Vice Admiral. The pressure of CP0 is too strong. A dozen people hurriedly rushed to the corpse, their teeth rattled and dragged their chief away. The blood-stained cloak of justice was used as a rag. He was grabbed by the remaining few people and wiped the deck frantically. Ha 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 ha. Charles Rose giggled wildly. Then he swallowed the gold leaf ice cream in one mouthful and shouted violently. Too slow. Accelerate me. Accelerate again. Kill that pariah. The Marines hurriedly hung up on top gear. The tail of the 12-story luxury cruise ship immediately saw huge waves, and the behemoth rushed forward. The distance between the cruise ship and the raft is rapidly shortening. Chapter 25. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Spike. On the raft, Luo Mu spat out the toothpick in his mouth. Stand up. Watching the luxury cruise ship at full speed, rushing straight towards him. Muttered, it's for me. There was no sense of anger in his tone, and he was even very happy. He had already seen the flying dragon hoof flag and knew that it was the gold carrier of the air polluter and dung maker, Tianlong pig. This has to find a way to do AF ******* G-shot. Even afraid that the ship will slip away. They were all ready to summon Fei Hua and flew over directly. But I didn't expect the ship to crash by itself. Isn't this fad delivered to your door? There is such a good thing. Good luck today, not bad. It would be even better if there were Tianlong pigs on it. Slaughtering 2 pigs may be worth more than the bounty for defeating the Golden Lion. There will be more bounty hunters, marine powerhouses. Luo Mu rubbed his chin and muttered to himself with interest. Secretly looking forward to it. Let the luxury cruise ship on the 12th floor rush to him. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. At the same time, on the deck of the cruise ship, Charles Ross was tired from standing, so he sat directly on the dog car. Shaking the jump chain, a dozen dogs immediately understood. Lie down on the ground and vigorously pull the dog cart forward. Bell bell. The iron chain with the thick wrist rubbed on the ground making a harsh sound. Wait until you reach the front of the deck. Stop. Charles Ross jerked the chain. Dog stopped immediately. Charles Rose was half lying on the dog cart, with a paralyzed face, quietly watching the approaching raft. He wanted to see the moment when the man was knocked into blood and spattered. Beside, the 3 CP0s stood there respectfully. Motionless like a zombie, but suddenly, the 3 of them froze at the same time and shouted in unison. Luo Mu, CP0. Not just combat units, but the strongest intelligence unit of celestial dragons. Of course I know Luo Mu's appearance. At the same time, since Luo Mu defeated Shiki and has a tendency to join the Celestial Dragons Killer, Rock's Pirate. The rating in CP0 is extremely dangerous. Advertisement. Luo Mu, what is it? Charles Ross glanced at him and asked impatiently. There is no restraint because CP0 is one's own attitude. In his eyes, there are only two types of people in the world, the Celestial Dragons and the Pariahs. CP0. Unhappy, let them kill themselves, they have to kill themselves. Sir, this Luo Mu is an extremely dangerous existence. Please move. We will immediately call the Holy Land, Mariajoy, to ensure your safety. A CP0 said respectfully. Waste. You are the same as the untouchable Marine. You are all waste of food. Hearing that CP0 actually wanted to let himself escape, Charles Ross immediately roared. His hands touched the revolver pinned to his waist and wanted to shoot. But the body is too fat. I couldn't find the pistol for a long time. The three CP0s exchanged glances. Make decisions in an instant. One person moved Charles Ross away first, leaving two broken ones behind. Because their strength is only at the Rear Admiral level of the headquarters, there is no certainty that they can save Celestial Dragons Charos from Luo Mu who defeated Shiki. As for what Charles Ross will do with them when they go back, they don't think and don't think. This is CP0. A group of brainwashed dead. But they underestimated Luo Mu's strength after all, with a distance of less than 200 meters. Luo Mu's observation Haki has already locked everyone on board. Still want to run. There are no doors. Must die. Boom. With a loud bang, the cruise ship that was moving at full speed just stopped suddenly. Then it began to shake violently. The giant cruise ship weighing more than 10 tons was actually held up by an unimaginable force, and it was slowly rising. Under great inertia, all the sailors were thrown into the air in an instant, and then fell heavily on the deck. But still training. After crawling on the deck for a while, he finally grabbed the object beside him and barely stood up. But Charles Ross is different. The whole person flew upside down and fell down. Pain, pain, pain. What the hell is going on? Charles Ross, who was standing upside down on the deck, hugged his neck and cursed. A CP0 reacted and hurriedly stepped forward, bent over to help Charles, rose up and then ran away on his back, but there was a sudden bang. There was a black hole in his forehead. Lowly inferior. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Advertisement. Charles Ross, who fell to the ground, held up the steaming revolver and cursed angrily. The sailors, who were still struggling to maintain their balance, were shocked. Celestial dragons once again refreshed their understanding of the word brutal. And stupid. But the tone of the remaining two CP0s remained unchanged. Just frowned at the cruise ship that was still rising. Then he said quickly to Charles Ross, who was lying on the ground. Grown-ups. The situation is critical and we need to evacuate you urgently. These people, in a way they are no longer human. Because they've been caught Mariajoy from infancy, brainwashed by celestial dragons and trained to be dead men. Useless trash, I want to kill. Charles rose flushed with anger. Raise the revolver and prepare to kill both CP0s. Can be abrupt. A black and red violent Haki suddenly appeared in the sky. Intense color. It seems to be dripping water. It is mixed with lightning of the same color that beats from time to time. Under the stunned gazes of everyone on the boat, this layer of black and red air waves slammed down with endless might. Brush. Suddenly, the dwarf-faced Charles Ross fainted immediately. Next are the sailors. All of them rolled their eyelids, their bodies were all soft, and they passed out one after another. Lying on the deck. How is this possible? How can this conquerors be so strong? This Luo Mu's strength is definitely more than 600 million. Hurry up and report to Holy Land Mary. The two CP0s persisted to the end. But he was only awake for a few more seconds, and he was just like the rest before he finished speaking. Rolling his eyes, he fainted. At this moment, if anyone could see a wonder of the world. On the vast sea, there is a supergiant tree with a height and a radius of tens of meters. The top of the tree, supporting a top-level giant cruise ship with 12 floors. Next to the cruise ship, a red flower floats quietly. If you are closer, you can clearly see a young man picking his teeth lying on the stamens of the red flowers. Chapter 26. On how to use celestial dragons. Public execution. After 10 minutes, CP0 member Cappency's eyelids moved. Immediately, he opened his eyes with difficulty. Hiss. An excruciating pain came instantly. Cappency immediately regained some consciousness. Luo Mu, Conqueror's Haki. In a daze, he recalled with difficulty what had happened before he fainted. The cruise ship was attacked. Celestial dragons are hijacked. Think about it here. Cappency immediately struggled to get up, but the next moment his expression suddenly froze. What about the limbs? Why can't I feel my hands and feet? With doubt, Cappency slowly lowered his head. What? A piercing scream resounded through the entire cruise ship. His hands and feet are gone. Only the upper body and head are left. Become a man. There is also a black thorn stick stuck in the stomach. Plop plop. Cappency's heart was beating wildly. This terrifying scene completely brought him back to his senses. Relying on the fighting qualities cultivated by more than 10 years of inhuman training, Cappency endured the fear in his heart and the piercing pain on his body. Gritted teeth. Turn your neck and start watching. On the deck, cages made of dark green one after another. It was full of marines still in a coma. And everyone has a black thorn strip wrapped around them. Breathing evenly though, are still alive, didn't get hurt either. Available in the last cage. Mata, a member of his team, was pierced by a thorn in his chest, and he couldn't die any longer. Cough cough. Captain C coughed up blood. The black thorns in his stomach suddenly lit up with a green light. It made his pale face flush again. Captain's was stunned. But then desperately turned his neck and began to look for Charles Ross. In his ordinances, the lives of the celestial dragons are what matters. Soon, he found the stupid pig. Charles Ross was hoisted from the mast by the flag with dragon's hoof printed on it. Naked. A collar is worn around the neck. There was a black gag in his mouth. Advertisement. That's what belonged to a dog girl. Lord Charles rose. Untouchables. How dare you treat God like this? Cough cough. Another mass of blood spurted out of Kapansi's mouth. At this time, a quiet, demon-like voice reached his ears. Woke up. Kapansi turned his head sharply. A person's figure was immediately reflected in the bloodshot pupils. Luo Mu. Untouchables. What are you doing? Hurry up and release God. Woo 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 woo. Kapansi growled. But soon a vine blocked his mouth. It's noisy. Luo Mu took out his ears, but his expression didn't change. My life essence is very precious. Don't waste it. You're lucky. Be at ease as a witness to the event. Say it. Luo Mu turned and left, leaving Kapansi to struggle needlessly. Actually, his initial plan was simple. That is to kill all these people, and then directly drive the cruise ship to Hachinosu with Tiantianjin to report. But then found out that there are celestial dragons. Luo Mu changed his mind. If the celestial dragons are used well, they are much more important than the gold in the sky. I am not short of money, what is lacking is fame. Fame not only attracts stronger bounty hunters and marine officers to come to you. And he's going to be the captain of rocks soon. Great reputation. Also great for recruiting elite crew. After thinking. Luo Mu soon has a new plan. Public execution. He wants to step on the face of Zeph in the world and completely establish his reputation in the world of pirates. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Snapped. Luo Mu snapped his fingers. Immediately. All the remaining comatose people woke up. Charles Rose's head shook. Also woke up. Wu. Aware of his own situation, he was furious, struggling and screaming. But there is something in his mouth. Only make a woo sound. His hands and feet were tied by dog girl chains, and his fat body kept twisting. Like a white-skinned pig being hung up for slaughter. Advertisement. What the hell just happened? Why are we all in jail? Ah, look at the man in the suit, his hands and feet are all chopped off. Damn, why is this branch so hard? It can't be opened at all. Who is the naked man hanging from the mast? Yes, it's celestial dragons. The sailors shouted one by one, terrified of the horror scene in front of them. Of course, the most shocking thing was the treatment of Charles Ross. That is the world aristocracy. An existence protected by all the forces of ZF in the world, someone dares to hang him like a pig. It's too bold. Does he not know? Is this behavior a naked declaration of war on the world ZF? Good afternoon everyone. Just when the Marines were terrified, an indifferent voice sounded. It is Luo Mu. He walked slowly to the middle of the deck with a toothpick hanging. Beckoned to the Marines. Who is this? Luo Mu. He is Luo Mu. I read the latest news, he is the big pirate Luo Mu who defeated Shiki. Just him. Should be. Hey, this strength is also terrifying. The man in suit who can instantly kill Maro Vice Admiral is not his opponent. These are not the point. What is his purpose? Shouldn't he just rob the heavenly gold and leave? How could he have tied celestial dragons? This is courting death. Isn't this person afraid of death? Look at that man in a suit with an adult stick, he is not human at all. He is a devil. The Marines held onto the pillars of the tree prison one by one, and looked at Luo Mu who was standing in front of them with wide eyes. Frightened inside. I don't know what Luo Mu will do next. Right, I am Luo Mu. Now invite everyone to play a game. Luo Mu nodded to the Marines. The tone is quite playful. Then he pointed to the celestial dragons who were still, pupa, on the mast, and said loudly. The rules of the game are simple. There's a pig hanging there. As long as you stab him twice, I can let you go without killing you. Everyone is welcome to participate. Correct. The knife is provided by myself. Luo Mu said. I do not know when a small dagger appeared in his hand. This statement came out. All Marines froze. Eyes are about to fall out. This guy, crazy. On the other hand, Kapanshi instantly understood what Luo Mu wanted him to witness. Public execution of celestial dragons in front of everyone. Chapter 27. A group of soft eggs. Pin the celestial dragons. Woo. Charles rose, hanging from the mast, twisted his body hard. A pair of triangular eyes twitched. The desire to express is very strong. See. Luo Mu pondered for a while. Or let this stupid pig open his mouth to be executed a little more shocking. Immediately thought of a move. Time. A vine grew from the mast, and nimbly removed the gag from Charles Rose's mouth. Untouchables. How dare you blaspheme the great god? Marine stupid pigs, if you dare to touch a hair of my hair, I will definitely cramp your whole family. Charles Ross cursed loudly, even hung up like a pig. But still arrogant, he cursed at Marine in front of him. Because Marine is in the eyes of celestial dragons. That's the dog. No threat at all. Heard. All Marines were startled. But at most, they clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, and no one dared to stand up and participate in Luo Mu's game. See this situation. The corners of Charles Rose's mouth cracked to an exaggerated degree. Ha 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 ha, untouchables. You're a stupid pig, I'm their god. Call out. The vine next to him immediately grew a wooden thorn and inserted it fiercely through Charles Ross's nails, and Charles Ross immediately burst out with a pig-slaughtering howl. What? Didn't pick up Richard Rose. Luo Mu turned to look at the Marines who were locked in the cage in front of him. Touched the bridge of the nose. Letting them come to Ling Kai, Charles Ross is not to make them happy. But because of their Marine status, commanding Marine to kill celestial dragons is like urinating on the faces of both world Zeph and Marine. This is much more exciting than doing it yourself. It is better to publicly execute Roger and Ace than Zeph in the later world. Prestige will surely rise like a rocket. However, there is a real problem to achieve this goal. That is, the pirate world has been ruled by celestial dragons for nearly 800 years, a genuine privileged noble. Ordinary people have long been brainwashed. Treat yourself as a pariah completely. Otherwise, I wouldn't be put on the neck with a knife, and at the same time, I wouldn't dare to do anything if I was humiliated like a pig's head. Then pick a lucky player right away. Luo Mu muttered. Immediately, he opened a cage with his mind, manipulated the rattan and sent the dagger to him. Bang! The dagger fell to the ground. That Marine didn't dare to take it. Instead, he shivered and fell to the ground. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha, who dares to kill me? I am a god. See, Charles Rose couldn't stop laughing. But soon the laughter turned into a howl, and his other fingernail had a thorn of the same style. It's okay. Participation in this game is entirely voluntary. Luo Mu's expression remained unchanged, and he said to the Marines. Then lift your right hand. A green sprouting seed appeared quietly. Flick. The seed shot out immediately and ended up in the lucky Marine's mouth. Next moment. Boom. Under everyone's horrified eyes, the Marine immediately covered his throat and twitched wildly. The face is distorted. I wanted to shout but I could only make a whimpering sound. You don't have to guess to know that he's going through inhuman suffering. Immediately after, this person's body froze suddenly, the green light on the body surface kept flickering, and the skin continued to rise and fall. Sudden. A branch burst out of his mouth, then nostrils, mouth, eyeballs. Just a few seconds later, a tree full of life appeared in front of everyone. And that Marine, the limbs, torso, and head were hung on different branches. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Quiet. Yake godless quiet. On the huge deck there was only the sound of the sea breeze and the rushing waves. They all stared at the blood-stained tree. Luo Mu scratched his head. Turned towards Charles Ross Road. Don't worry. Someone will play games with you. The sound is very light. But in the ears of Charles Ross, it is no different from the devil. Charles Rose's eyes were bigger than copper bells. He is a jerk. After seeing this scene, my body shook violently, and I was actually scared to pee. Never dare to be arrogant towards Luo Mu again. Desperately tightening his body, he wanted to stay away from Luo Mu. CP0 Captain C was shocked. Compared with Luo Mu's methods, their routines of torture and extorting confessions are simply playing a family. I come. A slightly immature voice sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It was a little Marine who looked to be in his early 10 years. Head bowed. Both hands firmly grasped the pillars of the prison. Luo Mu nodded. Advertisement. Did not speak. A black vine wrapped around the dagger in front of the human tree, and slowly sent it to little Marine. Watch him grab the dagger. The dungeon opened immediately. Don't go. That's celestial dragons. Stop. You will be executed by World ZF. Hurry up and stop. Quote. Seeing the little Marine walking towards celestial dragons step by step, the old Marines in the cage shouted to stop him. These are celestial dragons, after all. Self-proclaimed existence of God. Not too loud though. Afraid to annoy Luo Mu and become a human tree. Little Marine hesitated, but after glancing at Luo Mu next to him, he gritted his teeth and ran to the mast and inserted the dagger into the belly of celestial dragons. What? Another scream, blood dripping from Charles Ross. You can go now. Luo Mu nodded with satisfaction. His goal has been achieved, and a Marine will do the trick. Then scan the rest of the Marines. His eyes gradually became impatient. He didn't have the heart to continue playing the game of cat and mouse. He gave them a chance to live. If you don't grasp it, it will play a final role and replenish the lost life essence. Not to mention Luo Mu is ruthless and selfish, this is how he survives in the world of pirates. At this moment, some elderly Marines sensed Luo Mu's impatience. But they still didn't dare to do it. They don't have the dragon's hoof marks on their bodies, but they have them in their hearts. What? Charles Rose's pig slaughtering wailing never stopped, exhausting Luo Mu's last patience. It's not too early to see. So Luo Mu turned around and wanted to end the stupid pig. But right now, his observation Haki is aware of a strong approaching fast. At the same time, an angry shout came from hundreds of meters away. Stop. But Luo Mu ignored it directly. Open your mouth and spit. The toothpick in his mouth shot out and turned into a wooden cone in the air. Kai. With a bone-piercing sound, Charles Ross's neck crooked. Nailed to the mast. Just the next second, boom. A big hole was stepped on the deck, and a middle-aged man with purple hair wrapped in a justice cloak stood there gnashing his teeth and staring at Luo Mu. It's not someone else. It was all the way with Moonwalk, Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm Zephyr. Chapter 28. The battle begins, Zephyr's Black Arm. It's Zephyr Admiral. No matter how strong Luo Mu is, he will definitely not be able to beat the Admiral of the Headquarters. It's saved. We're saved. See Zephyr. Marine, who was locked in the wooden prison, was swept away and looked at Zephyr, the savior, with glowing eyes. Zephyr's face was extremely ugly, said through gritted teeth. Luo Mu. Just one step away, celestial dragons will not be killed. While he doesn't like the celestial dragons much, it's Marine's job to protect the celestial dragons. And this time celestial dragons was publicly executed by Marine himself in front of Marine. This is no longer a question of dereliction of duty. Even if he took Luo Mu back by himself, it wouldn't help. Mariajoy must be furious, even ordered to urge naval headquarters to issue a buster call. Think about it here. Zephyr was even more furious. He was called, "Don't kill, Admiral," but this time it was a rare act of murder. He looked at Luo Mu, who was calm in front of him. He reprimanded word by word. Do you know how many people will lose their lives because of your stupidity? Heard. Luo Mu's expression remained unchanged. What's with me? And then again, it was this stupid pig who directed the boat to hit me first. Luo Mu spread his teeth and smiled, continued to joke. You can't resist being murdered, it's fair enough. The voice fell. Zephyr's tone was stagnant and he couldn't refute it. But reacted quickly. Now is not the time to argue with Luo Mu about justice. The only thing we can do now is to arrest Luo Mu as soon as possible. You are a pirate. How could it be possible to know what justice is? Without further ado, just catch me and go back to Marineford. Immediately after, Zephyr ripped off his cloak and set himself up to fight. He did not take it lightly. Being able to defeat Shiki, Luo Mu is no easy task. Not even sure of winning. Luo Mu was silent. He is not someone who likes to talk shit at all, and he also puts on a fighting stance. Inner secret. Just got an improvement, let's try Zephyr. If you can absorb him. Advertisement, then the Battle of the Valley of the Gods will give you a little more confidence. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Seem a war is inevitable. Sudden. Luo Mu took the lead. Surprisingly, he actually jumped out of the cruise ship and flew towards the sea not far away by the Red Flower. Turn out to be. Luo Mu suddenly realized that this ship was his trophy. There is also a huge amount of gold in the sky. This is the startup capital for setting up the squad by himself. It would be a pity if it was shattered by the aftermath of the battle. Gather. Luo Mu drank lightly. Immediately, a brown wooden board quickly emerged from the sea, expanding at an alarming rate. After a few seconds, a huge wooden platform with a radius of 1 kilometer appeared on the sea. Just like the ice surface made by Aokiji Glacier World, but Luo Mu is made of wood. On the deck, Zephyr's pupils began to shrink, inner secret. This is the intelligence, his ability to manipulate plants. But not too much shock. As an admiral, Zephyr has seen not thousands or even hundreds of fruit abilities. Jumped straight out of the cruise ship, he snorted as he touched the surface of the sea. Moonwalk seawalk. Moment. Zephyr stomped his feet quickly, galloping directly on the water, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the ring, built by Luo Mu. There was no communication this time, armed color hardened. The two snorted at the same time. The arms were immediately rendered black, but Luo Mu's black arms contained some red ons. Luo Mu slammed his right foot on the ground. The seemingly weak body immediately shot out like a cannonball. Hands up and down. Lock on Zephyr's neck and navel. Want to attack its weakness. Have a thought, but you underestimate me too much. Zephyr's eyes flashed. I saw Luo Mu's idea. However, the body did not dodge or evade, and still maintained a high-speed impact. In a blink, the two cannonball-like people slammed into each other fiercely. Set off a layer of invisible airwaves. Luo Mu's right hand was locked around Zephyr's neck, and his left was poked at his navel. But no matter how hard he tried, can't even break through the black armament Haki covered in it. What? Advertisement. Luo Mu let out a small murmur. This Zephyr's armament Haki seems a little special. Huh, Zephyr glanced at the corner of his mouth. With the force of both arms, Luo Mu's hands were directly thrown away, and at the same time, his right leg kicked forward. Luo Mu also reacted instantly. To stabilize his body, he also raised his right leg and kicked Zephyr's thick leg bone with a bang. This time the two did not stand still. Clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of heavy iron law fighting, the two of them used their hands and feet together, but they had already fought dozens of times in just a few breaths. On the cruise ship, Marine at the edge of the deck could just see Zephyr and Luo Mu fighting. How is that possible? How could Luo Mu fight back and forth with Zephyr Instructor? Armament Haki of Zephyr Instructor is already the top-level existence among generals, but Luo Mu seems not bad. Impossible. Zephyr Instructor must be testing. Although I know Luo Mu defeated Golden Lion Shiki, I have seen him and his instructor Admiral Zephyr fight back and forth. The Marines were still full of disbelief. It even felt that Zephyr was just testing. But the opposite is true. Zephyr knew from Marineford that Luo Mu would use the emission, high-level armament Haki. So it's all about attacking, not a single drop of water. As this emission, feeling the strange energy from Luo Mu's limbs, Zephyr was secretly amazed. The superficial power doesn't look very strong, but when he fights with himself, he will release a dark energy. If there is no information obtained in advance, it will definitely be boring. Zephyr sighed more and more. But there was no shocked expression on his face. At the same time, he said to Luo Mu, "Darkness is good. But, whatever emission or what the hell is, it's just how armament Haki is used. If only to that extent, Luo Mu, today you will definitely lose." The voice fell. Zephyr's breath sank, and the armament Haki on his arms turned black again. It was so dark that almost all the sunlight was absorbed. Corresponding. The strength and striking ability of the two arms are even more terrifying. Hit Luo Mu's arm. The black and red emission Haki actually stagnated for a short time. Black arm Zephyr. Terrible. Chapter 29. Zephyr. Compared with Luo Mu, Polusari and the others are simply a bunch of thanks. Sigh, Luo Mu only felt that his arms were smashed by two mountains. Clang. Clang. Another two heavy hits. Luo Mu's eyes flashed. The body flexibly bends to the side, selling a flaw and slamming the right foot on the ground. The figure immediately burst back, and Zephyr pulled away dozens of meters. Call. Luo Mu let out a long breath. Emission Haki disperses. Look down. There are large patches of black-green on both arms, and they are still trembling slightly at the same time. Huh, Luo Mu touched his nose. Wei Wei moved her stagnant chi and blood arms, her sharp eyes fixed on Zephyr's pair of jet black iron wrists. Sighed. Black arm Zephyr. I'm afraid, he's in his prime. Armament Haki and Garp are pretty much the same. And seeing Luo Mu take the initiative to get out of the fight. The Marines in the stands climaxed instantly. Ha ha ha. I just said Luo Mu must not be Zephyr Admiral's opponent. After all, it is the existence known as the Black Arm, and the armament Haki Zephyr Admiral will definitely not lose. Zephyr Admiral must win. Hear the shouts and cheers of the Marines. Zephyr does not have any ease and slack. Squint. Looking at Luo Mu, who was dozens of meters away, his expression was very solemn. Darkly shocked. This Luo Mu, is it really less than 20 years old? Although I haven't seen the combat ability of his fruit, this armament Haki is definitely Admiral level. Especially the unique emission is extremely troublesome. Fortunately, my armament color hardening has been cultivated to the ultimate, otherwise it would be impossible to resolve it so easily. The strongest pirate newcomer, well-deserved reputation. At the same time, Zephyr thought of 3 new talented newcomers to the headquarters. Polusari, Sakazuki and Kuzan. Can't help comparing the 3 of them to Luo Mu. But in an instant, he shook his head with a wry smile. It's too bad. I really should let those 3 stinky boys come to see and see what is called a real genius. Especially Polusari. You can't practice Haki and Taishu all day long, saying that only sparkling fruit is enough. You can really piss people off. Katakana middle dot, it's all a long story, but in fact it was only half a minute away from Luo Mu. On the big arena on the sea. Advertisement. Luo Mu shook his self-healing arm and put away the idea of competing with Zephyr with armament Haki. Maybe he will absorb some strong characters later. After strengthening the body, armament Haki is capable of reaching levels beyond Zephyr. But from now on, this is impossible. At the same time, Zephyr saw that Luo Mu's arms had returned to normal. I was shocked again inside. What a powerful self-healing ability. Then his eyes turned cold. You can't fight this Luo Mu in a war of attrition. Quick fight. As expected of an instructor, it was much earlier than Shiki discovered Luo Mu's self-healing ability. Hey. Zephyr sank. A scorching airflow emerged from the corner of his mouth, urging the strength of his whole body to go towards his palm. Boom. The originally sturdy arms swelled in a circle again. At the same time, the fingers are slightly bent, double palms together. The jet black fingers that were originally covered with armed colors flashed a red light. Finger pistol 10 finger pistol, a low drink. At the same time continue to step on the ground with both feet. The strong figure actually disappeared in place. Don't let him get close. Luo Mu felt the power of this move. Bend over. Clap the ground with both hands, Shen said. Tree boundary wall. Immediately, countless brown vines appeared on the ground in an instant, and the intertwined roots condensed into a huge shield in front of Luo Mu. And not just one side. A full 12. This is an upgraded version of the defensive skill, wooden wall. Defensive ability is very strong. Bang bang bang. There was a loud crackling sound in the arena, and the 12-sided shield that was incomparably strong in a few breaths was stabbed into a sieve by Zephyr's finger pistol 10 finger pistol. Luo Mu's expression did not change. He couldn't be so simple as to think that Zephyr's Marine 6 styles could be stopped by the tree boundary wall. Marine 6 styles are garbage, even jokes a lot. But it also depends on whose 6 forms it is. The 6-style finger pistol created by Admiral Zephyr of Naval Headquarters instructor is definitely not to be underestimated. Not to mention covering that terrifying armament Haki. Burst gun tree. Luo Mu crossed his arms, and countless black vines grew. Zephyr saw this as he smashed the last wooden shield. But he didn't have time to respond. Advertisement. I saw that the black vines growing on Luo Mu's arms suddenly grew into a thick tree that the two of them hugged together. At the same time, these big trees burst towards him at an incredible speed. Seeing that the tree is about to touch Zephyr, Luo Mu snorted coldly. Burst. Boom. There was a roar, and the smoke was everywhere. However, Luo Mu still did not take it lightly, but used this emptiness to summon a red flower to bring himself into the air. At the same time, the thick smoke dissipated. Nearly 100 meters of wooden arenas around them have disappeared. They were blown up by Luo Mu's blasting gun tree. And Zephyr, it is standing on the sea smoothly and steadily with a very standard horse step. The skin of the clothes was torn to pieces, exposing the firm muscle that bulges high inside. Plus a black render from Conquerors, like fine iron. It is the most criticized iron body among the 6 styles. Zephyr, I think you must be very good at being a fitness trainer. In the sky, Luo Mu made a rare joke. The next moment, there were bursts of brown light all over his body, and his arms slammed down into the void. Tree of cuttings. Brush, brush, brush. The wooden arena of more than 1,000 meters undulated violently, and every 1 meter a strange tree like a human hand appeared. Thousands of trees. The palms of each wooden hand are covered with black, 10-centimeter long sharp thorns. Not good. Zephyr's hair stood on end. His keen intuition told him that these black thorns were very dangerous. And there is a faint trace of strange energy attached to it. Brush. Zephyr hurriedly evacuated into the air with moonwalk. But it's too late. Whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of thousands of black thorns burst at the same time. Cover the sky. Breaking air bursts. It was as if a black rainstorm suddenly fell in the sky. Scalp tingling. It's not over yet. Luo Mu doesn't think that this move alone can win the black arm Zephyr. He waved his hand and sprinkled countless tree seeds again. Whispered. King Kong Zalmu, Chapter 30. Shock from Zephyr. What is that? Time. The seeds were inserted into the seams, and immediately turned into twisted and folded roots after they landed on the sea, and quickly wrapped around Zephyr. It has black thorns like rainstorm pear blossoms. Underneath are eerie roots like demonic tentacles. The hearts of the Marines in the cages on the cruise ship instantly popped into their throats. The sight looked so shocking, even if they have full confidence in Zephyr. But he still couldn't help clenching his teeth, and his heart was full of surprise. Zephyr Admiral, can he hold on? At the same time, the eyes they looked at Luo Mu were even more frightening. And then there's Zephyr. He was unusually calm in the center of the bombing. Even the heart rate didn't speed up too much, and the next moment, he even closed his eyes under Luo Mu's doubtful eyes. Paper Arts Valkyrie. Brush. Zephyr's originally tense body actually shrank inward, and the whole person lost weight. The hairs on the body stand upright. Smell, taste, hearing, touch. 4 of the 5 senses are more than 10 times sharper. The direction and speed of the wind, the temperature and humidity of the air, the position and strength of each black thorn, the spiraling vines underfoot. Everything seemed to be under his control, at the same time. Observation Haki starts. In Zephyr's consciousness, the vision lost by closing his eyes also materialized immediately. And everything turned black and white. Paper Arts Valkyrie. Observation Haki. Under the blessing of the two, Zephyr's whole body directly escaped into an ethereal state of no self. In his perception, the world is clear and the passage of time becomes extremely slow. Certainly, it's not that time in the real world is slowing down. But Zephyr's consciousness is dozens of times faster. Next moment, Zephyr opened his eyes sharply looking southwest. Shen said, "That's it, that is the weakest place in this intensive bombardment." Ta. Zephyr stomped on the air with his feet, and his body kept lifting into the air. Advertisement at the same time. Black armament Haki instantly covers the whole body. The tight iron muscles were tense. The whole person quickly interspersed in needle rain and tentacle jungle. The body is like a wandering dragon, and the paean is like a frightened dragon. In just a few breaths, I escaped Luo Mu's slaying array. Period. Of the nearly 100,000 thorns, less than 100 touched Zephyr's body. Next moment, the black thorns and vine tentacles were all stuck on the sea, and the originally calm sea immediately erupted with an astonishing wave of energy. It didn't take long. Countless corpses of sea creatures with black thorns and being sucked into specimens floated up. Hiss. See this scene. Zephyr's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, I discovered the weirdness of the black thorn in advance, and I didn't use the iron body to carry it on the front. Otherwise, if you don't die, you have to enter the skin. Air. Luo Mu looked at Zephyr, who was in the state of Paper Arts and Valkyrie, and nodded slightly. Not discouraged, instead, he was even more excited. In fact, whether it is the tree boundary wall at the beginning, or the next, explosive spear tree, cutting tree, and the last, King Kong Zalmu, they are all carefully designed, tempting arrays, by Luo Mu. Test Zephyr's attack power, defense power and agility respectively. It's not that Luo Mu is cowardly, but this was his first time playing against Admiral, so he had to be cautious. And the conclusions drawn are astonishing. Perhaps the attack power and defense power are not as strong as Shiki's lions created by lion fruit, but their agility, or combat IQ, and combat experience, are more than 1 point higher than Shiki's. All in all, the overall strength of the two is almost the same. But Shiki may be careless to lose to Mulong technique, but Zephyr will not. Touched my nose. Luo Mu thought to himself. Kong, Garp the fist, black arm Zephyr. It's different from the 3 monkeys, chickens and dogs that came later. All 3 are known as Haki. Kong is defense, Garp is attack, Zephyr is skill. Fight today. Sure enough, it seems that if you want to defeat him, you have to use that trick. Do not know. Advertisement, what will the result be? Think about it. Luo Mu's eyes narrowed, and his heart was excited with anticipation. At the same time, seeing Zephyr dodging the horrific needle rain, the Marines in the cage let out a long breath. From their perspective, victory is already beckoning to Zephyr. Because the 2 moves, Tree of Cuttings, and King Kong Trick Tree, are enough to pervert. Even if they had 10,000 lives, they would have to die on the spot. This is definitely Luo Mu's ultimate killer move. There is absolutely no way to have a stronger trick. Hold this idea. Everyone was rejoicing and even started to pat up the cage to celebrate in advance. As for that CP0, Luo Mu stopped his life support after seeing Zephyr coming, and Zephyr's witness is enough. He was already farting. Katakana middle. Hear the cry of the soldiers. Zephyr, who was bouncing in the air on moonwalk, couldn't help but turn his head to look. At the same time, my heart is also a little more relaxed. This Luo Mu's fruit ability is indeed amazing, but compared with the top powerhouses, it still lacks absolute power. But this should have nothing to do with his talent, it should be the upper limit of the ability of the plant itself. Zephyr thought so, but next second, his body froze suddenly. He immediately lowered his head and looked down. Mummies, black thorns, and countless broken pieces of wood. Besides, there was no change, the blue sea was very calm. But Zephyr's cold hairs stood on end again, even the purple hair stood up like a steel needle. Shocked. What is that? Turn out to be, he has not lifted the paper art's Valkyrie state. Extremely sensitive to energy perception, although the sea looks unremarkable and calm. But he could feel it clearly. In this sea area under his feet, there is a terrifying energy body that is slowly rising. Chapter 31. Shocking debut, invincible pose, what is that? Zephyr, who was in the form of paper arts and Valkyrie, was shocked. Raise your head sharply. He looked at Luo Mu who was standing on the red flower in the distance, his aura was rising. No, absolutely can't let him finish, although. Zephyr didn't know what move Luo Mu was charging up to prepare. But keen warrior instinct told him, danger, extremely dangerous. Ta. The rhythm of the moonwalk beneath him was even more rapid. The whole person's figure immediately disappeared in place, and only a trace of black light flickered in the air. Zephyr's distance and Luo Mu quickly narrowed, can be bang. Zephyr seemed to be held back by an invisible energy barrier. The whole person was forced to stop in place, instead of waiting for Zephyr to break the barrier with 6 moves. Seemingly calm sea. Move. Katakana middle. The bottomless depths of the sea. Suddenly a large white ball the size of a grinding disc with a loose edge appeared. Twinkle, it's like breathing, next moment. The white light stops blinking. The loose large white ball quickly solidified, and suddenly burst out an extremely hot cylindrical beam of light that pierced the deep sea and reached mid-air. The fiery brightness, it was as if the second sun had risen. Ah, my eyes, boundless, I can't see anything. Is such a terrifying energy fluctuation Zephyr Admiral's nirvana? But why have I never heard of it? Is there a possibility that it is Luo Mu's trick? The Marines in the cage were stabbed by the hot white light, unable to open their eyes, and exclaimed in despair. Zephyr is no exception. Close your eyes. He looked dignified and felt the situation around him. A full tens of seconds, the intensity of white light is slightly reduced. The sight of everyone gradually became clear, and the blue sky, white clouds, and the sea and other scenery reappeared in front of everyone. But before the white light completely dissipated, the mysterious object that casts white light on the ocean floor has an ever-increasing energy fluctuation. Center on it, the sea began to surging frantically to both sides. First, the deepest part of the sea began to surge, then the middle layer, and finally the sea surface. It's like being fueled by a pair of giant hands. The entire sea immediately set off 2 turbulent waves in completely opposite directions. Brush, layer after layer, wave after wave. The previous wave has not yet fallen. The latter, even more turbulent wave, directly bombarded it. This moment, the wind is blowing. There was a gust of wind on the sea, and the dark clouds rolled in the sky. Watching the scene of overturning the river, everyone except Luo Mu, including Zephyr, stared like a copper bell. Advertisement frequent cold sweats. A terrifying conjecture popped up in his head. Sea will not be separated. Katakana middle. Them, guessed right. 2 meters, 8 meters, 28 meters. This is not the limit. Boom, boom, boom. The sea roared in anger. The waves have turned from a turquoise blue to a heart-pounding black. In the stunned eyes of everyone, the peak touched the dark clouds in the sky. The blue-black seawater and the gray-black dark clouds are completely connected together. Katakana middle. At the same time, a small island a few kilometers away from Luo Mu and Zephyr battlefields. A group of fishermen stand on the edge of a pier. He stared blankly at the dark, apocalyptic southwest direction. Frightened. Is this a tsunami? Impossible. I have never seen a tsunami where the sea and the sky are connected in a few years. Then what is this? The scene was so shocking that the young fisherman went blank. Forgot to run away. Subconsciously discuss what happened there. In the end, an old fisherman was the first to react. The folds on his face trembled uncontrollably. Hoarse, broken voice shouted. Flee, say it. Ignoring the unfastened anchor, the old man immediately turned around and hurried towards the village. What? Escape? Hurry up and let the village chief inform everyone to evacuate. The sluggish young people were awakened by the old man. React. One by one with pale faces. Throwing away the fishing gear in his hand, he immediately ran towards the village. Same. All the inhabitants of the small island within 10 kilometers around have discovered the terrifying vision in the distant sky one after another. A time. Tens of thousands of islanders stopped all actions in their hands. All desperately began to climb higher. A tsunami of this magnitude. Enough to destroy the entire island in an instant. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. In this moment, in the battlefield, the surging waves suddenly stopped. Zephyr in the air shuddered violently, as if thinking of something. Immediately bent down. I see. The dark deep seabed actually revealed a yellowish brown that belongs to the land. Advertisement: a brown humanoid, quietly crouched there, shining with white awns. Before Zephyr, who was shocked to the point of aphasia, could react, the crouching wooden golem swept into the wind at a speed visible to the naked eye. First one is tall. Another house as tall, finally. In just a few breaths, it has surpassed the giant tree supporting the cruise ship, and it is still growing. At the same time, Luo Mu raised his hand to his heart and then slammed it hard. It was actually through the chest that an incomparably emerald green, pearl-sized luminous body was taken out. With the luminous body pulled out, his face was unusually pale. But Luo Mu didn't care. Give it a light shake. The energy essence that contained more than half of him immediately burst into Wooden Golem's forehead. Time. Wooden Golem, hugging his knees and bowing his head, immediately glowed. Hey! A scorching white breath emerged from the corners of Wooden Golem's mouth. The closed eyes snapped open, casts an orange-yellow light. Like an ancient warrior who has been sleeping for thousands of years. After a few seconds, Wooden Golem, which had stopped growing, stood up straight and gave a dull roar to the sky. Roar. More than a dozen green awns rose into the sky. With the momentum of destroying the dead, it will go straight to the 9 days, and the boundless rolling dark clouds and the seawater rushing to the sky will be instantly washed into powder. The dim world was instantly swept away. Bring back the light. The bright sun shines through the misty water vapor. A 7-color rainbow across a kilometer suddenly appeared quietly. Next moment, Wooden Golem's forehead flickered. He waved his long arms like a dragon. Moment. 2 terrifying airwaves that almost formed a substance burst out, and the seawater on both sides of it suddenly separated and pushed to both sides to form a water wall hundreds of meters high. In the middle, a thoroughfare several miles wide stretched out. Boom. The long dragon's arm swung again. Huge air pressure reappears. A tornado that forms 2 spirals. The wind howled. The wet seabed is immediately dry, shatter the darkness and divide the sea. Luo Mu's strongest move at this stage, Wooden Golem Jutsu. With an invincible pose that shakes the world, shocking debut. At the same time, the islanders who were fleeing for their lives all around were sluggish again. It was just the end of the world in darkness. Suddenly the sun is shining and the sky is clear. What kind of weird natural landscape is this, unlike ordinary islanders? The nearby marines and pirates knew it wasn't a natural sight. It is the powerhouse with top combat power fighting. Reported to their superiors in the morning. Chapter 32. The Rock's pirate cadres are dispatched. Zephyr being rubbed on the ground. Hachinosu. On the top floor of the huge skull rock. Large round table. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Charlotte Linlin. Plus Ochaku, Silver Axe, and John. All 6 officers were present. Watching the battle scene of Luo Mu and Zephyr cast by the videophone bug under the stage. Each face is extremely cautious. It's actually a battle between Black Arm Zephyr and Luo Mu. I'll just say why there's such a big commotion. Ochaku stroked his long beard. His tone was dull. Did not expect. In addition to the wooden dragon, he has such terrifying tricks. It seems that he didn't use his full strength last time. Silver Axe talked and talked. Together with John, they set their sights on Golden Lion who was beside him. Humph. Golden Lion snorted coldly. The cigar head in his mouth was light and dark. The same is true of the face. It looks cloudy. Goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed proudly, as expected of Luo Mu. Behind Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin didn't speak. Eyes twinkling. Staring at Luo Mu standing on the red flower, he had a special idea in his heart. Is this the newcomer Luo Mu you're talking about? On stage. Hidden in the shadows, rocks turn around, strands of hair standing upright on his head. It is very similar to the hairstyle of the legendary Snake Man Medusa. The voice fell. All the cadres sitting at the round table immediately turned off their voices. Although they are a pure interest group, they are not really a very cohesive pirate group. But the Overlord of the Sea, Rocks only exists for 1 day. Then they have to follow orders. Good. To have such strength at this age, the talent is really amazing. Talking. A rare smile appeared on Rock's face. Stand up. Holding his arms, he walked slowly to the projection. Continue to praise. Just killed a branch vice admiral and fought Zephyr again. It's quite capable, it's a monster, heard. Ochaku and the others were startled. Monster. It is the biggest affirmation rocks can give to a person. Because he himself is the biggest monster, in recent years. It was only when Charlotte Linlin first joined the pirates that he said he was a little monster. It seems that he is quite satisfied with Luo Mu. Rock's eyes still stayed on the projection. After a little thought, advertisement grinned, everyone. Since the marine friends are here, we must treat them well. Then his face sank suddenly. Dangerous signs flashed in the wild eyes. All cadres are dispatched. Kill me Zephyr, hunt the marine admiral. Heard. Everyone except Whitebeard got excited. All clenched the weapons in their hands, got up and walked towards the door of the conference room. At this time, Rox spoke again. Correct. Remember to pick up our new captain. I will open a banquet at Ichinosu to welcome our new monster companions. Katakana middle dot at the same time. The battle between Luo Mu and Zephyr. The laws of physics fail. The seawater hundreds of meters deep slowly flowed to both sides, with a gap several miles wide in the middle. It is like a rift valley between two flat mountains. And in the deep rift, the huge wooden golem dazzled his forehead. Fluorescent entanglement on the body surface. The rich breath of life circulates endlessly. Like a rock of the sea. Unbreakable. On a cruise ship supported by a giant tree. Marines locked in wooden cages have different expressions. Some were stunned and their hands trembled, some were directly paralyzed on the ground, and some even closed their eyes and folded their hands in prayer. But no matter what the gesture is, have the same thing. That is dumb. In front of this mighty force that can divide the sea and conquer nature, they only feel like bugs. In the sky, Zephyr's muscles trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were fixed on wooden golem, the god and demon that seemed to be standing in the deep sea rift. Extremely apprehensive. I was wrong. The fruits of the plant system may be auxiliary abilities, but the fruits after awakening. No one can estimate the power. Sengoku, Suru, Sora, they were also wrong. Not in the future, but now. Luo Mu has grown into a suffocating threat in this sea. Call. Zephyr let out a long breath. The originally shrunk body gradually recovered its bulge. He understands. Paper Art's Valkyrie form. It can't solve the monster in front of him. The arms suddenly became pitch black, and the top-level armament color was covered with hardening. Luo Mu. Zephyr glanced at Luo Mu in the air, eyebrows raised. There were two wise lights in his eyes. Advertisement. Then, the six forms shave was activated at the foot, and the sturdy body immediately shot out towards wooden golem. But suddenly, Zephyr, who was about to come into contact with wooden golem, uses moonwalk to turn his body around. It was an instant attack on Luo Mu. This is marine instructor. A strong man with top combat IQ. Boy, fighting is not about having bigger muscles. Zephyr growled in a low voice. Finger pistol Wanlian. Time. Zephyr had already appeared not far from Luo Mu's forehead. His pitch black hands were claw-like, stabbing forward at super high speed. Too fast. Afterimages appeared on the arms. On red flowers. Luo Mu was holding a toothpick. The corners of his mouth rose. A hint of contempt flashed. Zephyr. You look down on my wooden golem jutsu too much. The voice fell. The surrounding space trembled violently. In Zephyr's horrified eyes, a godlike figure suddenly appeared between him and Luo Mu. Next moment. Boom, the void trembled again. It seemed that all the surrounding air had been evacuated. In Zephyr's eyes, a brown fist the size of a mountain slammed into him. How is this possible? Zephyr gasped in shock. A strong breath of death blows, in the nick of time. Zephyr stabilized his mind, and armament Haki immediately covered his body. The moment the black rendering is done. Boom! The giant fist of the mountains was unbiased and weighed on Zephyr's arms, and a terrifying white shockwave immediately shot in all directions, spreading for nearly 100 meters. Call out. A black shadow flew straight up and down at close to the speed of sound, smashing a terrifying human-shaped pothole on the seabed that turned into land. It's Zephyr. In an instant, Zephyr stepped on the moonwalk and burst out of the dark pothole. Can only fly to a height of tens of meters. That god and demon figure is like a gust of wind rushing again. The two mountain fists clenched together, blazing green flames. Like a world-destroying warhammer, it bombarded down again. Incomparably powerful. The space along the way has become a spiderweb, broken inch by inch. Boom. The earth trembled and the waves roared. There is another pothole next to the human-shaped pothole just now, and the surrounding sea rocks within a radius of 10 meters are all sunken by several meters. Chapter 33. 6 Styles. Zephyr's counterattack. Boom. Hundreds of meters high wooden golem fell on the sea rock, and all the shattered sand and stones flew up. Squatting beside the pothole. Raise your arms. Then he slammed it down heavily, and the arm that was dozens of meters didn't go in half of it immediately. Roar. Wooden golem growled, after realizing that Zephyr was caught. Then press lightly. The arm that didn't go in was pulled out immediately, and the hill-like fist clenched Zephyr's leg tightly. It's like pinching an ant. There was no hesitation. Wooden golem's right arm is straight forward slowly. Immediately after, it turned out to be one left and one right. Boom. 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 In a blink. The Zephyr, pinched in wooden golem's hands, has been in close contact with the hard sea rock more than a dozen times, setting off a cloud of grey dust. Cough cough. Luo Mu coughed twice. Wave your right hand. He easily fanned the dust from his face, and at the same time controlled the red flower to slowly descend beside wooden golem. At the same time, wooden golem stopped moving and swung Zephyr upside down in the air. Air. Zephyr turned his head down. A trace of blood flowed from his mouth and dripped onto the sea rock. Legs are pulled by wooden golem. Embarrassed. Cough cough. Luo Mu. Marine's justice will not be defeated by pirates. Not finished yet. Wooden golem started to swing again. The tens of meters long arm is like a windmill. Tisk tisk tisk. Poor justice. Luo Mu shook his head, muttered. Boom. 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 Heian kept roaring. Marine on a cruise ship. All stunned. Toy. Their Admiral Zephyr is like a toy in the hands of wooden golem. Advertisement. The sea rock trembles every time. Their hearts also jumped at the same time. Facial twist. Eyes narrowed slightly, some even turned their heads to the side. So brutal, the Marines couldn't bear to look any further. Katakana middle dot, and then there's Zephyr. The whole person is covered with black armament Haki, but there are many wounds all over the body. Bleeding ceaselessly. This power. Zephyr could only feel his body being continuously bombarded by the hard sea rock. The bones are like falling apart, soft and weak. Sometimes weightless, sometimes overweight. A mess in the brain. Consciousness is getting heavier. The breath is getting weaker and weaker, and even armament Haki is looming. Seemed to be unstoppable, available in the next second. His eyes snapped open. The original weak breath was restored even more vigorously, and the light to gray armament Haki also instantly returned to dark black. And more than that, hey, accompanied by a soft sound. The majestic energy spurted out, forming a rich black airwave on the surface of the wounded body. What? Beside wooden golem, Luo Mu let out a light whimper, then waved his hands. The red flower immediately carried him away from the bottom of the sea and fled into the air in the distance. Right now. A cold voice sounded sharply, 6 style 6 king guns. Boom. There was a dull loud noise behind Luo Mu. He turned back immediately, the eyelids jumped suddenly. I see. The wooden golem crouched on the ground was crooked and his entire right arm disappeared. Look up again. Zephyr actually hovered in the sky parallel to himself. Luo Mu frowned. There was not much surprise on his face. After all, advertisement. If Zephyr was so easily defeated by him, then Admiral's power would be too worthless. It's more than twice as strong. He carefully looked at Zephyr several hundred meters away. Muttered. I see. Zephyr's clothes shattered, the upper body is almost bare. It was full of large and small wounds, and even blood was flowing. But armament Haki, who is covered all over, is so black that it penetrates. With the heartbeat, the thick chest rises high and contracts deeply. Feet step on the air from time to time, contrary to the previous majestic and friendly temperament. The whole person hangs there, extremely chilling. The cold and sharp one is like a supreme industrial knife. Noticed Luo Mu's gaze. Zephyr twisted his neck slightly. Hold your breath and bend your body slightly, make fists together. The knotted muscles on his arms stood up inch by inch, and the air around his palms spiraled and condensed at an incredible speed. Compression. Compress again. Under the huge pressure, the originally invisible air gradually took on substance. A layer of light purple-black appeared, 6 style 6 king's guns. Time. With Zephyr's cold drink, fist-sized air bombs burst out. His eyes narrowed, said calmly, it's time to end. At the same time, the space around the hands is constantly twisting. Boom. 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 Continuous muffled sound. The air bombs condensed by extremely high pressure are continuously lacing, forming a shocking scene like a peacock opening screen in the air. But there is only one color, that's purple-black. These air bombs containing terrifying energy all lock onto one target. Wooden golem more than 400 meters away. Zephyr, who was in a state of returning his life, no longer bothered to catch a thief and a king. He's going to blow everything up. Chapter 34. Marine Corps destroyed. The final battle between Zephyr and Luo Mu. At the same time, wooden golem, who was half squatting a few hundred meters away, roared. His left arm hit the ground hard. Get up, on the forehead. The essence of the ball burst out with a strong life energy. The missing right arm was instantly restored. Emerald green flames blazed on the surface of wooden golem. Wooden golem stood on the spot and quickly swung the giant fist to the mountains. The powerful combat force distorted the space, and collided with the air bombs that covered the sky and attacked like fireworks. Makes bursts of clanging sounds. A shocking thing happened. The black fog was shaken away by the fists of the wooden golem covering the green flames of life. But the purplish-black air bomb went straight in, like a meteorite falling on the huge body of wooden golem. The place where the wooden golem was hit turned into brown dust. Under a violent shockwave, all were blown away cleanly. The bombing is over. Wooden golem is full of shocking holes, like coral. Wobbly. The giant foot took a step forward with difficulty and then fell with a bang. Far away, Zephyr remains in the air, cold voice. You are indeed a monster, among peers, invincible. If you let you continue to grow for a few years, I'm afraid no one will be your opponent in this sea. But, if you have any other tricks, just use them, otherwise, there is no chance. Armament Haki's black flames filled his body, the atmosphere is terrifying. See. The Marines who had just turned their heads to one side on the cruise ship were stunned. But it only took a moment to react, and everyone seemed to have broken the limit. Grab the prison bars. Shake vigorously, shouted furiously. Zephyr Admiral is invincible, justice wins. Marine. Marine. The color of despair was swept away, and the desire to live was instantly rekindled. Suddenly, the bottom of the sea began to tremble violently, and these fanatical sailors stumbled and fell to the ground at the same time. Immediately in their horrified eyes, the fallen wooden golem slowly got up, and the briquettes-like wound was rapidly healing. At the same time, Luo Mu waved his hands. The sea rock in front of wooden golem suddenly grew a towering tree that was level with the knee. Roar! Wooden golem growled and grabbed the giant tree. Advertisement at the moment when the two touch. The giant tree turned into a 100-meter-long dragon and wrapped directly around wooden golem's right arm. It is Mulong technique. Luo Mu's eyes narrowed, raised his arms across Zephyr. At his feet, wooden golem synchronously raises his right arm wrapped around the wooden dragon and aims at Zephyr. A huge wave of energy appeared. The palm of wooden golem and the mouth of the wooden dragon light up an orange light egg the size of a grinding disc at the same time. Next moment, wooden golem growled in anger. The brown light egg lost out, forming a cylindrical beam of light. How can that be? Zephyr's heart skipped a beat. Doubtful. Not because wooden golem is back in shape. It's Luo Mu's pervert's physical strength, or restoration. Most of the creatures created by the fruit's ability can recover, which is not surprising. But every time you use the ability to restore the summoned object, those who have the ability will consume the corresponding physical strength. The stronger the summons, the more energy is consumed. And the energy required to summon, create, and restore level like wooden golem is amazing. If replaced by his disciple Kuzan, I am afraid that the physical strength required for summoning alone can drain him. Luo Mu summons and restores. He has also created other powerful summons, but it looks like it can last for a long time. Monster. Monster. Zephyr sighed again, but there was no hesitation at all. The figure flickered. Keep jumping to higher ground. Set your mind. Boom, boom, boom. The heart was beating rapidly and powerfully, and the dark body released terrifying energy fluctuations. The surrounding black mist suddenly expanded by 1 meter. Holding hands. All space is distorted. 6 styles biggest round 6 king gun. Time. Countless purple-black air bombs burst out, and the spirals condensed together and turned into cylindrical airwaves. One left and one right. The black beam of light and the orange beam of light collided with a bang. Boy, don't underestimate justice too much, Zephyr snorted. The muscles on his body suddenly bulged nearly 10 centimeters, and the purple hair on his head stood upright. Arms retracted and released. The radius of the purple-black beam of light suddenly expanded by several centimeters. Terrifying energy flickers and jumps on it. Advertisement. The orange-yellow beam on the right was instantly knocked back more than 10 meters. Falling back. At this moment, Luo Mu felt the same way as wooden golem, feeling the huge impact on his right arm. Luo Mu stepped back. Grit your teeth. The eyes are resolute. Then let's try whose physical strength can stand to the end. Buzzing. Emerald green light, rising up. The same goes for wooden golem. The left foot took a step forward, and the sea rock collapsed immediately. The wooden dragon on his arm whistled softly. It directly turned into an orange light and plunged into the beam of light. Dragon fist. Boom. The thicker black beam of light collided violently with the dragon-shaped orange beam of light, and a terrifying space black hole was immediately formed at the center point. Zephyr and Luo Mu raised their eyelids at the same time. Secretly shocked. The energy is out of balance. Whoosh. The two withdrew their strength at the same time, and immediately flew into the sky. Next second, the energy of the two beams of light was sucked into the black hole of space, and then a loud noise sounded. A suffocating force spread out. The originally calm waves on both sides were directly impacted into the sky. In an instant, the sky was like a dark sea, but it only lasted a few seconds. The monstrous sea water suddenly fell to the ground under the action of gravity, and the terrifying scene was like an angry god washing away his sins with a heavy rain. The Marines on the cruise ship all panicked and their eyes widened. The sky seems to be upside down with the sea. Luo Mu, how can he be so strong? Is this really something people can do? It's over. The sea water is pouring back. Everyone shook the wooden prison like crazy, but it was useless. Brush. The falling waves were like a tsunami, and the wooden prison on the deck of the cruise ship was rushed into Wangyang in an instant. The sea that was originally divided is refilled. Don't want. Seeing the engulfed marine, Zephyr in the sky shouted. Then stepped on the moonwalk and came to the sea. However, under the pressure impact force of nearly 1,000 tons. Hundreds of marines, including the colonel, were all broken. All destroyed. See this scene. Zephyr's eyes were split in an instant, and he turned his head and stared at Luo Mu. Grit your teeth. Luo Mu, Chapter 35. Zephyr defeats. The rocks cadres are here. Look at the bodies of hundreds of marines floating on the sea. Luo Mu's expression remained unchanged, riding on the head to PS. Even many people's wives and daughters have been occupied by Tianlong pigs. Just like that, when you give yourself a chance to live and take revenge, you still cringe. You are a bunch of damn soft bastards. And to put it more bluntly, even if these marines can go back alive, what awaits them must be death. After all, according to the nature of celestial dragons. Think about it here. Luo Mu put away the distracting thoughts. The remaining essence of life from wooden golem's forehead has been sucked back into the body. The status improved immediately. Emission Haki coverage. A heavy artillery punch shot instantly. The extremely angry Zephyr's reaction was actually half a beat, and he had to forcibly tilt his head. Kankan avoided the past, but the right face was cut by the fierce wind, leaving a slender wound of 5 or 6 centimeters. But it also completely ignited Zephyr's anger. Kill. Must kill him. Don't kill. Admiral's murderous intentions are everywhere at this moment. Armament Haki overlay. The right leg kicked hard. The rapid kicking technique erupted into a scorching heat. Even burning the air, the whole right leg is covered with blazing flames. Luo Mu snorted coldly. A wooden barrier suddenly appeared on the right leg. The same kick. Boom. The two slammed into each other with a terrifying force strong enough to split mountains and rocks, and then separated immediately. But neither Luo Mu nor Zephyr, there was no pause. The figures are all turned into a shooting star, and they begin to bang violently again and again. Boom. 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 The battle lasted for half a day. Black and brown rays of light crisscross, flowers from east to west, north to south, and west. One after another terrifying shockwaves burst out, the atmosphere was torn apart, and Wangyang was blown out by huge waves that were dozens of meters high. The fighting intensity is very high, in fierce battle. Zephyr's breathing grew heavier and heavier as he regained his sanity. Heart-shocked. Where is the upper limit of his physical strength? Although the strength of this world is very terrifying. Like in the later timeline, Advertisement Aokiji and Akainu fought for 10 days on a certain island for the position of marshal. But the battle between the two can never be to go all out all the time, to fight with extreme strength all the time. But Zephyr is different at this time. Whether it is the return of life, the 6 types of profound meanings, the highest degree of armed color hardening. Each is a move that consumes a lot of power, and Luo Mu's fighting style is extremely clever. Start with the very first temptation. Zephyr had to be tense and not slack in the slightest, and his strength was always maintained at the peak. In such a state, it's good for him to play for 3 days. What makes Zephyr's heart skip a beat is that, such a high-intensity fight. Except that Luo Mu's breath weakened a little when he was making wooden golem, and then it didn't change at all. Extremely stable. He himself was a little out of physical strength, but Luo Mu's physical strength seemed to have no end. His moves were still going all out, squandering his physical strength unscrupulously. Even, in slow reply, Zephyr took the opportunity to jump aside after a hard blow. A little sweat dripped from his forehead. The previous wound on the body also collapsed again due to excessive eruption. Bleeding ceaselessly. Where is the upper limit of this monster's physical strength? Could it be that Luo Mu is already stronger than me? Thought here. Zephyr looked at Luo Mu's too young face. A sense of powerlessness arises spontaneously, it seems. Just give it a try. At this moment, Zephyr already has the idea of dying with Luo Mu. But he always felt that Luo Mu still had something to keep. There is no complete certainty in mind, but suddenly, his body froze suddenly. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In his observation Haki perception, kilometers away, a large number of pirate ships are coming towards the battlefield. Today's situation is really a lot. Zephyr shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that his idea of getting rid of Luo Mu had become a joke. Hachinosu. The supporters must be the officers of Rock's pirate. Luo Mu was also aware of the situation in the distance. But there is no joy on his face, because if it is only himself. According to Zephyr's temperament, he will definitely fight to the end. Own physical advantage. At that time, if you spend 2 or 3 days with him, you will definitely be able to kill him and absorb him. Advertisement, but now there is support. Zephyr will avoid the fight even if he is stupid. If Ishin escaped from the strong Admiral, unless he was an overlord like Rocks, others would definitely not be able to keep him. As predicted, Paper Art's Valkyrie, Zephyr gave a low snort. Body shrunk. After taking a deep look at Luo Mu, his feet stomped on the air. Call out. Zephyr instantly turned into a streamer and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Call. Luo Mu took a long breath, made a toothpick and put it in his mouth. Pity. I don't know what it's like to absorb Admiral. Sigh faintly, but Luo Mu didn't have too much trouble. The battle with Zephyr has benefited him a lot. In addition to letting him know that his strength has indeed reached the Admiral level, he also touched the charm of ultimate armament Haki. If Emission can reach that ultimate level, I will not have any shortcomings, Luo Mu muttered. Of course. The gains and insights gained from the Battle of Zephyr are far more than this, and I will only think about it after the trivial matters are dealt with later. Hiss. I didn't even feel that I was in a state of battle just now. Relax now. Luo Mu immediately bared his teeth in pain. Oh shit. I don't know how many bones are broken. It's Zephyr after all. It is impossible that Luo Mu is not injured. Even serious. If it were changed to an ordinary person with such a serious injury, he would have been lying on the ground earlier, taking in more air and less air out. It's just that the body is strong and the self-healing power is terrifying. The energy of life essence in the body is amazing. This makes Luo Mu seem calm and even alive, relaxed a little. Luo Mu lay on the red flowers and slowly floated to the deck of the cruise ship. A glimmer of anticipation flashed inside. This ship is full of things dedicated to Tianlong pigs from all over the world. Believe in addition to Bailey, there must be something else precious. It has to be checked out. At the same time, pirate ships appeared hundreds of meters away, all with the flag of Rock's pirate. Chapter 36. Destination, Hachinosu, seriously wounded Zephyr. Gula lala. As expected of you, Luo Mu actually repelled the black-armed Zephyr. Not waiting for the ship to approach, Whitebeard Newgate jumped with Kong Yunki and landed firmly beside Luo Mu. Via observation Haki, he sensed Zephyr's defeat. Immediately after, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Ochaku, John and Silver Axe all landed on the deck. They kept praising Luo Mu. Pity, I didn't leave him behind. Luo Mu replied indifferently, then looked at a few people. Shun Mouth asked, "Where's Shiki?" Heard, the three John laughed. Then the guy closed himself after he lost to you, and he didn't want to come pick you up with us just now. Luo Mu scratched his head, shaking his head and smiling. I was about to continue to say something, but I saw the ant wearing a pink Napoleon hat looking at her with a special look. Vomit. Couldn't hold back for a while. Luo Mu actually retched. Makes people suspicious. It's alright, I just thought of something more disgusting. Luo Mu waved his hand. Don't look at mommy anymore. Not to mention that the ant's figure is out of shape now. Even if it is not out of shape, Luo Mu has no interest in her. After all, the name, Seabus, is there. Luo Mu made up his mind. If this thing disgusts you again, then kill it, soon. The little pirates also boarded this luxury cruise ship. Whitebeard patted Luo Mu on the shoulder, he smiled proudly. Gula lala. Okay, although it's not in my squad, it's great to be the captain of the same pirate group. Let's go Luo Mu. The captain has already held a banquet at Hachinosu, waiting for you. The new captain. Let's go back with this marine's ship. It's more gorgeous than all marines' warships I've seen. Luo Mu touched his nose. Feel feasible, advertisement. Anyway, it's all their own trophies, don't be in a hurry to check right away. It's the same when we arrive at Hachinosu, and he is also curious about what kind of existence the Sea Overlord, Rocks is. It is good. Luo Mu nodded, then explained to Whitebeard. Because he's not a warship, it's the Celestial Dragon's cruise ship that transports celestial gold. Heavenly gold. Hearing these three words, the eyes of the most greedy John turned into the shape of Bailey. This is the money that countries all over the world pay like celestial dragons. Just such a boat. Not to mention tens of billions of Baileys, at least 5 billion Baileys. Captain Rock's current bounty is only 2.19 billion Baileys. Think about it here. Johnny was fascinated. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Mu. How? What's the matter with you? Luo Mu felt John's gaze. Asked lightly. He had a murderous aura on his body. John was startled. The eyes returned to their normal shape. Stammered. I have a lot of people with me. When the time comes, I can help you move Bailey. Luo Mu nodded. It's work. John didn't answer and walked away sullenly. At the same time, after a while of fear. Damn. How can I forget that Luo Mu defeated Shiki and Zephyr? His strength is definitely better than me. See this scene. Whitebeard smiled again. Lucky boy. I actually grabbed the gold in the sky. No wonder it was chased by Zephyr. Pity. If only there were celestial dragons on board. Maybe when Captain Rocks is happy, he will directly give you a few islands. Not bad though. Advertisement, at least billions of Baileys, enough for you to last a few lifetimes. Whitebeard wasn't interested in money. It's pure joy for Luo Mu. Celestial dragons. If you don't live, the one who dies is hanging one. Luo Mu also smiled, pointed to the direction of the mast. Brush. All the pirates on the boat were stunned, and looked at Luo Mu in astonishment. There were only two words in his eyes, monster. Katakana middle dot at the same time. Zephyr had just escaped to 100 meters above his warship. Look over there, Zephyr Admiral is back. So fast? As expected of Zephyr Admiral? 680 million Bailey's bounty. What about Luo Mu, the strongest pirate rookie? When you meet our headquarters Admiral, don't you just wait to die? This time it's majestic, see how arrogant those pirates are. The sailors looked at Zephyr in the distance with a look of joy. They all started praising Zephyr, available in the next second. Boom. Zephyr, who had just reached the sky above the warship, fell straight down and smashed onto the deck. The Marines were instantly stunned. He hurried to Zephyr and saw the wounds all over his body and the blood on the corners of his mouth before he reacted. Yelled. Admiral, ship doctor, call the ship doctor. How is this going? The Marines were all horrified. In a hurry. This is their black arm Zephyr, an existence at the Admiral level of Marines' highest combat headquarters. On weekdays, just the name can scare a bunch of pirates to death. Available today. Actually injured, still such a serious injury. Puff. Zephyr spewed out another mouthful of dark red blood. Said breathlessly. Electric. Phone bug. Go get the empty Admiral's phone bug. Chapter 37 to 1.5 billion Bailey bounty. Hanging celestial dragon swagger. Marineford. The deepest point of the island. A huge military fortress in the shape of a seagull stands tall. On the front near the upper end, the two large black characters of Marine are particularly eye-catching. Blue tiles and white walls. There are countless heavy artillery on the cloth. There are many huge warships moored on the surrounding sea. Looks so solemn, extremely oppressive, at this moment. On a wide road outside the fortress, 10 seaman recruits, wearing green-labeled white caps, white half-sleeves, and blue seagull ties were on daily patrols. 121, 121. The leading military officer shouted slogans. The privates carried muskets on their shoulders. Follow the slogan with the rhythm of the legs and move forward neatly. The whole scene looks very orderly, but suddenly, a huge roar of astonishment came from the fortress. What? The patrolman stopped. The military officer was also stunned. After a long time, he touched his chin and said in surprise. It's the voice of Sora Admiral. To make him roar like this, something must have happened. Katakana middle dot after 10 minutes. Red Line Pinnacle. Mariajoy, home of the nobles of the world, celestial dragons. Inside a circular meeting room, 5 old men sat scattered on the luxurious seats around a phone bug with a beard with the word, mountain. None of them have names. There is only one mysterious-sounding title, 5 elders. Is the world's highest leader of Zeph. At the same time, it is also the pillar of the world Zeph. A celestial dragons actually died. What are you doing to eat? An old man in a black suit with curly white hair shouted angrily at the phone bug. The faces of the 4 next to him were equally ugly. The noble celestial dragons were killed, even being forced to publicly execute Marine. This responsibility, very large, not even naval headquarters can afford all the Admiral. So Kong immediately reported the news of Zephyr to the 5 elders of Mariajoy. Advertisement, what about those Marines? Especially the pariah who dared to do it, kill them, but all those who are related to them will be killed without leaving behind. Shame. A great shame. That pirate named Luo Mu must be killed. A grade under 20 can beat Admiral, and he must not grow up. Also, Rock's pirate must find a way to destroy it as soon as possible. That's right. You Marine are to blame for this incident, but let's write it down for now, and try to kill Rocks and Luo Mu first. Block the news of celestial dragons being killed, and mention Luo Mu's bounty to me with 1.5 billion. 5 peak power people, you say everything I say. Blame it hard from the start. In the end, it has become the attitude of being jealous of Rocks and Luo Mu's talent. Actually, they originally had the idea of eradicating Rocks. Just haven't found the right opportunity, but now. Rocks not only has a veteran like Whitebeard, but also recruits a monster with incredible talent like Luo Mu. They are fully aware. Luo Mu, Rocks. These two are celestial dragons' greatest threats. Especially Luo Mu. Talent is just too scary. We must try our best to eliminate it as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he gave a super high bounty of 1.5 billion, more than any cadre of Rock's pirate. The empty phone bug scowled. No way. These 5 people are standing at the pinnacle of world power, and even if he is Marine Admiral, he can only be silently trained. But he agrees with some of the 5 elders' views. That is, Rocks can't continue to recruit monsters. Otherwise, the power of the world will be completely out of balance. Action must be taken. Remember, the news of the killing of celestial dragons must be blocked. This matter is not only about the credibility of the world Zeph, but also the noble identity of the descendants of the Creator. Don't think this is over. We will definitely investigate the end of the Valley of the Gods sacrificial ceremony in 3 months' time. Speaking of the sacrificial ceremony, Marine Admiral must all be present, if this thing goes wrong again, humph. The 5 elders gradually put away their scolding. Seriously ordered. They're not IQ-less, downright dumb pigs like Charles Ross. But after all the celestial dragons were killed, anger is inevitable. After the explanation, the 5 people reprimanded for more than half an hour. Okay, I see. Sora's short, powerful reply came from the phone bug. Then immediately hung up. Marineford, in the conference room. Kong took a long breath and glanced at Sengoku and the others. You all listen too. Advertisement not finished yet. A black phone bug rang on the table, is an informant in the Hachinosu area. Moment, his originally relaxed complexion sank again. Line connected. I am empty. Phone bug. At #% at. What? The roar of astonishment resounded throughout Marineford again. Katakana middle dot at the same time. Mercury Island, in front of a sailboat. There is an exaggerated barbecue grill that is more than 10 meters long. Topped with glossy beef. Zila. The charcoal fire kept scorching, and the air was filled with a strong fragrance that could make people drool. Rayleigh, is it almost ready? My belly is going to flatten with hunger. Roger, who was sitting not far away, raised his head in the air and sniffed hard. Both eyes shine. Captain, wait a little longer, the barbecue will be ready soon. Rayleigh brushed his eyes. Laughed. As long as his captain is not in battle, there is almost no formality. Ha. Today I'm going to eat a whole cow. Roger chuckled. The whiskers under the nose also jumped. Grumpy gurgle. The phone bug rang. Roger hooked up easily. I'm Roger. Mouth is still shouting saliva, available in the next second. The originally laid-back Roger stood up with a carp. Face full of disbelief. The beards are all sticking up. You mean? Luo Mu killed the celestial dragons and repelled Zephyr, and then in the waters near Hachinosu, he was hanging the celestial dragon's corpse as a flag on the mast and waving through the market? Chapter 38. Roger's concerns. Arrive at Hachinosu. The phone bug has hung up, but Roger still held the microphone in his hand. All the humor is gone. It was replaced by a solemn look that only comes when faced with a strong enemy. Not just Roger. The expressions of Rayleigh and Jabba next to him were also extremely solemn in an instant, and even Bullet, nicknamed the Devil's Descendant, rarely closed his split mouth. Zila Zila. The beef has been roasted, fragrant. Roger is not in the mood to enjoy the food, take steps. Sitting slowly on a stump, looked up in Hachinosu's direction. Rayleigh and others were also silent, so shocking. Beating Shiki at this age is enough to make them look at him. But how long has it been? Just repelled the black arm Zephyr head on. This is not the most critical. He dared to kill celestial dragons, a privileged nobleman recognized by the world as the descendant of the creator. And the corpses of the celestial dragons were also hoisted on the masts as flags. He wasn't hitting Marine in the face anymore. Instead, slap all the faces of the kings of nations and world ZFs who recognize the privilege of celestial dragons. Or declare war. For a long time, Roger was the first to speak to break the silence. Said solemnly, "It seems there is a monster in this world that is more terrifying than rocks." Aside, Bullet, who was wearing a military uniform, was a little puzzled. "Captain, I admit that Luo Mu's strength and courage are extremely amazing, but in my opinion, it shouldn't be a big threat. Just a muscular idiot. With such monster talent, it would be great for him to steadily increase his strength for a few years. Have to provoke celestial dragons. Can he beat 1 Zephyr, 2, 3? Bullet is out of the troops. Deeply grasped the essence of the true meaning of development. When he first boarded Roger's ship, he was on a par with co-captain Rayleigh. Advertisement but not proud. Instead, train harder and work harder. Gained more powerful strength, in the original world. If it weren't for the fact that Roger was beaten by his execution, his personality changed drastically. It will definitely be a more terrifying existence. Heard. Rayleigh shook his head. The lenses reflect a ray of wisdom in the sunlight. I don't think Luo Mu is stupid, it's madness. For both, Roger was non-committal. Instead, he said to himself. Talent, strength. I really can't think of anyone in the world better than Luo Mu. If it weren't for his weird and crazy personality, I almost thought Luo Mu was Joey Boy. Joey Boy. Hear the name. Rayleigh and others were surprised again. That's the legendary figure in the Void Century, and one of the beings they've gone to great lengths to find. Roger actually gave Luo Mu such a high evaluation? Don't wait for a few people to speak. Roger jumped in front of the grill, grabbed a piece of barbecue and took a stab at it. If Joey Bowie can save the world, then Luo Mu is likely to be the one who will destroy the world. This must not be allowed to happen. I'm going to find Luo Mu. He didn't care if the celestial dragons died or not. But the terrorist organization, Rock's Pirate, is getting stronger and stronger, which is unacceptable to Roger. And at this time Luo Mu arrived at Hachinosu, enjoying the welcome banquet specially organized by Rocks for him. Katakana middle. Hachinosu Island. The moment Luo Mu arrived, the grand banquet began. Pirates' banquet style is extremely wild, not so much. Dozens of bonfires are set up at will, and then barbecue grills and tables are set up on the exposed rocks. There are no chairs, all are sitting on the ground. The layout is simple though. Advertisement, but the atmosphere is extraordinarily strong. A large number of pirates raised their barbecue sticks and beer barrels in their hands. Jumping around in front of a roaring bonfire, race is everything. Long-eared clan, fur clan, fish clan, there are even a few giants. One of the octopuses is doing acrobatic tossing, but what he threw in his hand was not an acrobatic ball, but 8 long swords. The long sword is extremely sharp, flickering a little cold mang. But in the dexterous hands of this red octopus, it seemed like a toy without danger. 8 tentacles flew up and down, the people watching are dazzled. And next to the octopus man, 2 giants more than 10 meters high are wrestling their arms. The forehead is full of blue veins, push hard, stab. The clothes on the upper body were directly shattered by the support. Katakana middle. Thousands of people. Divide into small groups, drink and eat meat and dance freely. Banquets are the favorite leisure and entertainment activities of pirates. In this lively environment, no matter how serious and unsocial people are, they can't help but blend in. See this lively scene. Luo Mu's figure stagnates slightly. This is the legendary terrorist organization? Whitebeard seemed to see Luo Mu's doubts. Laughing and explaining. Goo la la la. Don't be fooled by these guys. Maybe you're still drinking and eating meat at the banquet today, and tomorrow you'll be slashing with a machete. Luo Mu was dumbfounded. Yet at this time, an arrogant, deep voice resounded throughout Hachinosu. Ha ha ha. Luo Mu, welcome to the monster gathering place. Chapter 39. Captain Luo Mu. Do you remember Kaido from that small fishing village? The very top of Skull Rock. A man nearly 2 meters tall stood against the wind with his arms outstretched in a hug. It's not someone else. It is the Sea Overlord, who just issued the declaration to welcome Luo Mu to the monster gathering place, Captain Rox. It is good. Very good. Rox looked at Luo Mu with unprecedented satisfaction. He didn't expect Luo Mu to have the strength to repel Zephyr. I didn't even expect Luo Mu to make a crazy move of hanging dead bodies. All the way to Whistle, swaggering through the city. Visited the nearby islands with marine garrison within 40 miles. Whenever you see the bodies of celestial dragons. All the marines along the way were terrified. Even the warships at the gate of the base were taken back. Don't even dare to put a fart, mad, crazy. The most important thing is the strength of madness. He formed the Rox pirate in order to find such outlaw monsters. Think about it here. Rox couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Ha 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 ha. Monsters, raise your glass to welcome our new captain, Luo Mu. Brush. Moment. Tens of thousands of pirates of all races stopped what they were doing and picked up the large wooden wine barrel in front of them without hesitation. They all held up to Luo Mu in unison, Captain Luo Mu. Captain Luo Mu. Captain Luo Mu, shouting bursts. Extraordinary frenzy. No one was puzzled or shocked that Luo Mu would get the captaincy as soon as he arrived. On the contrary, if Luo Mu hadn't been the captain, they will be surprised, because in their hearts, Luo Mu's name has long been like a legend. Kill Ethan, defeat Shiki, and retire Zephyr. Kill the celestial dragon's whistling parade. Luo Mu's prestige even surpassed the most popular Whitebeard before, only under Captain Rox. Ha ha ha. Enjoy your carnival, monsters. Rox also carries large wooden casks. This is the situation. The end is shocking, call. Luo Mu took a long breath, soothed the shocking mood of being Tonghua. His eyes were fixed on the man on the top of the skull rock. A punk-inspired motorcycle leather jacket, uninhibited hairstyle like Medusa. Arrogant, this is his first impression of Rox. Advertisement similar to Doflamingo, but more Haki than Ming Jie. Katakana middle dot after the welcome declaration. Rox just sat on Skull Rock and started drinking on his own. Whitebeard pulled Luo Mu. Explain aside, while taking him to his exclusive seat. Goo la la la. The captain is such a lonely man. Don't mind him. Go to location. Whitebeard raised his arm and inserted Kong Yunchi into the rock, then pressed Luo Mu to the chair. He was sitting across from him, 2 hands in one move. Suddenly a dozen or so pirates came over with a wine barrel. I didn't have enough time to drink it last time, but this time I'll let you see what the amount of alcohol is. And also, tell me how you beat that Zephyr away. It can be seen to be very happy. Luo Mu is not hypocritical. Open a barrel of wine and start drinking and chatting with Whitebeard directly. Unconsciously, half a barrel of wine is gone, period. Aunt Charlotte Linlin wanted to come over and sit next to Luo Mu, but he drove him away. I had no choice but to go and sit down with John. Not far away, Ochaku and Silver Axe sit and drink together and discuss. I really don't know what this Luo Mu thinks. He actually killed celestial dragons and held a demonstration. I don't know whether to call him bold or stupid. HMPH, a fool for the show. He'll pay for it, it is clear. They did not understand the real reason for Luo Mu's behavior. I just thought he was just trying to show off, idiot. You two idiots know shit. Golden Lion, who was drinking alone, scolded abruptly. Don't wait for Ochaku and Silver Axe to refute, he smiled disdainfully. He raised his finger and pointed to Luo Mu, who was not far away. Look over there. Ochaku and Silver Axe looked over. I see. Do not know when. Luo Mu was surrounded by a large group of pirates, each of them saying something excitedly. What happened? It's all the most elite people in this batch of apprentice pirates, what are they doing? I'm begging Luo Mu to take them into the team. What? How is that possible? I took the initiative to recruit a few of them 2 days ago, and they were all crazy, saying that they would only agree to give me a favor. Why are they all running to Luo Mu now? Ochaku and Silver Axe froze in place, unbelievably surprised. Gudong. Golden Lion took a sip of wine. The more capable pirates are, the more maddened they are. They will only surrender to the strong. Advertisement. Kill a stupid pig. Not only has it been appreciated by Captain Rox, but also selected a group of high-quality players. 2 birds with 1 stone. Luo Mu, he's a smart guy. The tone is very complicated. Katakana middle dot and let's talk about Luo Mu's side. Captain Luo Mu, is your squad still missing? I want to join. I killed a major marine. I want to join too. Although I am a trainee crew member and have never killed marine, I am in the top 10 in the trainee assessment. And me, Captain Luo Mu, don't think I'm a cook, but I'm not bad at all. Captain Luo Mu, I am a navigator. A large group of sturdy pirates surrounded him. Everyone looks crazy. They are the most elite beings among the trainee crew. Treatment is extremely special. It is the squad leader who gives them benefits in private and can only recruit. Available today. They surrounded Luo Mu one by one, frantically introducing their abilities to Luo Mu, for fear that Luo Mu would not want them. Luo Mu smiled. Mouth Kakuzu couldn't help but rise slightly. Crying inside. Make money. The effect of slaughtering the Tianlong pig is really good. Next time I have time, I will kill 2 more. Whitebeard patted Luo Mu on the shoulder. Scolded with a smile. Goo la la la, Luo Mu. I didn't expect that your kid's head is so good. You're making a lot of money now. There's unabashed praise and envy in the words. Ha ha ha. Happen. Luo Mu returned Whitebeard a glass of wine, but suddenly. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A rebellious voice rang out. Heard. The faces of the elite pirates changed at the same time. Who is so crazy? You can turn around. They all swallowed their saliva, and then consciously retreated to the sides to make way for the comers. Extraordinarily tall, it has a pair of sharp horns on its head. It's Kaido. He swayed from side to side, appears to be drunk. Carrying his mace, he stumbled to Luo Mu, pointing at his face for a while, and the horns on his head for a while. He asked anxiously and expectantly, Captain Luo Mu. It's me. Do you remember? The man who hid behind the rocks in the fishing village a few days ago. Chapter 40. Kaido. I'm willing to go through fire and water for Captain Luo Mu. Seeing Luo Mu's expression did not change, Kaido panicked immediately. He began to vividly describe to Luo Mu the scene where he killed the moss pirates. At that time, some deflated pirates fired at you. Meet Luo Mu. Kaido was excited. The first strong man he encountered when he escaped from the Walker Kingdom was Luo Mu. The powerful fruiting ability left an indelible impression on the young Kaido. But after participating in Rock's Pirate, Kaido thought he would never hear about Luo Mu again. Unexpectedly, due to his own words, the squad leader Golden Lion set off to look for Luo Mu and was defeated by him. This once again shook Kaido. And now, Luo Mu actually appeared directly in front of him, joined Rock's Pirate like him, and became a captain. This convinced Kaido, who believed in fate. It must be a special fate. It is fate. You must follow the guidance of God. Katakana middle dot, Captain Luo Mu. Do you remember? Kaido asked. He used both hands and feet to identify himself, looking very expectant. The surrounding pirates stared at each other as big as a copper bell. This is the one they know. Is it Kaido, the most powerful and hot-tempered, rookie king, in their group? It feels like a completely different person. There were even a few people who hid behind and covered their mouths and snickered because Kaido looked too funny right now. But Kaido has made up his mind. No matter what, join Luo Mu's squad. This boss, Kaido recognized it, so, ignoring everyone's reaction, I continued to dig my heart out with Luo Mu. Captain Luo Mu. Even if you really forgot about me, I'm the king of newcomers in this batch of newcomers. You will definitely not suffer if you accept me. See this scene. Luo Mu touched his nose. In fact, he had already recognized Kaido. After all, the appearance of the Ghost Clan is too distinctive. Extraordinary height, horns resembling a ceratopsian on the head. Plus that iconic mace. If not, who else could Kaido be? One of the 4 emperors, the giant beast. Kaido, right? I remember you, I agreed. Just come and report to me when the banquet is over. Luo Mu said. Advertisement. His face was a little weird. Is smirking. Because young Kaido had long curly hair, was wearing tight leather pants, and had a metal chain hanging around his waist. Just looked like a spiritual boy. The contrast with the image of the giant beast, mighty Haki, is too great. What, Captain Luo Mu, you agree? Kaido's eyes widened and he subconsciously asked, but he immediately responded. Dancing with the mace in the air, excited like a child 2 or 3 meters tall. But just when Luo Mu thought it was over, he saw the drunk Kaido kneeling directly in front of him with a poof. Luo Mu had a question mark on his face. Thank you, Captain Luo Mu. I'm Kaido. I am willing to go through fire and water for Captain Luo Mu, and follow Captain Luo Mu to the death. Luo Mu was stunned. Take a look at Kaido's drunken appearance and curly hair. Internal rant. Damn, I think it's like smoking and drinking to burn my head. Wave your hand to get Kaido up, very emotional inside. Didn't expect, giant beast, Kaido to be a tough guy when he was young? Ooh. Kaido smiled and stood up, but because of the loud voice, the unique laughter sounded more like a battle cry. At this moment, for the rest of the apprentice pirates, look at me, and I look at you. All were dumbfounded. They also wanted to see Kaido's jokes. Unexpectedly, Kaido's antics was actually included in Luo Mu's team. The clown is me? Next moment, the pirates kneel on one knee to Luo Mu while tacitly understanding. Captain Luo Mu, let's join the team too, loud. It directly attracted the attention of everyone nearby, including Rox, who was alone in the shadows at the highest point. He was a little curious how Luo Mu would respond. On the other hand, Ochaku and John both grinned and cursed. Cut. A bunch of useless guys. Pirates' knees are worth tens of millions of Baileys. Golden Lion snorted again. Million Bailey? That guy Luo Mu stole the gold, and billions of Baileys are lying there. You think those elites are all fools? Heard. The two were at a loss for words. He wanted to fight back but couldn't say anything. Advertisement. He could only take a sip of wine barely. Damn. Luo Mu will definitely accept them all. We can only pick new people from the trash. Hateful. At the same time, invariably, he turned his attention to Luo Mu, full of envy, jealousy and hatred. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. He looked at nearly 100 pirates kneeling in front of him. Raso. After a moment, Shen said, 20 places. I'll give you 20 places. Wait until the banquet is over. I will choose 20 among you. Hear this. The pirates were stunned for a moment, but then they continued to speak. Okay, Captain Luo Mu, I will definitely be able to join your squad. Thank you, Captain Luo Mu, then let's remove Captain Luo Mu first. Say it. They stood up one by one, said goodbye to Luo Mu and returned to their original seats. What? He actually has to take another assessment. Ochaku in the distance exclaimed. Anyone here exceeds his standard for recruiting crew members, and can be used as the core combat power of the team. He was too late to invite privately, however, Luo Mu did not accept all of them directly, but had to conduct another assessment. 100 people only need 20, this made him very incomprehensible. Why? How did those people become like this? How did this kid Luo Mu do it? Silver Axe was even more puzzled. Those elite pirates are more mad than each other, how could they agree to Luo Mu's request for re-examination? He even had an illusion. He felt that the elites were even more excited after hearing that Luo Mu was going to assess them. The two yelled. Golden Lion was too lazy to explain to the two idiots. Pull out Sakura 10, dead wood. A sharp gleam flashed in the corner of his eyes. For the strong. The opportunity won by strength is definitely worth more than the opportunity obtained. Luo Mu, wait, it won't be long before I will wash away the shame. And the next moment, Golden Lion glanced, suddenly see. Rocks on Skull Rock stood up and walked towards Luo Mu. Chapter 41. The new flag of Hachinosu Island, Lonely Red. Good job. Indeed. Only the elite of the elite are worthy of a monster like you. Standing in front of Luo Mu, Rocks shook his glass and praised with satisfaction. Time. The pirates who just came to Luo Mu and asked to join the team straightened their backs unconsciously. Kaido even went directly behind Luo Mu, for fear that others would not know that he is now a member of Luo Mu's team. Luo Mu responded lukewarm. Heart is very shocked. So strong. With the special ability of Mumu fruit, Luo Mu can feel the life intensity of other life forms within a certain distance. Similar to the enhanced version of the life card. He probably felt it. The Rock's life response, outrageous. Better than Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Zephyr and more. And not a little bit. While Luo Mu was shocked, Rocks opposite him was also thinking. The actions in the next 3 months will be more certain. It's time to warm up now, next moment. Rocks raised his mouth, raised his finger and pointed in the direction of the port and said with a smile. That flag of yours is nice, I'd like to borrow it. Banner? What flag? The surrounding pirates frowned. Luo Mu instantly realized what the flag Rocks was talking about. Put away the shock. Said calmly, if it's that thing, the captain likes to use it. It is good. Rocks patted Luo Mu's shoulder heavily. Then his face changed. Grimly said, come on. Rebuild a mast in the harbor and hang the corpse of the celestial dragons for me. The voice fell. The whole Hachinosu fell silent. Available immediately, it was a sudden burst of terrifying laughter. After a few minutes, the Charles rose on the cruise ship's mast descended slowly, then rose again on the newly erected mast in the port. The banquet continues. As Rocks meant, this banquet will be held for 3 days and 3 nights. Katakana middle. The next day, the sky was just a little cloudy. Advertisement, but Hachinosu still had a bright bonfire. Island. Some pirates lay on the ground and slept soundly, and some had already slept and continued to eat and drink. There are racks of animal bones that have been eaten and wiped all around. Quack. See this scene. The newsbird circled back and forth in the clouds and dared not fall, because it found its own kind among the many bone racks. But suddenly, it inadvertently caught a glimpse of the celestial dragon's corpse on the mast. Quack. The newsbird screamed in fright. The wings are a little cramped. The news and bounty orders in a trembling arms all fell down. But it can't handle that much. It was as if he had escaped from this terrifying place. Time. Thousands of newspapers and bounties floated down from the sky. It's like a paper rain. See this scene. Whitebeard put down his glass and asked with interest. Luo Mu. This must be your new bounty. Guess how many Baileys it will be. Luo Mu didn't answer. A rattan rose from behind, grabbed a bounty in the air, and placed it in front of Whitebeard. 1.5 billion? Whitebeard exclaimed. Although he was prepared in his heart, it was still very shocking to see this number. To know, he has the highest bounty for the Rock's cadre. 700 million Baileys. But Luo Mu's bounty was more than double his. It's almost time to catch up with Captain Rocks. 20 billion is useless. I can't tie myself to Bailey again. Luo Mu was not interested. It's time for him to raise his name with bounties now. You guy. Whitebeard looked up and smiled. Luo Mu is the same. Then the two raised their glasses at the same time and drank another drink in the paper rain. Katakana middle. At the same time. Almost all parts of the world continent received the latest newspapers and bounties. New World. In a bar near the Fishman Island, several bounty hunters walked into the bar muttering with the newspapers they just bought and the bounty in their hands. Marine is disgraced this time. That Luo Mu is really bold and dares to kill celestial dragons. Shish. Be quiet. It's over if people in the ZF of the world hear it. Can this be nonsense? I dare not publish it if I haven't seen it in the newspaper. It's just that he repelled the Black Arm Zephyr. Everyone is swaggering about the parade of hanging corpses. It's impossible to hide it even if it's not published in the newspapers. Stop talking about this. Damn, the 1.5 billion Bailey bounty. If I can catch this Luo Mu, I will retire and go back to the village to marry my Xiaofeng. Advertisement. Several people sat at a large round table. Discuss quietly, but it was all heard by a tall and thin man in the far corner. Interesting, the tall and thin man muttered. Then he picked up a slender purple umbrella and walked straight to a few bounty hunters. The evil spirit smiled. Show me the newspaper. Several people looked up. He looked at the man in front of him with a bad expression. Slender body. His long hair was braided over his shoulders, and he was wearing a plum red shirt and blood red trousers. He wears black leather shoes with gold trim on his feet. He wore a large blood red cloak, inside is plaid. With a blue rose around her neck. A gold chain hangs around his mouth. It looks very strong, very tugging. This made the bounty hunters very unhappy, and one by one began to breathe fragrance. What are you? Get out of lousy. The poor can't even afford a newspaper. Brush. A sword light flashed. The 7 bounty hunters also left an indistinct scratch on their necks. No manners at all. The tall and thin man pouted. Then he took away the newspaper on the table and walked towards his place with the reward. Boom. The moment the man turned to leave, the bodies of the 7 bounty hunters fell straight down at the same time, leaving blood on the ground. What? The bar suddenly became a mess. Both the guests and the waiters were shocked and rushed out of the bar. And in that corner, the lanky man opened the red wine on the table. Flipped through the newspaper while tasting. The complexion gradually became serious. It seems, the era of chaos is about to begin. Say it. He drinks the red wine from the toast. He took out a few hundred Baileys from his pocket and put them on the table. When preparing to leave, several Marines rushed in. Seeing this man's appearance, he immediately shouted in horror. Bararik Redfield. Chapter 42. The only Luo Mu, fish and fruit and 6 billion Baileys. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Mu's welcome banquet is completely over, but because the apprenticeship assessment has been completed. Therefore, the situation of the crew in the regiment is not as much as before. Katakana middle dot on the training ground. Dozens of pirates who have just become full members are gathering to chat. In. A one-eyed pirate tramples a crawling ant to death. Side. Finally passed the test. The grades are not bad. Joined Captain Charlotte's squad. Hear this. The surrounding pirates clapped and applauded. And the pirate who was sitting in the best position under the shade of the tree pursed his lips, stood up and gave the one-eyed pirate all the place. The one-eyed pirate is very happy. Unceremoniously, he sat on the rock under the shade of the tree. See. There was a fat pirate in the crowd swaggering out. Cough cough. Deliberately coughed twice. Then he patted the white cloth strip on his shoulder. The meaning is self-evident. I'm from Team Whitebeard. The melon-eating pirates applauded again. The one-eyed pirate scratched his head, raised his butt and moved to the side, leaving a large space for the fat man. The fat man is very arrogant. Walking over without recognizing 6 relatives, the old god sat on the ground in the most comfortable position. But the A isn't hot yet. He saw a pirate with glasses coming over in the distance. He knows this man. In other words, he knew this person with a group of rookie pirates who stayed behind. Because he is the Luo Mu team, one of only 21 members. Dutch. The fat pirate's eyes instantly widened and he quickly jumped to the side. So did the one-eyed pirate. Even the expression is more exaggerated, and even the breathing is lighter. Wait until the glasses pirate walks in front of everyone. The two laughed at the same time. Sit. Dutch nodded in satisfaction. Advertisement slowly sat in the most comfortable position. Their behavior seems comical, but in fact it is the simple logic of the strong being respected. In the eyes of these new full members, among the 7 squad leaders, the trio of John, Ochaku, and Silver Axe are 1 level. Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion Shiki are 1 level above those 3, and Whitebeard is half a level above them. And Luo Mu is the only one. Dutch, how is the welfare of Captain Luo Mu? Yeah, let's get to know each other. I heard that Luo Mu grabbed more than 6 billion Baileys of gold. The pirates looked at Dutch eagerly, asked curiously. 20 out of 100 elites were chosen, and even Captain Rox himself admitted that he was the elite among the elites. That treatment must be better than his own. Cut. A bunch of useless things, Daki said disdainfully. Immediately stood up, said mysteriously, what is Bailey? Captain Luo Mu found a devil fruit from that cruise ship. Devil fruit? Hear these 4 words. All pirates breathed for a while. A gift from the devil of the sea. A precious existence that can change a person's destiny. Seeing the envy in the eyes of the people around him, Dutch was very satisfied. That fruit is called Yu fruit. Captain Luo Mu gave it to Kaido without saying a word. And tell us, as long as our 20 people contribute enough, each of us will have devil fruit in the future. Immediately, the pirates were once again shocked. Luo Mu became more and more majestic in their hearts. Katakana middle dot let's talk about Luo Mu. He also did not expect that the cruise ship of celestial dragons actually had fish and fruit. Underthought. Luo Mu directly rewarded it to Kaido. Once you have eaten the Mumu fruit, you cannot eat another devil fruit until you get the dark fruit. Advertisement: if you find dark fruit later, it is not impossible to devour other powerful fruits. Second, I will definitely set up a pirate group in the future. Kaido is his first cadre, still have to have some cards. As for the question of loyalty, if Kaido dares to be the sixth mind, even if he develops the form of a blue dragon, he has the strength of the 100 beasts, 4 emperors behind him. Luo Mu is also confident enough to take care of him. And after counting the spoils, he returned to an island adjacent to Hachinosu. This is the turf that the rocks gave him, katakana middle dot, it seems. The people of World ZF can't sit still, look at the news in the newspaper. Luo Mu frowned. 3 days in a row, newspapers are running news about himself and the Rocks pirate. And in addition to their own 1.5 billion Bailey bounty, Whitebeard's bounty has also been more or less longer. Put down the newspaper. Luo Mu began to think, calculated. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods should be coming soon. The final battle of Rock's pirate should be more intense than Summit War. And after killing celestial dragons himself and Rock's hanging bodies in Hachinosu, maybe the momentum will be even bigger. Think about it here. Luo Mu's mouth lifted slightly. Speaking to himself. But, that's exactly what I want. The voice fell. A smear of black and red was immediately rendered on the surface of the right fist. Compared to when he played against Zephyr, the color is even deeper. Luo Mu nodded in satisfaction and threw a punch in the air. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave roared out, and the rock more than 10 meters away shattered. His strength has increased again. Chapter 43. Luo Mu's plan to become stronger, rocks with a cold back. But, the effect is still a little worse. Look at the cracked rock. Luo Mu retracted his fist, sitting on the stool and thinking. After the battle with Zephyr, he took the Conqueror's Haki even more seriously. His current Conqueror's Haki are strong, it's not an exaggeration to call it the top. But it's not close to Zephyr specializing in one thing and practicing a Haki to the ultimate level. Still a little hotter. Let's talk about the sight first. This is his weaker kind of Haki. Luo Mu's current range of sight and vision is about 100 meters, and he can see the blurry scene for a second in the future. This is still a big gap compared to the powerhouses who specialize in seeing and hearing. A strong man who specializes in seeing and hearing. For example, Pluton Rayleigh and Big Mom's future Kadri card 2. A strong in scope, can cover the entire desert island. The other is to predict the future. Although I don't know the exact time, it must be longer than Luo Mu's blurry second. Next is Conqueror's Haki. Luo Mu understands. The role of this top-notch Conquerors is not only to clean up trash. Same as Armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki also has an advanced usage, Conqueror's Twist. Roger, Whitebeard, and the future Redhead as well as Kaido. They are all Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki beings. As for the Overlord Rocks, not to mention, he is definitely one of the top powerhouses in Overlord. To some extent, Conqueror's Entanglement is also the king's power symbolizing the apex of the world. At last, it is the most commonly used armament Haki. Emission, a technique that can directly damage the interior through the surface of an object, is definitely one of Armament Haki's top uses. The reason for losing to Zephyr's black arm, just because Luo Mu didn't focus on Armament Haki. If Luo Mu's Armament Haki strength is the same as Zephyr's, then the Battle of the Two's armed colors a few days ago must be Luo Mu's victory. As for fruit power, the ability of Mumu fruit belongs to the bud level. As long as it devours the essence of life, it can automatically become stronger. But after the battle with Zephyr, also found the problem. That's a plant made by itself from its fruit. Its power is more than enough. Advertisement in terms of strength, it is slightly inferior. If he hadn't been able to quickly recover his physical strength, maybe he would have been defeated at that time. Luo Mu has tried covering Armament Haki on plant surfaces. It worked. But extremely unstable, it often only lasts for a short period of time, and actual combat scenarios cannot be used at all. As for the Fruit Awakening, not as Zephyr at all, guessed, Luo Mu has not yet completed the Fruit Awakening. He is also a little unclear about how Mumu completes his awakening. But Luo Mu feels, the moment when Mumu awakened, the problem of attaching armament colors should be solved. At that time, if your physique is strong enough, you can directly come to a true several thousand hands covered by a fully armed color. Maybe it will become, Suzodai Buddha, katakana middle dot, da da da. Luo Mu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. The brows are also frowning more and more tightly. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods is coming soon, and it may even be more powerful than before. But think about it, there are simply too many places to be strengthened. This made Luo Mu feel a little uneasy, but he completely forgot that he had only practiced for 3 years from start to finish. In the hearts of Rocks, Zephyr and others, it was assumed that he had been cultivating since he was a child. But they still agree that Luo Mu is a unique talent monster in the world. And it's not just them. Garp, Sengoku, Crane Vice Admiral and the 5 Elders, the world leader of ZF. It is also believed that Luo Mu's talent is unparalleled in the world. They all give the conclusion that if Luo Mu continues to grow, it will only surpass the Overlord Rocks sooner or later. List Luo Mu is extremely dangerous, largely because of such monster talent. But if they knew that Luo Mu had only practiced for 3 years from start to finish, Rocks would be silent and Zephyr would cry. The 5 Elders, on the other hand, will be terrified and desperate. Now, immediately, I will personally take all the power to destroy Luo Mu. Because this talent can no longer be described as a monster. But horror, call. Luo Mu let out a long breath. Rubbed the temples. Let the mind return to its clearest state to think. Haki and fruit abilities must be strengthened at the same time, but neither Haki nor fruit abilities. Advertisement all have one thing in common. That is the need for stronger physical strength. That is, to absorb the essence of life. Think about it here. Countless choices flash through Luo Mu's head. Pirates, marines, bounty hunters, etc. human powerhouses. Or other creatures. If time is sufficient, then the human powerhouse is definitely the best choice. But the Valley of the Gods battle is coming soon. It takes a lot of time to defeat and absorb them. Like Zephyr. Although Luo Mu is sure to defeat and kill him, the premise is that Zephyr will play a war of attrition with himself. And the chance to fight against such a strong man alone is even more rare. It seems, it's time for a trip to Calm Belt. Luo Mu muttered. I made a decision in my heart. Go absorb Sea Kings. In fact, he has long absorbed the life essence of Sea Kings. How to say? The amount is indeed large enough, and it takes half a day to suck. Quality is not very satisfactory. It can only be said that absorbing an ordinary Sea Kings is similar to the human beings who are rewarded with millions or tens of millions of Baileys. But it is not comparable to the top human powerhouses. Like rocks. I don't know how many Sea Kings one can get by absorbing him alone. A strong man like this who can overwhelm an era has already surpassed the scope of human beings, and even the gigantic Sea Kings are not as good as him. Rocks. Thinking of this, Luo Mu's mind suddenly flashed. Then he turned his head to look in Hachinosu's direction. At the same time, the highest level of the Hachinosu skull rock. Rocks suddenly felt a chill behind him, and a strong sense of crisis struck. After looking around and finding nothing out of the ordinary, he muttered to himself quite solemnly, it must be the Valley of the Gods ceremony is coming soon. I'm totally uneasy. Chapter 44, Marines Preparations, Helpless Kong. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marineford, Kong called Sengoku and others over for a meeting early in the morning. Conference table. The scene of the port of Hachinosu Island is projected by the videophone bug. On the mast, the corpses of celestial dragons are particularly visible. The atmosphere was very heavy, celestial dragons were killed. This is a piece of news that the world ZF will try to block. But they didn't expect Luo Mu to hang celestial dragons on the mast to parade, and then rocks to hang their bodies on Hachinosu's port. Even if it is not published in the newspapers, the forces around the world have also been known. This is no longer a simple slap in the face, it's a blatant provocation. It's the Rocks Pirates' declaration of war on the world ZF, on the Holy Land Mariajoy. Katakana middle. Seats at the conference table. Sengoku, Garp and others all set their sights on Kong in the first place. Feel the eyes of the people. Kong's word for mountain trembled. Turn off the videophone bug, he spoke in a low voice. Wait and watch. Heard, everyone's brows furrowed tightly. As the only woman in the audience, Crane Vice Admiral was the first to speak up. Empty Admiral. We can't wait any longer, something must be done. The news of the death of the celestial dragons spread almost across the continent, and the credibility of the world ZF, as well as our marine, plummeted. A lot of rebel groups hiding in the shadows are just around the corner. Just 3 days, 5 branch bases were attacked. Continue like this. Crane Vice Admiral's tone became more and more low. Zephyr glanced at the bandages wrapped around him. Also agrees. Let's not talk about rocks. It's already very difficult to deal with a group of 6 cadres such as Newgate, Shiki, Sherlock Linlin. But now there's another crazy Luo Mu, so I also think that we must strike as soon as possible, otherwise the forces of the world will be completely out of balance. Garp, who has always been Ma Daha on weekdays, also has a rare dignified expression. A pair of iron fists hit the table directly. Empty Admiral. I think Zephyr and Crane are right. Absolutely can't wait any longer. Advertisement aside, the resourceful General Sengoku raised his glasses. Caution. Empty Admiral. What did the 5 elders say? The voice fell. Kong nodded. The word, mountain, shook for a while. Opened his mouth. Wait and watch. Wait 3 months. That's the order from the 5 elders. Hear this. Everyone was very puzzled, and Kong waved his hand. Suggest to listen to yourself first, is such that 5 elders means the Rocks pirate has become the greatest threat in the world. It has to be uprooted, and according to their inference, rocks will appear in the Valley of the Gods ritual ceremony 3 months later. And the whole pirate group must have come out in full force. So in order to avoid stunned snakes, we should not make 2 violent reactions in the past 3 months. The voice fell. Several people are still a little confused. Empty Admiral. How could they be so sure the rocks would attack the celestial dragon's sacrificial ceremony? Crane Vice Admiral asked. Kong shook his head. The 5 of Mariajoy have always been mysterious. It's not something we care about. Several people nodded. Take it for granted. After all, those 5 have indeed shown many magical operations. That is to say, the Valley of the Gods will be the final battlefield? Sengoku looked very cautious. Celestial dragons and rocks collide in an all-round way. This is an epic battle. Kong nodded. Then the tone changed. There must be no mistakes in the battle of the Valley of the Gods, so in these 3 months, we must do everything we can. And also, although we won't shoot rocks directly during this time, we must closely monitor Hachinosu. Prevent them from doing crazy things before fighting in the Valley of the Gods. Several people nodded cautiously at the same time. Then Kong raised his momentum. Go ahead and start ordering. Sengoku, Zephyr, advertisement. Yes, the two responded in unison. The Valley of the Gods battle is not just a competition of peak combat power. You two each choose a group of people, do whatever it takes. In these 3 months, they have rapidly improved their strength, especially the 3 strongest rookies of Kuzan. How to become stronger can be as strong. The Devil's special training program is open, it's not over yet. Kong's eyes snapped to Garp. Grit your teeth, Garp. I know you have something to do with Roger's side. You can also get in touch, but it must be kept secret. Hear this. Sengoku and the others were stunned. An unbelievable look appeared on his face. Garp and Roger have some personal friendships. They all know this. Kong Admiral taught Garp a lot about this. But this time, he actually asked Garp to contact Roger? Looking at the surprised reactions of several people, Kong sighed. Both eyebrows were drawn together. Marine, whose mission is to destroy pirates, actually seeks help from pirates. I'm afraid it will make the whole world laugh out loud. But there is no way. Rock's pirate was already tricky, and now there are terrifying monsters like Luo Mu. Thus, it's even harder to deal with the Rock's pirate with the strength of their marines alone. From the attitude of the 5 elders, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is almost the final battle between World ZF, Marine and Rocks. If an accident does happen, there is no shame in that. So, Kong sighed again, said with worry. Contact. Sure, there can be no surprises. Chapter 45. The Alliance between Marine and Pirates, Combelt first meeting Roger. A few days later, on the vast sea, the sea breeze blows. A large sailboat with a whole body of gold and red was cruising on the calm sea. The scarlet sails were blown high by the wind, and a white, curly-bearded skull was imprinted on it. It looks unpretentious, but anyone who encounters this ship at sea will avoid it. Because this is the Oro Jackson, the great pirate Gold D. Rogers pirate ship. On the deck, Jabba and Bullet are at the helm. Rayleigh is fishing. Roger is holding a grilled fish, sitting on the bow of the boat and nibbling on it heartlessly. Captain, is that Luo Mu really as important as you said? Rayleigh asked suspiciously, since the news that Luo Mu killed celestial dragons and fought off Zephyr. Roger took them on a voyage to find Luo Mu, right? And it will only matter more. Roger nibbled on grilled fish. Replied inarticulately, the swim bladder sinks, brush. Rayleigh jerked the fishing rod, and a big fish weighing nearly 20 pounds was thrown into the sky. Get the big fish. Rayleigh put down his fishing rod rather speechlessly. But if he doesn't come out in Hachinosu, there's nothing we can do. Rock's pirate is not something we can provoke, and also, who knows if this Luo Mu has left Hachinosu, but we just didn't see it. They have been floating in the waters near Hachinosu for days. But I didn't even see Luo Mu's hair, as for going directly to the island. They're not that bold and stupid yet, not to mention Rocks himself and the others can't fight, even though squad leaders are no longer stronger than them. It's okay, I'll definitely see you. Roger didn't care. Rayleigh and others shook their heads and sighed. Keeping up with such a confusing captain, you can only admit that you were unlucky. I don't know how I was persuaded by his mouth to get on this thief ship. Right now. Grumpy gurgle. A phone bug rang in Roger's room. Rayleigh tossed the fishing rod aside. Go ahead, the phone bug got Roger in front of him. Throw the fish bones into the sea. Roger answered the phone. I'm Garp. Garp? Rayleigh and others were taken aback. Roger's expression remained unchanged. Joked. You Marines are embarrassed this time. Garp snorted coldly. Advertisement, humph. Don't talk sarcastically. I believe you don't want Rock's power to expand further. Heard here. Roger's complexion returned to normal. Shen Sheng said. That's right. That guy is too dangerous. There is still a new monster Luo Mu. If they continue to develop, they will definitely threaten the safety of the world. The phone bug showed a nostril-picking expression. Just if you know, I'll just say it, in 3 months we'll have a full-scale battle with the Rock's pirate in the Valley of the Gods. Come and help. Valley of the Gods? Roger was a little confused. There seems to be a vague impression of this place name in my mind, but I don't know where it is. I will send you the specific coordinates and bring all your people. This time, it must be completely resolved. Garp's voice was decisive. Roger nodded. No problem, but do you Marines know where that Luo Mu is now? Garp rode. What do you want to do? Don't mess around before the Valley of the Gods fight. Roger grinned. Don't worry about it. In short, if you want me to help, tell me Luo Mu's location. Garp was silent for a moment. Don't mess around. Luo Mu went to Combelt. Roger just hung up the phone. Several crew members gathered around. Jabba asked Roger in confusion. Captain, why did Garp call you? And also, where is the Valley of the Gods? Roger looked at Hachinosu in the distance. Grin. Garp is not explained, just said, the Valley of the Gods. That's where the Rocks will be eliminated. Several people were shocked. Rayleigh asked quickly. Captain, you mean we're going to fight the Rocks pirate in that place called the Valley of the Gods with Marine? Can the Marines be trusted? Roger tossed his robes. A confident smile on his face. Don't think about it so much. 3 months. A few of you have cultivated and exercised well in these 3 months, and you must become stronger. 3 months later, Battle in the Valley of the Gods. To be frank, a few people didn't like Marine at all. But the captain ordered, although they didn't understand it very well, they could only nod their heads. After all, they chose Roger in the first place. Jabba swung 2 great axes. Asked, "How about you, Captain?" Roger touched his nose. Laughed. "Advertisement, I'll practice with you. But, I'm going to the calm belt before that." Say it. He jumped directly into the sea, swung his arms and swam towards the calm belt at an exaggerated speed. Katakana middle. Calm belt. A strip area on either side of the Grand Line. Because there is neither wind nor current in this sea area, the entire sea is absolutely calm. Hence the name. Most of the pirate ships are sailboats powered by the wind. Once you enter this area you will be trapped, at the same time. There are also a large number of supergiant sea kings living here, adding to the danger in this area. So basically no pirates will enter the Grand Line from this route, and generally choose the route of Upside Down Mountain. At this moment, the sun is very bright, cast a brilliant light on the calm waters of the calm belt. Like a glowing mirror. Suddenly, a black rattan suddenly appeared in midair, and pierced straight into the sea with the momentum of wind and thunder. Ow! Moment. Accompanied by a painful cry, a huge shadow rose from the bottom of the sea, gradually approaching the sea. Covering a radius of 100 meters, then there was a loud bang. A giant sea monster that looked like a whale but was several times bigger than a whale was suddenly pulled out of the sea by a cane. It slammed heavily on the land on the side. The sea monster rolled violently. The torso that was more than 40 meters slammed into the sky with a violent swing. But didn't wait for it to be majestic for a few seconds. The black thorns pierced into the body of the sea monster like a needle. Moment. The sea monster didn't even utter a cry. The huge body lost weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few minutes, all that was left on the ground was a fish skin with a skeleton wrapped around it. "It's not enough, it's still far from," a calm voice sounded. "Red flowers fall." A young man with a handsome face jumped down from above. The complexion is slightly dissatisfied. It is Luo Mu. After thinking, he still chose to absorb sea kings to become stronger. After all, with his current strength to go to rocks, wouldn't it be a food delivery? Just wait for the Valley of the Gods battle to start. Rocks entered a weak state before planning. This is Luo Mu's last resort. But when Luo Mu was about to look for the traces of the Sea Kings again, his eyes were wrinkled. Muttered, "Someone is coming?" 2GB Chapter 46, One Piece Roger, Conqueror's Winding. These days, Luo Mu has absorbed more than 100 Sea Kings. Physically much stronger than when he fought Zephyr. And for him, strengthening the body also means that Haki will also have a corresponding improvement. Observation Haki is the weakest of his Conqueror's Haki. But accordingly, it is also the most obvious improvement in the past few days. Put it all in. Luo Mu has been able to foresee the future 3 minutes into the future. And the range has also been greatly improved, which is similar to that of a desert island like Rayleigh. And just now, he felt 3 kilometers away, there was an extremely powerful life response that was rapidly approaching him. Luo Mu whispered softly. Then, concentrate and activate observation Haki with all your strength. For a moment, in the closing point of view, the colored world gradually dimmed and turned into a faint red. Even the voice in my ears changed a little. The whole person enters into a state of emptiness. Because what he sees is the future, what you hear is the future. In the red world, the originally calm sea suddenly burst into ripples, and then a black shadow jumped out of it. After seeing the visitor, Luo Mu's expression changed slightly. "It's him?" Immediately out of the state of emptiness, the prediction came to an abrupt end. The whole world returned to its original normal color state. Luo Mu foresees the next 5 seconds, but in reality, only a moment passed. He felt it. Consume not much and not much. For others, it may have some impact on the battle, but for Luo Mu it doesn't matter at all. With the essence of life restored, this consumption is not a problem at all. I don't know what he's doing here, Luo Mu thought. Then he turned his head to look at the sea of calm belt. Advertisement 3 minutes later. The calmness of the sea was broken, and a black shadow quickly approached at the sea level. Set off a huge wave, at the moment of approaching. The shadow jumped suddenly, jumped directly into the air, and slowly landed not far in front of Luo Mu. It's exactly the same scene that Luo Mu predicted. "Goal. D. Roger," Luo Mu said indifferently. "That's right." The visitor got the news from Garp, Roger, who came all the way from the sea. Roger shook his head. "Toss out the water droplets." Then he carefully looked at Luo Mu in front of him. I sighed inwardly. Monster, it looks even younger than the reward. Then he spoke in a low voice. "I'm Roger," Luo Mu nodded. "Recognize. I don't have much time. Say something directly." Indifferent tone. "It doesn't feel special just because Roger is the future One Piece." "What One Piece, Bandit King? All are false, only his fist is big." At the same time put away a little slack, because he knows. Before and after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Roger cooperated with Marine. An interesting person. Hearing Luo Mu's words, the corner of Roger's mouth raised. Next moment, Conqueror's Haki gushing frantically. The sky was immediately turbulent. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. Laughed. "No free time, then there must be time to fight." Looking at Luo Mu's attitude, Roger didn't say much nonsense. Start the fight directly, advertisement hum, at the same time. There was also a buzzing sound around Luo Mu. A red glow appeared on his body. The dark red Conqueror's Haki surged out and collided with Roger's Conqueror's. Moment. Two strands of Conqueror's Haki, also dark red, directly enveloped the entire desert island. All creatures fainted, including giant sea kings cruising the sea. So strong. Feel the surging pressure in the air. Luo Mu was shocked. It is indeed the real top powerhouse of this era. Although Whitebeard and Golden Lion are strong, but after all, he was still a little young and did not reach the peak of his combat power. But Roger is different. He is in his prime now, but in just an instant, this shock turned into excitement. Just test the results of your practice in recent days. Considering Roger as a toolman to test his own practice results, I am afraid that only Luo Mu can do such crazy things. Wherever the idea is, Luo Mu's aura rose again. Explode all the peak Conqueror's Haki directly. Powerful energy. There were even illusory ripples in the surrounding air. Then see how good you are, Roger, a low drink. Luo Mu suddenly clenched his fists. A black-red light instantly covered the entire arm. Armament Haki emission is covered, it's not over yet. Conqueror's Haki, which shook the air around in ripples, began to quickly condense towards Luo Mu's side. It was actually on the arm that covered emission. There's Conqueror's Haki covered in a dark red. That's right, Luo Mu has mastered the technique of Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 47. The Spirit of Coexistence of Overlords and Kings. The Mysterious Luo Mu. Zila. At the moment when the two Hakis overlap, several deep energy lightnings jumped wildly on Luo Mu's arms, and the fiery electric light penetrated the transparent air directly, exuding a strong scorching smell. Domination? How is this possible? See this scene? Roger looked horrified. Others may not be able to see what this move is. But he is very clear. Conqueror's winding, in Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's is the most special kind, maybe one in millions. This kind of Haki represents the aptitude for becoming a king, which is an innate ability, which cannot be acquired through acquired training like the knowledge and armed colors, nor can it become stronger through training. It will only become stronger as the aura he possesses becomes stronger. That in itself is rare enough. And Conqueror's Haki entanglement, also known as tyrant entanglement. This is equivalent to a rescreening of Conquerors, something that only a handful of strong people can do. If Conquerors is 1 in millions, then tyranny is 1 in 10,000 out of millions. Awakened Conquerors at a young age, and possessed a tyranny in middle age. Roger believes that no one has surpassed him in Conqueror's talent. But today Luo Mu taught him a lesson, 20-year-old directly bullied. And it's quite powerful. How could there be such an existence in the world? Really, genius. Do not, it's a monster among geniuses. Roger's eyes narrowed as he watched, self-mumbling. At the same time, a feeling that I had never felt before gradually rose in my heart. At such a young age, he became a master. The strength is still so strong. What about 3 or 5 years from now, according to this talent? I'm afraid it's not impossible to surpass everyone, right? Roger's thoughts were running wild in his head, distraught. Lack of courage. The power of Conquerors weakened a lot in an instant. Conquerors, which had the upper hand in the confrontation, was actually suppressed by Luo Mu. No, I'm the man who wants to become the Pirate King. How can I start to fear the talent of my opponent? Failed to fight, but it made Roger stop the ideological struggle. The mind suddenly became brighter. What about monster talent? Talent is always talent, not the power you have now. Throw away distractions. Roger's eyes returned to sharpness. Brush. With a soft sound, the supreme sword, Ace, was suddenly pulled out from his waist. Carry it on the shoulder. Luo Mu. You are really capable. Actually, the master has become a tyrant. Roger's mouth twitched. The whole person returned to the state of the battle mode. Courage sword. Conqueror's Haki, who had been suppressed by Luo Mu, immediately counterattacked and suppressed Luo Mu's Conquerors again. The style is not bad, Luo Mu said indifferently. He anticipated that his Conqueror's strength would likely be inferior to Roger's. But that's fine, he has always been strong when he is strong. Swipe your left arm, and the right arm is also covered with emission and Conquerors. Let me feel what your spirit is like. Roger swung his knife sharply. The arms also turned into a dark red entanglement state, and Ace was covered with armed colors, becoming a black knife, with a strong sense of oppression. A powerhouse like Roger, you can feel each other's character through Conqueror's fight. This is also an indirect inquiry. Next moment, advertisement. The two of them moved at the same time. Roger swung the knife sharply, and Luo Mu put both hands into claws. In a blink, the knife and the hand collided fiercely. Luo Mu's claw-like hands directly clasped Ace tightly. The wrestling begins. Boom. There was a sudden explosion of sound all around. The air burst like a broken mirror, and white rays of light as thick as arms pierced the sky. Just one hit. It's like blasting the sky to pieces. How dare you have such courage? Feel the unique power of aura uploaded from the hilt. Roger was shocked. Wild and unruly. Cluttered, like a chaotic universe. But only for a moment. Roger lost the shock and pulled Ace back with an unloading force. At the same time, he jumped to a height of several meters. The high raised arms were all covered with a dark red. Bully. At the same time, both hands are holding the black and translucent ace, aiming at Luo Mu and slashing down. Roared. Watch out! This blow. Although Roger didn't use all his extreme strength, the Conquerors wrapped around his arms were already at their peak. Because his purpose today is not to leave Luo Mu completely. Bring it on. Luo Mu pursed his lips. The double fists in the state of tyrannical entanglement slammed up with the momentum of wind and thunder. He sensed some of his thoughts vaguely in Roger's Conqueror's aura. It's not that he wants to meet with his real bayonet. So simply use Conquerors and Roger to compete, and test your own Conqueror's winding strength level. But, although both use only Conquerors, the amount of possibility is still terrifying. Click. The knife and fist collided again. Hum. When the two violent Conquerors' entangled forces collided with each other, there was no earth-shattering explosion. There are no exaggerated and scary sounds, but a circular black hole of energy was formed between the knife and the fist, releasing terrifying suction. Not even the fastest light can escape, at this moment. All the rays of light between heaven and earth are continuously sucked into the black hole of energy between the two. Stalemate. Luo Mu. What is your purpose? Roger's waves were shaking wildly. That's too much. Which one do you want to hear? Luo Mu's wide leg pants were bulged by the majestic energy, like two balloons. A boy with sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. Roger laughed and cursed. But the heart is very dignified. In this confrontation, both of them used their peak Conqueror's Haki. Corresponding. The feeling of courage towards each other is also more obvious. Compared to the wildness that was full of chaos just now. This time Roger also felt a faint majesty from Luo Mu's aura. Although not obvious, but extremely pure, what does Roger represent with such majesty is that he is destined to become the king over 10,000 people. Wild chaos reigns supreme. Majesty is king. These are the two strongest spirits in Conquerors, and it is difficult for ordinary Conquerors to possess even one of them. Unexpectedly, Luo Mu has both, and at the same time. His heart began to become more and more doubtful. Luo Mu. With your spirit, it's absolutely impossible to be submissive. Why did you join Rocks? Roger asked loudly. Advertisement, you'll find out when that happens. Luo Mu responded. At the same time, the muscles of both arms are bulging, and the output energy is more and more powerful. In the sky, Luo Mu's Conqueror's air mass was expanding slowly and powerfully, and it was faintly rivaling Roger's Conqueror's. Sure enough, we still have to fight against the peak powerhouse. Feel yourself a little stronger, Conquerors. Luo Mu felt a little joy in his heart. Not at all flustered just because the opponent was Roger. Perhaps he is still slightly inferior to top powerhouses such as Roger and Garp. But as long as it's not an overlord like Rocks, if you want to go, not everyone can keep it. According to his current strength, Luo Mu has absolute confidence. Marine, World ZF's strength is not as simple as you think. It's too late to stop now, there's no need to fight celestial dragons. Roger also made another effort. The red ons on his body and the black on the ace's blade are a bit more intense. Ha ha ha. Don't say it's against the celestial dragons, so what if it's against the whole world? Luo Mu laughed disdainfully, then it seemed like something came to mind. The corners of the mouth rise. Roger, you really know how to watch people cook. I remember when you borrowed Rayleigh's boat, but used, let's subvert the world together, to fool people into joining you. How? Why are you still Marine's lobbyist now? Heard. An image suddenly popped into Roger's head. Port. Wearing a straw hat, Rayleigh was drinking on the stolen boat. His own words seemed to echo in his ears. My name is Roger. Our meeting was meant to be, Rayleigh, would you like to subvert the world with me? Everything from the past seems to still be there. But suddenly, Roger's eyes narrowed, suddenly reacted. This is my first meeting with Rayleigh, and absolutely no one else knows about it, and I don't know how many years have passed. Tell me, how did you know? Roger asked solemnly. Ha ha ha. I know too much. Luo Mu laughed loudly. There is almost nothing in the pirate world that he doesn't know. If he travels a few years later, that is true omnipotence. The terrifying talent, the strong spirit of coexistence of overlords and kings, plus it seems to know my past very well. Luo Mu. What kind of existence are you? Roger thought to himself. Immediately hold your breath, and if you find it, you will directly withdraw ace. Luo Mu raised his eyebrows. He jumped back almost at the same time as Roger pulled back. With the withdrawal of the two, at the center of the two Conquerors' confrontation, the energy in the circular black hole immediately began to scramble. Hum. The engulfed light burst out in an instant, and it was as dazzling as a dazzling star shattered. Even Impelled Down, which was more than 10 kilometers away, could clearly see this vision. This moment, the white light seemed to replace everything. Become the only one in this world. Even time seemed to stand still in an instant. A full tens of seconds, these rays of light were released cleanly, and the world gradually returned to normal. And the moment the light disappeared, clang, clang, clang. The light of the sword flickered, and the fists rushed to the thunder. On this small island, the two started another earth-shattering physical combat. Chapter 48. The physical showdown of fist to flesh. See you in the Valley of the Gods. Clang. Clang clang. The black knife and the dark red fists fought back and forth. Left. Wrong. It's on the right. In the midst of the abyss like Haki chatter, Luo Mu's right hand suddenly blocked his subordinates, and immediately resisted Roger's multiple slashes. I didn't expect that your knowledge is not bad. Roger complimented, but the next moment, his eyes narrowed. Arrogantly, but even if you can perceive it, can you catch it? God avoid. Roger's arms were raised high and he slashed down hard. Moment. A blazing red flame shot out from the originally black ace. Feel the mighty power. Luo Mu's eyes lit up. God avoid. He knew Roger's escapism. This is Roger's unique knife skills. Using his physique called pervert, he uses his sword to slash a flying slash that entangles Haki. The attack will avoid the opponent's weapon and hit the body directly. Odin was directly smashed by this airwave, this trick. Strong. But, can't go back. Luo Mu stepped forward with both feet. A terrifying force instantly reached the arms from the soles of the feet through the lumbar spine, and the emission and tyranny of the body surface soared to the ultimate. Between electric and flint. Roger's domineering air group from top to bottom, Luo Mu's punch from bottom to top. Boom. A loud bang slammed together. Luo Mu, tell me, what is your purpose? Roger yelled. The wavy beard was attached to his face by the slanted flying of the huge airflow. Are you getting old? Have a bad memory? I said a lot about my purpose? Luo Mu gritted his teeth. In that case, a low drink. Roger forcibly retracted the ace, and at the same time turned around and swung another knife. The second group of domineering slashes swept over. Boom. Luo Mu's body sank heavily. The rock under my feet was stepped out of a hole of 10 centimeters in an instant. Blue veins popped up on forehead. Luo Mu's eyes flashed a crazy color. My physical training over the years is not in vain. Break it for me. Dark red light shone from both fists. He slammed to the side suddenly. This blow. It was the pinnacle blow that Luo Mu suffered twice. Even the power of this punch was almost beyond the limit that Luo Mu's current physique could bear. It actually directly slashed those two chi cuts into two flat chi slashes. Advertisement blown out to both sides. Boom, boom. There were two consecutive violent roars, and the two left and right rocks were blown to pieces by the air slash. God avoid. Was actually shot? Roger's heart was filled with endless shock. In his perception, Luo Mu should be unable to resist this blow from himself. Could it be something to do with his unique Conqueror's Haki? Roger reasoned inside, but he couldn't be sure. After all, he had never seen a Conqueror's Haki who had both Overlord and King attributes at the same time. Zila. The fight is temporarily over, but Conquerors and Armament Haki were still wrapped around them. From time to time there are energy lightning jumps. Luo Mu, where did you come from? Roger couldn't help but ask such a question. You're a locomotive. Luo Mu made a rant for no reason. Then his face straightened. Get in shape. If you want to fight, then fight. Although Roger didn't understand what a locomotive meant, he still understood, hit if you want. The beard trembled. A look of excitement appeared on his face. Exactly what I want, then. The brown boots under his feet tapped lightly, and the whole person seemed to be free from the constraints of gravity. In the air, he stepped on a few feet again. The whole person instantly appeared in front of Luo Mu. Ace in his hand waved again and again, slash left and right. As soon as the figure landed on the ground, it suddenly took advantage of the force to float again. The sword glow flickered. The ace in his hand was airtight by him. But Luo Mu is not a vegetarian either. Reduced the scope of the observation Haki and improved the accuracy. Flickering. The footsteps kept going. The dark red arms pointed, dialed, blocked, and held, diffusing Roger's fatal attack time and time again. Roger just felt like he was about to get hit every time. But Luo Mu passed him by, or be firmly blocked by the arms wrapped around Conquerors. Clang. Clang clang. The movements of the two became faster and faster, until the blurred figure disappeared directly, turning into two groups of lights and shadows fighting back and forth. The sun gradually went down. The gorgeous sunset filled the sky. But Roger and Luo Mu's peak physique showdown still hasn't stopped. The terrifying sword chi and fist gusts shot out in all directions. Originally a picturesque island, the trees are broken into pieces, and the holes are one after the other. It's like being bombed by a warship. The two of them did not intend to stop. Do they have a grudge? Maybe there is. Advertisement? Roger Ishin was thinking about his adventure. He didn't want any accidents to interfere with his grand line journey, and naturally he didn't want the Valley of the Gods to change too much. Came to Luo Mu just to see if this terrifying newcomer could quit rocks. And Luo Mu's idea is simpler, that is, try all means to become stronger. The more chaos the battle of the Valley of Gods, the better. The purpose is different. Then fight, but at this moment. The question is what doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is the thrill of punching to the flesh in this physical competition. Can be sudden. A piercing whistle sounded from far away. Woo. Observation Haki extends at the same time. It's Marine's warship, a warship coming out of Impel Down. There are as many as 4. The two looked at each other. Next moment. Recede at the same time, looking at Luo Mu in front of him. Roger was quite emotional. Through today's temptation competition, he made it clear that it is impossible for him to change Luo Mu's mind, and it is impossible to obtain more useful information. There is no need to continue to try anymore. He is indeed stronger than Luo Mu, but it will take at least a few days to truly defeat him. Not to mention Luo Mu also has botanical fruit, very good at protracted warfare. It was just the rise of the fight, and it has not been out of the fight. But Marine showed up. Can't fight anymore. Marine in Impel Down doesn't know about his deal with Garp. Critical moments, he didn't want to cause too much trouble. Return the ace to its scabbard. Roger's mouth cracked and laughed. I had a great time playing today, but, boy. My Roger's strength is far from that, hey. Don't blame me for being rude next time we meet. Talking. He turned to leave, but suddenly Luo Mu's voice came from behind. Don't be polite. See you in the Valley of the Gods. Valley of the Gods? How did he know about the Valley of the Gods? Roger turned sharply, but Luo Mu had already jumped on the red flower and flew hundreds of meters away. Damn, how does he know? What else does he know? Roger cursed secretly, while evacuating, pulled out Garp's phone bug in his arms. Katakana Middle. Chapter 49, Naval Headquarters Conference, Kong's Caution. Marineford. Marine Meeting Room. Null. Roger called me just now, saying that Luo Mu knew about the Valley of the Gods incident and... Garp rushed in a hurry. Oh, I see. Kong sits at the top. Nod. Then leisurely made himself a pot of tea, see. Garp rolled his eyes. He didn't care so much. He stepped forward and patted Kong's table. Are you still in the mood to drink tea here? Kong's expression did not change. Even poured Garp a cup of tea. Have a cup of tea and rest. Garp was furious. Roared. Null. You told us the importance of the battle in the Valley of the Gods. Seeing that Garp's face had turned black, Kong, who seemed to be sloppy, also put away the smile on his face. Stand up and explain slowly. The Celestial Dragons thing. There is enormous intelligence value in everything. There will be a lot of intelligence dealers or underground world spies who break into World ZF. Especially a grand event like the Valley of the Gods offering sacrifices. It's the focus of their investigation. So, the thing about the Valley of the Gods is a secret. But not top secret. Whether it is World ZF, various kingdoms, or even some pirates of great powers, they all know something about it. Not to mention, the 5 elders themselves deduced that the rocks would attack. Hear Kong's explanation. Garp was taken aback, then he took the teacup and scratched his head and muttered. It seems so. That idiot Roger has influenced me too. Kong tapped Garp on the shoulder. He was still very pleased. Garp, this kid. I've never been interested in the Celestial Dragons thing, and even said that Celestial Dragons is garbage. He had been worried that Garp would be lazy when he was in the Valley of the Gods. But this time, I finally got the hang of it. Look like this. At that time, the battle will definitely be very effective. Immediately, Kong felt a little more confident about the Valley of the Gods battle, which had less than 3 months remaining. It doesn't seem to matter so much, then I'll go first. Garp put down his teacup and said, at the same time rubbing the head. I always feel as if I missed something most important. See Garp like this. Kong also said casually, do not worry. There's no need to be so nervous. Go back and adjust and then go to teach your subordinates with Sengoku, Zephyr and the others. The 3 of you are training together. I believe they will master Haki as soon as possible, so we have a better chance of winning. Correct. Advertisement Haki. Garp slapped his head sharply, remembering what he had forgotten. He quickly turned around and grabbed Kong, shouted loudly. Conqueror's Haki twist. Roger also told me that Master Luo Mu got Conqueror's Haki twist. Snapped. A crisp sound. The teacup in Kong's hand had broken into 7 or 8 pieces, and the tea inside splashed all over the floor. Completely ignored. The word, mountain, shook violently. Ta. Kong paced to the desk, arms resting on the table. Press your chin with your 2 thumbs. Is the news reliable? The original sloppy and leisurely expression disappeared, replaced by a very dignified expression. Roger said it himself. Garp paused. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Near Combelt, he played against Luo Mu. Luo Mu has indeed mastered the Conqueror's twist. And the spirit is very strong, even, Roger said, not under him. Conquerors. Except for Sengoku, no one in Marine has this kind of innate Haki, but that doesn't mean Kong, Garp, they don't know Conquerors. Even more clearly, the ability of Conqueror's entanglement represents the King of Kings. As long as he grows up, he will definitely be the dominant player, and he has the potential to become the apex of the world. Whenever there is a strong man who will be entangled with Conquerors in the world, Marine and the World ZF will immediately investigate and monitor its movements at all times. Rox, Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, they all have this ability. One can be king. Isn't it going to turn the world upside down with so many together? This is also an important reason why Marine and World ZF are so afraid of Rox Pirate and want to eradicate them. But I didn't expect that there is another Luo Mu now. Kong groaned heavily. He spoke slowly. According to Zephyr's account, Luo Mu didn't use Conquerors when he played against him. Then whether he hid his strength at that time, or just came to realize it in the past few days. Like asking. It's like talking to himself. Garp glanced at Kong, lost in thought. Shen said. Whether he is a hidden strength or a new master, it is enough to show that we have seriously underestimated the danger of this person. The voice fell. Kong nodded heavily. Pick up the phone bug that's beside it. Crane Vice Admiral. I am empty. There's something new. Now come to my office and call Sengoku and Zephyr over. Right now. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. After a few minutes. Crane, Sengoku, and Zephyr came to the conference room one after another. Sat at the round table, looking at the three puzzled faces. Garp reiterated the news just now in a deep voice. Immediately. The expressions of several people changed suddenly, especially Sengoku. As the sole owner of Conquerors in Marine, he knows all too well what fighting power means to be entangled. That's how it is. What do you think, on the first seat? Kong still rests his chin on his hands, look solemn. Luo Mu, Zephyr clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Inside is quite complicated, he didn't expect Luo Mu to have a backer when he was fighting with him. Empty Admiral. In this way, I think our combat power is not enough. Sengoku brushed his eyes. Calmly analyze. The current fighting force on the Rock's side, the Rocks, Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin and Ochaku and other cadres, a total of 7 people. The strength of Rocks is unknown. Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, these 3 should have Admiral level strength in our headquarters. I personally feel that Newgate is stronger. Ochaku, Silver Axe and John are a notch lower, but they're definitely going to last a while against Admiral. Say this. Sengoku paused, then glanced at the silent crowd and continued to analyze. Look at us again. Let's not talk about the members of the Roger Pirates. After all, they're pirates. Who knows what will happen? So our top combat power, it's just Sora, Garp, Zephyr, and me, 4 people in total. Although far less than Rock's pirate, it's barely enough to add G1, 2, 3, and 5 branches. But now, they have another Luo Mu wrapped around Master Conquerors. This extra top combat power, I am afraid we have nothing else to stop. Fighting in the Valley of the Gods, I think. Sengoku's voice was getting lower and lower. There was also a layer of sweat on his head because he was cautious. The atmosphere in the field became more and more solemn. Cough cough. He lightly coughed twice to break the silence. I don't think it's as bad as it looks. She didn't stop. Continue to explain. Sengoku's analysis is correct. The Rock's pirate really outnumbers our Marines in terms of the number of top fighters. But, Rock's pirate is not a pirate group in the true sense, but an interest group ruled by Rock's power. According to information, those squad leaders are full of ambitions, and Shiki has shown his intention to quit working alone more than once. So I infer. At that time, they will not do their best. As long as we eliminate Rocks, this terrorist organization will definitely fall apart. Crane's analysis is convincing. At the same time, it also made a few people present breathe a sigh of relief. Makes sense. Kong nodded affirmatively, but then he shook his head and continued to speak cautiously. The Valley of the Gods matter involves a lot. We must not lay victory on the internal contradictions of the enemy. I always thought that Luo Mu would be a variable. You guys continue to increase your training intensity. I'll report to the 5 elders here. Let's see if we can get support from Impel Down, Eni's lobby. Chapter 50. 5 Elders, Total War, World Cleanup. Holy Land Mariajoy, inside the huge circular meeting room. The 5 elders formed a circle, each looking gloomy. Boom. The old man with white curly hair and a black suit smashed the scepter in his hand. Scolded. Marines useless bunch. I really don't know what to do with the funds distributed to them every year. Why didn't Luo Mu exist before, pushing too hard with anger? Even the curly hair on his head was shaking, humph. Haven't they always been like this? Dark blue suit? The white shawl-haired old man snorted coldly. CP0 doesn't even have any information. Where did Luo Mu come from? Only now did I find out that he has the ability to entangle with Conquerors? Damn Rocks, why do you gather so many monsters? The blonde old man in the dark red suit and the bald old man in the green suit also scolded. Everyone was very angry, especially when it comes to the names of Rocks and Luo Mu. The tone can't stop going up and down. See, the remaining old man frowned. Slightly impatient. Cold voice. Shut up for me. The voice fell. The 4 old men in suits instantly cast their unfriendly eyes on the old man. The man is wearing a white kimono, bald, wearing round frame glasses. A mustache grows below the nostrils. Holding the strongest demon sword in the Ghostbuster series, 1st generation Ghostbuster. He was the only one of the 5 who wasn't wearing a suit. It looks rather mysterious. I saw him throw the 1st generation ghost across his leg. Eyes swept over the 4 people who were not angry. Lukewarm. I hope you will still complain about yaxing when you were extinguished by Lord Yimu. Indifferent tone. But the other 4 old men instantly put away all the last anger on their faces and glanced cautiously in the direction of Pan Gechung. After finding that there was no change, all looked at the old man in kimono in silence, waiting for his speech. See. The expression of the old man in the kimono remained unchanged. Continue to speak. Judging from the current situation, we may not be able to stop those pariahs by relying on our original plan. Tell me, do you have any suggestions? Heard? The 4 old men held their chins one by one and began to think. Then started talking. Although they are all pariahs, they can be considered a strong ant with Conqueror's entanglement, so they should not be taken lightly. Good. I think Marine's suggestion would work, pulling some people from Eni's lobby and impel down. In this case, will the momentum be too loud? Your worries are not unreasonable. After all, the more people you mobilize, the easier it is for news to leak. If Rox knew that we had prepared so many people, would they simply give up the attack on the sacrificial ceremony? I think so. Then our plan to eliminate Rox is going to fail again? The four of you speak to me. They all think that they need to send more people, but they don't know how many people to send. Less people can stop Rox. Too many people can easily scare him away. After nearly 10 minutes of discussion, nothing came out of the discussion. Had to stop discussing. He cast his eyes back on the old man in kimono who had been silent. The old man in the black suit said, "Advertisement. How many people do you think we should send? Hear the question." The old man in the kimono lowered his head, pick up the corner of the mouth. Instead of answering the question directly, another question was thrown. You don't think so? Are there more and more vile mobs? Say it. He looked up suddenly. Sharp eyes shot straight out of the two lenses, scanning the four old men in front of him. The four frowned at the same time, then all looked startled. What do you mean? Will that affect it too much? Vaguely, they heard the meaning of the old man in the kimono. They're all pariahs anyway. The kimono old man chuckled lightly. His thumb slammed up first generation's four-corner disc seat, revealing a bright blade of about 10 centimeters. Killing one is killing. Killing 10,000 is also killing. Speaking of which, the old man in kimono paused. Returned the knife to its sheath. Under the solemn gazes of the four of them, they got up and walked to the hall window. Hands behind, looking out over the vast Mariajoy. Indifferent road. We've been silent for too long. Long time. These untouchables have forgotten their own identity and their respect for God. Turn slowly, looking at the four of them coldly. My advice. It's not how many people should be sent, but how many people can be sent in total. Eni's lobby, impel down, CP Special Forces, the Vinsmoke family of the Scientific Operations Force, and the families of those lower kingdoms. All attack. Kill. Whether it's Rox or Luo Mu, and those untouchables who have been around the corner recently. If you don't leave one, kill them all, if you dare to escape. Then chase to the ends of the earth. Through the sacrificial ceremony, let's have a big cleansing. The tone of the old man in the kimono is getting tougher. To the end. The three words, big cleaning, came out almost word by word. Absolutely. Call. A gust of wind blows. Scrolling the kimono on the old man also lifted the corners of the suits of the other four. The four old men in suits were silent for a few seconds. He frowned and began to think, after half an hour. The old man in the black suit pondered, although they are all pariahs. But this matter has too much impact. Do you want to ask Lord Yimu? The rest of the people also nodded. They don't care how many people they kill. What they care about is the attitude of Pan Guchung. Need not. Master Yim is sleeping recently, there is no need to disturb him with these untouchable things. The old man in kimono said. The voice fell. The four old men in suits nodded at the same time. Express approval. Call. Advertisement. The old man in the kimono gently blew away a dandelion floating in from the back garden. Said calmly. Then it's settled. It's been silent for too long, it's time for these pariahs to re-understand the meaning of God. The Valley of the Gods. All-out war. The words are light. But it was inexplicably full of a strong bloody smell. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. After a few minutes, Marineford Naval Headquarters Base. Empty Admiral. How's it going? What did the five elders say? The crane asked with a slight urgency. Sengoku and the others did the same, all looking at Kong who hung up the phone. Kong's face was iron. He wanted to tell a few people that the world was about to fall into unprecedented chaos. He didn't expect that the five elders would make him impel down. Eni's lobby, CP0, Vinsmoke and the top forces of each kingdom would come out in full force. Slaughter the Valley of the Gods and sweep the world. Kong can already imagine the scene at that time. Whether it is the ocean or the continent, it will be covered by the artillery fire of the world ZF. Bloody storms, countless casualties. Thinking of this, his mouth seemed to be held down by two mountains, and he murmured a few times. Some can't speak. What the hell happened? Don't you agree to send us reinforcements? How can we do this? Our top combat power may simply defend the Valley of God. Empty Admiral, do you want to try to apply again? See what Kong looks like. Several people became more and more anxious. They all thought that the request for reinforcements was rejected. Boom. A muffled sound. Kong, who didn't know how to speak, punched the desk. The hard solid wood table top cracked immediately. 3 months later, it's definitely a bloody scene that you can't imagine. Kong said in a deep voice. Hoarseness, unimaginable bloody scenes? A few people didn't react, but Sengoku, the resourceful general's eyes lit up. Asked tentatively, blood, Buster Call? Buster Call? Several people instantly turned their attention to the golden phone bug beside Kong's desk. Look cautious. Buster Call. A special operation is organized by the Marine Headquarters authorized by the World ZF. Whenever issued, immediately there will be 10 ships and an elite force of 5 Vice Admiral and Marine rushing out. An indiscriminate destructive attack will be carried out on the designated area. Total destruction. Erased directly on the map. It is a big killer, used to completely eliminate things and people in an area that threatens the rule of the world government. Kong stood up straight and glanced at Sengoku, with a wry smile. Buster Call. For a top-notch combat force like Rock's Pirate, it's useless at all. Order of the Five Elders, 3 months later. Impel down, Eni's lobby, CP0, the Vinsmoke family, and the top forces of every kingdom gathered in the Valley of the Gods. This is not an action anymore. It's Total War, Chapter 51. Marine's new talent, infighting, is forbidden. Marineford Marine Training Base. Covering an area of more than thousands of square meters, it is the largest cultivation holy place in the world. At this moment, tens of thousands of elite Marines from the headquarters are conducting Devil's physical training, directly under the responsibility of Sengoku and Zephyr. And at the door of the training ground, Zephyr, who had just come out of Kong's conference room, stood at the entrance, looking at the soldiers in front of them who were training with devils under the hot sun. Zephyr sighed heavily. I don't know how many of these people will survive. Out of confidentiality, he couldn't tell the sailors yet that in 3 months they were going to fight in brutal wars all over the world. Zephyr really didn't expect it, due to the crazy behavior of Luo Mu and Rocks, Celestial Dragons, Valley of Gods ceremony, will actually evolve into a big purge and a total war of the world's ZF. Shaking his head, Zephyr walked into the training ground and got up. Thousands of people. There are a total of 4 training squares. Push-ups, rope climbing, long-distance running, and finally practical training. 2,000 push-ups, 100 back and forth climbing ropes 10 meters high, 200 laps, 100 kilometers, long-distance running, and actual combat until one side faints. Scorching sun heat waves billowed over the brownish-yellow land. These marine elites are shirtless, breathing heavily. Every ounce of strength in his body was doing push-ups, pulling ropes, spreading his legs, and swinging wooden swords. Movement slows down slightly. There will be school officials wearing the cloak of justice, whipping and rebuking. Don't relax. Even if I die, I will be exhausted on the training ground. The one doing push-ups over there, just stick it to the ground and I'll eat all the soil in the playground. Medic. Drag that rookie away, 10 minutes. I'm going to see this rookie reappear on the training ground in 10 minutes. One after another, people fell. Even those who didn't fall were sweating like rain and panting like cows. I don't know how long I can hold on, but there are 3 people who seem to be more relaxed. There's even room to talk to each other. It is the strongest newcomer in this batch of Marines. Pulsalino, Sakazuki and Kuzan. It's scary. I don't know why there is such a terrible training all of a sudden. It must be because Teacher Zephyr carelessly lost to the pirate Luo Mu, and that's why we are angry. He pulled down his sunglasses. Advertisement. The tall and thin Pulsalino muttered leisurely. You can literally drive me to death. If you can't say hurry next time, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Heard. Sakazuki on his right said impatiently, although only 10 years old. But the long one is more anxious, and the square face looks very dignified. Sakazuki, your temperament is as anxious as your appearance. Can you say that again? Noisy. Hear the two arguing. Kuzan frowned and shook his head, but he was lazy and didn't plan to interject. Instead, he released a layer of cold air again to isolate himself from the scorching air. Pull off the green blindfold, by the way, doing push-ups with eyes closed. Although they are far from Luo Mu, these 3 boys can be regarded as Marines' hope for the future. Never die in 3 months of war. Zephyr sighed inwardly. He walked quickly to the 3 of them. Mr. Zephyr. Teacher. Mr. Zephyr. See Zephyr. The 3 quickly stopped and stood up to say hello. Zephyr nodded. Continue. Double your training volume for the 3 of you starting today. 4,000 push-ups, 200 back and forth climbing ropes, 200 kilometers of running with weights. After training, fight with me. Since the talent is not comparable to that Luo Mu, then try to make up for it. Don't be lazy. You can't use the fruit ability. Especially you, Paluzolino. Although sparkling fruit is powerful, the power of physique is a necessary ability to become a real powerhouse. Say it. Zephyr continued to patrol the other training phalanxes. Watch Zephyr go. Several people's expressions froze at the same time. Muttered. Physical skills. When my sparkling fruit reaches the speed of light, no physical skills can help me. It's Luo Mu again. Although I don't know how he defeated Teacher Zephyr, I will definitely burn him into nothingness with lava. Huh. Can't even cool down. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Advertisement. The Marines' intense activities are kept secret, but there are no airtight walls under the sun. A few days later, Hachinosu Island, the top layer of Skull Rock. Rocks habitually sat in the shadows. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Muttered. A total war? The 5 old guys are quite motivated. But, do you think I'd be afraid? Rocks tapped the table with his fingers. A figure appeared quietly behind him immediately. Send the order down. Starting today, all outings will be stopped, and those who have gone to sea will return to Hachinosu immediately. And also, all infighting is forbidden. Tell Nugate them to train the crew themselves every day. Heard. The man was shocked. The Rocks never bothered with each other's infighting since the team was formed. Believe in the survival of the fittest. Even if 100 of them die, they don't blink. But now, not only infighting, but also all navigational activities are prohibited, and the squad leader personally trains the crew every day. Something big is bound to happen, but only for a moment. The man immediately ordered to retreat. He didn't dare to use his life to guess how long Rock's patience lasted. The order was issued quickly. The pirates received notifications one after another. Although very suspicious, but no one dared to say a word. Because the last person who dared to question Rock's order, it is estimated that the bones were eaten up by the fish on the bottom of the sea. Just half a day. The Rock's pirate, which was scattered like sand, immediately gathered in Hachinosu. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Chapter 52. Shiki, who is autistic again. Whitebeard's anomaly. Hachinosu. In a stone room in Skull Rock, Luo Mu. Where have you been all these days? I can't find anyone who wants to drink with you. Whitebeard sat on the stool, asked with a smile. The expression seems to be casual, but it is not difficult to see what seems to be on the mind when you look carefully. A trip to Calm Belt. Luo Mu saw Whitebeard's strangeness. But he didn't even ask, because he knew Whitebeard didn't have to ask himself if he wanted to tell him. So answer the question directly. Calm Belt? That's the jurisdiction of Impel Down. Whitebeard frowned. Impel Down. A place that every pirate would hate. Regardless of strength. I'm tired of the food on the island, go there and find some sea kings for a change. By the way, had a fight with Roger, Luo Mu said lightly. He will not reveal to anyone about matters concerning his own abilities. But there's no need to hide things like fighting Roger. Roger, hear the name. Whitebeard was taken aback. Then he laughed. Gula lala. Speaking of which, I have a pretty good relationship with this Roger, and that guy's strength is really strong enough. I didn't expect you two to fight, how about it? Who wins, who loses? There was excitement in his eyes. The soul of the 8 trigrams burns, not at all. Try each other out, it's no different. Luo Mu fiddled with the plants in his hands. Said casually. Indistinguishable, gula lala. Whitebeard's mood rose instantly, and the uncomfortable look just now was immediately thrown aside. Get up directly and lift Kong Yunchi. I feel a little itchy when I hear the two of you fighting. Luo Mu. Have fun with me, proud voice, eyes can shine. Just like a fighting maniac. Luo Mu touched his nose, thought for a moment, and then said. No problem. Then let's learn from each other, just try my armament Haki. Say it. The two smiled at each other, got up and walked outside. Katakana middle dot next to Hachinosu. Luo Mu's territory. Boom, boom, boom. Advertisement there was a roar. Every time, the whole island shook once. Just a moment. Whitebeard and Luo Mu have already fought nearly 100 moves. Great movement. It can be clearly felt even on Hachinosu Island next to it. The pirates immediately gathered together. There was a lot of discussion about the island where the two were fighting fiercely. Didn't Captain Rocks say that everyone should go back to Hachinosu and not fight infighting? Who is this? Aren't you afraid of being thrown into the sea to feed the fish? Idiot. It's Captain Newgate and Captain Luo Mu who are arguing. As long as it doesn't go too far, the captain won't care. Envy. You can ignore the captain's orders. Envy has a fart. Can you envy this kind of ability to change the color of the world at every turn? Hey, look over there. Did someone fly over there? Damn you blind. That's Captain Shiki. Katakana middle dot. In the sky. A blonde Shiki slowly drifted towards Luo Mu's territory. Since he was defeated by Luo Mu, his prestige among the pirates plummeted. Many arrogant pirates even think that his strength is not enough, and they come up with the weird idea that defeating Shiki is a shortcut to becoming a squad leader. So he began to challenge Shiki in turn. It wasn't until Shiki got impatient and killed a few that he stopped the storm. Shiki felt insulted. Swear to defeat Luo Mu. Be as diligent as when you first started practicing, and exercise every day and night. Today was the moment when he was about to fight Luo Mu again, and he was ashamed. In that case, then let me see if your strength has improved. Reach the destination. Shiki hides behind the clouds. Start observing. But only for a moment. Shiki's eyebrows were wrinkled into a chew-on shape. Whispered in a low voice. This kid. Is it still Conqueror's entanglement? I didn't use it the last time I fought? Wrong. The strength of this armed color is not right. Newgate's Kong Yunki was bounced off? Watched for less than 10 minutes. Shiki's eyes were the size of copper bells. Shocked inside. By his feelings. Luo Mu is at least 2 points stronger than when he fought. How is this possible? Did this kid stay behind at that time? Impossible. Shiki shook his head quickly. That means this kid has improved again in a few days. No. Shiki's head shook even harder, compared to the former. The latter is obviously more terrifying. Call. Shiki closed his eyes and rubbed his head. The thoughts in the head are chaotic. Boom. 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 The battle below became more and more intense, and the energy that erupted became more and more powerful. Damn, advertisement, Luo Mu, wait for me, I will definitely be better than you next time. Shiki squeezed a hole in the cloud next to him, next moment. Turn around and walk away, cursing while flying. Unlike Shiki's resentment, who was autistic again, Rocks, who stood on the top of Skull Rock, smiled with satisfaction. There was no resentment that the two had disobeyed his orders. Muttered. Do not know. How strong will you become in more than 2 months, Luo Mu? Katakana middle dot. The sun gradually went down. The clouds in the sky were blurred to red. The competition between Whitebeard and Luo Mu also came to an end. Boom. With the last confrontation, the two jumped back at the same time to end the battle. Luo Mu. I really don't know how you cultivated, how can you become stronger so fast? Whitebeard put away Kong Yunki and walked slowly to Luo Mu. Go on. Everyone calls me a monster, but now it seems. What kind of monster am I? You are the real monster. Look at Luo Mu's too young face. Whitebeard was heartfelt. Monster? Luo Mu shook his head. After adjusting the slightly chaotic atmosphere, he pointed to the direction of Rock's room with his chin. Whispered. That's the real monster. He is the strongest person I have ever met since I went to sea. And, probably also the strongest person in the world right now. Hear this. Whitebeard's expression froze. The joy after the war disappeared immediately, but the uncomfortable look that had been left behind reappeared, and he answered in a low voice. That's right. His strength is at least one level higher than ours. I've never seen anyone stronger than him, say it. Whitebeard fell silent. Dragging Kong Yunki, he turned and walked towards Hachinosu. But the pace is very slow, there is no sense of arrogance as usual. Like something is tangled inside. See? Luo Mu frowned, but didn't care too much. Snapped his fingers. A red flower appeared behind him. Relax your body. He fell straight back and lay on the red flower. Take off slowly, but suddenly, Whitebeard's voice sounded. Luo Mu. I have something to talk to you about. Chapter 53. Sail, set sail, target, Valley of the Gods. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, a house on Hachinosu Island. Luo Mu lies on a red flower. With a toothpick in his mouth, his eyes stared at the ceiling. What Whitebeard said just now echoed in his ears. Luo Mu. I have a good relationship with Roger, and I get the news from him. In more than 2 months, there will be a battle with Marine and World Zeph. The purpose is to destroy Captain Rocks. I hope you survive. Know the crisis of the Valley of the Gods War. That's why Whitebeard looked strange. Quack. The toothpick was bitten off by Luo Mu. Pooh. He opened his mouth and spat out, pinch your nose. A rather playful smile appeared on Luo Mu's face. Roger. I don't think you are like One Piece, but rather like a courtesan in the pirate world. It has something to do with anyone. Put away your smile. Luo Mu jumped off the red flower, hands behind, pacing around the room. Started thinking again. Roger is no fool. Marine is no fool. If they dared to tell Roger the exact time, they were not afraid of him leaking the secret. That is to say, they're not at all afraid that Rocks will know about it now. Follow the original world line. After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Rock's pirate fell apart. Cadres like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, and Ochaku all stand on their own. The Valley of the Gods was wiped from the map. This history has also been sealed, and it has become a taboo topic and gradually forgotten. But the real dead man seems to be Rocks, not sure if it's dead or not. All in all, thunder, little rain, but today is different. Because of my own butterfly, the direction of things has quietly changed. Don't say anything else. In the past, there was a parade of killing celestial dragons by himself, and then there was a public declaration of war by Rocks for chess. Just these 2 points. The battle in the Valley of the Gods on my own timeline is definitely countless times more intense than the original world line. And according to the rumors this time around, except Marine and World Zeph are doing some action. Even the major families and kingdoms from all over have a lot of news of mobilizing people. Too many people, it's impossible to watch a play. Luo Mu muttered. Keep guessing, perfunctory secrecy. A big move around the world. This is a total war. Eyes lit up. Luo Mu instantly decided that his speculation was absolutely correct. The Valley of the Gods battle this time will definitely not be as thunderous as the original timeline. Absolutely bloody storm, offense and defense swap. Now it's the celestial dragons who want to kill people. Since you want to stand up, it's definitely not just the Rocks, they're rooting out all the members of the Rocks pirate. Even destroying the entire Rocks pirate wouldn't be enough for this kind of battle. They want to destroy all the forces that dare to resist themselves. Call. Luo Mu took a long breath. The rain is about to come and the wind is full. He can already foresee the mountains of corpses and blood at that time. The next moment, Luo Mu's mind suddenly came up with many strange ideas. I haven't absorbed so much life essence at one time. I don't know if this Mumu fruit can do it. Will I be supported? Who should smoke first? Will I be able to awaken the fruit after absorbing Rocks? I don't know if the 5 elders will come. I don't know how their strength compares to Rocks. Advertisement, not 1, but 5 should be more than that. Suck them too. Then you should be able to beat that Imam-sama, right? Then am I invincible? Can you shatter the dimensional universe and return to the earth after being invincible? If I can I wear it back? The daughter country hasn't been there yet. Katakana middle. The next day. Luo Mu spent the rest of his time resting and training team members, apart from sparring with Whitebeard every now and then. Still have to train a group of men. Otherwise, you will have to go into battle by yourself in whatever happens in the future. That's too much trouble. At the same time, Luo Mu is also following the latest news of Marine and World Zeph. Not as he expected. Marine and World Zeph seem to have given up on concealment, and all troop movements have become blatant. This made Luo Mu even more convinced. The big one is coming. Time flies. 2 months pass by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Marine and World ZF did not have any movements except for frequent manpower transfers, and Rocks was the same. Everything seemed calm, but Luo Mu understood. The current situation has long been surging. 2 months passed in a flash. Katakana middle in a bar near Mercury Island. The guests inside looked very vicious, physically fit. More or less scary scars. This is normal, because this is a pirate bar. But very abnormal, because the order in the bar was very good, no one dared to make trouble or stir up trouble. Everyone sullen, quietly drinking and reading the newspaper. The atmosphere was eerie and heavy, in the corner. Several pirates from the same ship gathered together and discussed in a low voice. What happened in the past 2 months? The naval headquarters ships one after another. I haven't seen so many warships since they went to sea. Because it's not just the naval headquarters battleships, as I told me by uncle in the water capital, the Enies lobby and impelled down battleships are all coming towards us too. Damn it, what the hell are the Marines going to do? Is it possible to kill us all? It's really possible. I saw Sengoku the Buddha in the telescope the day before yesterday. I've packed everything up, and I'll flee to North Blue tomorrow. I saw it too, and not only Sengoku, but also Garp and Zephyr. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? The more the pirates discussed, the more frightened they became. Frequent cold sweats. Clothes were soaked. What's the situation? A pirate looked up and found that all the pirates in the bar were looking at their table. Was taken aback. Turned out to be. All the discussions they had just heard were passed into the ears of the rest of the people, word for word. Not that they are too loud, but the bar is too quiet. See. The pirate wiped away the cold sweat. After thinking for a moment, he said directly. At this time, everyone should stop hiding and tuck in, and let us know if there is any news. The voice fell. The pirates looked at each other, all stood up and slowly gathered together. Everyone's face was very cautious. Let me say it first. North Blue is also unstable, and the Vinsmoke family, the rulers there, is also in action. I met CP9, the World ZF spy, at Sabadi Archipelago last month. It seems, nowhere is safe right now, same as just now. All were silent again, but suddenly, one of the skinny pirates bit his lower lip. Like a decision was made. Whispered, this is the news I bought from the underground world with a lot of money. Tell you to get it. The reason for such a big move is because of the celestial dragons. Advertisement celestial dragons? The crowd hurriedly urged. The skinny pirate took a sip of wine. Go on, it's like this. It was originally celestial dragons holding a sacrificial ceremony in a place called the Valley of the Gods. It was not a special action. But because Rock's pirate hung celestial dragons from the mast on Hachinosu Island 3 months ago. D off celestial dragons. That's why Marine, World ZF, and various major forces will come out in full force. The purpose is to destroy the Rock's pirate, and among them, Captain Rocks and Captain Luo Mu are their surest targets on this trip. Simply put, Marine, World ZF are going to all-out war with Rock's pirate. And, just these 2 days, boom, for a moment, all the pirates who knew the truth were stunned. But while they were still shocked, a huge whistle roared from the sea not far away. Woo! A huge gigantic warship whizzed past. It was the warships that had gathered here before and had never moved. It's about to start, total war must begin, the skinny pirate exclaimed. The rest of the pirates swallowed their saliva, and a thought appeared in their heads. The Rocks are going to be destroyed. Captain Rocks, and the most popular Captain Luo Mu. It's more certain to die, no one has another idea. At the same time, Hachinosu Island is also ready to go. On the rough sea, Captain Rock's main ship took the lead. The 7 captains, including Luo Mu and Whitebeard, defended behind them in an inverted triangle. Then, there are more than 1,000 elite pirate sailboats of various sizes. From afar, the entire pirate fleet is like a sharp blade hanging on the sea. Sailboats fly high with skull and crossbones flags. Incomparable anger. Suddenly, the navigator on the main ship roared loudly. Report to Captain. Got windy, the voice fell. Rocks closed his black robe, raised his sheepskin winebag and drank it. A red glow flashed in his eyes. He pulled out his waist and waved his arms in the southwest direction. Grinned. Ha 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 ha. Small door, set sail for me. Target. The Valley of the Gods, brush, after a while, with the order of Rocks. The sails on the masts of the more than 1,000 pirate ships were immediately stretched full and swelled by the wind. Boom. 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 The third gate cannons on the front section of the Rocks roared loudly. Unique habit of Rock's pirate, 3 shots in a row before sailing. And at the moment when the bomb exploded, moved. The sword, hanging on the sea moved, riding the wind, he stabbed aggressively in the direction of the Valley of the Gods. More than 1,000 pirate ships. Tens of thousands of pirates took out their sheepskin winebags at the same time, sipping and laughing while waving their machetes. Set sail in the turbulent waves, drink and laugh in the midst of fire. This is an anthem for pirates, and on the deck of the first ship on the right. Luo Mu was extremely calm, his eyes locked in the southwest direction. Images of Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and even the 5 elders flashed through my mind. Murmured. The Valley of the Gods, I am coming. Chapter 54. Sacrificial Ceremony, Lion Fruit, Airstrike. In the sky, The sun was obscured by layers of dark clouds. So even at noon, the whole area looks gray and lacks a hint of brilliance. Look further down, it is an island surrounded by sea. The island is about 10,000 square kilometers, there are no plants on the surface, and a cracked mountain stands in the middle area. Overall, there is an indescribable sense of mystery. This is the Valley of the Gods. A mysterious island that does not exist on the map. It is said that it hides the secret of celestial dragons and prohibits anyone other than celestial dragons from entering the island. On weekdays, off the beaten track, but at the moment, it was extremely lively, more precisely, it was highly guarded, and the entire island was densely packed with guards no matter where it was going. The first is the outer periphery of the island. Hundreds of tall warships lined up closely together, just encircling the entire island. On these steel behemoths, the thick jet black gun barrels protruded from the hull, bringing an oppressive aura. Then there are the outer areas of the interior. The number of uniforms with white tops and dark blue trousers is the most. It's Marine. Most of them are Marine G1, 2, 3, and 5 branch personnel, each holding a standard long knife. At first glance, at least there are no less than 30,000 or 40,000. This is just the crew of Marine's branch. Around these branches of Marine, there are soldiers dressed in different shapes and colors of armor. Some even have mounts. There are also all kinds of mounts, camels, baboons, rabbits more than 2 meters high, lizards, walking ducks. Eyes can see flowers. These are active soldiers of different kingdoms on the mainland, and there are more than 40,000 to 50,000 people in total. But whether it is the branch Marine or the warriors of the kingdoms, without exception, everyone's nerves are tense, and their eyes are looking at the situation around them without blinking. Because they know who their opponent is today, the hegemon who dominates the sea. Rock's pirate. Certainly. On the periphery of 363 Island, there are only cannon fodder. Up to the cracked mountain area. Marine Admiral, the strongest CPO of the world ZF, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family. The world's top powerhouses all stand here. On the high platform about 100 meters from the cracked mountain. The current supreme leader of Marine, Kong, stood on the edge with his arms around his chest, looking at the sea level in the distance with a straight body. Don't know what to think. Empty Admiral. All the combatants have arrived, and the sacrificial ceremony can begin. The phone bug rang, and it was Sengoku's voice. Understood. I'm going to report to the 5 elders. Kong responded with a particularly heavy voice. Seeming to hear the concern in Kong's tone, Sengoku continued. Empty Admiral. We are Marine, believe in the world ZF, and today's bloodshed is only for the better implementation of justice. 99. The tone was firm, without the slightest hesitation. This is the early young Sengoku. Since joining Marine, he has firmly believed in the orders of the world ZF. For those who doubt the government, even his companions will become the target of attack. Those who do not obey the government's orders are not Marine. Stubborn thinking is his philosophy of action, and loyalty is equal, high. All in all, the later Akainu was far worse than the young Sengoku. Carrying out justice in the world is evident from the fact that he is the only one in the Marine with Conqueror's Haki. 35 Kong replied, then hung up the phone bug and walked towards the 5 elders with heavy steps. All the personnel are in place, and the sacrifice can begin. Kong looked at the 5 old men in front of him. Shen Shengui reported. Slightly different. Advertisement, open fire immediately, leaving no openings. 95. I repeat, move a little bit and fire all the bead at once, not a single one. The old man in the black suit said coldly, aside. The other 3 old men in suits looked indifferent and ignored Kong. Receive. Kong was also used to it. After replying, he was about to leave, but he heard an indifferent voice as soon as he turned around. It was the old man in the robe. If the ceremony goes well, Hachinosu will be launched immediately after the ceremony, and a buster call will be issued to the remaining areas marked in advance. 5. Heard. Although he already knew it in advance, Kong still couldn't help but froze for a while before replying. Received. 35 then. Kong turned around and walked towards Marine headquarters, but his strong back looked a little lonely. Rocks that traitor. There's no movement at all so far, what a waste. 99. Ignoring Kong, the old man in the red suit glanced at the calm surroundings and said coldly. It's possible, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, today is going to be a big purge, so it's a good thing to be able to successfully complete the sacrificial ceremony first. 99. The old man in the green suit responded in a deep voice. Humph. Prepare for divine punishment, pariah. The old man in the black suit snorted coldly, immediately. The 5 elders used moonwalk to reach the center of the cracked mountain in an instant. In front of a huge circular sacrificial platform, they said indifferently to hundreds of celestial dragons. The sacrifice begins. Heard. Hundreds of celestial dragons put away their arrogant expressions and bowed respectfully towards the 5 elders. Because the 5 elders are also celestial dragons, and are also the high-ranking race in the celestial dragons, and they are also the administrators of the Holy Land Mariajoy selected by Lord Yim, and belong to the nobles of the nobles. The 5 elders nodded. The celestial dragons slowly straightened up, and their faces reappeared with hideous and arrogant expressions. Hey, the sacrifice of the Creator is about to begin. Drag all the offerings here. The ferocious voice just fell. Not far away, a few tall black-clothed guards pulled out the chains in their hands and pulled out the 13 sacrificial offerings, behind them without expression. And the so-called sacrifice. Nothing else, it's just an underage human girl. Everyone was dressed in plain white clothes, with pretty faces, but their eyes were dull and numb as if they were in a state of evil. They let the men in black pull the chains around their necks and walk towards the circular sacrificial altar in front of them. Around the cracked mountain, Marines at the headquarters level opened their eyes wide and asked in confusion. What does it mean? I don't know, I just heard the word sacrifice. Sacrifice? This is obviously a human being. These Marines watched the strange scene in the center of the crack, and gradually had a bad premonition in their hearts. Including Kong, Garp, Zephyr and other Admiral, as well as Sengoku, who trusts the world's EF most, all frowned. The attention originally used for reconnaissance was all placed on the strange ritual ceremony of celestial dragons. I see. Various patterns are carved on the sacrificial platform. At a glance, it looks like a special pattern on devil fruit. One person corresponds to one pattern, exactly 13 people. There was a pile of dry wood beside it. The black-clothed guards pulled the sacrificial offering to the sacrificial altar, then pulled the iron chains to make them all kneel on the golden sacrificial altar, and then stepped forward to bind their hands and feet, firmly fixing them on the altar, on the texture. Let them wake up, only sacrifices in a sober state can please the Creator. The old man in the black suit ordered. The guards in black nodded and waved their hands to release bursts of dense fog. Immediately, all the girls froze. After the dilated pupils gradually focused, the delicate facial features immediately shrank together, with a terrified expression on his face. The Marines who watched it felt uncomfortable for a while. The celestial dragons in the field are the same, but not because of the expressions of the girls, but because of the golden knives in the hands of the 5 elders. Sacrificial rituals require them to bleed. Advertisement. An 800-year-old rule. Even if they didn't want to, they could only stretch out their palms while gritting their teeth, and one of them let the 5 elders cut a small incision and put a few drops of blood. After a few minutes, after the blood collection of hundreds of people was completed, the blood collected by the 5 kimono elders gathered in one place, and then walked up to the altar and slowly fell in the center of the 13 lines. There was a tiny pattern looming there. If you identify it carefully, it is not difficult to find that it looks like a tree. Hey, it really hurts. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't come. The pain is only temporary, and the next moment is to appreciate. 5. He's right, he came here to watch the scene. The celestial dragons pinched the wounds on their palms and cast their eyes on the frightened girls on the sacrificial altar. Grim-faced, or pervert, start offering sacrifices. The kimono old man let out a low growl. The people in black immediately picked up the dry wood on the edge of the sacrificial altar, surrounded the sacrificial offerings, and threw some rice paper printed with dragon's hoof at the same time. Ignite! 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 Hundreds of celestial dragons showed sick faces and shouted in unison. Hiss! The so-called sacrifice of celestial dragons is to sacrifice living people? Marine around the cracked mountain and the top experts from various forces widened their eyes and took a deep breath. Help! Help! The girls who had regained their senses immediately cried out, their voices extremely miserable, but in the ears of celestial dragons, it was like a pleasant fairy music. Haha! Scream! The Creator will be more pleased. Lowly inferior, it is your honor to be the sacrifice of the Creator. Ignite! What are you waiting for? Ignite! 99 boom! The man in black threw a torch, the dry wood ignited a raging fire, and Yamanaka burst into a heart-wrenching scream. Empty Admiral, we, 35 Zephyr's eyes were splitting. Nails are embedded in the palm of the hand. Garp's face has been blackened like the bottom of a pot, and armament Haki has covered his arms. Garp. We are Marines. Boom. Sengoku rushed out from behind and directly pressed Garp to the ground. The hard rock was smashed into a big hole by Garp's forehead. Gradually, the fire on the sacrificial altar was getting bigger and bigger, and many people couldn't bear to put their heads away. F-sharp. They cannot resist. Celestial dragons, with a pervert smile, held hands to surround the sacrificial altar that was being sacrificed, and then began to chant obscure incantations. At hash at hash hash at a hash at hash, call. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the originally gray sky was completely black. Enemy attack. Searchlight, attention alert, 35. The Marines immediately turned on their bright searchlights, but nothing appeared around them. In the sky, hit the lights up to the sky, boom, boom, boom. Dozens of fiery white lights shot into the sky, I see. In the foggy sky, there seemed to be thousands of black mysterious objects floating. A flash of lightning flashed across Zephyr's mind. Immediately gathered gas and shouted, airstrike. Lion fruit. It's Shiki. It's Rock's pirate, chapter 55. Shock the quartet. Rock's powerful conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, a black-red violent airflow blew up in the sky, and the autumn wind swept the leaves to shred the originally overlapping black clouds. The strong noon sun shone wildly, the light reappears in the world. More than half of the guards subconsciously closed their eyes and raised their hands to cover, so they couldn't see what was in the sky at all. In the dark for a long time, their eyes can't accept being suddenly illuminated by strong light. After a few breaths, vision restored, everyone immediately looked up at the sky, Sora. But only for a moment. As if they were petrified, they opened their mouths in disbelief and watched the shocking scene in the sky minus. Both sides of the boundless sky were as black as ink, and a few kilometers in between was a blue sky. Like an open door to hell. Countless black dots fell from it at a high speed, like a released hell demon. The outer defenders had protruding eyes and long mouths. The dark pupils were full of fear. They didn't hear Zephyr's cry, and they didn't know what it was. They didn't react from their horror until they saw the whole picture of the black spot, after being in a daze for more than 10 seconds. Damn, it was an airstrike. Rock's pirate, yes, Rock's pirate. Fight back. Fight back. The blue veins of the roar burst out, and at the same time, he raised the musket in his hand and was ready to shoot. But it's too late. Boom. 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 Thousands of pirate ships with skull and skeleton flags crashed to the ground, and in a flash, the marine branch guarding the periphery and the soldiers of various kingdoms were crushed and injured countless times. Even if it is dodging in time, it was also directly lifted into the air by the huge airwave. Next moment, countless pirates wielded machetes and jumped off the ship. At the same time, inside the island near Cracking Mountain. The defenders here are all elites, and there is not much panic on their faces. Correspondingly, the thousands of pirates who fought against them are also elites in Rock's pirate. Shiki did not directly let everyone descend to the land, but one person stepped on a piece of gravel, still floating in the air, forming a gravel array. At the front end of this gravel formation, there is a boulder of dozens of square meters. Rocks crossed his chest with his hands, and was wearing a black robe. Condescending, his eyes stared. 7 cadres on both sides of him stood in sequence. See, on the high platform of the cracked mountain. Whether it was Kong or Zephyr with his fingernails embedded in his palm, or Sengoku and Garp beside him, everyone was shocked. On the side of the round table for worship, the 5 elders stared at the rocks at the forefront of the Stonehenge, each with a shocked expression. In their hearts, Rocks will definitely not come when he knows that he and others have set up a net, and he is ready to take the initiative to clean up after the sacrificial ceremony. I didn't expect him to come, and it appeared in such a shocking way, descending on the top of their heads. And in midair, Rocks is first on the left. Luo Mu gnawed on a toothpick and put his hands in the pockets of his wide leg pants. His eyes seemed out of focus, but in fact he kept wandering around the circular altar and the 5 elders. First on the right, Whitebeard carried the tall Kong Yunki, whose sturdy physique was like an iron tower. His eyes swept over Garp, and then began to scan around, looking for Roger's trace. Second on the right, Golden Lion was holding a cigar of life, and his golden hair moved with the wind. The lion's eyes were locked on Zephyr from the beginning. Further back, the faces of Ochaku, Silver Axe, and John were all very solemn. They thought that today was a big battle. I didn't expect such a big battle. Marine All-Admiral, Vice Admiral, World ZFCPO, all senior CP9 agents, and Vinsmoke family members wearing advanced battlesuits, and the 5 mysterious old men. These exist. Let an extremely dangerous signal rise in their hearts. Feel the state of several people. Rocks, who was standing at the forefront, said softly with a half-smile. Tisk tisk tisk. What can I do? There's no need to run. And if it doesn't work today, I will definitely die. Rocks are not stupid. He knew for a long time that almost none of his squad leaders really came to fight, but today, they can't help it. At this moment, the branch marine and kingdom soldiers outside the Valley of the Gods have already fought with the ordinary pirates of Rocks, shouting and killing. Advertisement and in the center of the island. Whether it is Kong and others marine on the high platform on the left, the ZF side of the world, or the elite pirates headed by Rocks, Luo Mu and others standing on the boulder in the air on the right. The 2 sides were strangely silent in confrontation, and the air was so dignified that water could drip. But only for a moment. A loud noise broke the eerie silence. You lowly inferiors, how dare you destroy our sacred sacrificial ceremony? Trash Marine, what are you still doing? Hurry up and catch all these damn mobs. Quick, grab it, put it on the altar and burn it to death. Is the trash calling you? Don't you understand? Cracking Mountain cracks. Hundreds of celestial dragons reacted from the initial shock and jumped up and pointed at Rock's noses and cursed. Since birth, they have never met anyone who dared to disobey them. So before entering the coffin, these celestial dragons didn't even know what it was to be afraid. Hear the stupid cries of these celestial dragons. Marine, World ZF, and everyone including the 5 elders sank. But no one came out to stop it. Kong glanced at the 5 elders next to him and took a deep breath. Then take a step forward, shouted to the rocks on the boulder. Rocks, 35. It's too late to stop now. No matter how strong you are personally, you will definitely fail today. Marine, World ZF, and the top combat power of various kingdoms are all here, and there is no need to make fearless sacrifices. The voice fell, still waiting for Rocks to respond. And those celestial dragons started screaming again. Trash. What else are you talking about? Hurry up and destroy them all. Damn pariahs are all the same. Dare to destroy our most sacred ceremony and still want to live? Everyone present must die. 5. What rubbish, Marine, it's not as good as my slave. Give it to me. Kill these untouchables. See this scene. Rocks hugged his stomach and laughed wildly, as if he had seen the best clown show ever. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter echoed throughout the valley. You are protecting this group of garbage? Next second? He suddenly stopped smiling. Ignoring everyone, he directly cast his eyes on the 5 elders in the central area, and slowly raised his right hand across his neck, making a movement of wiping his neck. You 5 old things are still alive. 99. Tell you guys I can't fail the rocks. All celestial dragons here today. All have to die, next to the rocks. Luo Mu's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself. Provoking the 5 elders directly is worthy of being the craziest in the world. But, judging from Rock's attitude, did he have any grudges with the 5 elders before? 35. Also, why is he not afraid of a full-scale war? It can't be just to kill a few stupid pigs and then come to die. That's too stupid. Luo Mu's mind was racing, and the many doubts that had arisen in his heart became more and more intense. And the next moment, the only old man in a kimono without a suit in the 5 elders walked out, holding the first-generation ghost in his arms. Rarely angry. Rocks. You traitor has no right to point fingers at the 5 of us. Since you're here, let's go looking for it, and stay here to atone for the creator with your blood. 3. Traitor. Hearing this word, everyone was stunned. What does it mean? Luo Mu was the first to react. What does the old man mean? Rocks. Celestial dragons. At this time, Rock's long hair is windless and automatic, and a dark red light shoots out of his diamond-shaped eyes. Disdain. Traitor? Stupid stuff. You better pray that today's regional trains still have standing tickets. Boom. An ancient beast-like aura erupted directly from Rocks, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki swept away instantly. Luo Mu's eyes tightened. Black Conquerors. The 5 elders frowned, their expressions were very cautious, and at the same time, an astonishing power erupted from their bodies. Seeing that the 2 almost substantial energy storms are about to collide. But suddenly, the 5 elders' hearts seemed to miss a beat, and they turned their heads in the direction of the red line in horror. For flowers. Advertisement Rocks was equally stunned, staring into the distance, and even the unique Black Conqueror's Haki stopped. Sir, I am 35, the old man in the kimono murmured. Just now, he felt the abnormality of Lord Yimu. Although he didn't know what the situation was, the matter about Lord Yimu was definitely 10,000 times more important than the matter of the Valley of the Gods. Without any hesitation, his eyes narrowed, said coldly. Kong, I'll leave it to you here if I miss anyone. Humph. Just wait and apologize, say it. Ignoring Rocks in the air, he looked back at the other 4 old men and nodded slightly. Next moment, several people touched the ground with their right feet at the same time, and their figures immediately disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they were already hundreds of meters away. Damn old thing. Don't try to run. Rocks stepped forward, and the boulders under his feet shattered immediately, and he jumped to chase the 5 elders who were evacuating. Don't be too arrogant. 39, pirates. 35. There was an angry shout of vicissitudes on the high platform, and Kong ripped off the cloak of justice. Muscles rise high. Call out. The speed was too fast, and the sturdy body actually rubbed against the air and made a sonic boom. The huge black iron fist quickly approached the Rocks in midair. Go away. 35. Rocks did not dodge or evade, standing in place with his arms slammed back. Jung. A black light lit up, and the Conqueror's energy that had just disappeared reappeared, even more powerful. Zero Kong's heavy punch hit Rocks, but it was bounced upside down and flew several meters away. At the same time, the entire island was trembling, stones fell from the cracked mountain, and cracks stretched for dozens of meters, and even the gravel controlled by Shiki in the air began to crumble. The dark clouds that were blown to both sides in the sky were pulled by a force, and quickly stirred to form a huge uzumaki. This moment begins. Heaven and earth change color. The frenzied Conqueror's Haki swept the audience. All the people below the level of the school officer were instantly unconscious. Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral all looked hideous and struggled to support. Only Admiral stood still, but he also concentrated all the power of his mind to fight. No one thought that Rock's Conqueror's Haki could be so violent. And it's far from over. The Black Conqueror's Haki directly condensed into a hurricane, sweeping the whole island. The ordinary soldiers and pirates who were fighting on the periphery were all swept up into the sky, and then fell heavily. Every mouth vomited blood. The sky over the island suddenly darkened, and then a zigzag purple barrier thunder suddenly fell. Click. A loud roar erupted. At the same time, an island more than 10 kilometers away from the Valley of the Gods. This is a desert island. But when Marine, World ZF and Rock's pirate were about to start a full-scale war nearby, several groups of people had already landed on this deserted island in advance. Secretly watching the battle in the Valley of the Gods in the distance. Because they all understand that this is destined to be a battle that will go down in history. There are pirates, bounty hunters, rebels, GM troops from various countries. Even the Roger pirates who were invited by Garp to help in the Lonely Red, Bararic Redfield and other top powerhouses also hid here. Now, see the entire Valley of the Gods shrouded in raging Black Conqueror's Haki. Everyone's eyes were bulging, and they lost their voices in amazement. How is this possible? It's terrifying. What kind of ability is this? It should be the legendary Conqueror's Haki. Conquerors? How could Conquerors have such power? Not just them. Even Redfield was shocked, his eyes fixed on the Valley of God. Damn, my strength and that man are no longer the same level. Roger, who was hiding aside, glanced at Rayleigh and the others behind him. Maybe, there really is a chance for us to play. And, after a pause, Roger's eyes looked at the center of the battlefield from a distance of several miles. There, a figure with a toothpick in his mouth disappeared behind rocks. I always feel a little uneasy, that guy Luo Mu, there might be other actions. Obviously, compared with the wild conquerors of the rocks, Luo Mu's aura showed before. That's what made him care more deeply in his heart. Chapter 56. Top Collision. the prestige flower world is coming. Valley of the Gods. The rocks rolled and fell, and all the trees that were already sparse were uprooted, tearing and flying to the sea. The sea also began to roll over, and in the center of the battlefield. Except for the celestial dragons, who passed out early in the morning. Marines, CP agents, and soldiers from various countries were also in a coma, about 10,000, accounting for half of the battle strength in the center of the island, and about 10,000 of the most elite defenders were still awake. But it is also the eyes that protrude, the body trembles, and it looks embarrassed. They all stared at the rocks standing halfway up the mountain in disbelief and even some fear. How is that possible? Even the school officials can't resist. Is this the true strength of the overlord level? Can we win? Sora Admiral and they haven't really shot yet? But it's the same with rocks, even the squad leaders Luo Mu behind him haven't acted yet, 55. Present. Although Marine's side still had an advantage in numbers, morale dropped sharply, and there was no confidence at all when they assembled at the beginning. See this scene. Kong, who was ejected by Rock's wild aura, frowned. Realized it couldn't go on like this. Boom. Step on the moonwalk and shoot into the sky, floating opposite the rocks. Shen said. Rocks, as I said, you must fail today. Justice never loses. Say it. Kong's mountain beard shook violently, his eyes fixed on rocks. Armament Haki covers the whole body. The whole body instantly turned black, and every inch of muscle burst out, like a steel barrier made of fine iron. In an instant, an extremely mighty aura burst out from Kong's body, 460, and the strong pressure made the surrounding air sticky and illusory. Although it didn't cause any shocking scenes, but anyone who is strong can clearly feel the horror of this energy. If Rocks is the unparalleled power of spirit just now, then Kong is pure physical power. The name of Kong. One person is a barrier. The aura of being a boss immediately raised the morale of the Marines. Everyone sorted out their embarrassed appearances, picked up weapons and stared at the elite pirates in front of them. Cracked mountain top. Rocks took his eyes away from the direction the five elders had fled, and looked at Kong, who was full of posture in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he sneered disdainfully. Justice always wins? Ha ha ha, because only the victor deserves to be called justice? The voice fell. Rocks took a step forward, and the majestic armament Haki spewed out, forming a wave of ink-colored flames on the body. A long hair is also automatically up without wind. Such as abyss like a prison, arrogant and uninhibited. Click. The eyes of Kong and Rocks intertwined, and the air at the midpoint exploded suddenly. Next moment, the figures of the two disappeared in a flash at the same time, and when they reappeared, they were already hundreds of meters away in midair. In a short period of time, the two have already played against each other dozens of times. Boom. 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 So scary, so powerful. Whether it was marine or pirate, the explanation looked horrified, and there was a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Cannot help but sigh. Is this the real powerhouse? From their perspective, they couldn't see the figures of Rocks and Kong at all, and they could only see two black lights colliding violently in midair. The dark clouds are dense, and the electric light jumps. The battle between the two caught everyone's attention. Only Luo Mu touched his nose. Pooh! Spit out the toothpick in your mouth. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, and his hands were spread out. Whispered. The prestige flower world is coming. He has no time to be idle. Who knows how the battle will end in the end? It is safest to absorb as much nutrient as possible now. Time. The Valley of the Gods, which was already a mess, began to shake slightly. That's the trick. Shiki looked at Luo Mu and subconsciously thought of, the tree world is coming, but his pupils shrank suddenly and said solemnly. Wrong. Definitely a more powerful move than that one. Except after the ant. The same goes for Whitebeard, Ochaku, and the others, knowing that this was Luo Mu's shot. Feeling the gazes of several people, Luo Mu's mouth lifted lightly. Laughed. If you don't make a move, will you wait until you die? Say it. Advertisement. The open palm squeezed violently, and the shaking that was not so violent just now intensified immediately. Rocks roll, sea water pours. Immediately after, smudges of green crept up on the dark brown hard rock. All the people standing on the ground couldn't help staggering for a while. Both marine and pirate stopped, clenching their weapons and staring at the constantly shaking ground. Their expressions were particularly dignified. It's Luo Mu. Zephyr gritted his teeth, and armament Haki instantly covered. Sengoku, Garp, Crane and others who had seen the video materials also responded quickly. With such a large area of earth shaking and the terrifying power of plants, who else could it be except Luo Mu? Zephyr. Sengoku stretched out his hand and pressed Zephyr, who was ready to act, and said after scanning the battlefield. Everyone, we're short-staffed, so all are at my command. 9. Turning his head to look at Garp with a dark face. Garp. Now is a good time to be angry. You go to help Sora Admiral, just don't hold on desperately, just wait for our support. Heard. Garp walked slowly towards the battlefield with his head lowered and said in a low voice. Tell you a secret, Sengoku. 35. After walking a few steps, he turned sideways and said to Sengoku with red eyes. I've always been angry. The shoulders shook. The cloak fell directly to the ground, revealing the white vest and strong muscles inside. Violent force soars into the sky. Boom. The hard rock collapsed, and the legend Marine Garp was dispatched. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, then calmly arranged. Zephyr, you go against Shiki, his governed place earth coiling won't be so restrictive for the incapacitated. Zephyr raised his head and patted Sengoku hard on the shoulder. Solemn voice. Don't forget Luo Mu. How could I forget this monster Luo Mu? Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Hear Sengoku's response. Boom. Zephyr Ultimate's armament Haki is covered, and the whole body is extremely dark, like a human weapon lacing directly at Shiki. There was a loud boom in the air. Shiki. Seeing Zephyr coming towards him, Shiki's mouth curled into a sneer. Squinting at Luo Mu next to him. Kahahaha. Luo Mu, wait for me, I'll kill Zephyr first. Sakura 10. The dead wood came out of its sheath at the sound, and the dust flying under the feet condensed into a ferocious male lion, which turned into a golden glow and jumped to the head of a lion more than 10 meters in size. Go laughing. Next moment, Whitebeard's blonde hair is windless and automatic, staring at the cranes, many CP agents, and Vinsmoke who were charging towards him from the ground, and directly raises Kong Yunchi, who was waiting for the others. He said solemnly to Luo Mu, remember my words, live. Boom. Shock fruit. Owner Whitebeard strikes. Damn it. Looks like it's going to be hard today. Ochaku stroked his long beard. If that's the case, let's fight. Silver Axe's face flickered with sullenness, and the giant axe was wrapped with lightning, and the entire axe was rendered silver white. Damn it. John held a western sword in his right hand and a special revolver in his left hand, with a particularly solemn expression. All three of them have no intention of paddling, because they are all right, what Luo Mu said. There is no way to escape from this situation now, the only way to survive is to kill Marine. Then go to hell, Marine, the three roared in unison. Covering armament Haki, stepping on the pumice stone under your feet and actively killing. At the same time, the ant behind them also swallowed the cake in her hand, showing a pervert smile, and attacked with the three of them. I won't let you pass, justice shall prevail. FK to death, pirates, on the ground. Marine all Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral quickly gathered together and shouted at the four of them. At the same time, the entire Valley of the Gods shook more and more violently. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the green smears just now suddenly turned into thorns and trees as thick as human thighs. Just like a weirdo. These trees rose from the ground, slicing mountains, cutting through rocks, and covering the ground in an instant. And at the top of each tree thorn grew a huge orange-red flower. The trees are covered in black, although very light. But it does have a layer of black. This is exactly the move Luo Mu just released. Advertisement open black lens bracket wizard flower tree world is coming, close black lens bracket. The upgraded version of the arrival of the tree world, and it is a destruction level large area killing skill that covers armament Haki. It can not only entangle and pierce the enemy, but also release neurotoxins to paralyze any creature. The flowers bloom slowly, and there are countless tiny pollen wafting out of them. Blown by the wind, immediately drift towards Marine's position. At the same time, countless light black trees greedily breathe the fresh air on the surface, turning into sharp arrows that pierce through hundreds of Marines in an instant, absorbing them into human dryness. The remaining tens of thousands of Marines immediately raised their knives and slashed, leaving only a faint trace on the pale black trees. What is this? Damn, how do you keep slashing? Armament Haki. This damn tree trunk is covered with armament Haki. It's all wrapped in armament colors to strengthen the sword, or it won't cut it. 99. It's an elite Marine after all. Everyone had mastered the armament color entanglement skill. Although it was still a bit laborious, the blade wrapped around armament Haki was able to cut through trees, and the Marines immediately began to fight back. But not long. Cough. My hand. Why is my hand numb? My head is so dizzy. I don't have the strength to swing the knife. What the hell is going on? It's poison pollen that works. A poisoned Marine is like a lamb to be slaughtered. Time. The entire battlefield was screaming and screaming. Marine fell down in pieces like a harvested wheat, turning into a mummified corpse. On the ground. Seeing his companion who had turned into a mummified corpse, poor Sully was shocked. It's scary. This is his mantra on weekdays, but the actual meaning is actually mocking the opponent's garbage. But today is definitely not sarcasm, because his body is shaking. Damn. How can it be so powerful? Sakazuki's young and old face burst into a few huge cold sweats, and he waved his fists that turned into lava, smashing trees and burning pollen. But it was a drop in the bucket. If this goes on, the entire Marine will be killed by Luo Mu's blow. Think about it here. The fists suddenly turned into two fiery lava. Explosive shouted. Justice is not so vulnerable. Great eruption. The arms were immediately covered with lava, and the fists swelled in a circle again. In a huge impact, the swollen fists immediately spewed out a huge mass of volcanic lava towards the wildly growing trees. Shouted at the same time. What are you two doing? How long until now if you don't take action? A trace of icy cold air emerged from the corner of Kuzan's mouth, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a crystal clear ice sculpture. Arms raised, palms facing the sky, growl, frozen moment, 9. Suddenly, a cold air mass with a radius of about 10 meters also surged up, freezing hundreds of trees into ice cubes. Beside him, Perusolino adjusted his glasses, put away the shock in his heart, and also woke up. He quickly put his hands in front of him, and quickly began to emit golden light. Yada mirror. Call out. As his voice fell on 3.4, the golden light in his hand immediately grew several meters wide and shot out in the wind, forming a trajectory of light, in the air. And it's not just them. The Vinsmoke family, as a scientific warfare unit, is also in action. All science forces, release the nanoshield, open the defensive cloak. Air cannon, fire the air cannon at the pollen, a time. The flower tree world, which was originally harvesting life at will, was actually suppressed by Marine, World ZF, and the rest of the fighting power. Not bad. Luo Mu murmured softly, and then squeezed his right hand again, the earth screamed again, and more trees rose into the sky. Too many nutrients are absorbed. Unleash your skills without any scruples. The originally bare Valley of the Gods was filled with towering giant trees. From a distance, the entire island has become a sea of trees. The Marines who were able to suppress the tree world just now fell apart again, causing countless casualties. Luo Mu. A roar shook the world. Sengoku on the ground looked like never before, golden light burst out from his body, and his body shape immediately began to change, turning into a golden Buddha at the speed of the wind. Sengoku. He actually arranged himself to face Luo Mu. And in the distance. Desert Island. Roger stared at the Valley of the Gods, which had been tightly wrapped by trees, and was extremely shocked. I didn't expect the battle to be so intense at the beginning. Luo Mu, with such a wide range of powerful moves, aren't you afraid of excessive physical exertion? 35. At the same time, he clenched the ace in his hand, and said solemnly to Rayleigh and the others behind him. Get ready. It's time for us to play. Chapter 57. Buddha's Sengoku vs Luo Mu. The Roger pirates arrive at the battlefield. On the battlefield, the situation was chaotic. Although there are tens of thousands of Marines, twice as many as the Rock's pirate, but because Luo Mu's flower and tree world came, not only did he not take advantage, but he was beaten and defeated. If it weren't for the existence of elites such as Sakazuki, I'm afraid there would be very few left by now. The duel between the cadres also saw the Rock's pirate have a slight upper hand. The first is Whitebeard's scuffle with Crane, the CPO, and a bunch of the Vinsmoke family. He fought with more than a dozen people at the same time without losing the slightest. After seeing the flower and tree world in the field, he even laughed. Goo-la-la-la. Luo Mu. I didn't know your fruit ability was so powerful, but my shock fruit is not bad. 99. Say it. In his hand, Kong Yunki slammed back all the enemies around him, and then took a long breath, and the already strong chest directly doubled. Then his arms crossed, and his explosive muscles swelled. The people who were striving to slaughter again on both sides smashed into the air. Click. With this punch, the entire space on both sides collapsed inch by inch, and a shocking force that was terrifying to ultimate exploded, shattering the air like a mirror. A few people were temporarily knocked out, aside. Golden Lion collided violently with Zephyr's body of steel, like a windmill, with Sakura 10 and dead wood, and countless sparks appeared. And Ochaku, Silver Axe, and John, who were ready to paddle at the beginning, were also forced by the situation, and each used their housekeeping skills. Ant is also very hardworking. Napoleon's Emperor Sword turned into a pirate hat by waving his pirate hat with both hands, releases slashes, and uses his thoughts to manipulate three special Holsme, Zeus, Hera, and Prometheus, and fire down the sky. Beating dozens of Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral was unbearable. And there's only one reason they've worked so hard, and that's to get out quickly and help the Rocks. True. Judging from the current scene, they have some advantages. But they all understand. There is only one real key point in this battle, and that is the focus battle between Rocks and Kong and Garp. Look 14 in them. When the battle of focus is decided, the moment the battle ends. Overlord Rocks defeat Garp, Kong, then they will win and live. On the contrary, once Rocks is down and Kong and Garp are free, that little advantage will immediately turn into a bubble, and the Valley of the Gods will be their burial place. Not just them. Marine thinks so too. That's why Sengoku let Garp and Kong hold Rocks and wait for their support. This is the decisive influence of peak combat power. Rocks. It seems that it has become the sole core of this battle in the eyes of everyone. Floating fast on red flowers, Luo Mu's mouth twitched. Inner secret. These guys really fought hard enough to survive. After glancing at the Golden Buddha, who was chasing after him at the same time, he also set his sights on Rocks. Rocks is also his core, but to be precise, it's more appropriate to call him the whole card. A whole card that would allow him to have no danger in the Valley of the Gods battle. Because of his appearance, he still doesn't know what the final outcome of the Gods Valley War will be. But there are only two endings. The first is the Rocks win. Luo Mu simply absorbed some Marine powerhouses, Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, and even Fallen Admiral. The second is the original ending, Rocks lost. Luo Mu's ability to absorb the defeated and dying Rocks has greatly increased, and he may even directly complete the Fruit Awakening. The last time, he was also able to return home, so Rocks is his trump card. And with this trump card, no matter what the outcome of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is, there is not much danger to Luo Mu, it just depends on how much he gains. In the air, Luo Mu's heart was shocked when he saw the Rocks fighting against each other. He knows the Rocks are strong, but seeing is better than hearing it. I saw Rocks play both Kong and Garp at the same time. A later Marine, a legendary Marine, this is the ceiling of the pirate world's combat power. But the Rocks 1-2 is still easy to handle, and there seems to be something behind the scenes. This battle scene is too impactful. How did Garp and Roger defeat such a strong man? Luo Mu murmured. The plot from the original timeline flashed in his head. Sengoku recalled the incident in the Valley of the Gods, and said that Garp and Roger, who were in ambush in the Valley of the Gods, hit the rocks. Just when Luo Mu was thinking, a cold, dignified scolding sounded from behind. Luo Mu. Don't try to escape, advertisement it is, Sengoku of Buddha. Incarnated into a huge golden Buddha statue, even the eyeballs turned golden. The golden eyes locked tightly on the red flower that was flying fast in front. Doubtful inside, he really didn't expect Luo Mu to face him and choose to run away. Can be sudden. The red flower in front of him slammed to the side. Luo Mu stopped. The huge golden Buddha stopped forcibly in the air at the same time, and Sengoku turned to look at Luo Mu on the red flower. Sengoku said coldly, "Have you finally given up and escaped?" Luo Mu spread his hands. He didn't explain that he was observing the situation on the battlefield, but pouted and asked curiously, "Are you pure gold or gilded?" Heard. Sengoku's heart was calm, not the slightest fluctuation because of Luo Mu's provocation. In the form of a Buddha, he not only possesses the power of a Buddha, but also possesses his wisdom, becoming a transcendental being with the unity of mind and body. Sengoku bends slightly. Extend your left arm, put your right arm back, and put on a punching posture. You can feel it. The voice is indifferent, no human emotion mixed in. Jung. The whole body lit up with brilliant golden light, and Sengoku the Buddha made a bold move. Twist the body around the spine, retract the left arm, and slam the right fist. Unpretentious. Without any bells and whistles, the golden fist slowly enlarges in Luo Mu's eyes. Not fast, but firmly locked, there is simply no escape. This is a civil servant, Luo Mu complained for no reason, but the moves under his hand were not slow at all. Wooden Golem Jutsu. Boom. Suddenly, along with Luo Mu's roar, the countless plants in the flower tree world that danced like crazy snakes immediately gathered into two groups, one large and one small. After a blink of an eye, the wooden giant who, divided, the sea is reproduced, and a wooden dragon dozens of meters long is still wrapped around his right arm. It's not over yet. Luo Mu on the red flower jumped on the shoulder of the giant, leaned down and put his right hand on the shoulder of the giant. A low drink. Dragon fist, 35 the voice fell, and the right arm of wooden golem and the surface of the wooden dragon were simultaneously rendered with a layer of dark armament Haki. It's also a mediocre punch, but when punching, the front section of the dragon fist is flickering with the power of a rich plant of emerald green, making the black dragon fist the size of a mountain even more powerful. The surrounding air was shaking violently, sending out ripples. What a powerful force! A hint of surprise flashed in his golden eyes. Under the bombardment of wooden golems, dragon fist, a sense of crisis that had not appeared in a long time suddenly erupted in Sengoku's heart. But there is no fear in the mind of the Buddha. Facing the black dragon fist bigger than the giant Buddha himself, Sengoku did not retreat but advanced. Crackling. The originally calm Buddha light suddenly agitated, surging around his golden body dozens of meters high, and the terrifying energy made people tremble. It seems that a layer of Buddha flame coat has been approved on the body surface. The punch that was enough to shatter the space was even more powerful, as if the enraged Buddha wanted to crush everything with his divine fist. Facing this punch from Sengoku the Buddha, Luo Mu's eyes flickered, and he was also not afraid at all, instead showing a hint of excitement. Since calm belt practice, the combination of kumquat and armament Haki is slightly more stable. Luo Mu doesn't know how strong his punch is, but this is already the strongest punch of his fruit ability. Finally, the two fists collided in the air. Boom. 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 At the very center of the fist fight between Sengoku and wooden golem, the air was shattered like a spider's web. The golden Buddha's light and the emerald green wood element essence exploded into two colored flames, which rushed into the sky hundreds of meters into the sky. The entire Valley of the Gods seemed to be colored. Immediately after, the earth-shaking roar exploded, shocking the entire Valley of the Gods. Whether it was marine or pirate, it felt as if a thunder had exploded in his eardrums were buzzing, and his head was in severe pain. However, the people who are still alive are already the elite of the elite, and no one has passed out. It's just that next to the circular sacrificial altar, the mouths of those celestial dragons Kakuzu who had fainted long ago leaked a trace of blood. At the same time, Desert Island. Seeing the sudden appearance of wooden golem, everyone was just about to start to marvel, when they were shocked by the shockwave generated by Sengoku and wooden golem's fist. When the entire Valley of the Gods was shrouded in colorful rays of light, another group of people evacuated the place. Advertisement too dangerous. Who knows if it will affect this deserted island in the next second? Captain. Rayleigh was holding on to his glasses with a dignified expression. He didn't expect Luo Mu's strength to be so strong. I told you, Luo Mu is a monster. Roger's eyes narrowed, and the brief shock turned into excitement. Inner secret. We'll meet again, Luo Mu. I won't be polite this time. Then he stood up directly and said to Rayleigh and others behind him. Set off. If they don't leave, Garp and the others will be unable to stand it. That madman Rox must not let him destroy the world. Say it. He jumped into the sea and headed towards the Valley of the Gods. The same goes for Rayleigh et al. With the exception of Bullet, he touched the surrounding trees with both hands, and with the help of the Paramecia fusion fruit, he directly generated a pair of wooden gliders on his back, jumped high, and then gliding away with the wind towards the Valley of the Gods. See this scene. The people on the desert island were startled. That group of people went to the Valley of the Gods? Who are they? Aren't they afraid of death? Looks like the Roger pirates. It's them. Are they going to help the Rocks pirate? Never heard of an alliance between Rocks and Roger? So then, didn't you say the Rocks pirate was going to win? Lone Gao Jihong also clenched the umbrella sword in his hand, and the gold chain on his mouth shook. He knows. Roger didn't have a great relationship with the Rocks. Roger. Where on earth are you 500? The same moment. Kong and Garp on the battlefield were stunned at the same time. What? How could he meet Sengoku's giant Buddha's fist head on? What kind of monster is this kid? They knew the power of Sengoku's punch, and they didn't dare to say it, but it's definitely not a big talk. In a certain battle, Sengoku smashed a whole mountain with this punch. Even they are absolutely unwilling to face such a terrifying fist. But the wooden golem made by Luo Mu actually blocked it. Although half of it was damaged, it was restored in an instant. Two old guys, 35, being distracted in battle can cost you your life. Sudden, Rock's wild voice sounded, and the two instantly came back to their senses. At the same time, one left and one right shot towards the Rocks, relaunching the attack. But this time, whether it was Kong or Garp, the expressions on their faces were much more solemn. It's not good. Yes, according to the original plan. The two of them tried their best to hold Rocks. The rest face off against the remaining cadres, resolve the fight as quickly as possible and kill the Rocks together. Among them, they think the easiest link to break through is Sengoku versus Luo Mu. Because Sengoku compared to Zephyr, apart from the slightly inferior armament color and physical skills, the remaining abilities are definitely better. And also has the only Conqueror's Haki in the Marine. You can face off against Luo Mu's tyrannical entanglement. Coupled with the huge size of Renren fruit, Eudemons and Giant Buddha, it is just right to mark Luo Mu's terrifying wooden golem. It can even suppress wooden golem to a certain extent. So in their vision, it is the most suitable for Sengoku to meet Luo Mu. All in all, including Zephyr, all agree that Sengoku is likely to be stronger than Luo Mu. But I didn't expect Luo Mu to be, not inferior? If it goes on like this, maybe the two of them can't hold it anymore. After all, the strength of this monster Rocks is so powerful that they are shocked. But suddenly, Garp senses a familiar force approaching, and more than one. The frowning brows instantly stretched out, and there was an undisguised joy on his face. Shen said, "Empty Admiral, rest assured. The thing to worry about is the Rocks." The voice just fell. A heroic laughter suddenly exploded throughout the island. Ha 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 ha. Luo Mu, as you said, we still meet in this Valley of the Gods after all. Roger Pirates, arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 58, Giant Buddha and Wooden Dragon. The battle to destroy the world. The voice fell. All the people who were fighting were stunned, temporarily stopped the battle in their hands, and turned their attention to the source of the sound. I saw 4 figures standing on the cracked peak that had been cut in half. It was the Roger 4 who came from the desert island. Roger is dressed in a long golden red cloak, with his hands on his hips, full of imposing manner. Behind him, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet are all clasping their arms, overlooking the entire battlefield from top to bottom. Damn it, it's actually the Roger pirates. Damn Rocks, they even found help. The Rocks cadres are already tricky enough, and now there's Roger's gang. They're all super big pirates with sky-high bounties. How could Admiral and the others resist? 35. Roger, what are they doing? Is it the captain's backhand? Impossible. The captain of the Roger pirates has always been at odds. How could he have come to help us? Roger, which side are they on? 35. Should help us. After all, they're all pirates. How can they help Marine, World ZF and the others? 35. After discovering that it was the Roger 4, whether it was Marine or the pirates, everyone was surprised and guessed. Because the current battle seems to be a balance of power on the surface, and it is very anxious. Soldier to soldier, general to general, king to king. But the arrival of the Roger pirates will definitely break this anxious situation. No matter which camp they join, it will instantly break the balance, and this all-out war will end quickly. And this kind of doubt did not last long. A thunderclap gave everyone the final answer. Roger, don't hurry up, it's Garp. Afraid of any accident, he now just wants to solve Rocks as soon as possible, and then quickly end the battle. What? Roger is Garp's helper. Pirates team up with Marine. Except for several naval headquarters generals such as Luo Mu, Rocks, Whitebeard, and Sengoku, all of them have round eyes and wide mouths. The reaction is extremely violent, especially many pirates. After a brief shock, it turned into a deep anger and despair. They may have had the possibility of victory, but now they have been backstabbed by the Roger pirates. Ignore everyone's eyes. Roger took a deep look at Luo Mu standing on the wooden giant. To be frank, he now really wants to fight this monster with the spirit of a hegemon and a king at the same time. But no way. The current situation is obviously that the most important thing is to solve the most critical core of Rocks first. Without any hesitation, he instructed the people behind him. Rayleigh, you go to help the Crane Woman against Newgate and they won't be able to hold on. Jabba, Bullet. 33, the two of you go to Charlotte Linland's side of the field, sell it as soon as possible and fight Shiki. Heard. After nodding, Rayleigh and the others directly jumped into their respective battlefields. Moment. The stagnant battle started again. The Marines were encouraged and their confidence was greatly increased, and the pirates were full of resentment, and their shots became more and more ruthless. Gunpowder tastes stronger. Whitebeard here. Boom, 35. A space shock repelled Crane and the others, and his eyes stared at Rayleigh, who was holding a knife in his right hand. Rayleigh. I didn't expect our duel to take place on this occasion, 35. Whitebeard clenched the clump of clouds, deep tone. Although he had known for a long time that Roger and others had temporarily formed an alliance with Marine, he was still a little embarrassed at this moment. Newgate. No one can do anything, this is the position, 5. Rayleigh resumes. The tone was equally deep. In fact, he didn't want to help Marine, but firstly, it was Captain Roger's order, and secondly, rocks was too dangerous. Advertisement, goo. Whitebeard laughed suddenly, the blonde hair fluttering in the wind. Shouted loudly. Then fight. 99 Rayleigh didn't say much immediately, the white cloak behind him stirred, and the sword in his right hand swung out the energy accumulated. Breaking the moon. Time. An arc-shaped blue blade light slashed towards Whitebeard. Corresponding. Jabba swung two giant axes wrapped around armament Haki, and Bullet merged Haki and fruit abilities into a red, devil body, and started fighting with Ant, Ochaku and others. 3 Flat Mountainside. Roger watched the battle on the scene. Inner secret. Jabba, Bullet, Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral should end the battle as soon as possible, and then they can help Zephyr defeat Shiki. Although Newgate is strong, with the addition of Rayleigh, I believe it will be defeated soon. Luo Mu's words. From the situation we just met, Sengoku can handle it. Call. Roger took a long breath, his eyes locked on rocks in the distant sky, and he slowly pulled out the supreme sword ace. Shen said. It's time. To get rid of this madman rocks and end this war, 35. Boom. Dark red Conqueror's Haki instantly wrapped around his body. When he touched the ground with his right foot, the rocks under his feet immediately shattered, and the whole person turned into a dark red arrow and shot towards the rocks. God avoid. 35 shocking sword intent rises into the sky. The thick Uzumaki-like clouds were separated, and everyone present was shocked by the terrifying sword intent. They all looked sideways. Garp and Kong gasped heavily, fighting rocks, and their exhaustion was terrifying. Roger's shot. Garp said in a deep voice, and then the two of them flashed back at the same time. Roger. Rocks looked hideous. Consciously reacted, but because he had just avoided the moves of Garp and Kong, his body was still in the stage of rigidity, and naturally he could not avoid the terrifying sword intent that locked him. Immediately burst into a drink. The energy in the body increased sharply again, and Black Conqueror's Haki quickly began to appear on the surface of the body. Too bad it was half a step too late. Before Rocks could fully defend himself, Roger's God avoidance, terrifying sword intent slashed heavily on him. Boom. With a loud explosion, huge shockwaves shot out in all directions, shattering countless rocks, and the black mist on Rocks instantly thinned out. Next moment, Rocks' figure was revealed, his black robe was shattered, and there was a shallow knife mark on his thin chest. A layer of scarlet blood came out. Kong and Garp raised their eyebrows at the same time, and a trace of joy flashed in their hearts. Rocks is injured. In the combination of the two of them's restraint and Roger's surprise attack, Rocks was finally injured. Although the wound is not serious, but it made the two of them convinced that with the three of them joining forces, it is possible to defeat or even kill this maritime overlord. You did a great job, 35. I've forgotten how many years I haven't been hurt. Rocks reached out and wiped his chest, looked down at the scarlet blood on his hand, and squeezed out every word between his teeth. So to thank you, I can make you die with those goddamn celestial dragons. Ha 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 ha. Shaking off the blood on his hands, Rocks was instantly covered in pitch black Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Advertisement. There was a thunder in the sky, and the furious rocks turned into a mass of black flames and rushed towards Roger, Kong, and Garp like thunder. God avoid. 6 styles Kong, profound truth fist bone meteor fist. Roger, Kong, and Garp, who were waiting for the battle, shouted in unison. At the same time, on the side of Sengoku and Luo Mu, both of them knew in advance that Roger would participate in the battle, so they did not stop because of the arrival of the Roger pirates. Luo Mu. Give it up, Rocks must die today. Sengoku drank in a deep voice. After the incarnation of the giant Buddha, the sound wave is also one of his attack methods, which can weaken the opponent's will to resist. Even the weaker ones would basically lose their will to fight after being roared by this giant Buddha. Surrender directly. However, Luo Mu's unparalleled aura is a top-level existence where Overlord and King coexist in Roger's mouth. This willpower attack has no effect at all. Don't waste your time, save your energy, Luo Mu responded. Manipulate wooden golem to punch Sengoku again and shout at the same time. Tree of cuttings. The chest of wooden golem was immediately filled with black flowers, each with several gleaming wooden thorns in the center of each stamen. Whoosh, 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 breaking air bursts. Tens of thousands of black thorns shot out from the black flowers immediately, covering the sky and the sun like a black rain. A tree of cuttings. The black thorns inside have the ability to absorb the vitality of living things, which is very strange. Zephyr's battle report flashed across Sengoku's mind. Absolutely not hardwired. Sengoku reacted instantly, and quickly retreated by the huge impact of the two of them on the fist. At the same time, the huge golden eyes condensed, and a pair of golden Buddha palms closed together. Time. The space in the Buddha's palm suddenly lit up, and in less than half a breath, a white moon-like light appeared. The light flickered and condensed. With a terrifying aura of terror, Sengoku relies on the giant Buddha's energy to condense the air with a huge lethal air bomb. Sengoku shouted like a bell. Buddha's impact. The bright moon-like air bomb immediately burst out, leaving a vacuum zone several meters wide in the air. Boom. In the next instant, the shockwave with huge energy collided with the black rain. The shockwave was stabbed inch by inch, and so did the dark thorns, which quickly disappeared in the brilliance of the bright moon, turning into grains of dust and vanishing with the wind. In just a few seconds, the energy of both was exhausted at the same time, leaving no trace. For this, both were not surprised. His eyes condensed, and his body rioted. Drink. The golden Buddha let out a low drink. The energy of the whole body surged wildly, and the golden energy around the sky flickered and exploded. Centered on Sengoku, the entire surrounding area was gleaming with gold. From a distance, it's like a sun that shoots golden flames. It's the Buddha's punishment. One of Sengoku Admiral's surefire moves, Luo Mu must be finished. It's like a sun, 35, ha ha ha, Sengoku Admiral is a Buddha himself. Almost all the people within a few hundred meters of Sengoku and Luo Mu felt the terrifying fluctuation and roar, and looked up into the sky one after another. The pirates looked sluggish and shocked. The Marines were relieved and proud, and they recognized that this was one of Sengoku's strongest moves, Buddha's punishment. A terrifying move that once killed Bailey pirates with over 100 million bounties. From their perspective, Luo Mu is powerful though. But it will definitely be defeated by this chapter 59. Luo Mu, are you scraping me? The monstrous Buddha's light roared and exploded, and the momentum was extremely huge. Even the surrounding generals and cadres couldn't help but curb the offensive a little and looked sideways. At this time, Sengoku, incarnated as a golden Buddha, is even more majestic. The endless golden Buddha light behind him instantly turned into balls of golden flames, like a lotus flower with golden pearls. Buddha's punishment. The sound was loud and loud. Fist-sized, Buddha rays, immediately blasted Luo Mu under him. And this time, Luo Mu, who was in the center of focus, did not have the slightest fear. Instead, he felt more enthusiastic. Mouth rays. Hum. The armed color and Conqueror's two-color Haki are all entangled, and the whole body glows with a black and red glow. Very metallic texture. The giant of wood at Luo Mu's feet is black and covered with armament Haki. Thank you for that, Sengoku. Such a good sparring partner, and he doesn't charge any money. Next moment, the wooden giant with Luo Mu on his shoulders slightly changed his right leg, and after accumulating power, he jumped violently and burst into the sky with the momentum of wind and thunder. Actually choose to take the initiative to meet, roar. The wooden dragon on wooden Golem's right arm let out a soft whistle and spit out orange-yellow energy light eggs, instantly destroying dozens of balls of Buddha light. And wooden Golem itself is even more powerful. First, an orange beam of light spit out from the abyss-like giant mouth, penetrating the air and clearing a vacuum. Then wave the mountain giant fist back and forth. Every punch, it can smash dozens of groups of Buddha lights. Period. Wooden Golem and wooden dragon were blown up several times, but almost instantly 503 was reunited by Luo Mu. On its shoulders, Haki surged around Luo Mu, and all the Buddha's light that was missed by wooden Golem was scattered by his fists. Boom. 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 The beeping continued. The Buddha lights that were smashed into the air by Luo Mu fell to the ground one after another, screaming for a few hundred meters in a radius. Marine and the pirates were no longer interested in fighting, and were all struggling to avoid the bombing. Sengoku's eyes narrowed as he looked at Luo Mu, who was charging towards him through the heavy curtain of light. Murmured in silence. Monster. A veritable monster. Incarnated as a Buddha, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his golden forehead. From the very beginning of the battle, Sengoku felt Luo Mu's strength was very strong, but there was absolutely no existence above his level. The fight was not too shocking, but as the fighting time increased, he became more and more frightened. Because Luo Mu's resilience is really strong from the beginning. The two just did not have any temptation, and directly carried out the strongest collision. Whether it is Buddha's giant fist, Buddha's shockwave, or the current, Buddha's punishment, each of them is a move that consumes a lot of strength. Luo Mu is the same. Not to mention the huge wooden Golem and wooden dragon that have been created and restored many times, just the emission Haki and armament Haki that have been entangled around him. Just these two colors of Haki elimination are extremely terrifying. But this Luo Mu didn't seem to be in a state of exhaustion at all, and even his breathing was extremely steady. Sengoku has seen resilient ones. That is a zone fruit ability user, and has completed the fruit awakening, but even that is not as exaggerated as Luo Mu. Could it be? What is Luo Mu's fruit actually in Phantom Beast with wood-type energy? And has the fruit awakened? Advertisement. Sengoku's brain was thinking frantically. But the Buddha's light of Buddha's punishment has been dissipated as much as possible. Sengoku, 35, are you shaving me? Scream loudly. Luo Mu shot straight from wooden Golem's shoulder and jumped over Sengoku's head. The fist covered with two-color Haki was like a meteorite cast iron, and it slammed directly on the golden Buddha palm that Sengoku hastily blocked. Boom. The clouds rolled back and the air burst. Sengoku only felt a force that was even more violent than the thunder in the past few days, and the Buddha light on his body exploded, and at the same time, it impacted his body abruptly. How is this possible? His power has not weakened, but has grown stronger. An unbelievable thought flashed through Sengoku's mind. And the next moment, Sengoku's huge golden Buddha body was blown away by Luo Mu's Haki's heavy punch. Boom! The Buddha's light in the sky suddenly dissipated, and Jin Yan finally disappeared. And Luo Mu didn't pause, his speed suddenly increased again, and he immediately landed in front of Sengoku, who was still shooting backwards in the air, and threw another punch. Wow! The monstrous black and red electric light burst, and Sengoku's body was like a kite with a broken string. In the end, the whole person slammed into the cracked mountain abruptly, and the hard rock was shattered. And Sengoku's body continued to fly upside down. The entire cracked mountain has been penetrated through, and a huge pit several meters deep has been smashed on the hard ground, and finally stopped. Sengoku. How is this possible? What exactly happened just now? The Marines who thought Sengoku's, Buddha's punishment, could defeat Luo Mu saw this scene. Eyeballs were about to fall, and he exclaimed. They didn't expect it. Sengoku, who had just returned to the Buddha's light, was blasted away by Luo Mu. Isn't that true? Can someone blow up Sengoku in a golden Buddha state? The Marines looked at each other in dismay. That was the Buddha Sengoku that even killed hundreds of millions of bounty pirates. Was actually bombarded directly from the front? Bead? Isn't this a joke? But in the next moment, boom! A flash of golden light burst out of the pothole. It was Sengoku. The Marines were immediately relieved when they saw it. Listen to all. 35. Clean up the trees and vines made by Luo Mu. Sengoku's Buddha's voice thunderbolt shakes resounded throughout the audience. The Marines were stunned for a moment, then immediately began to act. Although I don't know why Sengoku suddenly issued such an order, they are all elite existences, and their mobility is superb. Immediately, Marine, who had the advantage in numbers, was immediately divided into two, half blocking the pirates, and the other half starting to clear the trees and vines in the field. Air. Sengoku wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said solemnly. Luo Mu. I know the secret of your recovery, just now. Sengoku, who was blasted into the rock layer, was keenly aware of the energy gathered on the roots of the trees, and when he thought about the corpse that was sucked by the trees, he understood everything in an instant. Although the plant system has a strong recovery ability, it can never reach a terrifying existence like Luo Mu. Advertisement. The reason why he looks like he has infinite physical strength is because he has the ability to absorb the life energy of the dead. The tens of thousands of people who have died in this entire Valley of the Gods are all his nourishment. Oh, have you finally found it? As expected of the resourceful General, Sengoku. Luo Mu said. Then he looked down at the flower tree world that was quickly destroyed below, and frowned slightly. He muttered to himself, I'm smoking really well, 55. He did not continue to release the idea of Washuji, because the Marines who survived are all elites, and they are not very easy to clean up. Now their goal is to absorb the dead. Think about it here. Luo Mu glanced at Kaido, who was having fun killing him, and said aloud. Kaido. 35. Organize squad members and organize Marines to destroy the vines. Then he moved his wrists, staring at Sengoku, who was in a bad mood in front of him, and smiled. How? 35. You're the only one who shakes people. Kaido received. Hearing Luo Mu's order, Kaido responded immediately. Inner ecstasy. Ooh, there are 20 people in the squad. Captain Luo Mu is only looking for me. It seems that I am the only confidant. Immediately, his face turned cold. He wiped off Marine's bloodstains on his face, and shouted loudly at the other members of Luo Mu's squad. Have you heard it all? Captain Luo Mu's order? Organize these damn Marines to destroy the vines. Huge voice. The 20 fierce pirates around them immediately waved their weapons and responded with shouts. Received. 35. Stop Marine from destroying the vines. For Captain Luo Mu, although Luo Mu's team has only 21 people besides him, all of them are the elite of the elites in Rock's Pirate, and no one has been killed in the battle so far. All were only slightly injured. Hearing Luo Mu's order at this moment, all eyes were full of ferocity, and the wolves generally rushed towards the nearest group of Marines who were cleaning the vines. Seeing Kaido and the others rushing over, these Marines immediately stopped their movements. A swordsman, Vice Admiral, who was wearing a justice cloak, quickly glanced past the Kaido crowd. At this time, Kaido is not so famous yet. This Vice Admiral doesn't know him, and he is directly regarded as an ordinary pirate leader. Immediately let go of vigilance. The long sword in his hand was thrust into the ground. Disdain. Kaido. I don't know. 35. The idiot who is over his own strength. Hear the sarcasm. The good-natured Kaido quit immediately, and immediately threw his mace against his shoulder. Fierce eyes revealed. Then I'll let you remember this time. My name is Kaido, the man destined to be Captain Luo Mu's right arm. The voice falls. The mace in his hand flickered with electric light, and a thunderous sound of 8 trigrams Youth Edition smothered his face. Chapter 60. Unlimited Stamina Humanoid Bomber. Rocks are dead. Boom boom boom. Kaido swung his mace with thunder and lightning. The Thunder 8 trigrams of the Youth Edition are powerful. He chopped off his right foot. Whoosh! The tall figure flickered and rushed directly in front of the Lieutenant General. So fast. The Vice Admiral had no idea that a small boss would have such speed. But it's a Vice Admiral after all, the reaction is still there. Immediately his hands froze. The long sword in his hand was immediately rendered in black. Boom. The black long sword and the black mace collided with each other, instantly attracting the attention of dozens of people nearby. How is it possible? How could Luo Mu's team leader have such a combat power? I remember. This Kaido seems to be the strongest warrior, who defected from the Vorka kingdom, 35. Such a person is just a team leader under Luo Mu? Forget Luo Mu pervert, how can even the people under his command pervert like this? Seeing that Lost Vice Admiral was blocked, the surrounding marine immediately began to look carefully at Kaido, and recognized his bounty message. Ross was equally shocked, but then turned into anger. Vice Admiral is stopped by a squad leader, isn't this a joke? Get away from me, growl. Loss's body was surging with energy, and he forcefully pulled out the sword that was parried with the mace. The wrist turns rapidly. The black long sword was like an arm, and instantly pierced the afterimages in the air. Suddenly blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, Kaido had several bright sword holes on his body, and fell directly to the ground with a bang. Humph, idiot, you don't deserve me to remember your name. Ross said coldly. The sword in his hand was swung diagonally downward, and all the bloodline on it splashed out, spotlessly clean. Obviously, Ross was very satisfied with his blow to fly Kaido, and at the same time he moved towards another member of the Luo Mu squad in front of him and stabbed away. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, Ross turned back suddenly, and saw Kaido lying on the ground, leaning on his mace and slowly standing up again. Not dead. Surprised. Immediately in his stunned eyes, the sword hole in Kaido started to heal slowly. Marine, you remembered it for me. My name is Kaido. It's the team leader of Luo Mu's team. Say it. Kaido's huge beast pupil suddenly released a wild and fierce light, and he swung his mace and smashed it at Ross again. The two fought again. Haha. I just said how could Kaido fall so easily. This is the team leader appointed by Captain Luo Mu. Kaido, hold on, we'll help you as soon as we clean up the rubbish. Seeing Kaido's amazing self-healing ability, the members of Luo Mu's team increased their fighting spirit, waved their weapons, and continued to kill. 20 people. All are in the newcomer assessment, the most elite group of people that Shiki and the others want to recruit privately. He was trained by Luo Mu for another 3 months. At this time, everyone's fighting power should not be underestimated. Even that ship doctor has the strength of nearly 10 million Bailey's bounty. Soon, this group of marines was wiped out. 20 people who were freed, along with Kaido, beat Ross to death with a stick. The Luo Mu team won the first game. Kill 59 elite naval headquarters with 21, including 1 vice admiral. Not far away, the 3 of Sakazuki saw the battle in full view, and their expressions were solemn. Damn, Luo Mu's men are so powerful. It's terrible. Especially the one with long horns, the self-healing ability is terrible. 35. Hey, let's deal with these weird trees first. Sakazuki resents, Pulsolino is shocked, and Kuzan is speechless. The expressions are different, but one thing is the same, that is, subconsciously, they have completely put Luo Mu on the same level as their teacher Zephyr, as well as Sengoku, Garp and others. At the same time, the battle between Sengoku and Luo Mu continues. Luo Mu jumped from the ground and jumped back onto the shoulders of the giant wood. He is very strong now, however, it is still impossible to suppress Sengoku with only one of his physical power and fruit power. Roar. Wooden Golem patted his chest with his left arm and let out a roar, and the wooden dragon on his right arm also made a soft whistle. Immediately, under the urging of Luo Mu, the green ons on both of them became more intense. Because it was just blocked in time, coupled with the wild growth speed of the flower tree world itself, his resilience was hardly affected. On the contrary, as the number of casualties increases, the flower tree world absorbs and feeds back more energy. He squeezed his fists. I felt the power in my body filling and even about to overflow. Luo Mu raised his eyebrows. The fighting spirit in his heart is still burning. What does it look like? It is still my nourishment. 35. He didn't sneer, because in this situation, it seems superfluous to say anything. Only fight. Advertisement next moment. Facing the golden Buddha Sengoku in front of him, Luo Mu once again manipulated Wooden Golem, and Dragon Fist has already fully charged up. Boom. For a moment, the whole earth trembled violently, and the black Dragon Fist slammed Sengoku into the ground again. Punch after punch. The endless rubble splashed, and the surrounding marines and pirates desperately resisted, and this stopped the blown rubble without hurting himself. And this time, a powerful golden shockwave blasted out of the pothole, and the Wooden Golem was tossed into the air. Drink. Sengoku drank in a low voice, the golden Buddha palms slammed together, and stabbed Luo Mu abruptly. Luo Mu's body is full of energy, how can he avoid it? Front hard steel. Boom. The next moment, Wooden Golem's huge black fist collided with Sengoku's golden Buddha's palm. This moment, the golden Buddha flame and the green light quickly converge, and the violent energy lightning flashed wildly. Stronger again. Whether it's strength, speed, or the Haki wrapped around it. It's all getting stronger. Sengoku's eyelids twitched. Brush. A huge wave of air surged into the sky from the fist of the counter-bang, tearing the dark clouds that had just gathered together again, and the two of them shot back and smashed to the ground at the same time. Sengoku's pothole is more than 10 meters deep, and Wooden Golem is only 1 or 2 meters of impressions. Luo Mu, in the deep pit, Sengoku rubbed his oval golden chest. He looked extremely solemn. Boom this time. Not only the arm is numb, but the whole body is a little numb from the impact of the huge force. But for this result, Sengoku is not very surprised. Because he just felt Luo Mu's energy is stronger. Also, the situation this time was different from the last time he faced off. Last time, with his peak physical strength, he wielded the most powerful two-color Haki wrapping punch with the unparalleled aura of victory. But this time, even if he exerted the same strength with all his strength, he lacked such strong aura, and could not completely resist the powerful destructive power of Luo Mu, Dragon Fist. Drink. Sengoku let out a low voice, then flew up again. However, Luo Mu and his wooden giant stood up one step earlier, and two orange lights suddenly lit up at the mouth of the abyss and the mouth of the dragon on his right arm. Boom. The orange energy beam blasted directly towards Sengoku. In that case, Sengoku's eyes narrowed, the golden Buddha palm stretched out, and all 9 fingers were bent, leaving only one index finger straight. Impressively, the spherical shockwave of Buddha's shock was condensed into a line. This trick, it is equivalent to blessing all the Buddha's light energy scattered before on one finger, making it have a terrifying penetrating power. Brush. A golden light the thickness of a finger shot out, directly meeting the orange energy bomb of the giant wood. Far away, Kong felt the terrifying energy, and immediately turned to look at Sengoku and Luo Mu. Shocked. To push Sengoku to this point, he knew about Sengoku's move, and he was even more impressed. Because when Sengoku first developed this move, he asked him, known as Marine's strongest defense, Kong Barrier, to test its power. He readily agreed. After all, he is very confident in defense. But in the face of Sengoku's blow, he dodged at the last second. The penetrating force is too terrifying, and he is not sure that he will be able to face the next step. From now on, this blow is what Kong calls the strongest spear of the marine attack. Aside, Garp nodded too. Shen said, that should be Sengoku's strongest shockwave, Luo Mu couldn't resist. 5. At the same time, Zephyr, Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others also felt the energy fluctuations of that ultimate penetration force, and they all turned their attention to the past. Next moment, under the gaze of many strong people, the golden thread Buddha light and the cylindrical orange shockwave collided together. To be precise, the golden thread Buddha light stabbed on the orange shockwave. Zzzz. There is no earth-shattering as imagined, only the sound of continuous steel quenching. That golden thread of Buddha's light was like a red-hot iron thorn inserted into the snow and ice, almost without any obstruction. It directly divided the beam of light into two, and then stabbed straight at Luo Mu's eyebrows. This distance. There is no way to avoid it, Luo Mu. Captain Luo Mu. Both Whitebeard and Kaido snorted, but as soon as they moved, they were entangled by their opponents again. But right now, under everyone's astonished eyes, Luo Mu, who was about to be pierced through his head, raised his eyebrows. Mouth move. Wood expulsion ghost face. 35 in an instant. The wooden dragon on the right arm of the giant of wood immediately flew into the air to block Luo Mu, and suddenly turned into a ferocious mask of equal height. Advertisement after tenths of a millisecond. The golden thread Buddha's light with the ultimate penetrating power burst onto the mask with an aura of silence. Hey! Accompanied by an extremely harsh sound, hundreds of meters of golden threads of Buddha light bombarded the mask that looked like a ghost. For flowers, after a few seconds, the light dissipates. There is a scorched black mark between the right eyebrow of the mask, but it has not been penetrated. Block. Block? How is this possible? The strongest spear of Marine's attack has been blocked. What it is? Kong, Garp, Zephyr and others were stunned at the same time, and they murmured. Even this move was blocked. Air. Sengoku stared at the blue-faced, fang-like mask that stood in front of Luo Mu with wide eyes. Face full of disbelief. This is the most aggressive of all his moves. Even Sora Admiral couldn't help but dodge the passing light during the test, but was actually blocked by a mask? Only a slight trace remains. Think about it here. Sengoku quickly raised his arms and looked at the golden Buddha palm. Obviously, he still didn't want to believe that his penetrating light was blocked. The most important, in his strategic plan, he should have a great advantage against Luo Mu. Unexpectedly, his strongest attack failed to penetrate Luo Mu's armor. But the self-doubt was only for a moment, and Sengoku quickly realized that he was not completely blown away by Luo Mu. The reason for such a situation is largely due to the endless nutrition of the Valley of the Gods, which not only allows Luo Mu to have infinite physical strength, but also keeps growing. But even so, Sengoku's fear of Luo Mu has also soared to an unprecedented height. He clenched his fists tightly, and his golden eyes were fixed on Luo Mu, who was on the opposite side. Grit your teeth. Luo Mu, and on the shoulders of wooden Golem. Luo Mu took off the wood expulsion mask, then shrunk it to a normal size and held it in his hand. Apply lightly. The black scorch marks on it disappeared immediately. Roar. The mask whose traces were worn away once again transformed into a wooden dragon with a length of tens of meters, hovering around Luo Mu. At this moment, Luo Mu stepped on the wooden golem hundreds of meters high, with a long dragon coiling behind him. Stand there, like the incarnation of a god, don't stop. I just got addicted. Boom, Luo Mu, wooden dragon, and wooden golem moved in unison, and the shock force immediately spread out, causing the entire area to tremble. Orange beams of light, wooden dragon shockwaves, wooden golem giant fists, and Luo Mu's own powerful body wrapped in two-color Haki, All kinds of moves bombard Sengoku in turn as if they don't need money. Boom. 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 The sky and the earth shook and the clouds rolled. Everyone could only vaguely see a golden figure being blasted away again and again by Luo Mu. The Sengoku in the state of the Golden Buddha was actually suppressed. Crane's observation Haki scattered out, paying close attention to the battle between Sengoku and Luo Mu, gasping for breath, mumbling in amazement. Unbelievable. Rayleigh next to her side the same. Looking at Sengoku, who was bombarded by Luo Mu like a doll, and at the constantly roaring and shattering earth rocks, he only felt that his mind seemed to be roaring constantly. The other side. Zephyr's heart was even more shocked. He didn't understand why Luo Mu seemed to have a grade after only a few days. The Marines are starting to worry about Sengoku getting up. And this distraction. Immediately, the Rock's pirate cadres who had been stubbornly suppressed found a chance to breathe. Even with Rayleigh's strokes a bit, Whitebeard started countering Crane, CPO, Vinsmoke again. Without any exaggeration, Luo Mu played the momentum of a division all by himself, and by virtue of his strong suppression of Sengoku, he reversed the originally one-sided inferior battle situation. On the ground, Kaido looked at Luo Mu who was chasing Sengoku in the sky, and his huge pupils shone brightly. Full of worship, he shoved the blood-stained mace directly across Marine's head, which was shivering in front of him. Proudly said, "Did you see it? That's my captain Luo Mu, and I'm the captain of Luo Mu's team, Kaido. This battle, you Marines, is lost," but Kaido just finished stammering. He saw a meteor-like object with black flames falling rapidly, directly hitting him less than 100 meters away. Boom. There was a sudden loud noise, and all the nearby rocks collapsed, followed by a terrifying shockwave that shook all directions. What the hell? Meteorite? Before his huge head could come up with an answer, the terrifying shockwave had already swept through, and everyone around him flew into the air, including Kaido. There was a thick plume of smoke, immediately after. Before Kaido and the others fell back to the ground, the three figures pierced through the heavy smoke and rushed to the very center of the roar. Garp, your fists are really powerful. 35. If you were punched in the front, it must be impossible for even rocks to be unscathed. Don't be careless. This sudden huge situation immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Chapter 61. Are you still going to use your whole cards in this way? Captain CPO's sneak attack. This shock wave was so powerful that it almost attracted the attention of everyone in the center of the battlefield. Call. A gust of wind blows. The billowing smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the faces of the three people. But it hurts me to fall. It's Roger, Kong and Garp. Doesn't that mean it was rocks that just fell? That goes without saying. Who else could it be if it wasn't rocks who fought against these three? 35. Those who were rushed to the sky just now grinned, looked at the three Rogers in disbelief, and whispered. Far away. Seeing that rocks actually flew backwards and flew into the mountain, all the squad leaders felt nervous at the same time. Not good. Whitebeard frowned, his body dodging a little slower, and he almost didn't dodge the washing fruit attack of the woman from the crane. The same goes for Golden Lion. The Sakura 10 and dead wood in his hands were not clenched tightly, and they were almost knocked down by Zephyr and the rest of the masters. Hey, he took a sharp sip of the cigar, and then he calmed down. As for Ochaku, John, and Silver Axe, the reaction was even more violent, and the attack almost landed on the other side. I knew it. No matter how strong he is, he will definitely not be able to beat the combination of Roger, Kong and Garp. Damn Roger, does he deserve to be a pirate? Stop talking about these, there are none. Rocks definitely won't die so easily, let's solve the immediate trouble first. You two don't want to walk in front of rocks. 99. The three scolded Roger angrily, and at the same time stabilized their minds and continued to deal with the enemy. Jabba, Bullet and a group of Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, this configuration is not too luxurious, they are almost unable to support it. Further afield. 507, Sengoku has completely switched from offense to defense now, giving up all offensive means to reduce consumption as much as possible, otherwise he feels that he is very likely to be bombed to death by the monster Luo Mu with his skills. But this is still only hard support, in such a situation. When Sengoku saw that Kong and the three had gained the upper hand and gradually began to suppress rocks, he felt a sense of happiness in his heart. R.O. Jonko was about to continue to strategically persuade him to surrender, but was bombarded by Luo Mu's skills and couldn't raise his head. Worry about yourself first. Sengoku. Luo Mu said coldly, and then glanced at the area that was smashed into a giant pit by the rocks, wondering what he was thinking. At the entrance of the cave, Roger, Kong, and Garp were all staring at a black hole that was dozens of meters deep. Stand ready, without any slack, and keep the body in a state of maximum vigilance. Although the potholes are dark and there is no light. But through observation Haki, they can clearly feel that the breath of rocks still exists. Really, there was a boom sound from the deepest part of the black hole. After 10 seconds. The furious rocks took 2 long breaths and walked out of the hole slowly, raising his hand to dust off all the dust on his robe. Crackling. The black Conqueror's Haki on the surface of the body is surging violently, and it is still the Sea Overlord who is unruly and imposing like a prison. But actually, the right side of his lower abdomen is already black. Looking up at Roger, Kong, and Garp in front of him, Rocks sneered. No nonsense. Afterwards, he forcibly resisted the pain from his lower abdomen, and when his mind moved, an extremely urgent invisible chi was emptied and rushed, smashing the gravel on the ground around him. At the same time, the figure disappeared in a flash. The eyelids of the 3 Kong people not far away jumped at the same time, and without any hesitation, they immediately launched a counterattack towards the area perceived by Jian Wen-sei. God avoid. 6 styles Kong Yu, falling fist. Although they were 3 people and had even gained a little advantage, they still did not dare to relax in the face of the Rock's offense. If there is one trick that is not guarded against, basically all previous efforts will be lost. Boom. 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 The trio's moves exploded at the same time, shattering the spot where observation Haki predicted the rocks would land. But it was blown up. The figure of rocks has already appeared in front of Roger. Although he has always acted arrogantly, he did not dare to be careless about this battle in his heart. Roger, Kong and Garp. Everyone is a top-level powerhouse. If you want to win the battle, you must quickly attack one of them. As long as you destroy one of them, you will be invincible. The world will be mine. Paragraph mark. Whoever stops, whoever dies. Rock's icy killing intent pervaded, and the Black Conqueror's Haki on his body kept surging. Advertisement boom. Wrapped in the wind and thunder, smashed Roger in front of him. Roger reacted instantly, and in one fell swoop, his arm directly slammed Ace's blade in front of him to block Rock's thunderous strike. Kong and Garp on the side would not let Rocks in a stiff state. At the same time attacked the past. Hey. A trace of black air emerged from the corners of Rock's mouth, and the murderous intent on his hideous face became more evident. The free left arm waved. The violent Conqueror's Haki was directly released, forming a huge skeleton to stop the offensive of the two. Immediately, the right arm did not loosen, and the left arm was retracted to release another Conqueror's Haki, which bombarded Ace's knife violently. Facing a ferocious counterattack from the rocks, Kong and Garp looked shocked, and hurriedly smashed the black skeleton. As for Roger, then needless to say, he only felt a huge force coming from Ace's blade, and one couldn't hold it, and was actually shaken and flew upside down. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. The corner of Rock's mouth raised, his tall and thin body immediately followed, and the Conqueror's on the front of his arm actually began to change. Instead of entwining strength, it condensed into a sword shape out of thin air. Violently stabbed at Roger, who was shot in the air. Rocks. Kong and Garp, who smashed the skeletons, shouted in unison, and 2 iron fists that were as black as ink slammed out. Rock's keen observation Haki immediately sensed the approaching danger. But he narrowed his eyes and didn't mean to dodge at all, continued to stab Roger forward. Still that battle plan. It is better to cut off one of his fingers than to injure his 10 fingers. Rocks actually planned to take the iron fists of Kong and Garp, seriously injure or even kill Roger. Ha 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 ha. Roger, go to hell. Rocks smiled grimly, and with a hoo sound, the sword glow condensed by Haki stabbed directly into Roger's body, at the moment he stabbed. Bang. Bang. The bipolar iron fist also slammed into his back like a thunderhammer. Rocks only felt that his body was overturned, and his body froze for more than a second. Damn. Under the severe pain, Rock's facial features became more and more hideous, and 2 spiral airflows burst out from the place where he was hit, directly blasting Kong and Garp into the air. And he himself forced a sigh of relief and ejected towards the rear. The whole person landed firmly on a huge rock, somber complexion. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a trace of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. In the eyes of others, in the flash of light and flint, the 3 of Kong have already lost their way. As expected of Captain Rocks, he stabbed 1 person, knocked 2 people flying, invincible. It's so scary. What did I just see? Rocks actually solidified Haki directly. How did he do it? Ignoring Kong and Garp's iron fists, what the hell are these rocks? Seeing that Rocks had defeated the 3 top powerhouses in an instant, the little pirates cheered and cheered for Rocks, while the Marines changed their expressions and looked at the rocks on the boulder in disbelief. But these are just facts in the eyes of ordinary people. A deserted island in the distance. The lonely red, Letterfield, retracted his terrifying observation Haki and moved his mouth slightly. He muttered to himself. Worthy of being the overlord of the sea, the rocks really surpassed the ranks of the top players, 39. But, the overlord is defeated. True, in the moment just now, Rocks hid Kamui. The sightings of Roger et al. Did not predict wrong, just that Rocks was terrifyingly fast. When they reached the first landing spot, the 3 of Roger realized that the whole body had already appeared on the second landing spot before their bodies could react. Then condensed Conqueror's Haki stabbed 1 person and sent 2 people flying. But in the eyes of a strong man like Redfield, he saw clearly the price Rocks paid. First is the beginning. After the punch Garp slammed him to the surface, Rock's breath was already chaotic. Then just now, resist Kong and Garp's powerful punches. It was because of those 2 punches that Redfield issued the "Rocks are going to lose" decision. Those 2 punches. Rocks was badly injured. He looks very powerful now, just because he is betting on the only possibility of victory. At the same time, advertisement head to the 2 bubble airships on the red line. The 5 elders and others gathered around and sat at the big round table, watching the projection of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods through the videophone bug. The trapped beasts are still fighting. The old man in the black suit touched his curly beard and sneered. Rocks is nothing to worry about, but the pariah who can manipulate plants seems to have some influence, 35. The old man in the red suit nodded, then looked at Luo Mu who was bombing Sengoku. Don't worry. I have already paid attention to him in advance, and I have a plan to deal with it. The traitor of the main rocks will die. The old man in the green suit said coldly. The old man in the kimono touched the scabbard of the first-generation Guido in his hand, and his expression was a little puzzled. I just don't know what happened to Lord Yimu's reaction. Heard. Several people were startled at the same time, and then all looked in the direction of Mariajoy. Dozens of minutes later. Valley of the Gods battlefield. Rocks. No more fearless resistance. 6 styles Kong shatter. Kong let out a loud snort, and the dark and sturdy body turned on the rising ink state, ramming towards the rocks like an ancient behemoth. Fistbone meteor. Garp's right fist suddenly burst out with a dark light, blasting towards the rocks. God. God avoid. Roger clutched his bleeding stomach with his left hand, and swung Ace violently with his right hand, forming a dark red circular sword wave, which followed Kong and Garp towards rocks. And hundreds of meters away from them, Rock's black robe was already riddled with holes, and blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. As observed by powerhouses like Redfield and the Five Elders. Rocks are strong. However, after being punched by Garp first, and then, exchanging injury for injury, he failed and then received 2 heavy punches from Kong and Garp. In this case, it was already a battle of beasts. Now he has become a dead end. Bring it on, Rocks roared as he looked at the 2 Kong people who were attacking with endless power in front of him, and the dark red sword wave behind him. All black Conquerors and armed 2-color Haki gushed out. Cover the fist. Go straight to them. Boom. A powerful collision in just a few seconds. Rocks only felt a sweetness in his throat, and another spurt of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole body flew upside down. There was a huge pit not far from Luo Mu, different from last time. After a few minutes this time, Rocks still hadn't come out of it. Silence all over the place. The fighting in the battlefield near the cracking mountain in the Valley of the Gods slowed down instantly, and many people even stopped fighting. Captain Rocks, the wounded John, Ochaku, and Silver Axe who were beaten by Jabba, Bullet, Rear Admiral, and Vice Admiral couldn't help shouting in panic. His face was full of disbelief. Whitebeard, like Golden Lion, cast his eyes on the huge pothole beside Luo Mu in astonishment. That invincible Rocks. Really defeated? Crane Vice Admiral's round eyes widened. Rocks. Sora Admiral, they really beat the Rocks? This moment, whether it was pirate or marine, a question mark appeared in his head. Is that a lie? Overlord Rocks really lost? Almost everyone is skeptical, because Rocks is just too strong. Strong enough to hold together the mighty monsters of Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Ochaku, John, Silver Axe by sheer force. Strong enough to defy Marine, World ZF, and slaughter celestial dragons. Strong enough to become the only Sea Overlord, with more than 2 billion Bailey's sky-high bounty. His halo is too much, so much so that everyone feels that he is synonymous with invincibility. Luo Mu is the same. He temporarily let Sengoku go, feeling emotional. The world line hasn't changed much, the rocks still fell. 5. At the same time, he glanced at the Marine forces present. Kong, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba. His pupils shrank slightly, looking a little lost at the deep hole. Thought to himself, are you still going to use your whole cards in this way after all? Sudden. Just as Luo Mu was distracted, a white shadow flashed like a ghost, and the captain of the CPO came sneaking up. Chapter 62. Luo Mu is dead. The fruit awakens, he is undefeated. Between Electric and Flint, CPO Captain Kachiski didn't know when he appeared behind Luo Mu, and he directly trapped Luo Mu with his body. Released the return of life form. The dark blue blood vessels on the body burst out, and the most powerful strength in the whole body burst out in an instant. His eyes were splitting and he roared, Sengoku, 39. The voice falls. Sengoku was already prepared, and the only finger he stretched out was already aimed at Luo Mu, and the golden Buddha light all over his body poured onto that finger like a tide. The greatest wheel, Buddha's punishment of evil. Boom. At the moment when Sengoku roared, the sky and the earth were dark, and only that finger was as bright as a star. It's not golden anymore, it's a luscious color mixed with glaze. Then Sengoku's entire arm suddenly lifted and pointed at him, thinking that Luo Mu, who was tied up by the CPO captain, shot him with a bang. There are hundreds of meters between Sengoku and Luo Mu. But in the eyes of everyone, this color of colored glass appeared in front of Luo Mu without leaving any trace in the air. Anyone can see the horror of this attack. Luo Mu, who was trapped and could not escape immediately, suddenly looked up at the glazed light. The thoughts in the brain flew fast, and the eyes were extremely calm. A thought moves. Wizard Wood Expulsion Ghost Face. As Luo Mu's voice fell, this time not only the wooden dragon, but also wooden golem turned into a mask with green faces and fangs. Boom. At the moment when Wood Expulsion's ghostly face appeared, the glazed light slammed into it. Hum. At the moment of this encounter, the entire space in front of the ghost face suddenly showed a terrifying distortion, turning into a huge Uzumaki. Kacha, a crisp sound. Countless slender white cracks immediately appeared in the center of the ghost face and in the space, and the terrifying power of destruction contained in it. Just looking at it is enough to make your scalp tingle and your whole body shiver. These changes are complicated, but in fact, it was only 1,000th of a second before and after. Boom. The glazed light suddenly penetrated the ghost face, dimmed a little and continued to bombard forward. Luo Mu's eyes snapped, only to feel his body sinking suddenly, and then his whole body became numb for a moment, and even his consciousness seemed to have a brief stagnation. 14 in this time. Whitebeard, Kaido, and other members of the Luo Mu squad just shouted out what they wanted to remind. Luo Mu. Damn, Captain Luo Mu. Be careful, the next moment. Under everyone's horrified eyes, Luo Mu and the CPO behind him shot back as if they had been hit by a planet. Boom. 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 After the hill smashed into the ground. The rocks crumbled, the dust clouded the sky, at the same time. Boom. Sengoku, who had returned to his normal form, fell directly from the air uncontrollably, making a small movement. But no one paid attention to him, all of them had protruding eyes and big mouths, staring at the billowing smoke like a statue. Cough cough. Coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, Sengoku raised his arm tremblingly and was about to wipe it. But then, 2 mouthfuls of blood spurted out, the whole person swayed, and the blackness in front of him directly collapsed to the ground. Sengoku. Garp in the distance was the first to wake up, and the others immediately jumped here and helped Sengoku with a paper-colored face. Cold sweat covered his dark skin. Sengoku, Sengoku, 35. Shaking vigorously while shouting. Even though Sengoku just pressed his head directly on the floor, the relationship between the two is very good, and it is not too much to say that they are close friends. Cough cough. Garp, slow down. Sengoku opened his eyes with difficulty and quickly persuaded Garp. He was already extremely exhausted, and his whole body was numb, and when he was shaken by Garp like this, he felt like his bones were about to disintegrate. Then stopped Garp, who was happily wandering around. Shen Sheng asked. Where's Luo Mu? Is he still alive? Garp didn't have Kaido, just twisted Sengoku's body to the front of the giant pit, and then patted Sengoku on the shoulder. He praised in a loud voice. Sengoku, I didn't expect you to hide your hand, then Luo Mu is still lying in the pit. As a result, he didn't pay attention, and Sengoku spat out another mouthful of blood. Garp. Sengoku groaned inwardly, his eyes bloodshot. I was not beaten to death by Luo Mu, but was beaten by Garp. But suddenly, his eyebrows gradually stretched, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raise slightly. Advertisement only in the field. The armament Haki on the trees in the flower tree world gradually receded, and the movement slowed down, and finally all stopped. Luo Mu is dead. Sengoku's shoulders sank suddenly, and a trace of turbid air that was still in his chest immediately spit out. Shen said, this is the arrangement of the 5 elders. They asserted before the Valley of Gods that Luo Mu was the second threat besides rocks, and it was their plan that I came to fight against Luo Mu, as was the CPO who physically restrained Luo Mu. It now appears that their guess is correct, Luo Mu is a huge threat. Unfortunately, our CPO died, 99 seeing the mission accomplished. Sengoku also no longer concealed, and directly told Garp the secret mission that the 5 elders arranged for him in advance. Garp directly raised his head and laughed, ha 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 ha. That kind of spy will die if he dies, in short, Luo Mu will just die. Ha 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 ha. He doesn't care about CPO at all, he has long been disgusted by those guys, and he smiled and patted Sengoku on the shoulder habitually. But this time Sengoku was already prepared and successfully dodged. In the blink of an eye, Rocks and Luo Mu, who were the most powerful in the fight, were all defeated. The entire battlefield was instantly silent. In addition to the sound of the wind, there was only Garp's strong laughter. Far away, the people watching the battle on the deserted island were all speechless, and after a few minutes they began to discuss in a deep voice. I didn't expect Rock's pirate was destroyed so quickly. Sure enough, Marine and World Zephyr are the most terrifying forces in this world. Rocks and Luo Mu are so strong, it doesn't help. Damn. The damn pirate traders of the Roger Pirates, if they hadn't been dogs, how could Rock's pirate be so easily defeated by Marine and World Zephyr? That's right, at the beginning Rocks were fighting against Kong and Garp. As long as Luo Mu exhausted Sengoku to the point of exhaustion, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. 5. Alas, it's a pity there is no if. Rocks is defeated after all. Yeah, the 2 people in Rock's pirate who had the most influence on the battle were defeated, and the rest of Newgate, Shiki and the others were useless. Is this the victory of justice? Just a woolly thread, in order to kill Luo Mu. He didn't even spare his own people. I can only say that Marine and the World Zephyr are ruthless. It's a pity. This is the most promising battle in history to overthrow the world order. Seeing that Rocks was first defeated by Kong, Garp, and Roger, and then Luo Mu was defeated by Sengoku and CPO's human bomb attack, the onlookers were shocked. There are those who shocked the destruction of Rocks, and there are those who scolded Roger Pirate Trader, scolded Marine, and the World Zephyr was vicious and vicious. But no matter what kind of attitude, in my heart, I think that the Valley of the Gods battle, the Rocks pirate side has already gone. After all, the 2 who fought the hardest were defeated, so what else is there to say? On the other hand, Redfield narrowed his eyes, and his eyes fell on one of the Roger pirates. What would you choose to do next, Roger, battlefield center? Everyone stopped fighting. Captain, are we going to withdraw now? Rayleigh put away his blade, walked slowly to Roger and asked. Soon. Jabba and Batel also stood behind Roger, waiting for Roger's instructions. Call. Roger didn't answer, just took a long breath, clutching his still bleeding stomach, and his eyes stopped for a while at the pothole in rocks. Following Roger's gaze, Rayleigh also looked over. Exclaimed, it was really too dangerous just now. If his Haki blade had been lifted a little further, the battle would have continued. Rocks, he is the undisputed master of the sea, Roger nodded. There was indeed some undisguised excitement on his face. We are today. Subvert an era, has it turned an era upside down? Hearing this sentence, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Battle were startled at the same time, and a majestic aura filled their chests. But somehow, after seeing the surrounding marines and the people of Zeph in the world, I couldn't be happy, and the majestic spirit was gradually replaced by a heavy feeling called the death of a rabbit and a fox. Roger patted the shoulders of several people and forced a smile. Rest assured. Then he turned his attention to Luo Mu's pothole less than 100 meters away. Luo Mu, he shouldn't have died, he is different from rocks, he not only has the spirit of dominance, but also has the spirit of a king. If he can live, maybe he can find a way that the world can bear to change the world. There was undisguised pity in the tone. While the Roger pirates and others were sighing with emotion, the faces of the elite pirates of Rock's pirate were ashen. Dead. Captain and Captain Luo Mu are really dead. It's over. On the Marine and World ZF side, only one of the top fighting forces was killed, and Roger and Sengoku were only slightly injured. We lost. Not only lost, but we will all die here. 39,000 of pirates are unwilling to believe that Rocks and Luo Mu have failed completely. But 10 minutes have passed. Advertisement whether it was Captain Rocks or Captain Luo Mu, the core points of the two battlefields did not respond at all, and they all lay quietly in the terrifying potholes dozens of meters deep. This made them have to admit that the two were indeed defeated. At the same time, a cruel reality confronted them. They will all die here. The spiritual support has fallen, and the hope of life is gone. No matter how arrogant these pirates are on weekdays, now they are all dull-looking, as if they have lost their souls. Crackling. All the weapons in the hands of the pirates fell to the ground. There is no longer the scene of swinging a knife and drinking when setting sail from Hachinosu. Each is like a funeral. Not only these little pirates, but even the faces of the squad leaders are extremely ugly. Whitebeard slashed the cloud in his hand into the rock, his eyes fixed on Luo Mu's pothole in the distance. I drink two tails. Drink with you, death. The words Luo Mu and himself had said when they first drank suddenly sounded in his ears. Immediately after. The two never knew each other from the bar, and the scenes of each other in Hachinosu flashed through my mind like a movie. Unknowingly, he has long regarded Luo Mu as his best friend, so he will find Luo Mu on the eve of the Battle of the Valley of God. Tell him, inside information, and tell him to live. Laugh. Whitebeard sniffed, absent-mindedly, Luo Mu. I haven't had enough fun with you yet. Aside. Shiki's facial muscles tensed, and he also looked in the direction of Luo Mu's pothole. Click. Actually 507 bit the cigar in his mouth directly. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Luo Mu, why did you die? Who should wash my Shiki's shame now? He is not at all worried about the safety of his life, instead he is thinking that if Luo Mu dies, then his defeat cannot be changed. Damn. It's over. I'll just say the Valley of the Gods is a trap to destroy us. Damn rocks. What kind of treasure is this? Stop the G treasure and figure out how to escape. Escape? Kong, Garp, Zephyr, and a bunch of CP agents. Where to escape? Wait to die. 99. John, Ochaku, and Silver Axe scolded and regretted that they would come to this burial place. It was as if the sky was falling. The heart is cold and cold. The reactions of the pirates were all seen by the Marines and ZF people in the world nearby, and they all burst into cheers like a tsunami in a short time. Victory. We are victorious. Justice shall prevail. Victory is ours. 6,633 one by one. They raised their weapons and raised their arms and shouted, and some even patted their chests like an orangutan because they were too excited. At this time, Sengoku, who had regained some stamina, roared. Everyone, pick up the weapon in your hand and clear the battlefield in the name of absolute justice. Brush. Immediately, countless Marines, like taking stimulants, waved their weapons and began to encircle and slaughter the lost pirates in front of them. Blood splattered all over for a while, and the Marines were all red-eyed, and even looked a little crazy. Rocks and Luo Mu put too much pressure on them, whether it is the former 1 Volt 3, or the latter's battlefield meat grinder. Like the flower tree world, this non-human force is tormenting their nerves all the time. Now suddenly tell them victory, both monsters are dead. This huge contrast like a vertical roller coaster makes a normal person crazy. Their current killing spree is actually releasing the fear of Rocks, Luo Mu and others. Kong and the others shook their heads and sighed. They naturally understood this truth, but they didn't say anything. After all, if the fear is not released, it will affect these subordinates for a lifetime. All right. Just in case, go check the bodies of Rocks and Luo Mu. Kong said solemnly. Garp and the others nodded silently, and the soldiers walked towards the two potholes in two separate ways. But just before Sengoku and CP0 came to Luo Mu's pit, a roar suddenly came out. Impossible. Captain Luo Mu is impossible to lose. He is undefeated. 35. You all get out of my way. Immediately after, roar. A loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. Kaido. At this time, because of Luo Mu, the fruit awakening was completed. Chapter 63. Qinglong Kaido. Luo Mu awakens. Shocked Sengoku. The originally clear skies suddenly began to darken, and the thick clouds gathered together like a raging wave. A G-shaped lightning suddenly slashed down and illuminated the entire Valley of the Gods, followed by the sound of rolling thunder and lightning. Boom. Suddenly, a cyan claw suddenly protruded from the clouds. Another flash of lightning. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, the cyan claws actually grabbed the lightning bolt in their palms, and then hurriedly threw them not far from Luo Mu pothole. Boom. Purple lightning exploded, and a few meters within a radius immediately turned into a piece of scorched earth. Inadvertently, Sengoku, who was still in a weak state, was actually blown away, and the surrounding marine immediately rushed to help him. Roar. Damn marine, stay a long way from Team Luo Mu. A thunderclap roared. Another sharp claw protruded from the cloud layer, and the two sharp claws were joined together and then slammed, and the dark cloud with the raging waves was immediately torn in two. A furious Kaido is hovering right above the Luo Mu pothole. The long snake's body is covered with green scales, the antlers on the unicorn's head are erected, and the two dragon whiskers are automatic without wind. He has been transformed into a cyan dragon that controls thunder and lightning and swallows clouds. At this moment, everyone was caught by Kaido's sudden change. Dragon. The real Qinglong, hundreds of meters long body hovering between the lightning and thunder, full of shocking power. This is Kaido, 35, didn't Luo Mu say that Kaido eats fish and fruit? Whitebeard was stunned. It's fish and fish fruit, yes. The golden lion came to Whitebeard at some point, folded his arms and looked at Kaido, the mighty blue dragon in the sky. Shen said, but he completed the fruit awakening. So to be precise, 35, now that fruit should be called the phantom beast, the fish fruit, the blue dragon form. The voice was extremely low, it is clear. He was also shocked by Kaido's sudden change, but not because of the appearance of Qinglong, but because of Kaido's talent. The same goes for Whitebeard, 3 months. It took 3 months to complete the fruit awakening, and the talent of the team leader Luo Mu is too terrifying. Whitebeard's tone was astonishing, even a little unbelievable. Number 99 Golden Lion shook his head, said solemnly. You and I both know how difficult it is for the fruit to awaken. It can be said that 99 out of 100 fruit awakenings cannot complete the fruit awakening at the moment of old age and death, and there is a high probability that they do not know this concept at all. Completing the fruit awakening in 3 months is no longer a matter of talent. It's because of the fruit fit. Only with an unimaginable degree of compatibility between a person who is capable in a fruit, and with a certain talent, it is possible to complete the awakening of the fruit in such a short period of time. Both are indispensable. Speaking of which, Golden Lion paused, lit a cigar for himself, looked away from Kaido, and cast his gaze on the Luo Mu pothole below. Inner secret. Devil fruit worth at least 100 million Bailey in the underground world, let the crew eat it without hesitation. Luo Mu, can't you see that Kaido's kid is very compatible with this fruit? If it were someone else, he would definitely not believe it. Because if you can really see the degree of fit between the fruit and the person, then the fruit awakening is not a bad street. But this person is Luo Mu, a monster who can rub his morbid pride to the ground at will. Damn. Why did this monster die at the hands of others? 35. Think about it here. The golden lion couldn't help gnashing his teeth again, and his frantic aura made the striped robe on his body rattle. And not far from Whitebeard and Golden Lion, Charlotte Linling stared at Kaido, who turned into a dragon in the sky. Crazy low laugh. Mama, the awakening of fruits has been completed. 59. There was a different kind of light in her eyes, and she didn't know what she was thinking. As for Ochaku, John, and Silver Axe, they were only slightly shocked. They didn't care whether Kaido had awakened the fruit or not. Idiot, if there's a big commotion now, isn't it courting death? It's also good for us, to see if he can create some kind of chaos. 39. That's good, I hope he can be patient, talking. The three of them set their sights on Kong and the others, waiting for a few flaws, then they immediately tried their best to escape. But actually, Kong, Garp and others didn't treat the three of them as dishes at all. Just keep staring at Kaido in the sky. Actually completed the fruit awakening. Rock's pirate is really a group of monsters. This seems to be a team leader under Luo Mu. It's Luo Mu again. Fortunately, he hasn't fully grown up yet, otherwise. Stop talking, let's quickly clean up the battlefield. The Rock's pirate this time, the celestial dragons died upright. Garp. Advertisement. What did I just say about the Comer? Take it back. Several people were discussing. At the same time, he involuntarily looked at the pothole where Luo Mu was, and Garp, who was pretending to be stupid, continued to change the subject and shouted to Sengoku over there. Sengoku. Need help? Hearing the shout, Sengoku reached out and grabbed the explosive head, which had been scorched by lightning. Handwave. Hurry up and clear the battlefield. Say it. Sengoku signaled a type of CP agent to investigate the Luo Mu pothole, and he walked slowly towards Kaido. In the sky, Kaido saw that Sengoku and others were approaching Luo Mu's pothole again, and the lantern-sized dragon's eye immediately burst into flames. Kai. 2 fiery airflows emerged from the corners of Qinglong's mouth, and yet another ball of fire quickly condensed in his mouth. Damn it. 35. I told you to stop. Immediately, the huge dragon head was suddenly lifted, and the fire in the mouth instantly expanded 100 times. In his heart, Luo Mu was absolutely impossible to die so easily, even if he was hit by a glazed light that was enough to make Sengoku collapse. Luo Mu must have just passed out, he must buy time for Luo Mu. Blue Dragon Heat Breath. A stream of fiery energy spurted out from the mouth of the Abyss Dragon, forming a red flame pillar with a radius of nearly 2 meters in the air, blasting towards the CP troops. The energy is too hot, and the air around it is full of black smoke. It's useless. Sengoku's eyes narrowed, and then he let out a soft sound. The body that was scorched black by the thunder immediately swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the huge golden Buddha again. The two Buddha palms did not dodge and directly met the pillar of fire spurted by Kaido. This scorching dragon breath is strong, but in his eyes, it was still a little bit meaningless, and he wanted to shoot it directly. See. Kaido's pair of dragon eyes flashed a hint of madness. If Captain Luo Mu really dies, then don't G live. Raise the dragon's head again and gather energy again. Roar. Another dragon breath. It's just that this time it wasn't a flame Stanley, but a cyan violent wind blade, like a sickle glowing with dim light, directly merging into the flame. Fire borrows the wind, and fire helps the wind. At the moment when the breath of the dragon's wind collided with the breath of the dragon's flame. Boom. The flame pillar instantly turned into a monstrous demonic flame, and the dim light wind sickle turned blue and red, and the energy fluctuations were even more terrifying. I see. The fire chases the wind, and the smoke rises to the sky. The demonic flame scythe all over the sky turned the entire Valley of the Gods red, and the momentum was many times more terrifying than the single flame pillar and scythe. What? There was a hint of surprise in Sengoku's golden eyes. He didn't expect Kaido's dragon breath to be able to spray two attributes of dragon breath at the same time, and he didn't know that the energy of the dragon's breath doubled several times after the wind and fire were superimposed together. Boom. A short moment. The terrifying flames with a diameter of nearly 20 meters instantly wrapped Sengoku in it, and continued to spray towards those CP troops without any weakening. In the fiery flames, Sengoku, who was in the state of the golden giant Buddha, widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and kept making an anxious voice of Zitsalala from his body. Hateful. Why all the monsters I met? Sengoku felt remorse in his heart. He knew he had grown up. With his current physical state, even with Buddha's impact, he might not be able to withstand this terrifying demonic flame scythe, let alone pick it up with his fleshy palm. Simply fantastic. But it was too late to change the trick just now, and now he can only use his flesh to resist the scorching of the terrifying flame and the cutting of the blue-red wind sickle. This guy. Sengoku's eyes widened, his teeth clenched, and blue veins burst out on his forehead. He can feel it. Kaido's mixed dragon breath already has the damage ability of Admiral of headquarters. In the face of the scorching wind and flames, his little physical strength is rapidly fading, and even the golden light on his body is a bit illusory. Finally, the power of the dragon's breath was exhausted, and the wind flame also disappeared. It only lasted for less than 10 seconds, but it felt like a century had passed in Sengoku's sense tube. Huh. Sengoku gasped, almost greedily breathing the normal temperature air. The injury is not particularly serious, but the image is particularly embarrassing. Although it still maintains the huge state of the golden Buddha, only half of the Buddha's light is left, and the other half is extremely charred and even steaming. Immediately after, Sengoku lowered his head and glanced at the CP troops, with deep anger in his eyes. Almost full of barbecue. Even if they were still alive, they had completely lost their ability to move, and they all rolled back and forth on the ground, screaming and moaning in pain. Far away. Seeing this scene, Kong frowned and turned to Garp beside him. The rocks have me and Roger here, you go and help Sengoku. In his current state, he is no match for Luo Mu's men. Heard. Garp nodded and said solemnly. Rox is definitely not dead, I can still feel his faint breath, you two will watch the hole first, and then I will subdue Rox together when I clean up the bug and come back. Without hesitation, Kong replied directly, I feel it too, 35. Do not worry. Having the two of us watching here has absolutely no problem, it's not going to give him any chance of a comeback. Advertisement, go and help Sengoku, he was miserable today, 35. Without further ado, Garp rubbed his wrists, hum. The two fists immediately covered the black armament Haki and blasted towards Sengoku and Kaido. Don't be too arrogant, pirate, a thunderous burst of drink. Garp's figure had already crossed hundreds of meters, and he punched Kaido's torso, directly killing a few cyan dragon scales. Kaido only felt a rolling cramp in his stomach. The body that was several hundred meters long couldn't help but tumble immediately, stirring up the changes in the sky. It will be back to normal after a while, not the slightest fear. Kaido, with his super healing ability, immediately launched a counterattack. AFL. The dragon roared into the sky, causing thunder to burst forth, and at the same time, the torso began to spin like a top. Tornado. The surrounding air quickly began to condense, but it didn't take half a second. Garp threw another punch. I make you roll, boom. The torso of the blue dragon, which was spinning, stopped immediately and began to roll in pain. Take your chance. Sengoku also joined the battle, and both of them and Garp faced Kaido at the same time with a slamming hammer. Kaido, who had just completed the fruit awakening and had greatly increased his strength, was beaten so much that he could not fight back at all. Boom. 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 The Qinglong, who was hundreds of meters, was blasted from the air to the surface by the two. Still keep going. Keep hitting hard. A time. Rocks crumbled and dust flew. Until Kaido was beaten, there was only air out but no air in. The surrounding marines also reacted from the shock of the blue dragon coming into the world, and began to cheer one by one. Garp Vice Admiral invincible, justice shall prevail. Victory is ours. Situation. It didn't change because of Kaido's awakening, just an extra episode. At the same time, the marines who have regained consciousness are no longer in a state of madness, and their minds have begun to think about the celebration feast after returning to Marineford. Ha ha ha. This time the group destroyed the Rock's pirate, maybe I will become a lieutenant colonel when I go back. Lieutenant colonel? I've killed 23 pirates, and it should be almost time to go back. I don't care about promotion, but if Xiaofang knows how brave I am, he. 9. Then what are you waiting for? Kill it, kill. In the name of absolute justice, destroy the pirates. At this moment, in the eyes of some marines, the pirates who have lost the ability to resist are no longer pirates, but living military exploits and honors. The autumn wind sweeps the leaves. In just a few minutes, more than 2/3 of the pirates in the Valley of the Gods were killed, and only a few, Li Dahao, powerful pirates struggled to support. But both marine and pirates knew it, the end is doomed. The end of this battle is almost complete. A time. The screams of the pirates resounded throughout the canyon. But at this time, in a deep pit more than 40 meters underground, a pair of bright eyes suddenly opened. It's Luo Mu. Luo Mu is not dead. Sigh, feeling the huge pain in his abdomen, Luo Mu took a deep breath. Murmured. I am. The injury was very serious, causing his consciousness to stagnate for a short time, but it soon returned to normal, and all the pictures were recalled. Boom. Luo Mu's right arm suddenly exerted force, breaking free from the shackles of the rock, and gently rubbing the lower abdomen of the lower abdomen. There is a gleaming green light flashing. Did not expect. Sengoku is still an old silver coin. Fortunately I left a piece of life essence in my belly. This is one of Luo Mu's life-saving means. As long as there is no instant death, this essence of life will slowly release the life energy and let him. Resurrection. 99. Take a long breath. The cautious Luo Mu did not break out of the ground immediately, but released observation Haki to start investigating the battle situation. Not as he expected. After Rocks and his serious injury, the Rocks pirate fell to the ground. Even Whitebeard et al. Just forcibly support. What? Luo Mu let out a small murmur. Kaido actually completed the Fruit Awakening? The Fruit Awakening was completed in 3 months, which surprised Luo Mu Xiao and continued to investigate. Soon, Rock's faint breath was detected by him, and it was about 300 meters away from him. Luo Mu's eyes flashed. It seems, some kind of determination has been made. And this time, no one on the surface has found that Luo Mu has awakened. Chapter 64. Roger wants to recruit Kaido? Shock, black vines in the Rock's pothole? At this moment, the battlefield in the central area of the Valley of the Gods is basically one-sided, and the pirates are harvested like wheat. Marine triumphed everywhere, fully blooming, and each squad leader is of course, focused on. Let's start with Whitebeard and Golden Lion. The two of them had just reunited, facing Zephyr, Crane, and Rayleigh, who had rejoined the fight. The more Whitebeard and Golden Lion fought, the more solemn their faces became. Faced with 3 top powerhouses of almost the same level, even they had to take it very seriously. Gulalala. Shiki. 35. I didn't expect that the two of us would have a day to fight together. Whitebeard laughed. At the same time, the blade of Kong Yunki in his hand suddenly lit up with a spherical energy of bright moonlight, and he slashed violently. Click. Shock Fruit's ability explodes immediately. Under the strong energy fluctuations, the surrounding air suddenly appeared torn apart from the spider web cracks, and it has been cracked in front of the Crane. Shave. Crane stepped on the rock next to him, and then lightly tapped, a beautiful backflip, directly dodging Whitebeard's terrifying blow. Humph. Shiki snorted coldly. In his view, joining forces with others is a shame of lack of ability. Be forced into reality. In addition to being stubborn, his hands are perfectly matched with Whitebeard. I saw that Whitebeard's side had just slashed into the straight, and Zephyr's black arm was about to hit him in the waist. Slash wave. Golden Lion waved his arms at the same time. 2 golden giant swords slashed out, and Zephyr, who was going to be menacing, temporarily forced back. Goo. Your CK is actually quite interesting. If I can go back alive this time, I'll have a drink with you. Unfortunately, 35, Luo Mu can't be together anymore. Whitebeard made a fist with one hand. On the casserole-sized fist, the brilliance of the moon and the black of armament Haki were rendered at the same time. On the side of his body, he directly smashed his fist on the blue sword wave swung by Rayleigh. Janbo suddenly shattered like a broken mirror. Don't mention that guy to me, he ruined my reputation. Golden Lion cursed and replied. The two of you attacked me and defended, the footsteps kept moving, the body was tossing and turning, Haki and taijutsu moves were used, and a small circle of absolute defense was formed within a range of more than 10 meters around the body. But suddenly, 2 axes wrapped in black armament Haki slashed towards him. The speed was so fast that the air vibrated violently and made a harsh sonic boom. It's Jabba of the Roger Pirates, and he has also joined the battlefield. The cold hairs on Whitebeard's body stood at the same time, and the sense of crisis belonging to the strong made them jump away from the battlefield immediately. The few people who fought together were temporarily separated. Jabba. Rayleigh put away the long sword in his hand and said hello. Jabba pulled out the double axe embedded in the ground and nodded. Yo, here comes another righteous pirate. Golden Lion glanced at the corner of his mouth, and 2 gray smoke rings appeared from the cigar in his mouth. There was undisguised ridicule and contempt on his face. Court death. Jabba's eyes narrowed, and blue veins burst out on his forehead. Jabba. With a low drink, Rayleigh raised his right arm to stop Jabba, and the 2 sides were temporarily confronted. At this moment, the surrounding pirates were almost cleaned up, and more Marines approached him and the Golden Lion. In addition to Jabba who just arrived, there are dozens or hundreds of school officials and even Rear Admiral level white figures behind them, obviously all Marine masters who have freed their hands. At the same time, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family and several strong CP troops also stood not far away. Shiki. 35, it seems that we have no fate to be friends. There was a hint of coldness in the dark eyes, Whitebeard said in a deep voice. As long as you know. Shiki also narrowed his eyes and glanced around, then the corner of his mouth twitched. Although the lineup of hundreds of people behind this is not small, it is not a threat to the 2 of them. But if they were to face Zephyr, Crane, Rayleigh and Jabba, then these hundreds of people would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Newgate. Shiki. You 2 cannot escape, prepare to go to Marineford to stand trial. 5. Crane Vice Admiral said solemnly, at the same time. She shouted loudly all around again. Pirates. Put down the weapons in your hands. Your Captain Rox has been defeated, and Captains Luo Mu, Newgate, and Shiki have all been arrested, so stop needlessly resisting. The freedom you believe in belongs to the pirates, after all, it will be defeated in the face of Marines' absolute justice. The battle is not over yet, and the remaining pirates are all powerful. The purpose of the Cranes now is to weaken their will to fight and reduce unnecessary casualties on the Marine side. Brush. Suddenly, as the Crane's voice fell, those pirates who were still desperately resisting all turned their attention to this side. When they saw that they were surrounded by Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the 2 remaining strongest squad leaders, everyone's bloody faces showed a slight change of expression. Bead. Advertisement at the same time, he unconsciously looked at the potholes of Rox and Luo Mu. One is guarded by Roger and Kong, and the other is Garp and Sengoku who are still hammering Kaido. In fact, when Rox and Luo Mu were defeated, they had expected this to happen, but now being called out in person is another feeling. Then look around. Marines in white uniforms are everywhere. The front is and the back is too. Despair. A strong sense of despair crept up in everyone's heart. The desire to fight in the eyes of many pirates quickly receded. What a sinister woman. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of Golden Lion's mouth. In his opinion, this kind of tricks to play with the heart are all, no pattern, behaviors. Whitebeard's expression was particularly gloomy. He could remember very clearly what the 5 elders said before they left, that none of the pirates here will stay today. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this decision. Marine, pirate. Natural enemies and enemies. In the world of pirates, from the day you go to sea, every extra day you live is earned. Die in battle, but he would never accept that the pride of a pirate would be wiped off before he was killed. Scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Boom. Kong Yunchi slammed heavily on the ground, causing a wave of air. If you want to fight, fight, as a pirate, it is up to me to decide whether to live or die. 35. The stalemate was instantly broken, and several people fought together again. But from the moment they fought, the expressions on the faces of Whitebeard and Golden Lion turned ugly. They were able to go back and forth with Zephyr, Crane and Rayleigh just now, largely because Rayleigh was paddling a lot, but Jabba is now terrifying after being taunted by the Golden Lion. The 2 fell straight down the wind in an instant. Whitebeard's face was full of sweat. After fighting with all his strength for so long, and using the shock fruit ability frequently, his stamina was exhausted. Can be followed. Zephyr's punch strikes again. Whitebeard couldn't dodge, he could only narrow his eyes, and slammed his fist with the white halo of shock fruit. Click. Zephyr and Whitebeard faced off on the spot. Their fists slammed into the air, and the powerful energy shook all the surrounding air out of the cracks, setting off a violent hurricane. And here, Newgate. Jabba lifted the wives, dragged the black Haki waves, and slashed hard in Newgate's back. Seeing this, Shiki immediately wanted to go to support, but Rayleigh's water-repelling crane couldn't release water, and suddenly waved his hands with the ability halo of washing fruit at Golden Lion. Damn it! Golden Lion cursed angrily, his eyes bloodshot. After this battle, he has developed a little friendship with Whitebeard. And Whitebeard didn't dodge the axe after all. Laugh. A hit in the back. Although covered by armament Haki, Jabba is no ordinary person, and his broad back muscles immediately leave a line of scarlet blood. While Whitebeard and Golden Lion were in relatively good condition, Ochaku, Silver Axe and John, who were slightly weaker, were even more critical. Ochaku's body is full of blade marks, and his yellow clothes have now become terrifying, blood clothes. Silver Axe's armor was half shattered. The half of the body that was not protected by armor was also dripping with blood. Captain John had fewer wounds, but only half of his right arm remained. And as for ordinary pirates, let alone, less than 1/10 of the survivors survived. Missing arms and legs are trivial. People with their heads chopped in half, their stomachs pierced, and their large intestines encased in their small intestines are everywhere. It can be said to be extremely tragic. Let's talk about Kaido. Boom. Garp punched again, and Kaido, who had just got up, slammed into the ground again, smashing a lot of rocks. The swollen torso, which was hundreds of meters long, was smashed to pieces. The dragon scales were covered with blood. Even the yellow dragon Kakuzu was interrupted by one. Monster. This guy's life force is a monster. Sengoku muttered. From the beginning to now, he and Garp punched Kaido at least dozens of punches. Every time he was beaten, he was bloodied and smashed into the ground. But this monster just can't die. Obviously every time he felt that he was going to die, but he always held his breath and lived tenaciously. Beat. Today you two are killing me. Me too. I am also Kaido, the leader of Luo Mu's squad. Kaido forcibly lifted the dragon's head and used his entire body to lift it up. I wanted to open my eyes, but found that they had already been covered with blood and could not open them at all. Such a strong monster. 35, he must not be allowed to live. 99. Sengoku was already a little astonished. He didn't understand why Luo Mu's resilience perverted, and so did his subordinates. Garp also nodded cautiously. Although these dozens of punches did not use all their strength, they were enough to blow up a small island, but this Kaido was still able to get up and talk. His vitality was incredible. Say it. There was a dark glow on his fist that only came from fighting rocks. Advertisement obviously. This blow Garp was going to kill him. But at this moment, a figure flashed from the entrance of the rocks and stopped in front of Kaido. It was Roger. Ignoring Garp and Sengoku, he looked at Kaido and said directly. Kaido, right? Are you interested in joining my pirate team? The voice fell. Sengoku's eyes immediately turned unfriendly, and Garp jumped directly in front of Roger and asked, clasping his nose. Roger. What do you mean? Roger didn't answer. Instead, he continued to ask patiently, would you like to join my Roger's pirate group? I formally invite you as the captain. Sengoku couldn't bear it any longer and asked directly. Roger. 95, are you going to break our covenant? The voice was cold. If Roger dared to say yes, he would immediately subdue Roger without hesitation. Roger. You have to be careful. Garp put away his sloppy look and asked in a solemn voice. He has a good relationship with Roger, and besides, he pulled Roger over for this action, and he didn't want to shoot Roger in his heart. At least not now. Marine, did you get something wrong? Roger released his hand covering the wound and said disdainfully. The Roger pirates teamed up with you, just to subvert the terrifying dream of the madman in rocks. When did they become your allies? Talking. His eyes glanced directly at Rayleigh and the others. Are you threatening us? 35 Seeing Roger's actions, Sengoku also understood what Roger meant. Rocks has now been defeated anyway, and if Marine wants to fight him now, his Roger pirates will immediately join forces with Newgate and others. So what? Roger's wave shuddered, and the dark red Haki quietly emerged. His idea was simple. We must not let Marine and World ZF wipe out all the elite pirates present. Not just Kaido, but Newgate, Shiki and others. Roger doesn't want them to die here. He wants to leave some retreat for these elite pirates, and also leave a retreat for himself and Rayleigh and others. Otherwise, the power of the pirates will suddenly drop, and their Roger pirates will be helpless. At that time, the next rocks will be him. Go away. Cough cough. All for Lao Su. 35. The two sides were at a stalemate, but Kaido spewed blood and cursed. You still want me to betray? Pooh, go dream? Kaido staggered to prop up the dragon's head, spit on Roger's face, and gave Roger a bath directly. Dad said it. If I die, I'm also Kaido, the leader of Luo Mu's squad. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Roger being bathed, Garp didn't hold back and laughed, or he didn't want to hold back at all. Even Sengoku's mouth twitched twice, cleared his throat. You can try again. 35 It was embarrassing even for a neurotic like Roger. I kindly want to save you, but this kid went down the steps I gave him. Can't you see that I asked you to join as a rhetoric? Sneak out with me first, you can talk about anything later. But it was over, and Roger couldn't say anything else. He shook his head helplessly, glared at Kaido and Sengoku, and walked away with ace in hand. After some delay, Kaido's wounds healed a lot. While Sengoku wasn't paying attention, the huge tail swung violently, sending the weak Sengoku flying. Boom boom boom. Smashed several hills in a row, until it stopped near the rock spit. Kaido. Garp instantly put away his smile and scolded with a black face. Throw your right fist. Boom. The pothole under Kaido was 2 meters deeper, and several dragon scales fell. Garp's blow was much stronger than the previous ones, and Kaido actually passed out in a coma. I finally got this troublesome Lang Tu Ching done. Seeing this, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Get rid of this trouble, and then you just need to help kill Whitebeard and the others. This battle is completely over. But before they could relax, something unexpected happened. The face of Sengoku, who was swept away, changed suddenly, and Kong on the side also noticed something was wrong and turned his head quickly. I see. Some black vines appeared in the potholes of the rocks at some point. Like several infusion tubes, the potholes of Luo Mu and rocks are connected together. They seemed to think of something, and the two were instantly shocked and angry. At the same time, he shouted loudly, not good. Chapter 65. Luo Mu is absorbing rocks. Awaken, wooden golem. Whizzing. With a rustling sound, Kong and Sengoku, who were closest to the rock's pothole, sank in their hearts at the same time, and immediately turned to look back. Time. The 4 eyes are raised high at the same time. They shouted in anger in unison. Not good, because in their field of vision, they saw a few black vines. They were all too familiar with this vine. It was the deadly weapon that Luo Mu released in the Flower Tree world, that took away thousands of marines and the world's most powerful warriors. Shouldn't it have stopped with Luo Mu's death? Why did it suddenly move again? There is only one answer. That is, Luo Mu is not dead, he is still alive. The violent reaction of the two also attracted the attention of Garp not far away. Looking at Kaido, who had fallen into a coma, Garp directly threw him aside and quickly rushed to Sengoku and Kong. Here. What happened? Garp asked. Luo Mu is still alive. Sengoku's voice is very low, because he is very weak now, and on the other hand, he does not want the pirates to hear the news. To avoid another recovery of the fighting spirit, causing unnecessary casualties to Marine. But he ignored Garp's single-cell brain circuits. What? Luo Mu is still alive. Time. The entire central area of the Valley of the Gods immediately resounded with a thunderous cry. Snapped. Sengoku reluctantly covered his face with his hands and said angrily. Garp. Kong's black face is also much darker, forehead. Garp also reflected, scratching his head a little embarrassed. But unlike Sengoku and Kong, he didn't panic too much after learning that Luo Mu was still alive. Just live and live. Anyway, if you get hit with that blow, you definitely won't have much combat power. Just like these rocks, just clean up. Kong also covered his face with his hands like Sengoku. Helplessly said, come and explain to this idiot, I'm going to clean the vines in the pothole. 5. Heard. Sengoku nodded and said loudly to Kong, who had already set off. As soon as possible, destroy Rock's corpse before it's too late. Clear. Kong's response came from inside the pothole. Destroy Rock's corpse. Garp said something along the way, and then the relevant abilities of Luo Mu flashed in his mind, and he immediately reacted. Almost forgot. This little monster has this trick. Seeing Garp's reaction, Director of the War and Terrorism Bureau, Sengoku nodded, and his face returned to a solemn expression. Said very seriously, Luo Mu's fruit has the strange ability to absorb human life energy. 35. If he were to talk about the absorption of rocks, according to Rock's terrifying physical strength, it is estimated that his injury would recover instantly, and his strength would be one step closer. 35. Speaking of which, Sengoku paused, looked at Golden Lion and Whitebeard not far away, and continued. That was another tough fight for us. Clang, clang. With the sound of heavy swords clashing in a row, Sakuraju and Deadwood in Golden Lion's hands had already slashed several times against Jabba's double axe. Puff, a string of scarlet liquid splashed out immediately. There was another bone-like axe mark on Golden Lion's scarred left arm. Damn. Golden Lion cursed loudly, and the piercing pain made him grit his teeth. At the same time, the already exhausted body couldn't dodge in time, and was hit by Rayleigh's sword wave again, and the whole person was blasted upside down and was deeply embedded in a raised mountain. Your opponent is me. Seeing Zephyr rushing towards the Golden Lion, Whitebeard slashed across the clouds, desperately condensing a shocking energy wave glowing with the brilliance of the moon, slashing down towards Zephyr's path. Hum. The powerful energy immediately exploded, breaking the space into a shattered mirror. Hateful. Zephyr frowned, but he didn't want to take Whitebeard's blow, so he stopped abruptly and gave up his filling sword against Golden Lion. 0. Shiki. Stand up, don't you hear Luo Mu is still alive? You don't want to compete with him, why are you lying in a rock and pretending to be dead? An angry shout. Whitebeard slashed out with another air shock knife, but his physical strength was almost exhausted. The power of this wave was not very great, and it was easily resolved by the crane. In the mountain pack, Shiki was panting like a cow, hoarse and piercing like a broken bellows, but his mouth was still tough. Huh. Huh. What are you screaming about? Since that kid Luo Mu didn't die, how could I die first? Say it. All the facial muscles tightened, and the low roar of, drink, shattered the rock. Next moment, Golden Lion raised his bloody arm, took out a wooden box from his arms, and reached out to open the buckle. But the hand was trembling, and it took 5 or 6 times to open the buckle. Head down. Put the cigar in your mouth and take out the lighter. Bang. 95 advertisement with a crisp sound. The thumb-sized cigar lit up and roared at Whitebeard, who was desperately resisting. Idiot. I'm just lighting a cigar, immediately. Golden Lion bent down and stretched out his hand, holding the hilt of Sakura 10 and Deadwood again. It makes him angry. The 2 big sharp knives that used to be like arms and fingers on weekdays are now as heavy as 2 mountains, and I can't even lift them up. Silence. After a few seconds, Golden Lion suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were almost red and blood was oozing out. Pooh. Spit out the cigar. Stab it. He lowered his head and opened his mouth, and suddenly tore off 2 strips of cloth from his cuffs. He actually used his mouth to tie the 2 big sharp knives of Yingxi and Kumu to his arms. I'm Shiki. It is impossible to lose to him Luo Mu again. Blood on the ground. The Golden Lion ran like a real wild lion towards Zephyr, who was attacking Whitebeard. Whoosh. He jumped up sharply, slammed it hard, and his bloody arm, which was tied with a sharp blade, slashed directly across Zephyr's pitch-black fists. Boom. With a loud noise. Golden Lion flew out again. This time he didn't get up again. Shiki. Whitebeard growled. The battlefield is always the fastest place to enhance friendship. Needless to say, the two have faced a strong enemy together for so long, and it can be called a life-threatening friendship. Still worry about yourself. While Whitebeard was absent-minded, Zephyr swept across the sky with a moonwalk, and a pair of iron fists mercilessly hit Whitebeard's back. Click. It's the sound of broken bones. Whitebeard flew upside down like a sturdy body, and after smashing several mountain buns, it was buried by the crumbling rocks. See? Zephyr's expression didn't waver at all. Because he is marine and those two are pirates, he doesn't need to have any sympathy for them. Call. Taking a long breath, he turned around and walked in front of the crane, and said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that Luo Mu was still alive. It's over here. I'll help. 99 he frowned, looking worried. Let's rest first, 99. Crane shook his head to persuade. Although it is more and less, but both Whitebeard and Golden Lion are crazy to fight for their lives, plus really, they have been paddling. Their consumption is actually very serious. Seeing that Zephyr was still worried, Crane continued to persuade. I know what you're worried about. The ability of Luo Mu to absorb flesh and blood is really terrifying, but don't worry too much. It's just recovery, and according to the current battle strength comparison, even if his strength soars to the same strength as Rock's, there's absolutely no chance of a comeback. Heard. Zephyr looked up and began to survey the battlefield. Rock's is about to be absorbed by Luo Mu, Whitebeard and Golden Lion are dying, Charlotte Linlin, Ochaku and other squad leaders are all seriously injured. As for ordinary pirates, almost dead, at most 100 people are still running for their lives. And look at them again. Kong, Garp, Crane, and himself were basically uninjured. Sengoku was just out of strength, and the world ZF, the Roger Pirates. I hope so. Zephyr nodded, but he always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Therefore, he sat directly on the ground to recover his physical strength and prepare for the next possible battle. And at the same time, different from the lively surface, inside the pothole 40 to 50 meters deep is extremely quiet. Not the slightest sound. A cocoon is flickering green light. And when the cocoon shines, it can be found that there is a vague human figure hidden inside. That's not someone else. It is Luo Mu. I see. Luo Mu closed his eyes with no expression on his face. And look down and you will find a horrific scene. His entire body below the head was covered with black thorns and vines. He is not dead, instead, it entered a peculiar state. Here's the thing. The moment Luo Mu's vines pierced into Rock's body, Rock's amazing physical energy was immediately absorbed by him. And at the moment when the absorption is complete, since his own energy plus Rock's energy seems to have exceeded a threshold, it was not absorbed directly as usual. The terrifying energy concentration was too viscous, and directly changed from the original liquid to a solid, instantly crystallizing his body, including internal organs and blood vessels. Until now. Luo Mu's eyes suddenly opened, looking at the energy cocoon that pastes himself into it. Heart cannot help but sigh. Too strong. Although he was already very strong, but now he absorbed Rocks, when the power of the two merged into one. Luo Mu suddenly felt, I seem to have misunderstood, strong, before. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot advertisement. He felt it for a while, and found that the energy in his body could almost be said to be surging, like an endless ocean. There is little doubt. The change after he absorbed Rock's energy is definitely not 1 + 1. It seems that Fruit Awakening is definitely a no-brainer, and according to the current physical strength, true several thousand hands will definitely be able to use it. And the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This energy hasn't been absorbed yet. After examining his changes, Luo Mu was very satisfied, but then his eyes gradually turned cold. Quick! Hurry up! The body is wrapped in the cocoon of energy, but the consciousness is not. Conditions on the surface. Luo Mu knows very well, especially the status of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido and his team members. At the same time, in the potholes in the surface rocks, Kong's face was very ugly. Damn. One step late, I see. Rocks was covered with black thorns, and the original hardcover muscles had already atrophied, turning into a mummified corpse without any vitality. But not to panic. He thought the same as he, let alone Luo Mu who absorbed Rocks might not be able to become much stronger, even if they reached the same strength as Rocks. According to the current combat power comparison, they could kill again. Think about it here. Kong's frowning brows stretched out, he pulled out the thorn bar, grabbed Rock's mummified corpse and slammed his right foot on the ground, and returned to the surface after 10 seconds. Boom. With a soft click, Rock's body was thrown in front of Garp and Sengoku. One step too late. Luo Mu the monster has sucked the rocks dry. 35. Kong said in a deep voice. Fine, now you don't have to worry about what the rocks will do. Garp tentatively kicked Rock's mummy with his foot, and said carelessly when he saw that there was no response at all. Heard. Sengoku also nodded. It's better to deal with Luo Mu alone, there is no other concern. Say it. The three of them turned around at the same time and walked slowly towards the Luo Mu pothole. I saw the faces of several people. Nearby Roger already knew the outcome. He muttered to himself. Luo Mu, according to his original thoughts, he did not want Luo Mu to die, but after knowing that Luo Mu absorbed rocks, his thoughts changed a little. He does not know. Will Luo Mu become more dangerous due to absorbing rocks? If that's the case, then Luo Mu has definitely become an extremely dangerous existence. Let's take a look. 35 with this idea. Roger raised Ace next to him and shouted loudly. Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet, 99. Come here to gather. The voice fell. The three of Rayleigh responded at the same time, and then slowly walked towards Roger. And at this time, about 10 meters to the right of Luo Mu pothole, Kaido, who was stunned by the hammer, woke up again shaking his huge dragon head. Depend on. What's the situation? Blink the dragon eye and shake off the blood scab on it. Kaido stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Kong, Garp, and Sengoku came to Luo Mu pothole side by side. Call. A gust of wind blew, and Kaido, who was still a little confused, immediately woke up. Oh shit. Kaido, will fight you to the end today. The blue dragon, which was several hundred meters long, stood up again, and a pair of orange dragons glared round. Tell you, 99, with me, Kaido, you can't imagine. Talking room. The three of them had already stood in front of him, and the terrifying aura even stagnated in space. In front of these three people, with Kaido's current strength, he may still be able to drag on for a few minutes in his prime, but he can only get up now with one breath. There is no threat at all. Boom! Garp threw a punch, and the powerful energy surged out instantly. Kai only felt as if his body had been hit by a heavy hammer, his torso hundreds of meters long with a boom, involuntarily took off vertically, and let out a painful wailing. Captain Luo Mu. But before Kaido flew far, a light voice reached Kaido's ears. Are you calling your soul apart? Moment. The lantern-sized dragon glared round. Kaido's face was full of disbelief. Without waiting for his brain to turn around, the huge pothole beneath him trembled violently. Boom boom. Accompanied by a loud roar, the earth with a radius of 100 meters burst instantly, and a pitch-black pillar, tens of meters long, burst out. In an instant, it reached the same height as Kaido. The hill-like fist slowly opened, and grabbed the blood-covered blue dragon in the palm of his hand. It's Luo Mu's wooden golem arm. Luo Mu is awake. Husband. Chapter 66. Kong, Roger, Garp, Sengoku. I'm going to hit 10. It's Luo Mu's wooden golem. Kong, Garp, and Sengoku reacted instantly, but after a short period of calm, the earth trembled violently again. Brush. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a fierce green light burst out from the cracks in the rock formations. Form a terrifying energy light curtain in the air. From a distance, the cracked rock formation with a radius of 100 meters seems to have turned into a volcanic crater that is releasing its anger. A huge light curtain of emerald green energy shot up to the sky, and that indomitable might even gave the momentum of splitting the sky into two halves. Next moment, the huge light curtain cut through the sky in an instant, and finally collided with the clouds in the sky under the gaze of countless eyes. In an instant, boom boom. A thunderous bang resounded across the entire Valley of the Gods, and a terrifying shockwave of energy burst out from the collision. The enormous pressure actually crushed all the people below the strength of Vice Admiral on the island, down. Sengoku, Garp, and Kong all staggered back uncontrollably. So strong, 99. Sengoku was shocked. He could sense the power of Luo Mu's energy burst this time, which was at least several times stronger than the fluctuations when he was fighting with him. Don't give him any more time to recover, let's go together now. Kong also felt the power of this energy, frowned and said in a deep voice. Say it. The three of them were about to jump into the pothole, ready to kill Luo Mu before he appeared. But the amazing changes are far from over, I see. Whether it was the clouds, the atmosphere, or even the projected sunlight, at this moment, it all turned into a gleaming green that was consistent with that energy. Then the green ons gathered and converged at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a huge green energy disk with a radius of 100 meters right above the Luo Mu pit. This energy disk slowly sheds green light, May 17th, downward, creating a cylindrical light curtain. Exactly. It completely covers the 100-meter rock formation within the pothole where Luo Mu is located. Swish. At the moment when the green light touched the Earth's surface, there was no imagining that the rocks were broken, and there was not even a particularly loud sound. Only, the texture of the rock seems to have become particularly soft, cracking like mud, and colorful plant seedlings grow directly from it. See here. The three were stunned at the same time. And after a few breaths of effort, the originally messy and bare collapsed pothole turned into a dense jungle, and the jet-black wooden golem arm that burst out from the beginning became the center of the jungle. On the battlefield in the central area of the Valley of the Gods, the Marines were dumbfounded. The smile on his face froze, and everyone looked at a jungle that suddenly appeared. It's not shocking that Luo Mu didn't die, because Garp's roar had resounded throughout the battlefield, and they were shocked by why Luo Mu still had such a powerful force. They all saw Luo Mu get hit by Sengoku's terrifying trick. Also, the arrival of Luo Mu's flower and tree world is too terrifying, and many Marines have suffered from plant phobia. Seeing this jungle at this moment, the trembling body couldn't help but take a few steps back. Unlike the horrors of the Marines, the few pirates left in the arena brightened their eyes and cheered. However, the cheers only lasted for a moment, and a look of worry filled his face again. Captain Rox was defeated. Even if Captain Luo Mu stood up again, it would be useless. Sigh. If only Captain Newgate and the others weren't injured, there might be some hope with Captain Luo Mu. Now we can only delay for a while. It can't be delayed at all. Look at the strength of Marine, Kong, Garp, Zephyr, Crane. These people are not injured, and the damn Roger pirates. We're here except Captain Luo Mu. Others, almost all of the squad leaders lost their combat effectiveness. That's right, this situation cannot be changed by Captain Luo Mu alone. At this moment, the pirates have completely lost their fighting spirit, their faces are full of sorrow, and their bodies are covered with wounds. Hear the talk of the pirates. Whitebeard, who was crushed into the rubble next to him, cracked the corner of his mouth with difficulty, panting to look at a jungle in the distance. Cough cough. A painful cough. Then he affected the dense wounds on his body, but his senses were numb, and he could not feel any pain. Still looking at Luo Mu. Laboriously, Luo Mu, can you create miracles? Not far from him, under the cover of another group of rubble, Golden Lion also saw Luo Mu reappearing. Took the idea to rocks, ahem, and it worked, you're a lunatic. At the same time, because the scene of Luo Mu's appearance was too shocking, the Marines temporarily stopped their actions, and the besieged Ant and John were also able to breathe a little. They turned their bodies full of blood with difficulty and looked at the dense jungle in the distance. Could it be that Luo Mu was originally designed to absorb rocks? It's terrifying that someone actually hit rocks directly. So strong, this breath. Luo Mu, you must win, I don't want to die in this ghost place. 99 knowing that Luo Mu absorbed rocks, each of them was shocked and regarded Luo Mu as the most terrible person. But it can't handle that much. All eyes were blazing, and it was obvious that they had pinned all their remaining hopes on Luo Mu. Jungle Edge. Kong, Garp, and Sengoku looked ugly. Advertisement. Judging from this energy fluctuation, Luo Mu, the monster, not only recovers his stamina, but also improves his strength slightly. 5. Kong's mountain. Beard trembled slightly. Whether it was the energy light curtain just now, or the current plant jungle, he felt a little bit. There was a vague feeling in his heart. The enhancement Luo Mu obtained after absorbing rocks seemed to be more than what they imagined. It's kind of unimaginable. Garp's thick brows knit together, his expression particularly solemn. Our inferences are not small. 99, empty Admiral, Garp. I don't know if you have noticed, Luo Mu appears this time, and the fruit energy aura on his body seems to be a little unusual. Sengoku said suddenly. As the only fruit-capable person among the three, he is naturally the most sensitive to changes in fruit energy. This monster. It's unbelievable. Kong pondered for a while, but he didn't have a clue, he could only narrow his eyes and said solemnly. It seems that if you want to end the battle today, it is not easy to solve the last obstacle of Luo Mu. Garp nodded sympathetically, staring eagerly into the depths of the jungle. Damn it, if only I had found out sooner, 39 Sengoku said bitterly. There is no other way, now we can only fight, Kong said, and then assumed a fighting stance. Garp frowned. Sengoku, you're still a little weak, I'll go and get Roger too. 99. After speaking, he turned around and walked to Roger who was not far away and said solemnly. Rocks were absorbed by Luo Mu, come on together. Heard. Rayleigh set his sights on Roger, Captain. Our agreement with Marine was to destroy the rocks. Now that the rocks have been eliminated, it's time for us to evacuate. Heavy tone. In fact, he wasn't very willing to help Marine from the start. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Roger frowned and fell into thought, while Garp spoke directly. Roger, can't you feel it? How strong is the monster now? If we don't get rid of him today, then he will definitely become the second rocks, or even stronger. Roger was still hesitating, but after hearing that Luo Mu would definitely be more dangerous than rocks. Also no longer hesitate, Shen said, the last time. Holding the ace in his hand tightly, along with Garp, Kong and Sengoku, they slowly walked towards the wooden golem in the depths of the jungle. And at the same time, the heart of the jungle, Gudong. Seeing this miracle scene, Kaido, who was caught in the palm of his hand, was stunned and couldn't help swallowing. Available immediately. He just reacted immediately, and he was not hallucinating just now. Luo Mu is not dead. Realizing this, Kaido, who was very surprised, immediately yelled. Captain Luo Mu! Captain Luo Mu! At the same time, the long torso twisted excitedly. Boom! The huge arm moved and changed slightly, sending Kaido to an inconspicuous red flower in the jungle. The center of the stamen, standing impressively, was a young man wearing half-sleeved, wide leg pants and a toothpick in his mouth. Not Luo Mu. Who else can it be? When he saw this figure, Kaido's blue dragon torso jolted violently, and immediately returned to his human form without hesitation. Puff! He jumped up and jumped to a plant next to Luo Mu, staring at this familiar figure in amazement and joy. The flesh on the face twitched. Captain? 35. You really didn't die? It's not dead. Boom! A wooden hammer immediately stretched out from the trunk of the tree next to him and slammed it hard on Kaido's head. How? You're disappointed that I didn't die, right? On red flowers. Luo Mu joked. No, how is this possible? Just now, all of them thought you were dead, and I didn't believe Captain Luo Mu that you were going to die. I knew you were so awesome, Captain, you. Kaido hurriedly explained it earnestly, and at the same time he was blowing excitedly at Luo Mu. Because he found that Luo Mu not only didn't die, but his aura was fully restored, and even his aura seemed to have become stronger. Stop. 35. A person who is almost 20 years old, can you be a little more stable? Advertisement. Luo Mu stopped Kaido. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a banana leaf next to him immediately stretched out and rolled Kaido, who was still incessant, to the side. Now is not the time to be flattered. Say it. His complexion changed slightly, and his eyes turned to the edge of the jungle. A cold glow flashed in his eyes. A thought moves. Rumble. 35 The ground under his feet began to vibrate, and a huge wooden golem head popped out, followed by the torso. After a while, in the amazement of everyone in the field, a huge wooden golem stood completely on the surface. See this scene. Kong, Garp, Roger, and Sengoku in the jungle looked at each other, and after noticing the seriousness on each other's faces, they didn't say much, and suddenly exerted their strength in tacit understanding. The figure flickered continuously. It took 10 seconds to reach Luo Mu. Luo Mu. Even if you absorb rocks, you are definitely not an opponent against the four of us. Give up and surrender. Kong shouted first. Come up with the old routine of persuading surrender. To their surprise, Luo Mu didn't pay any heed to them, and just patted wooden golem's shoulder lightly. Unlike before, where only arms were covered with armed colors, every inch of wooden golem's body of hundreds of meters was rendered with a layer of black, and armament Haki was fully covered. Time. A few people's eyes were full of horror. Go, 9. Fix him. The horror on Sengoku's face gradually subsided, replaced by an extremely strong killing intent. Unexpectedly, after he absorbed rocks, he could directly cover wooden golem with armed color, and the strength was more than a little higher. If Luo Mu is allowed to continue to grow, no one can guarantee how far he will reach. Now is their last chance to kill him. The rest of the people also understand. 6 Styles Kong Yu. Fistbone Meteor. God Avoid. 35. Buddha's Shockwave. 4 terrifying moves are issued at the same time. At this moment, it seemed that the world was darkened, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions, and all the surrounding plants were instantly destroyed. The dark clouds in the sky are unknown to shake, and the billowing clouds seem to have turned into a huge Uzumaki. In the center of the 4-player move, the light completely disappeared and turned into a dark spot. This is the performance of the energy condensing to the ultimate. Powered up. Boom. The 4 teamed up to blast all their terrifying ultimate moves at Luo Mu. Enlightenment. Luo Mu. Sengoku growled. In his opinion, even if rocks came, he would not be able to take this move easily. Luo Mu would definitely lose. It's noisy. Luo Mu responded lukewarmly. Facing such a terrifying blow, there was no panic on his face. Whispered. Dragon Fist. 99 The voice just fell. The wooden golem under his feet moved instantly. Dozens of trees around him wrapped around his right arm, and in an instant, it congealed into a wooden dragon. Then raise your arms. Go back a little and charge 3.4 directly and blast it out. When the fist slammed out, the empty air in front suddenly appeared a strange distortion visible to the naked eye, as if the space was forcibly distorted by this fist. Boom. The terrifying black energy ball formed by the 4-person strike collided with wooden golem's arm. The power of the energy ball began to deplete rapidly, and most of it disappeared in just a moment, and although wooden golem's arm was also destroyed. But it is constantly growing wildly, and the growth rate is even faster than the rate of being destroyed. Boom. 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 With 3 consecutive roars, the wooden golem arm that had been restored for an unknown number of times blasted the opposing energy balls. The black energy field was punched into endless powder by wooden golem. Kong and the others' faces instantly froze. It's not a look of panic or awe, but a stunned look. They all sensed that Luo Mu is very strong now, so the first shot is a powerful move, and it is a 4-person joint attack. But after seeing wooden golem's punch, they knew how wrong they were. How is that possible? It's obviously the same move. Why has the strength increased so much? The startled Sengoku muttered to himself, but Kong reacted quickly and roared. Defense. Only then did a few people recover, and they all used their full strength to defend. The next moment, the wooden golem dragon fist slammed into it. The defensive energy of the 4 was instantly broken, and their bodies flew out. A terrifying hole appeared in front of Luo Mu. This punch pierced through the entire jungle. Seeing that the 4 were temporarily repelled, Luo Mu observation Haki swept across the entire battlefield, frowning. The pirates have already collapsed and are almost cleaned up. In this case, awakening of prestige, the flower tree world is coming. Suddenly, everything loses its color, and the earth shakes. The entire valley of the gods seemed to collapse, and the earth shook violently. Chapter 67. Beyond the strength of rocks, Im's backhand in the valley of the gods. Time. Not only the central area, but the ground in the outer area also began to shake at the same time, and huge black rattans burst out one after another, instantly piercing hundreds of marines and people from the world. From a distance, the entire valley of the gods is like giving birth to countless black tentacles dancing wildly with the wind. Desert Island. The people who were all about to flee quickly stopped their steps and looked at the new changes in the valley of the gods in stunned silence. How is that possible? Isn't that Luo Mu already defeated? How could there be so many vines? And it seems that the power this time is more terrifying than the last time. My god, it's like a giant tentacle sea monster. Look over there. There are more than a dozen corpses strung on that cane. 35. This should be the last counterattack of Rock's pirate. It's very powerful, but if it's just Luo Mu, they can't make a comeback, right? After all, those squad leaders in Newgate have lost their combat effectiveness. It makes sense. It's impossible for Luo Mu to pick all of the Marine and World ZF's top combat power by himself. All the spectators were talking, and because the battle was too loud, many people in the vicinity rushed over. Except for those who left because of fear, the number of spectators was much more than at the beginning. At this moment, Although in their hearts, Luo Mu's prestige has completely surpassed that of Newgate, who they originally thought was the strongest squad leader of Rock's pirate. But their attitude towards the battle situation is similar, that is, Marine will definitely win, Luo Mu is powerful, but it is only a final resistance. Only lone Gao Jihong on the side stared wide-eyed, looking at the central area of the Valley of God in disbelief, his mouth with the gold chain trembled slightly. Shocked. Luo Mu who absorbed rocks, how could he become so strong? The current Luo Mu definitely has the power to subvert the entire battle. The solitary red observation Haki is the #1 in the whole world. At the moment Luo Mu absorbed rocks and broke out of the ground. He was aware of the terrifying fact from Luo Mu's powerful energy fluctuations. Luo Mu absorbed rocks, and I observed the shocking scene of Kong, Garp, Roger, and Sengoku being blasted 14 by Luo Mu just now. In his eyes, the outcome of this battle is hard to say, it all depends on the level of Luo Mu's current strength. After all, from the observations just now, Lonely Red thinks that Luo Mu hasn't used his full strength at all, and even took the time to release a super large range move to relieve the pressure on other pirates. Horrible. However, for Marine and World ZF who were trapped in the Flower Tree World on the Valley of the Gods, their feelings were much deeper than the Lonely Red who watched the battle. Damn. Why does the vine keep cutting this time? Me too, covered armament Haki and still chopped, the blade was cut. Its strength has increased, don't act alone, team of 3, do your best to break this damn vine, 55. Lieutenant Colonel. The news of the troops on the outskirts of the island, they can't hold it anymore, almost 3/5 of them have died. Tell them, find your own way, I don't need casualty numbers, I just want victories. The Marines, who were already planning to hold a celebration feast and go back to promotion and make a fortune, are now struggling again. They also found out, compared with the last time, the speed and strength of the vines this time have been terrifying enough to make them despair. Everyone is in a life and death crisis. In particular, the Marine and World ZF troops, which were slightly weaker on the outside, had almost no ability to resist, and were unilaterally slaughtered by this terrifying vine. Sakazuki was even more angry, and gave an order to let them figure out a way. But the people under him also understand. After all, there is no way for them to resist, and it is difficult for them to protect themselves. And the tide turns. The pirates who were facing the crisis of death just now are enjoying the great joy of escaping from death and turning the corner. I didn't expect that Captain Luo Mu would become so strong. All 4 of Kong and the others were repelled, which is already more powerful than Captain Rock's. I can win. Maybe I can really win, ha ha ha. Damn Marine, now it's time for us to attack, kill. Suddenly, the Marines were killed and injured at a speed that was not much worse than the speed at which they surrounded the pirates just now. See this scene. Not far away, Crane and the others' eyes were about to split, and their angry eye sockets were about to split open. Hateful. I didn't expect that Rock's improvement on Luo Mu would be so huge. It actually smashed the air directly from Admiral and the 4 of them together, 35. Heard. Zephyr next to him also nodded angrily, glanced at Whitebeard and Golden Lion, who were still buried in gravel, and said directly. Newgate and the others have lost their ability to resist, let's go to support the empty Admiral. Otherwise, I'm afraid Marine will be killed and injured, 35. Say it. The 2 no longer had any hesitation, and immediately set off towards the jungle where Luo Mu blasted a vacuum. I saw the 2 leave. Whitebeard in the rubble gasped heavily, his eyes sparkling with a burning light. He knew how powerful the 4 were. Advertisement. Even the weakest among them can fight back and forth with him. If the 2 go together, then although he can barely defend himself, he will definitely lose if time drags on. And if there are 3 people, I am afraid that I will be defeated very quickly. As for the 4 of them together, Whitebeard couldn't imagine that it was very likely that he would be defeated quickly with 1 or 2 moves, and there was no way to escape. But Luo Mu just understated the combined force of Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Roger. What kind of terrifying power is this? But Whitebeard is pretty sure. Luo Mu must have surpassed Rocks by now, beside. Golden Lion didn't speak, his eyes were full of astonishment. The strength of defeating the 4 top masters in one fell swoop has already caused his brain to fail a bit. And let's talk about Luo Mu's side. Looking at the empty space in front of him, and the 4 Kong people embedded in the rock in the distance, Kaido, who was rolled up by the banana leaves, couldn't help sniffing. Before this, Kaido admires Luo Mu very much in his heart, but he also knows that Luo Mu should be Admiral's strength. Even if he absorbs rocks, he can reach the peak of Admiral's strength at most. But the scene in front of him has completely changed his perception. With one punch, the 4 top powerhouses were repelled, and half of the force was completely penetrated, and he didn't even breathe. Kaido didn't know how to describe how he felt right now, he just widened his eyes and couldn't help but secretly said in his heart. Captain Luo Mu. This is too exaggerated. At the same time, Kaido's adoration for Luo Mu has soared to a new all-time high. Even in Kaido's view, today's Luo Mu is a real-world #1. Far away, Kong and the others all broke free from the rock layer with a sudden force. Although it was blasted away, it was not actually hurt. But even so, they also had an unprecedented fear of Luo Mu in their hearts. Boom. Zephyr and Crane rushed to the battlefield. Empty Admiral. Seeing the 2 Zephyr coming, Kong nodded and cast a random gaze in Luo Mu's direction. You came just in time. 35. The current Luo Mu is not something the 4 of us can handle. Heard. Even though they saw that they were repelled in advance, after hearing Kong say it himself, Zephyr and Crane couldn't help but froze for a while, showing shocked expressions. And at this time, the wooden golem in the distance moved. The huge pitch-black wooden golem took a step forward, and the ground shook with every step. Luo Mu stood on the shoulders of wooden golem. Ready to fight. Kong let out a low drink, and in an instant, several people raised their momentum at the same time. Oh, two more. Seeing that Zephyr he also joined the battle, Luo Mu murmured. His face didn't change, but he didn't care at all. The next moment, Luo Mu's hands slammed outward, and an invisible impact instantly rippled in all directions, carrying a mighty aura that shook the sky and earth. Awakening of prestige. Tree of cuttings, brush. As Luo Mu's voice fell, the normally normal trees in the dense jungle immediately began to rise and fall violently, and in a short while, a strange existence like a human hand appeared. I don't know how many hands there are, and unlike the previous tree of cuttings, the palms of these hands not only have sharp black thorns, but also extremely tiny pollen particles. You can faintly feel the violent explosive power contained in it. Don't fight a war of attrition with him. Find a way to get close to him and attack him with all your strength. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Attack while blocking, stand in the middle of us. Kong gave the order. Protect the weakest crane, at the same time. The black thorns, which were fully charged, burst out in unison. Cover the sky. Breaking air bursts. The originally clear sky suddenly turned dark, like a black rainstorm. Boom. 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 The spikes were wrapped in pollen and quickly exploded around several people. Crane looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief on his face. Luo Mu's current attack is obviously more shocking than what she saw in the videophone bug, not to mention that Luo Mu's strength is even stronger now. Fistbone Meteor Cluster. Advertisement, God avoid. The momentum of Garp and Roger, who were the first to contact the spikes, burst out suddenly, and two powerful energies slammed into the black rain. This momentum is very powerful, and the effect is very obvious. The black rain that was about to swept in froze for a moment, as if it was frozen, and it was randomly thrown upside down by this terrifying energy. Clear a path in front of a few people, rush over. Garp growled. Several people rushed out of the Legion group in an instant and saw Luo Mu not far away. Go together, Crane shouted sharply. The voice fell. The muscles on Kong's body began to bulge, and the fists of Garp and Zephyr suddenly glowed with pitch-black light. Sengoku, who had recovered some physical strength, turned into a golden Buddha, with a golden light all over his body, while Roger held ace high and slashed forward for several consecutive horizontal strokes. Down. The attack of several people suddenly erupted with a terrifying shock that was overwhelming, causing the ground under their feet to collapse, and the thorns that followed them rolled back again, setting off a terrifying, astonishing monstrous energy in the jungle of thousands of plants. Far away, the eyes of Whitebeard and Golden Lion in the rubble suddenly narrowed. The heart immediately lifted. This attack is not comparable to the power of the first attack of the four people last time, because this attack, Kong and others are all moves with the mentality of killing. The sky is changing, and even the seawater around the entire Valley of the Gods is surging. The energy gathered by this attack, in their opinion, it is simply outrageous. And in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Luo Mu was also not at all careless, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, and the wooden golem under his feet immediately opened the abyss. A terrifying orange light immediately converged rapidly. Almost instantly, the orange light condensed to the size of a hill, and then Luo Mu raised his right arm and waved it from top to bottom. The wooden golem blasted out the horrific light egg at once. Silently, wherever this terrifying light egg passed, the air suddenly had a wave mark and even appeared distorted. As if a pebble was smashed into the calm water, the ripples swayed all around, and finally collided with the combined force of Kong and the others. The two terrifying forces collided suddenly, but there was no roar as expected. Just an invisible shockwave immediately smashed like a rock surface, instantly smashing the vegetation of the entire jungle, and even continued to expand further, setting off a monstrous mud wave. Completely level the entire jungle. However, this terrifying collision force was unable to completely exhaust the orange energy bullets ejected from Wooden Golem's mouth. Almost immediately after the encounter, the energy bomb suddenly split into countless fist-sized orange light spots, blasting in all directions, causing Marine to be killed and injured again. This is impossible. There were expressions of shock and disbelief on the faces of Kong and the others. The last time the four of them attacked together, they did not use their full strength. Although they were shocked by the bombardment, they were not too shocked, but this time they gathered the strength of the 6 people and went all out with the confidence to kill. Even Kong, Garp, and Roger think that this power is enough to destroy rocks, and it was solved like this? Simply outrageously strong. At the same time, Holy Land Mariajoy, the newly arrived 5 elders have been watching footage of the battle. After seeing that Kong and the other 6 were easily stopped by Luo Mu, no matter which old man it was, his expression showed a dignified expression he had never seen before. Damn. That 6-man attack can't help Luo Mu. What kind of strength does he have now? The old man in the black suit squeezed the scepter in his hand, and his voice was extremely low. The specifics are not clear, but the power of the realm has definitely been touched. Damn. Why do pariahs have the power of the realm? The old men in red and green suits also had a low voice. If this is the case, don't we need to be dispatched together? The domain powerhouse is not something they can solve. 5. The old man in the dark blue suit stroked his long beard. He looked at the other four at the same time. No need. The most important thing now is to go to Lord Yimu and see what happened. The old man in kimono waved his hand, but the old man in the red suit frowned, very worried. The old man in the kimono stretched out his hand and pointed to the position of the circular altar in the image. Don't worry, there is something left by Lord Yim in the Valley of the Gods. It was originally prepared for the traitor rocks, but I didn't expect him to be absorbed by pariah. Heard. The other four were stunned, and they all put away their worries at random. That's fine. As expected of Lord I am, 35, ha ha ha. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and go to Panchung, 995. Chapter 68. The terrifying tree world has come. Your opponent is me alone. At the same time, the battle in the Valley of the Gods has entered a white-hot stage. Damn it. The vines can't be cleaned at all this time. It can't go on like this. Hurry up and retreat. Kuzan's frost temporarily restrained the black vines in front of him and then shouted loudly. Retreat. No retreat. How can absolute justice retreat? Black smoke billowed from Sakazuki's love arms, and with one punch, he shattered several nearby vines. Sakazuki, what Kuzan said is right. We must retreat, otherwise, the more and more corpses, the stronger Luo Mu will be. They will only be empty Admiral and their burden here. Puluzalino's fingers glittered with gold, and he spoke a lot faster than usual. Hearing Pulsalino's words, Sakazuki's body froze, and then his face was extremely gloomy, and he cursed angrily. Damn it. Withdraw. 9 moment. A few people began to issue retreat orders to the remaining Marines around. The Marines had long been in agony. Now that they were able to evacuate, the despair on their faces immediately showed a glimmer of hope. Available after notification. Sakazuki turned into a mass of jet lava, not only did not evacuate with the large army, but moved towards the center of the island. I'm going to clean up those seriously injured squad leaders. What a fool. Perusalino complained, but his face became serious, and it turned into a flash. What a troublesome day. Seeing the two companions flying away, Kuzan also helped the green blindfold on his head, and went away with a flash. At the same time, on the west side of the island, Luo Mu is fighting fiercely with Kong, Roger, Garp and others. At this time, Luo Mu was no longer as relaxed and comfortable as before, because Roger greeted Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet as well. Now it is not 6 people who are facing Luo Mu, but a full 9. Although Luo Mu absorbed rocks, it seems to have reached a strength that surpassed Admiral. But the energy of rocks is too huge. Luo Mu has not perfectly integrated it with his own power. Therefore, it is still a bit difficult to fight against 9 of the most powerful people in this pirate world. Luo Mu, today will definitely wipe you out here. Zephyr growled. Taking advantage of Luo Mu's parry with Kong and others, the moment when the old force was not received and the new force was not born, the whole person immediately burst out and charged directly towards Luo Mu. Hum. The speed was so fast that it made a humming sound of breaking through the air. It is good. Seeing that Zephyr actually seized the fleeting attack time, Kong and the others were all brightened up and applauded in their hearts. Available in the next second, their eyes became suspicious. I see. In the face of Zephyr's instant kick, Luo Mu didn't mean to dodge at all, but his arms still kept blasting out to deal with the bombardment of several people. Huh? 99. Seeing that Luo Mu didn't dodge, Zephyr suddenly became suspicious. Does Luo Mu have something behind? However, he has no plans to stop. This distance, this speed, he has full confidence in his bombardment. But the next moment, there was no movement, but when Zephyr punched Luo Mu, it suddenly passed through Luo Mu's body. It's as if Luo Mu's body is just a phantom. How is this possible? Seeing his fist pass directly through Luo Mu's body, Zephyr's eyes widened suddenly, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. However, Garp and the others who were standing beside them were stunned. Their eyes flashed with shock, and they looked at Luo Mu in the field in shock. The Zephyr authorities didn't see it clearly, but they saw it clearly. Just that moment, Luo Mu seems to be in place without any movement, but in fact, it is indeed moving. Do not, it's twice. In that brief moment, Luo Mu first shifted slightly to the side, and after dodging Zephyr's blow, he moved back to his original position. It's just because the speed is really fast to the point of being weird. So in Zephyr's view, there is such a bizarre thing as breaking down the phantom. Too slow. Luo Mu's mouth twitched, his right arm suddenly raised, and then he chopped it down heavily. Boom. With a muffled sound, Zephyr's entire body immediately flew out and smashed into a mountain in the distance. Damn it, Roger scolded secretly, but his hands were not idle. Looking at Luo Mu with an indifferent face in front of him, as if he had an aura of looking down on the whole world and above everything else, Roger still launched an attack brazenly. He is born strong. Born with the ability to listen to everything. What if Luo Mu is a monster? He doesn't believe that Luo Mu can really handle all of them alone? God avoid. A low drink. Roger directly held his supreme sword ace with both hands, the dark red Conqueror's Haki surged, and the entire blade suddenly lit up with a bright and deep dark red light, like a lightning bolt. Immediately waved down. The surrounding air was directly opened by this blow, and layers of ripples swayed. At the same time, seeing Roger's attack, Rayleigh next to him also adjusted his glasses and pulled out the famous knife in his hand. Hum. A similarly dark red Conqueror's Haki gushed out, dyeing the black blade halo originally covered with armament Haki a dark red. Drink. 35 Drink softly. Advertisement. A magnificent blue brilliance instantly appeared, wrapped in the sound of the energy storm of Zilla Zilla, which was different from the attack that had been paddling before. It was Rayleigh's full blow. Raise your arms high. Without any hesitation, Rayleigh waved abruptly. This blue sword wave shot out instantly and stabbed towards Luo Mu along with the sword wave inspired by Roger. Facing the two of them, Luo Mu's expression did not change. Only when more than 7 people attacked at the same time would he have difficulty. Roger and Rayleigh's attacks were simply ignored by him. Raise your hands. Conqueror's Haki instantly renders the entire arm, but it is no longer the original dark red, it is black, and it is even more ultimate black than the previous rocks. Immediately in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, Luo Mu slowly opened his palm. Boom! The black palm collided with the dark red and blue sharp sword waves, but it did not escape any energy. The corner of Luo Mu's mouth lifted slightly, and then his right hand exerted a little force. Click! The 2 sharp sword waves were like a broken mirror in an instant, shattering into dozens of broken energy fragments. Then Luo Mu's palms closed again. Dozens of energy fragments were immediately gathered together, and they actually recondensed into a black sword wave. Keep it for yourself. Luo Mu gave a stern voice. Turning his right wrist gently, he threw the black sword wave directly towards Roger and Rayleigh. Hey! The black sword broke through the air, shattering the surrounding air. But Roger and Rayleigh were not in the mood to be shocked. They felt the destructive power from the blow, and knew in their hearts that this knife was not something he could resist. Puff! In spite of his image, he rolled on the ground and avoided this terrifying sword wave. The black sword wave rubbed Roger's scalp and flew out, hitting a rock not far away. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a crack that stretched for an unknown number of miles appeared in the entire Valley of the Gods, and even extended beyond the island, splitting the calm sea for several kilometers. See! The pale-faced Roger's hair stood up all over his body, and he subconsciously raised his hand and touched his head. Hate road. Damn, year. This monster enhances more than just fruit abilities. The voice fell. Luo Mu, who was standing on the wooden golem, nodded slightly and said, Now I know if it will be too late. Kiki fruit absorbs the energy of the body, and when the body is strong, Haki will naturally become stronger. At the same time, Luo Mu indifferently glanced at the dignified faces and said indifferently, Don't waste time, it's the 9 of you together. But before he finished speaking, his face suddenly sank. Through observation Haki, I saw that the 3 young Akainu were about to go to the seriously injured Whitebeard and Shiki. Brush. A wave of the arm. The wooden dragon that was originally wrapped around wooden golem's right arm immediately flew in front of Luo Mu. Without any hesitation, Luo Mu jumped directly onto the wooden dragon's head. Whitebeard and Shiki are already his friends, especially Whitebeard. He absolutely does not allow the 2 of them to die here. Roar. A soft whistle. The wooden dragon's body immediately turned into a brown lightning bolt, carrying Luo Mu towards Whitebeard and the others. Luo Mu, Garp and others shouted, and they were ready to go together, but the wooden golem on the opposite side suddenly launched an attack on them. Boom. A shockwave swept across the ground, and Sakazuki reached the battlefield. Next moment, Pulsalino and Kuzan also followed. I'll deal with this Newgate, you 2 go get Shiki, 99. Sakazuki ordered. The 2 of Kuzan nodded and walked towards Shiki beside him. Boom. Sakazuki stepped forward and smashed the gravel in front of him with a punch. Looking at the seriously injured Whitebeard in front of him, he snorted coldly. Humph. Be honest, or it will cost you your life now, 35. At the same time, his arms turned into a mass of scorching lava. As long as Whitebeard dared to resist, he would use the lava to pierce Whitebeard's body without hesitation. In his opinion, only dead pirates are good pirates. Goo la la la. It's just you, lava brat, you're still 50 years away. Looking at the new marine in front of him, Whitebeard sneered. His fists suddenly lit up with a bright moon, and he was about to drop his arms, but Whitebeard suddenly coughed up a pool of blood. Cough cough. Advertisement. The bright moonlight on both fists also disappeared, and the whole person collapsed to the ground weakly. He was seriously injured. Sakazuki's eyes twitched, and his heart instantly became angry. Because at the moment when Whitebeard was accumulating power, he actually felt a little guilty. A proud Sakazuki felt anger at a man so badly wounded that he was incapable of any combat. It seems, it's easier to take a dead person. Sakazuki lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Come on Lava Kid, let me see what your fireworks can ignite. Whitebeard continued. It's not that he's arrogant, that's his character. Even if he dies, he will never be a prisoner of the enemy. Hearing Whitebeard's words, the lava on Sakazuki's arms instantly more than doubled in size, and a scorching high temperature caused the surrounding air to twist slightly. 99. Pirates. With a loud shout, Sakazuki raised his right arm high with murderous intent in his eyes. But suddenly, a terrifying momentum suddenly struck. Boom. The rocks around Sakazuki collapsed inch by inch, and the place where he was sitting collapsed by a full meter. Brush. The furious Sakazuki suddenly stopped, and the expression on his face froze for a moment. And across from him, Pulsalino and Kuzan broke out in cold sweat. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and they stood there, not daring to move. Gudong. 35. His Adam's apple heaved up and down with difficulty, and his entire body trembled and slowly rotated. Boom. Sakazuki's mind was like a flash of lightning, his eyes popped out instantly, and the whole person lost all consciousness and settled in place like a sculpture. A pair of huge orange-yellow dragon eyes are facing his eyes. And looking up. Wide leg pants, gray half-sleeves. A grim face covered in shadows. No one else. It was Luo Mu who came by the wooden dragon. Luo Mu slowly raised his head, without opening his mouth to say a word, he slowly raised his right arm. The Black Conqueror's Haki was instantly covered, and the terrifying black light quickly expanded, turning directly into a black ball the size of a round basin. Kai. Smash it hard. Wherever the fist passes, the fragile space immediately collapses inch by inch. Sakazuki, who froze in place, murmured subconsciously, looking at the fist that looked like a meteor smashed over. There is no particular fear, but an unexpected peace. He knows. It is the breath of death, Luo Mu. Just when Luo Mu's fist was less than a meter away from Sakazuki, several roars sounded in unison. Buddha's Shockwave, 35, 6 Styles Kong Yu, Fistbone Meteor. 35 It's Sengoku, Kong, and Garp who are entangled in wooden golem. Boom. Li Dejiao, two huge energies slammed into each other. In just a few seconds, the black energy instantly swallowed up the moves of several people. Sengoku, Kong, Garp and Sakazuki, who stood in front of Sakazuki, all immediately when it flew out, the throat was sweet, and the corners of the mouth overflowed with blood. Luo Mu, 35 Seeing that Luo Mu had come to support him, Whitebeard let out a sigh of relief and forcibly cheered up again. The same goes for Golden Lion. Relying on lion fruit, he stumbled towards the two of them, covered in bloodline. Cough cough. I was already ready to accompany the rocks, but I didn't expect. Luo Mu, what a monster. Whitebeard gasped. Monster. Golden Lion lowered his head, he didn't want to show such an embarrassed look in front of Luo Mu. See. The killing intent on Luo Mu disappeared instantly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, he bent down and took out a new cigar from Golden Lion's pocket. Snapped. The light was shoved into his mouth. Old guys, just rest when you're tired. After saying that, he waved his arms sharply, moment. With Luo Mu's arms raised, all the vines in the flower tree world instantly tied up the surviving pirates, including Kaido, and sent them here quickly. Then, countless vines were intertwined and gathered in one direction. In just a moment, it condensed into a supergiant peculiar plant that looked like a bamboo dragonfly in a robot cat and was several times larger than wooden golem. The root of the plant slammed into the rock, sinking into a depth of tens of meters, and then the two leaves at the top spiraled rapidly. Boom. 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 Just a breath of work. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, the island of several hundred square meters where these pirates were located was actually taken to the air, and flew straight to the distant desert island at a slow speed. Call. Luo Mu took a long breath, turned to face Kong and the other 9 people who had regrouped in front of him, and said lightly. Your opponent is me alone. Chapter 69. LVS 9. Kill one person, I am awakens. Clap Lala. The turbulent waters kept beating against the broken island, and pieces of exposed rock were swept into the abyss. Rift Edge. Luo Mu held his arms in his arms and quietly looked at Kong and the others on the opposite side, showing no joy or anger on his pretty face. And on the opposite side of him, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet lined up in a row, and their faces were very solemn. Except for the sound of waves hitting the rock wall and the sea breeze blowing, the scene was extraordinarily silent. The atmosphere is very solemn. A gust of wind blew, and a dark cloud in the sky moved with the wind and gathered on Luo Mu's head, and even his feet were a shadow. At this moment, Luo Mu moved. Tread. The pace is not heavy, but it is indeed exceptionally stable, making a muffled sound. And as Luo Mu walked, the dark clouds in the sky followed him forward, so that wherever Luo Mu went, there was a dark shadow. Dong dong. He clenched his fists tightly, and a cold sweat broke out on his white forehead. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, Luo Mu's every step seemed to follow her heartbeat, which made her almost unable to hear anything, only the sound of her heart beating stronger and stronger. Beside the crane, Zephyr saw Crane's unusual expression and said comfortingly. Don't be nervous, no matter how strong this monster is, there is only one person. There are 9 people on our side, and the advantage is ours. But just finished speaking. Gudong. Zephyr swallowed hard. Obviously, Luo Mu gave him no less pressure than he did. But at this time, Luo Mu's footsteps have actually sped up. From the beginning, walking has gradually turned into running. Coming. Standing in the middle, Kong shouted in a low voice, and at the same time his body changed slightly. Suddenly, the strong body-covered armament Haki representing ultimate defense, and the whole person was like a tower made of fine iron. Don't be intimidated by his audacity, on Kong's right, Roger said solemnly. As the future Pirate King, the King of Pirates, of these, he knows Conqueror's Haki best solo. What Conqueror's Haki pays most attention to is spirit. If they are afraid of Luo Mu's spirit before they fight, then Luo Mu's Conqueror's Haki will hurt them even more terrifyingly. Receive. Clear. Several people nodded earnestly, pulled out their weapons, and at the same time armament Haki covered the whole body. Sengoku let out a low voice, and the whole person reverted to the form of a golden Buddha. Although he is the resourceful general, his force value is definitely not low, otherwise he will not become the Marine second-generation marshal. Boom. Immediately, As the posture of the 9 people spread out, an invisible airwave surged up from the ground in an instant, and the gravel around 527 was all blown away. And at the same time, tread, step, step. Luo Mu's footsteps are getting faster and faster, his arms are hanging lightly behind him with the wind, and his waist is slightly lowered, just at the moment when he reaches the fastest speed. Hum. The suffocating and oppressive black Conqueror's Haki enveloped the whole body, forming a diamond-shaped black energy cover, and the excess energy rushed directly to the sky, charging into the dark clouds that gathered. In an instant. Boom. Lightning shone on the earth, thunder rolled through the dark clouds, as if carrying the wrath of the gods. Luo Mu leapt out of the endless Haki storm, and appeared in front of several people across a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant. What? There is no justice that will win this time, and Kong and the others, who are waiting for the battle, burst out with a wild roar from the depths of their hearts. Everyone was full of anger because of their fear of Luo Mu. That's right. The fury of fear. Fear to the extreme, that is anger. Boom. In half a breath, the black Haki storm like the wrath of the gods collided with the 9 invisible energy winds instantly, sending out a shocking and terrifying energy Uzumaki. Jung. The dark red knife light lit up, and Roger's eyes narrowed and he shot out. God avoid. The ace in his hand also seemed to feel the master's terrifying fighting intent, and also trembled with excitement. The dark red light at the sharp blade split instantly, and the number doubled. Just for a moment. The powerful sword wave is like the wings and feathers of a phoenix, the sword is shining, the wings are flying, and the brilliant brilliance shoots towards Luo Mu, which seems to have blocked all Luo Mu's retreat. Roger. That's all you can do. 39 Luo Mu snorted coldly, the red light in his eyes flickered, and the powerful observation Haki was instantly released. Brush. In an instant, the world in Luo Mu's eyes turned black and gray, those without energy response were gray, and those with energy responses were black. And the gods avoiding sword waves that fill the sky are just black half arcs. In this state, the originally seemingly airtight GNU has too many loopholes. At the same time, his eyes were locked on the crane on the far right. Persimmons, pick the soft ones. Luo Mu raised the corner of his mouth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In fact, advertisement his current state is not particularly easy to beat 9 players, and the weakest one naturally becomes his breakthrough. Kill this woman first. After making up his mind, Luo Mu moved. I see. In the field of vision of Kong and others, Luo Mu's figure suddenly began to flicker, and each time he took a step, the figure paused for a moment, and the double Haki's left arm opened and closed, or like a demon splitting the mountain, or like a little bit of water. Various poses emerged one after another, and most of the sword, light and sword shadows in the sky were instantly destroyed by him. It's observation Haki. He saw the weak point of every sword wave of yours. Sengoku shouted in astonishment. Seeing can observe energy reactions, and it is possible to find weak points of energy in so many sword waves with similar energy reactions. He has never heard of it. Heard. Garp didn't have too much entanglement. He clenched a pair of iron fists the size of a casserole, and shouted in a deep voice. Fistbone meteor. No skills, but eulogy and Weiwei. The iron fist of love, of the legendary marine, is absolutely every opponent's nightmare. The fierce black iron fist left a trail of afterimages in the air, and because the speed was too fast, the air was filled with a thick burning smell. Boom. 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 It's like a rain of fists. This time Luo Mu didn't hide. It was still the left arm that could directly crush Roger's evasion sword wave. Chang. Chang chang. In the sound of Ruwan's gold and iron, Luo Mu's arm and Garp his fists have already fought dozens of times. The two of you come and go, and they have each other's offense and defense. In that rhythmic noise, when Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki fought against the black light, there must be a defensive sound with the symphony of gold and stone. But in the end, Luo Mu blocked all of Garp's punches. And because Garp used both fists, Luo Mu's body seemed to be stuck and kept flashing to the right. Period. Rayleigh and Jabba also both found the opportunity, tapped their right foot lightly, a flip side close to Luo Mu's body, and raised their weapons. Lift. Cut. The sword glow flickered, and the axe blade was piercing. More points. Take advantage of the floating. Turn back the word. Luo Mu's evasive posture became more and more difficult, and his figure was forced to the right. See this scene. Everyone's eyes were a little happy. But he didn't even notice that Luo Mu's eyes were like his right arm that had never been waving, and the black light was getting brighter and brighter. At the same time, the small island stripped away by Luo Mu took off and landed on the edge of the desert island closest to the Valley of the Gods, pulled by the oversized bamboo dragonfly. That is where Lonely Red and the others are. When Sky Island descended, the audience on the island withdrew in panic one by one, giving Whitebeard and others the best viewing position. HMPH, these people are still winking. Kaido snorted coldly, then pulled Golden Lion and Whitebeard with vines to sit on a boulder on the edge of the island. This is the clearest look. After settling, Whitebeard and Golden Lion started talking. The situation is not good. After all, there are 9 people. No matter how strong Luo Mu is, he can't stand the 9 people together. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, not easy to deal with. 35. Listening to the discussion between the two, Kaido next to him became anxious. I'm going back. I'm going to help Captain Luo Mu. This group of birdmen is out of 9, so F*********** G shameless. Talking. Kaido was ready to charge up and turn into a blue dragon to fly directly over. Bead. Can be sudden. A sinister voice rang out, "Or save it. Just don't bother your captain, he'll handle it." Heard. Everyone at Rock's Pirate turned their attention to a man in a gorgeous dress and a purple umbrella walking towards them. "Where did you come from?" Before Kaido could finish his questioning, the two behind him, Whitebeard and Golden Lion, grabbed him. Since Luo Mu and Whitebeard have a good relationship, Kaido respects Whitebeard more, so he snorted coldly and turned his head back to watch the battle impatiently. "Lonely Red," Whitebeard said solemnly, his face heavy, as did Golden Lion. "The top powerhouses all know each other, and Earl Red Lonely Red is clearly among the top powerhouses. Rest assured. I don't mean anything else, I just want to rob a place." Lonely Red responded with a smile, but I don't know if it was because of the gold chain hanging on his mouth, so the smile looked weird. Both Whitebeard and Golden Lion were silent, not saying much. They are now seriously injured. According to rumors, this solitary red person has a strange personality. At this moment, they still do not take the initiative to provoke them. Seeing the two of them react like this, Lonely Red then pressed the handle of the umbrella with both hands as if leaning on a cane, narrowed his eyes and looked towards the Valley of the Gods, said, "Although it looks like Luo Mu is being suppressed, haven't you noticed that his right arm has not moved and is accumulating power? Hear this." The Whitebeard crane Golden Lion hurriedly cast his eyes on the island, but he was helpless, and his injuries were even more serious, so he could only see vaguely. But suddenly, they sensed that the energy in Luo Mu's right arm was almost suddenly concentrated, and it was about to explode. In the Valley of the Gods, advertisement: the pirates were sent away by Luo Mu, and the Marines also evacuated. The entire island was left with Luo Mu and the 9 people who fought against him. Boom boom boom. The violent confrontation energy storms roared one after another, and the whole island was almost on the verge of falling apart. "Keep on the offensive, 35, don't give him a chance to breathe. Garp, break his defensive ghost face. Empty Admiral, block the attack for Roger. Roger, he has no room to hide, take this chance, 39. In the melee, Rayleigh and Sengoku, 2 intelligent players, took on the role of commander. Therefore, the coordination of the 9 players was getting better and better, and the offensive was even more violent. However, they didn't pay any particular attention. Luo Mu's position, intentionally or unintentionally, was getting closer and closer to the crane on the far right of the formation. Hands on. Sengoku let out a low growl. The corner of Roger's mouth twitched, his abdomen shrank violently, and the muscle where Rocks stabbed immediately tensed, forcibly pressing the wound into a gap. This is because he has to use his peak strength to prevent the wound from being unable to withstand the pressure and bleeding out. "Luo Mu, it's a pity that I can't fight you one-on-one, but I still regret to tell you that you are doomed to fail today. Say it." Roger raised the ace in his hand, and the armed color and Conqueror's 2-color Haki suddenly wrapped around his blade. "Aim forward." The terrifying breath spreads in all directions. Brush. Roger's figure disappeared in place, and in the next second, he appeared beside Luo Mu. The sharp blade flashed coldly, and slashed against Luo Mu's exposed waist. At the same time, not just this blade. From the rear, as well as the direction of the waist on the right side, a cold light swept towards Luo Mu. It's Rayleigh and Bullet. The two of them can be said to be fighting hotly now. They have completely abandoned the marine-pirate separation, and are completely immersed in the fierce battle with Luo Mu. Especially the future, Pluton, Rayleigh, with his superhuman talent, his strength is actually a little breakthrough. The 3 teamed up to seal off all the places where Luo Mu could hide. "Go to hell, Luo Mu, I will always remember your opponent." Roger roared hideously. "One Piece, Pluton, and the Devil's Descendant teamed up for a sneak attack, I'm really honored." Luo Mu muttered. Suddenly, a green light flashed across his waist. Roar. 3 wooden dragons with a length of several meters suddenly roared out, and they resolutely greeted the offensive of the 3 Rogers. At the same time, his eyes flashed suddenly, and he glanced at the crane that was approaching him again because he was about to attack. The dark right arm, which has never been moved. Incredibly fast. Not good. 35 Rayleigh gave a low drink. "Crane, be careful." Sengoku also gave a quick shout at the same time. At this moment, both of them understood Luo Mu's tactics. Showing weakness and occupying a favorable position, he was going to kill the weakest crane in one fell swoop. Too late. Luo Mu responded calmly. The right arm swung violently, and the terrifying aura fluctuations immediately permeated the 4 directions, and the dark 2-color Haki seemed to devour all the light in the surrounding space. Crane's face instantly turned pale as paper, and his brain instantly went blank. It's not that the crane is cowardly, but Luo Mu consciously used the unparalleled Conqueror's aura to deprive her of her fighting spirit from the very beginning. Ended. Luo Mu whispered. Without any mercy, the right arm wrapped in endless power slammed into the crane's waist. Boom. There was a loud bang. Luo Mu's right arm collided with the crane's waist again. The strong wind raged, the ground shattered and cracked, and the surging shockwave smashed the slender body of the crane to the point of flying out. A streak of scarlet blood spurted out. Boom. 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 Crane felt as if he was hit by a meteor. The whole person pierced through the rock formation of nearly 100 meters in succession, and then stopped, and was buried by countless rubble. At the same time, although Luo Mu was protected, he was still hit by the 3 Rogers and flew backwards, embedded in the rock, and suffered some injuries. Crane. 35. Damn, Luo Mu. 6,695. The eyes of Marine Fang's group were split in an instant, and they roared furiously at Luo Mu, no longer caring about any cooperation, and instigated their whole body to attack Luo Mu. Don't worry, one by one, Luo Mu broke free from the shackles and went up to meet him. And at the same time, on the supreme throne of Pan-Ancient City, a pair of orange-yellow corrugated eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 70. One Piece's Wrath. Lonely Red, Luo Mu, what exactly is your trump card? Isn't Nika Fruit able to achieve such strength? Interesting. Nearly 100 meters high on the supreme throne. The mysterious ripple-eyed black shadow muttered to himself. And below the supreme throne, the 5 elders, who were so arrogant in front of Kong and the others, and even the celestial dragons, were all kneeling on the ground respectfully, not even daring to lift their heads up. Master, are we going to use that power? Put out this light. The kimono old man asked with great respect. That's right. The mysterious phantom sitting on the supreme throne is the real master of the world. I am the king of the world. Hearing the question from the old man in the kimono, did not reply immediately. He just got up slowly from the supreme throne, kicked away the scattered bounty orders on the ground at will, and was not idle, teasing a butterfly. Looking at the butterfly flying in his hand, Yimu said slowly. This world needs to be more stable. The voice is extremely ethereal, as if it came from the void. It will be done, Your Highness. The 5 old men buckled at the same time and responded respectfully in unison. And at the same time, in the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods. Crane. Sengoku roared with an earthy face. He has a very good relationship with the crane, and even asks the crane for some advice. Seeing that the crane hit Luo Mu's fatal blow, even in the form of a Buddha, Sengoku couldn't help but feel anxious, and instantly jumped to the 100-meter deep pit where the crane was buried. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, his heart was beating wildly, and his arms were madly creating pieces of hard gravel. Finally, a familiar figure emerged from the deepest part of the pothole. Without any hesitation, Sengoku's rock-creating arm sped up again, and every piece of gravel was thrown vigorously, and the crane's figure was completely revealed. The waist was almost folded into a 60-degree bend, the pupils of both eyes were slightly enlarged, and the slender body was full of blood. See Sengoku. A hint of joy flashed across his face like golden paper, but he tried his best but couldn't even say a word. Did not speak. Sengoku's face froze, he carefully picked up the blood-covered crane and jumped out of the pothole. Sengoku. How about a crane? There was another anxious shout. It was Garp, and his relationship with the crane was also very good, or even better. On weekdays, the crane often lent him his warships. Kong and Zephyr also came to Sengoku instantly. Everyone is anxious. Don't worry, she's still alive, it's just, very seriously injured. Sengoku gently flattened the crane and said with a deep breath. But just after his voice fell, boom boom. 4 violent roars sounded at the same time, and Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet flew out and smashed near Kong and them. Suddenly, the entire surface was covered with smoke and dust. The expressions of several people were instantly awe-inspiring, and their eyes all looked sideways. Whoosh! Amidst the billowing smoke, a figure that was not very strong fell on a boulder in front of the 9 people. At the same time, a gust of wind blew, and the smoke and dust all dissipated, revealing the clear figure of Luo Mu. The trousers were torn, the half-sleeves were torn into flop-like pieces, and there were several terrifying wounds on the chest wrapped by the 2-color Haki. When Ishin tried to kill Crane and didn't have a full defense, injuries were inevitable. After all, it is the breaking attack of the 3 top powerhouses. One is the future One Piece, and the other is a man with the title, Pluton. As for the weakest Bullet among the 3, that is also the unique, super powerful existence in later generations. Is the successor of Ghost's hero in the future timeline. However, Bullet beat a group of supernovas with only physical skills, and punched the ruthless character of Luffy, the king of the 4-block Snake Man form. In the end, if the Empress, Luo, Crocodile, Sabo, Smoker, Buggy, Lucci and others joined forces to destroy his fusion system and make it into a single arm and half-waist state, even if Wong Luffy is charging a 10,000 years rubber giant ape king gun, is also impossible to defeat him. Next. 35. Which one should it be? A faint voice sounded, and plain eyes glanced over several people. At the same time, lifting his right hand, he gently wiped the injured part on his chest, and the terrifying scar that had originally turned out of the muscles disappeared immediately. It's just a mortal wound. Damn it. 39 Zephyr's purple hair stood on end in an instant, and his facial muscles twitched. This monster's self-healing ability has become stronger. Heard. Roger's heart froze. He actually saw Luo Mu's tactic to kill the crane with a reckless attack earlier than Sengoku and Rayleigh. Not stopped, stated. It's because he, Kong, and Garp just now used Rock's injury for injury, defeat tactic to win. Advertisement, but he never expected it. Luo Mu's current self-healing ability is so terrifying, replacing injuries with injuries is risky for Rocks, but for Luo Mu, it's a guaranteed profit. At the cost of almost 1 death, it was only a little consumption of his majestic energy. A time. Roger's heart was distraught, his teeth were gnashing, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Roger. What do you mean by that expression? Are you afraid? Standing on top of the boulder, Luo Mu folded his arms and stared at him. The words were quietly mixed with the unparalleled Conqueror's aura. Just like the design of the crane just now, first break its spirit, and then hit the killer. If you want to kill the strong, you must first kill the heart. This is the most energy-saving way to kill the enemy that Luo Mu came up with. At the same time, his eyelids twitched slightly towards the eerie altar of the celestial dragons behind him, unconsciously to the right. That is the fundamental reason why Luo Mu did not directly use the strongest trick in his whole, true several thousand hands, to kill a few people head-on, but instead was the heart attack. The altar with 13 devil fruit patterns and the tiny pattern in the middle that looked like a tree, gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. And at the time when Luo Mu was stunned, cough cough. Crane, who had passed out, actually regained some consciousness. Opening his eyes and looking at the blurry world, Crane struggled to stand up, but then a piercing pain came from his waist. Crane, are you awake? You're not dead, great? Don't move. Your injury is very serious, don't be afraid, we will save you. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Kong instantly surrounded the city beside the crane, and looked anxiously relieved. Cough cough. My injury, it's okay, let me keep fighting. 35. Crane's entire body was shaking, and the large beads of sweat on her forehead indicated that she was suffering unimaginable pain. But just finished speaking. Peefed. 99 another string of scarlet blood beads spurted out, and the crane's head tilted, completely fainting. Crane, 66 inches, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Kong shouted in unison. And aside. Garp lowered his head slowly, a thick shadow instantly shrouded his resolute face, and said almost hoarsely. That's enough. The rest, leave it to us, hum. As soon as this word comes out, whether it was Sengoku, Zephyr, or Kong, the bodies of several people trembled suddenly. Slowly put down the crane's body. Garp. You're right, the crane has done enough. Next, it's time for us to implement justice with our lives. Like Garp, the three of them slowly lowered their heads, their faces covered with shadows. At the same time, Garp walked up to Roger with heavy steps and said solemnly. Don't be intimidated by Luo Mu's audacity, is that what you just said? 99. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck Roger's heart, and he was stunned for a moment, and then he slowly lowered his head. It turned out to be taught by Marine, 35. Next moment, his head lifted instantly, his body straightened, his arms waved horizontally to raise ace in his hands, and his wavy beard shook. Excited. Roger, traveled across the sea to find opponents like you. Boom. The dark red Conqueror's Haki suddenly covered the whole body, and the surging energy wave even slightly distorted the surrounding air. That's the Roger I'd love to follow along with the boat. Rayleigh held the flashing lens, Shirin said. Hey, my axe is ready. No matter what kind of monster you are, as long as you stand in the direction of our captain's sword, my bullet will definitely smash you into mud with my fists. Aside. Jabba had a wicked smile on his face, with two giant axes directly on his shoulders. Purple light flickered on Bullet's body, and the Paramecia fusion fruit ability was triggered, and all the surrounding inorganic substances trembled slightly and slowly gathered towards him. Brush. In an instant. The 8 Kong people, whose fighting intent was restored and even more intense, condensed a turbulent airwave at the same time. These 8 airwaves instantly merged, forming a giant wave of war intent energy that was visible to the naked eye and almost in essence. The ground began to tremble, advertisement buzzing. The fighting spirit is still gathering, the air in all directions is rippling, and water-like ripples appear. Click. The space could no longer bear this terrifying fluctuation of fighting intent, and it suddenly shattered. It was also at this moment that the fighting intent of the 8 people gathered together to form a giant tornado, which blasted into the sky with a boom, and in just an instant, the billowing dark clouds shrouded in Luo Mu's aura were all torn apart. Brush. The red brilliance of the blood-setting sun instantly filled the entire broken valley of the gods, and the place where the 8 people were located was the place where the brilliance was most prosperous. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. This amazing change instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the deserted island, and everyone was staring at the blood-red half of the sky reflected by the setting sun. After a few breaths, he gradually calmed down and muttered in a low voice. As expected of Marine's top combat power and Roger pirates, at this time of battle, they can still burst out with such aura. It's terrifying, even here, I can feel the hot fighting intent in the air. Look at that bullet, that's the inheritor of Douglas. What, is that the legendary Devil's descendant? It's him, otherwise, how can we break Luo Mu's defense? 99. I think. Luo Mu is so strong, but he has a pair of 9s, no, it's a pair now, so he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat them, right? I think so too. I just saw the wound on his body, and all the flesh was turned out. Although it can be recovered, this ability must be very physical. Alas. Anyway, no matter what the final result is, the name Luo Mu will spread all over the world, and the name will definitely be louder than the sea Overlord rocks. Among these people are pirates, bounty hunters, kingdom warriors, and fishermen from various nearby islands. Identity is mixed. But they were all whispering in a very low voice, not daring to make any loud noises, for fear of annoying the people who occupied the rocks pirate at the forefront of the island. Captain Luo Mu is invincible. It was a second when he came up. Why not? That's my captain. But, now it seems that the battle situation is not good. Those old guys seem to be able to fight. 39. Yeah, these people are too despicable. So many top powerhouses are besieging Captain Luo Mu. HMPH, don't ask, asking is justice. Damn, if I'm not afraid that I'll drag Captain Luo Mu down, I'm going to give that Roger 2 knives. Pirate? I think it's the Marine extras. You can pull it down. When you were on the island just now, you were so frightened that you couldn't speak. Is there one of you? You. The best place to watch the battle on the desert island. The surviving pirates in Rock's Pirate are all worried, scolding Marine and Roger for nothing. Hearing that, Kaido frowned, feeling extremely irritable inside. Growl. Shut the FK up, brush. For a moment, everyone's expressions froze. They all knew Kaido's current strength and turned into a blue dragon to create natural disasters, which were definitely not something they could provoke, so they quickly closed their mouths and continued to watch the confrontation. See the pirates shut up. Kaido snorted coldly, then walked over to Whitebeard and Golden Lion anxiously, and asked repeatedly. Newgate, Captain Shiki. That group of trash can't understand. You two talk about whether Captain Luo Mu can win. Heard. Shiki smashed the cigar that Luo Mu ordered for him and said solemnly. Hard to say. Hearing this panacea's answer, Kaido sighed bitterly, then turned to look at Whitebeard again. Eyes burning. Seeing Kaido like this, the seriously injured Whitebeard shook his head with difficulty. Shiki is right. It's really hard to say. Luo Mu seems to have lost the crane now, but he also suffered a serious injury just now, although he recovered with his self-healing power. But no one knows how many times his physical strength can support him to recover from such serious injuries. After all, Kong and the others are all top powerhouses. This is Luo Mu, the monster. If it was this, both of them would have been defeated early. Heard. Kaido clenched his fists, and Lonely Red, not far away, interjected again. How? You don't have confidence in your own people. Speaking of this, Lonely Gao Jihong didn't say more, ignoring the glares of the sick patients. The corners of his mouth rose, and he cast his eyes on Luo Mu again. He muttered to himself with certainty in his heart. Even if this monster can't win, it must not fail. Let Lonely Red be so sure, it's observation Haki. When Luo Mu used observation Haki to find Roger, God Avoidance, Jianying, he confirmed a horrible fact. Even his best observation Haki, Luo Mu, is far beyond. And such a strong observation Haki can sense future crises to some extent. That is to say, since Luo Mu dared to fight 1 against 8, he must have concluded that there would be no danger beyond the limits of his own abilities. According to the current situation, the 8 people with more fighting spirit don't seem to be as easy to deal with as just now. Luo Mu. What is the trump card that you think you won't lose? The corners of the mouth moved slightly. Lonely Red's long and narrow eyes narrowed even more. Husband. 3GB Chapter 71. Playing group battles? Body replacement technique? 64 Luo Mu? In the Valley of the Gods battlefield, the transparent tornado of fighting intent shredded the dark clouds gathered by Luo Mu's aura, swept the universe, and shed the blood like light of the setting sun, shrouding Kong and others, as well as the fainted crane, a total of 9 people. It really made you laugh, Luo Mu. At that moment, I actually abandoned myself, so now I want to defeat you and regain myself. Roger was loud. The most advanced sword ace was raised horizontally, and the end of the blade covered with blood-red glow pointed directly at Luo Mu on the boulder. Come back to yourself, Captain Roger, beside Roger. Rayleigh also slowly raised the famous sword in his hand, and his usual sloppy expression was a little more determined. For ourselves and for the future of the world, we will definitely defeat you. Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha form, with golden eyes staring at Luo Mu, his expression solemn, and his voice became majestic and heavy. Unexpectedly, there is still a day to join forces with pirates and fight side by side. Kong glanced at Roger and the others, let out a sigh of relief, and the muscles on his body swelled up every inch. Brush. The setting sun, which was about to be submerged by the sea level, suddenly cast its last ray of red light, completely lighting up the 8 people who were lined up in a row. Time. It seems to be frozen in this moment. Kong, Sengoku, 2 future Marine Marshals. A purple-haired Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Not Admiral is better than Admiral's legendary Marine Garp. The only one to complete the Grand Line One Piece Roger, Pluton Rayleigh, Jabba, the Devil's Descendant Bullet. Click. A newsbird hiding in the air decisively pressed the shutter and took this photo engraved on the boulder of the historical text. With this photo, the next issue's news price hike, selling 100 Baileys. Hey, on the boulder, Luo Mu, with his arms around him, smiled lightly and said calmly. It seems that you are still very strong, 530. Speaking of this, Luo Mu paused and slowly opened his arms, letting the chaotic and violent Conqueror's Haki energy turbulence set off his ancient Greek sculpture like perfect body. Indifferently looked at the 8 people who rekindled their fighting spirit. But that's fine. This lineup is not in vain to be my first battle after absorbing rocks. Stop talking nonsense there. Bullet violently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes widened, like a beast that devoured someone. Captain. Let's go. 9 A low growl. A huge suction force suddenly erupted from his body, and the surrounding rubble immediately slammed together on his left arm, rendering every inch black, forming a terrifying armed giant arm. Ha 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 ha. My knife, already hungry and thirsty. 35. Roger laughed. God avoid. Boom. In just 1 second, Ace wrapped in black armament Haki was instantly split dozens of times by Roger. The powerful sword wave energy formed a dark red slash-wave grid in the air, and the moment the grid condensed and formed, it shot out towards Luo Mu, leaving a spider web-like fragmentation trace in the air. Luo Mu narrowed his eyes. The terrifying observation Haki instantly enveloped the entire island, and the entire world turned black and gray again, and the seemingly airtight attack immediately exposed the weakest point of energy. Just a little trick, Luo Mu murmured, and disappeared in place in a flash. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Yes, Bullet. The terrifying armament Haki was wrapped around him in an instant, and the left arm of the huge rock rose high and horizontally, completely blocking the afterglow of the setting sun in Luo Mu's field of vision. Caught you. 39. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Bullet slammed a punch with endless power. Boom. A powerful wave surged towards the explosion, and Luo Mu's body flew out like a broken kite. So fast. Luo Mu's eyelids jumped, but there was still no panic on his face. But just as he was about to stop in the air to fight back, Rayleigh, who had been ready to go, jumped up and appeared behind Bullet. Thunderbolt. Moment. Several dazzling blue sword waves with the power of wind and thunder cut through the sky, blocking the possibility of Luo Mu's emergency stop. Not only that, just as Jianming approached Luo Mu, his back was cold at the same time. Suddenly turned back. The dark red, God avoidance, grid sword array formed by dozens of sword waves that he avoided did not know when it changed its trajectory and appeared behind him. Too late to think about how Roger did it. Waifu awakens wood expulsion ghost face. Luo Mu gave a low drink. The ghost face of wood expulsion with green face and fangs on the front and back appeared instantly, merging Luo Mu in it. At the same time, descendants of the devil, Bomb King Luffy's giant fist, Pluton Rayleigh's unparalleled swordsmanship, and Roger's lock on breath and the strangely turning divine sword formation have all arrived. Boom. Hit the bullseye. A terrifying energy turbulence burst out, and the double-sided wood expulsion mask like a coffin flew out instantly. However, the faces of Roger, Rayleigh, and Bullet did not show any relaxation at all, and Roger even shouted at the Marines behind him. Garp. Not ready yet. Wait for a long time. 35. The answer to Roger was also an angry shout, and then Garp turned his head and shouted at Kong. Advertisement, empty Admiral. No answer. Kong nodded vigorously, the muscles on his body swelled up every inch, and the broken vest immediately shattered. The same is true for Garp, and the two of them directly incarnate as Cast Iron King Kong. Next moment. Roar. The two, Cast Iron Diamonds, roared at the same time, and the hard rocky ground under their feet was instantly smashed to pieces. They bent slightly, and grabbed Sengoku, who was transformed into a golden Buddha in the middle of the two with a mighty aura. Sengoku. Look at you. 35. Go. With a bang, the golden Buddha was thrown out like a cannonball by the two of them, and the speed was so fast that even the air was ignited. The golden Sengoku streaked a trail of golden flames directly in the air. Whoosh whoosh. Ignoring the constant sharp sonic booms in his ears, the moment he reached the wood expulsion ghost at the center of the explosion, Sengoku's golden eyes suddenly narrowed, his arms quickly folded together, and the forefingers and fingertips of both hands were firmly attached to each other. Luo Mu. Feel the punishment of justice. 35. The hysterical roar immediately resounded through the audience. Ignoring the physical strength that is far from the peak, Sengoku directly stimulated all the power left in his body like a madness, and a dazzling golden circle of Buddha's light condensed behind him. The greatest wheel, Buddha's punishment, without further ado. The whole body of Buddha light immediately converges on the point where the index fingers of both hands gather, and the strongest skill is directly released. Boom. With a loud noise. The glazed brilliance suddenly erupted, the space shattered and dust flew. Sengoku, who was floating in the air, swayed, and the golden light on his body flickered. But he forcibly raised his somewhat numb arms, gritted his teeth, and his golden Buddha eyes were full of madness. Not enough. Far from enough. I finally caught the opportunity to get close, and I must completely destroy this damn monster. The Great Wheel, Buddha's punishment. Nearly 10 consecutive, the biggest wheel Buddha's punishment, roared out continuously, and the Valley of the Gods, which was already somewhat dim after the sunset, was instantly shrouded in golden Buddha light, and it was golden. The surrounding space was first shattered into pieces, and finally was directly blown into powder in the continuous violent energy. And so does the coffin-like wood expulsion, dissolving inch by inch in front of the violent glazed brilliance. Boom boom boom. The huge roar continued for dozens of seconds before it stopped. Who? Sengoku's exhausted body hit the ground directly, his mouth was open and closed, and he was wearing rough clothes, and every time he panted, a pool of red blood would spit out. His face had turned blue-black, and his arms were full of blood, because all the blood vessels were blown up. On the edge of the Valley of the Gods, on Marine's warship. I saw the joint attack of the three Rogers first, then Kong and Garp joined forces to throw Sengoku into the nearest attack range, and finally Sengoku's bombardment, approaching madness. The Marines were stunned. They were all shocked by this terrifying strength and could not speak. And among them, the same goes for the Sakazuki trio. Perusolino touched the nose bridge of his glasses with his middle finger and said slowly. It's terrible. I don't think we should be here. Kuzan also chirped with a cold air from the corner of his mouth and muttered in surprise. The mask was destroyed. That monster should be dead? Sakazuki, who was standing at the forefront, also slammed his fist on the stainless steel hull of the warship, gnashing his teeth. Hateful. In this level of battle, we have no part in it at all. Get stronger. I must get stronger. I must wash away the shame the Marine has teamed up with pirates today. And on a desert island further afield, Lonely Red was holding on to the hilt of the purple umbrella sword. His eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief. Impossible. 99, absolutely impossible. How could Luo Mu die? Didn't he foresee the danger just now? Why didn't he escape? Hear this. The Whitebeard group who were very close to him were all taken aback. Letterfield, are you sure Luo Mu was shot just now? Whitebeard asked in a low voice. Golden Lion didn't open his mouth to ask, but his eyes were fixed on Lonely Red. Their injuries were so severe that observation Haki received the footage. So I'm not very sure about my vague sense. They're all powerhouses of the same level, and Lonely Red did not put on airs. Absolutely. My perception can never go wrong. Luo Mu was just at the center of Sengoku's bombing, and the breath really faded away. After speaking, he ignored Whitebeard and Golden Lion, whose faces changed drastically and fell into deep self-doubt. This Luo Mu's observation Haki is still above me. How could I not have anticipated this wave of combined attacks? Why didn't we dodge in advance? Why? But suddenly, Lonely Red's muttering came to an abrupt end, and he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the Valley of the Gods. His eyes were even bigger than before. How is this possible? He's not dead. Valley of the Gods. Another piece of messy land, charred black, in a nearly 100-meter deep pothole, gurgling seawater gradually came up. Sengoku. Garp jumped over instantly and supported Sengoku, whose arms were bleeding. Advertisement. Just kill that monster. 55 Sengoku shook his head, not caring at all about the serious injury. Heard. Several people present were all happy, but their hearts were full of doubts. Is Luo Mu really dead? Seeing the doubts of several people, Sengoku looked at the rock formation he had penetrated. Shen Sheng said. Can't be wrong. My shockwave locked him, and at such a close distance, no one could dodge or defend. 99. The voice fell. Several people nodded in disappointment. First Roger in your feint attack, forcing him to lock himself, and then me and Sora Admiral teaming up to project the fully charged Sengoku to the nearest bombing point. I think the monster should have been wiped out. Garp lowered his head and analyzed. After hearing Garp's analysis, several people let out a long sigh of relief. But suddenly, clap clap clap, a burst of applause suddenly sounded. Brush. The eyes of the 8 people widened at the same time, and they hurriedly turned their heads to look at the source of the applause, full of astonishment. It's Luo Mu. The intact Luo Mu is standing on a plant, chuckling and applauding. Call. A gust of salty sea breeze blew through, and the 8 people's throats were dry at the same time, and the surprise on their faces disappeared after only a second. Seem, even they themselves think that it is more reasonable that Luo Mu is not dead. Luo Mu's power has penetrated into the hearts of each of them. See. Luo Mu raised his arms and spread out his clenched fists. Suddenly, a handful of brown wood powder blew away with the wind. First, I have to congratulate you on hitting the target. But it looked like it was just a piece of wood. **. Moment. Such a term flashed in the heads of the 8 people. Next moment, Sengoku looked down at his bloody arms with a wry smile on his face. The crane at least consumed some of Luo Mu's energy, but he only smashed a piece of wood with all his strength. Boom. The ground shattered, but Roger took a step forward with his head lowered. Ask you a question. 35. It's a fact that you evaded our joint kill 3.4 with a wooden double. Look up. Roger's eyes were fixed on Luo Mu. His face was not dejected, but extremely excited. But from a different angle, you could also say it was because you were cornered, had to use the body replacement technique to deal with it. I was right. Our attack has definitely reached the point where it can kill you. Luo Mu. Roger's eyes shone brightly, and the fighting intent was even stronger. After the rest of the people were stunned, it was the same, and they were all excited. Yup. He didn't pick it up this time, he was scared. Looking at the 8 people who were inexplicably excited, Luo Mu's bright eyes flashed a trace of astonishment. Is this the genius logic of the future One Piece? But soon, his expression returned to normal. He pouted and said indifferently. It's 8-1 after all. Heard. Roger, who thought he guessed right, said suddenly. Even though 8-on-1 is a bit disgraceful, we have to win. Don't say we are despicable, we are all for the stability of the world. Anyway, we acknowledged your power in this way. Luo Mu. You horrible monster who can't have a second existence in the world. Luo Mu smiled. Boom boom. The ground beneath his feet swelled, and vines that were as tall as people rose up, no more or no less, just 64. Looking at the 8 people with a half smile, Luo Mu's light and airy way. I'm not going to call you mean, because 8-on-1 sounds fun. The voice fell. Brush brush, 64 vines twisted in a flash, in the horrified eyes of Roger and others. 64 Luo Mu. Appeared, Chapter 72, 64 Wooden Dragons. Luo Mu's Heavenly Dragon Domain. The dark brown rock formations were fragmented, and choking billowing smoke rose from the cracks. Look around. Broken pieces of vines, thousands of marines whose blood has solidified into black, pirate corpses, broken swords, and muskets can be seen everywhere. The originally mysterious Valley of the Gods has become a purgatory on Earth. Call. Suddenly a gust of wind blew up, mixed with the salty seawater and the pungent, bloody and corrupt smell. Shrugging his nose, Luo Mu frowned. He didn't like the taste very much, and it was a little off-putting. Next moment, Luo Mu's thoughts moved, and the 64 incarnations of wood behind him were slowly divided into 8 8-member teams. This is his new move after the awakening of the fruit, wood clone. Give plants majestic vitality and create a physical clone of the caster. They can act and fight like the caster, have consciousness independent of the caster's body, and have a certain ability to fight. After the release, the memory and experience of the clone will return to the body. Whoosh whoosh. Along with the sound of breaking through the air, the 64 people flashed and appeared in front of Kong and the others in an instant, and each team surrounded one. Quiet. Silence. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Looking at the 8 Luo Mu, Kong and others standing in front of him, they all swallowed their saliva with extreme difficulty, their faces full of astonishment. As for Roger, the corners of his mouth, which were still rising, froze at the moment, and the wavy beard trembled slightly. This. Luo Mu pouted, as if he wasn't too satisfied with the 8 people's response. Tap tap. With the back of his hand behind him, he paced left and right on his own. Now, I also want to ask you a question. Will they use Conqueror's Haki? Will they use my abilities? Speaking of which, Luo Mu paused for a while, then stopped and showed a touch of disdain to the few people. Answer me. What's the answer? Brush. Suddenly, as Luo Mu's voice fell, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Barrett were all stunned. His heartbeat stagnated at the same time, and a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. What? 99. Don't you dare to say the answer in 14's heart. Luo Mu asked casually. The 8 were silent, just clenching their teeth and staring at Luo Mu standing on the plant. Then I will answer for you. With a raised eyebrow, Luo Mu said coldly. Then, under the horrified eyes of Kong and others, the 8 Luo Mus in front of them took a step forward one after another, and the two-color Haki of ultimate black instantly rendered the whole body. Boom. The majestic Haki energy spewed out, forming a violent energy turbulence on their surface. Like an abyss, like a prison, the demon flame is arrogant. It's not over yet. Brush. A violent gust of wind suddenly rolled up in the field, and the earth seemed to be feeling it, and it trembled and made a roaring sound of rumbling rumble. As if foreshadowing something. Could it be? Zephyr's forehead burst with blue veins. Damn. 99 Sengoku struggled to raise his arms, his eyes bloodshot. Kong and the others also trembled suddenly, gritted their teeth and stared at the 8 incarnations of wood that surrounded them in front of them. The answer is revealed. Meeting. Luo Mu looked at the 8 people who were facing the enemy indifferently, still standing on the plant indifferently, and the perfect sculptural body shimmered with a brighter crystal luster. Gradually closing his eyes, the whole world fell into darkness and was silent. But in this chaos, 64 emerald green rays of light flickered in turn. It is the avatar of the 64 trees formed by the convergence of his life energy. 99. Taking a deep breath, the 64 green lights in the chaotic world were even worse, and even Luo Mu could see the surging energy pulses in their bodies. At the same time, obviously Luo Mu didn't open his eyes, but the chaotic world suddenly returned to normal, whether it was smoke, gravel, corpses or Kong and others, all of them were vividly visible. He shared the sight, hearing, and smell of 64 clones. That's how it feels. The feeling of being in control of the world together. The corners of Luo Mu's mouth raised slightly, his naturally hanging right arm was slowly raised, and his right thumb and index finger overlapped and rubbed. Snapped. A crisp snap of fingers. Boom. The ground beneath the feet of the 64 wooden avatars trembled violently again, crack. Like a tortoise shell that was torn apart, cracking into bottomless ravines several meters wide. Next moment, 64 vines swayed into the sky, and they were soaring in the air, as if there were soldiers in all directions, and they turned into dragons when they met the wind. Roar. Longyan Fangze, howling the hills. In the 64 majestic and loud dragon roars, the rolling dark clouds gathered again. It's like a group of wild horses roaring and roaring, layer by layer over the top of the head. The more they gather, the heavier, the lower the pressure, as if a person can climb a tree and tear a piece off. Air. The sunset that was reluctant to retreat was instantly smashed by endless iron hooves. Sky. Totally dark. The entire Valley of the Gods was pitch black, the wind howled and hesitating like hell. Advertisement. The 8 Kong people looked up at the sky in awe, but found that there was no boundary between heaven and earth, but merged together, creating chaos. How to tell where is the sky and where is the earth? Lightning danced in an instant, this one, that one. The Z-shaped lightning was like a god holding a dazzling light hammer. The drumhead waiting to be struck is a black sky, the hearts of Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet. Not only the 8 Kong people, but everyone who saw this world-destroying scene, the heart wrapped in their chests turned into a drum face at this moment. There is no excessive preparation time. The impatient god waved his arms and smashed the drum face with endless power and hatred. Boom. A thunderous explosion rang out, the layers of dark clouds on the drum surface were smashed, the hearts of countless people jumped suddenly, Their breathing was short, and their complexions instantly turned pale. Right now, Luo Mu's eyes suddenly opened. The Conqueror's Haki energy, which was a little darker than the dark clouds, became frantic, and the rapid spiral convergence turned into a black lightning. Ignoring the 8 people who had lost their minds in front of him, Luo Mu was enjoying the feeling of being in control of this world at the moment. Call. Let out a small breath. As soon as he reached out and grabbed it, he held the black lightning that gathered Ultimate Conqueror's energy in his palm. Lips moved slightly. Justice. I want to see how the justice in your mouth is related to my world. Brush. Luo Mu's originally black pupils suddenly changed. It turned out to be a diamond-shaped vertical pupil. The right arm was retracted, and then the wrist twisted and hurled black lightning into the sky. Boom. In an instant, an unprecedented thunderbolt instantly illuminated the entire sky. 64 brown wooden dragons hovered in the sky. Looking up, the incarnations of the 64 trees are all stepping on the dragon's head, and their eyes are indifferent as ice. And at the forefront, it is a red flower as bright as blood. Luo Mu's body is standing against the wind with arms around it. Crack, the drum surface in the sky shattered, and so did the hearts of all the people present, especially Kong 8, who were closest to Luo Mu. All of them looked sluggish, as if they had lost their minds. What? 35 on the supreme god seat in the deepest part of Pan-Ancient City. Yimu's corrugated eyes shrank suddenly, and he cried out in surprise. The illusory body hidden in the shadows suddenly burst into a shocking wave, and the butterflies flying at his fingertips were instantly crushed into powder. There is no longer the lightness of the past, threaten. When Luo Mu's eyes turned into vertical pupils, he felt the threat of life. Although not fatal, but in 800 years he has only felt this kind of threat from Joey Boy. At the same time, the 5 elders trembled at the same time, and Im's phantom voice exploded in their heads. Turn off Luo Mu's life lamp, now, 35, immediately. When the 5 people looked at me, I looked at you, and everyone's face was full of astonishment. Sir, this is. The eyelids of the old man in the black suit twitched. He had never seen with such strong mood swings. What are you still doing? Start, immediately. The 4 of them hurriedly followed the old man in kimono. At the same time, the seas around the Valley of Gods were turbulent in gusty winds, and the hundreds of tons of warships seemed to have lost their weight, swaying violently in the raging waves. A large amount of seawater poured into the deck, but all the sailors lost their minds and completely forgot about the emergency drainage. Pulsolino's original yellow face turned scary at the moment, and he slowly raised his slightly trembling right hand. Zila. A little golden light appeared, but it was completely extinguished after only a few flashes. It's terrible, I can't win, he shook his head. Desperate inside, Luo Mu's Conqueror's aura, which was almost capable of destroying the world, shattered the dark clouds in the sky, and shattered his conceited heart. Even, the energy of the fruit, which was originally like a finger, was powerless. It's not a level opponent at all. I don't know what a god looks like, but if there is a god. Aside, Kuzan raised his head slowly, his eyes locked on the 64 wooden dragons in the air. Cuckoo. His teeth were fighting, and his body shook inexplicably. As the owner of Devil Fruit of Logia frozen fruit, he actually felt a little cold. And among them, Sakazuki's forehead bulged with blue veins, and a thick shadow was cast on his almost middle-aged face. The sturdy body trembled violently, and drops of hot sweat swept across his cheeks and hit the ground heavily. Damn. Move. His heart was beating violently, and there seemed to be magma bursting in his chest. But no matter what, Sakazuki couldn't move the slightest bit of his body. Suddenly, a looming mass of red magma appeared on his arm. I got you moving. Damn body. What? Boom, accompanied by a sound of Gila Zila. Sakazuki burst out with a lot of scorching gas, and his stiff body suddenly fell to the ground. Call. Advertisement. Sakazuki's eyes widened, and a scorching hot air slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Next moment, his body moved. He turned around abruptly, and roared angrily at the lost souls of the sea soldiers. Damn it. Move it all for me, do your best to rescue. Seeing that they haven't responded yet, bang bang. A few punches in a row slammed it directly, waking everyone up. Marine. Remember you were Marine. Hearing this howl, the Marines who were woken up immediately shuddered. Looking at the scary scar on Sakazuki's chest that was burned by the lava, everyone respectfully gave a military salute to Sakazuki. Immediately, everyone looked flustered and hurriedly picked up the iron bucket beside him, and scooped out the poured seawater one by one. Luo Mu. One day, I will surpass you. Sakazuki covered his burnt flesh, and there was a red glow in his eyes. Desert Island. But those who are a little weaker in strength are all set in place at this moment, their eyes widened and their mouths open, like sculptures. Kaido stared at the 64 wooden dragons in the air, and lowered his head to look at himself at the same time. Gudong. He swallowed hard and muttered to himself. Tet. Like me, the captain rode 64 at once. Moment. An image suddenly popped into Kaido's mind. Dark clouds rolled, lightning and thunder. He transformed himself into a blue dragon, followed by 64 brown wooden dragons. Kaido's eyes flashed. No, when looking for opportunities later, be sure to ask the captain to borrow dozens of dragons to play. 35. 533. And beside Kaido, Whitebeard poked the golden lion on the right with the hilt of the cloud cutter, jokingly. Shiki. When are you going to fight Luo Mu? Don't forget to call me, I must watch the fight. Brush. Golden Lion raised his hand laboriously, and used Sakura 10 to tilt Kong Yunsha's knife handle aside. He cursed angrily. Cough cough. Damn, you want to see me die, don't you? Tell you. No way, 35 done. Turning his head and looking at the shocking picture in the sky of the Valley of God, he muttered inwardly. Monster. I rolled my eyes and didn't know what to think. He raised his hand, took down the cigar that Luo Mu had lit for him in his mouth, pinched the spark directly with his hand, and then slowly took out the cigar box from his bosom and took out a new cigar. But put this one in. This scene was seen by Whitebeard, but he had no intention of laughing. He also wanted to collect anything related to Luo Mu. Because there is such a thought in everyone's heart, he is above everyone, God. Not far away, the solitary red eyes were full of fiery light. I, Redfield, must join this person's squad, from this moment. The solitary red who disdained to be friends with anyone has disappeared, and there is one more fanatical follower of Luo Mu. And in the spotlight, the dragons in the sky of the Valley of the Gods are moving. They, come here. 35 Rayleigh held the knife in both hands as his right arm was shaking. Damn. How can one person deal with 8? Zephyr struggled to cover his entire body with armament. 5 to 1. Roger murmured. The battle intent that he had just gathered was like the afterglow of the setting sun, which was smashed by the iron hoof clouds of Luo Mu's peak Conqueror's Haki energy volume. Garp shook his head and said through gritted teeth. It's 64 versus 8. Garp, Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Roger shouted at the same time. Hey, a scorching airflow emerged from the corner of Garp's mouth. He tore off the shattered white marine vest and said in a solemn voice. Cover each other and cooperate with each other. Luo Mu is not a god, it's a human being, and we are also the strongest 8 people in the world. It's just the spirit of conquerors, we have to cheer up. The voice fell. Several people's stiff bodies suddenly warmed. Shouted in unison. That's right. Garp wiped his nose, a look of determination on his face. Up. 35 whoosh. 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 The 8 people who were barely energized rushed towards the sky at the same time. See. Luo Mu's body gently stroked his hair, and amidst the roar of bone explosion and the sound of blazing heart pumping, the black vertical pupils suddenly burst into a green light. It was as if the whole world contained the vitality of it. You seem to be wrong, it's 65 to 8. Chapter 73. Raging 8, Instant Kill, the last true several thousand hands. In the deep night sky, dozens of orange lights flickered. Not stars. It is the light egg of energy that is constantly converging and compressing in the mouth of the wooden dragon. Roar, accompanied by bursts of light whistles, all the light eggs in the wood dragon's mouth were poured out, like a meteor shower. T7. Roger was extremely shocked, and observation Haki sensed that this time Luo Mu's attack seemed to be a group attack, but in fact only locked him. Want to dodge, but because he was suppressed twice by Luo Mu Conqueror's aura, Roger felt that his body was extremely heavy at this moment. The brain responded, but the body froze in place. It was as if the mind and the body were delayed. Captain. Roger. Get out of the way. The 3 closest to Roger, Rayleigh, Garp, and Bullet were the first to discover Roger's abnormality, roared loudly, and then turn around to make amends towards Roger. They are now a whole, and if one loses combat power, he will immediately fall into a doom. The roar came. Roger's stiff body shook suddenly, regaining some mobility. But it's too late. Dozens of energy light eggs had already bombarded Roger. In this case, Roger could only condense the energy of Conquerors and armament Haki to form a black defensive light curtain on the surface of his body, forcing a hard connection. Boom. 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 This is the head-to-head confrontation between Roger and the power of the wooden dragon. Even though his 2-color Haki belonged to the top powerhouses, it was used in a hasty situation, not to mention that his aura was suppressed by Luo Mu. And the power of the wooden dragon, in such a close distance, the power that erupts is a peak state. Roger couldn't defend at all. Boom. At this moment, it was as if the sky was falling apart, shaking the sky and the earth. The wooden dragon's energy light egg suddenly smashed on the defensive light curtain of Roger's 2-color Haki, and a dazzling dark red light burst out in an instant, and the surrounding space instantly collapsed and cracked into a spider web. Boom. There was another thunderclap in the field, and everyone's eardrums were buzzing. Click, with a crisp sound, Roger's defensive light curtain suddenly cracked a gap, and his pupils instantly shrank into a ball. Next moment. Boom. A thick orange beam of light traversed the audience, the air was penetrated by a crack like an abyss, and Roger's body flew out instantly. Hateful. Kong scolded secretly and unhesitatingly used moonwalk. He had to stop Roger before he fell to the ground, otherwise he would smash into the rock formation in a state of being crushed with all his energy, and he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. But he didn't wait until he was halfway there. Suddenly it's cold behind you. 6 styles Kong Yu. The sturdy body that was like a pitch-black iron tower was tense. Boom. An energy light bomb exploded on his strong back, and Kong only felt a surge of blood in his body. But he didn't pause, turned his head with a gloomy face and spat out a mouthful of saliva. With the powerful recoil of the shockwave, the speed skyrocketed again, piercing the sky like a sharp arrow. Boom. The shattered rock formation was once again billowed with a thick plume of smoke. Roger struggled to get up from the rock formation and glanced gratefully at Kong behind him. Kong ignored Roger, his bushy, mountain, beard trembled slightly. With a solemn expression, how can I beat him? Whoosh whoosh, barely catching the remaining energy bullets, Garp, Zephyr and the others flashed and appeared beside them. I really have to think of a way, otherwise it will continue like this. Rayleigh stared at the dragons in the sky, clenching his teeth. Boom. The rock under his feet was shattered, and Sengoku, who was beside him, once again transformed himself into a golden Buddha and jumped into the air. Giant Buddha impact. With a roar, the whole body ignited the golden flame, and madly charged towards one of the wooden dragons, actually directly smashing half of the wooden dragon's body into ashes. But the next moment, the three wooden avatars around them all raised their brows, and the wooden dragon under their feet moved violently, hitting Sengoku in the shape of a pin. Bring it on. Sengoku lowered his arms and covered his body with even more golden flames. Giant Buddha impact. His entire body flashed again, facing the collision of the three wooden dragons. Sengoku, you are too messy. Zephyr's voice sounded, and at the same time armament Haki covered his entire body, knocking back the restored dragon. Immediately, he went to support Sengoku. Even if your golden Buddha form is resilient, you won't be able to support it with this type of play. Boom. Sengoku seemed to have not heard at all. The huge golden Buddha's body had already collided with the three wooden dragons, pierced through one of them and shot out. Shouted loudly. Garp is right. 35. This is a battle for justice that requires one's life, and there is no better way. But as soon as the voice fell, the golden eyes suddenly narrowed. A huge dragon tail volleyed into the air, and without any reaction time, the entire body was instantly smashed into the rock next to Roger and the others. Sengoku. Advertisement. Zephyr roared eagerly, but suddenly a wooden dragon stuck out its sharp claws and pinched Zephyr in the palm of his hand. Didn't have time to struggle. Zephyr was surrounded by 14 wooden dragons. Hum. A wave of terrifying Conqueror's Haki energy waves exploded, and Zephyr, who was pinched in the dragon's claws, changed color. Next moment, the black pupils of the 14 incarnations of wood on the head of the wooden dragon all turned into vertical pupils, and in an instant, a dozen black lightning bolts roared and beat in Zephyr's eyes. Oops. Zephyr paused, his eyelids became heavy, and he began to droop uncontrollably. Then, the sharp dragon claws slowly lifted, lifting Zephyr, who was about to fall asleep, to the center. Damn, will be shocked by the mere Conqueror's Haki. Muttered. Head tilted. Zephyr completely lost consciousness. Buzz. At the same time, the 14 wooden dragons opened the huge mouth of the abyss in unison, and orange light bullets wrapped in destructive energy quickly gathered and formed. The eyes of the incarnations of wood were as indifferent as ice. Without the slightest pity or hesitation, 14 beams of light surged out in an instant, and the target was Zephyr at the center. But suddenly, boom. The dragon claws that held Zephyr were smashed, and a huge black-brown rock palm suddenly appeared and held Zephyr in the palm of his hand, and flashed to the side just before the beam of light arrived. Yes, bullet. Using the power of the fruit to condense the rock giant arm to rescue Zephyr, who fell into a coma. And Zephyr was Admiral after all, and he woke up from the coma shocked by Conqueror's Haki almost seconds later. He turned his head and glanced at Bullet beside him. He said through gritted teeth, "Excuse me," then slowly stood up. Drink. A low drink. Zephyr clenched his fists with both hands, the violent energy in his body began to gather rapidly, and the jet black armament Haki overflowing from the body surface was like a wave, spreading to the surrounding. Boom sound. The hard rock under his feet was shattered inch by this powerful energy. The same goes for Jabba, who is standing beside Bullet. He directly pulls up his two giant axes with both hands. The surging armament Haki covers its surface, and the axe blades flicker. Go to hell. Next moment, Zephyr's body lashed out, and Jabba threw a double axe. Laugh. The powerful energy created 3 terrifying shattering cracks in the air, but Luo Mu's expression was very calm in the face of the 2 combined strikes. The right hand looks out. The 2 closest wooden avatars were blurred, and instantly condensed into 2 simple brown wooden swords, and then the 2 wooden dragons under their feet let out a soft whistle, took off vertically, and rammed straight into the 2 wooden swords. At the moment of impact, brush, the green light lit up, the huge wooden dragon suddenly disappeared, and the original simple wooden sword was filled with dragon-shaped carvings with claws and claws. It's time to end, Luo Mu whispered to himself. As time passed, the inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart became heavier and heavier. The voice fell. The 2 wooden dragon swords were quietly thrown out by Luo Mu. Call out. The sword of the wooden dragon with the flashing green light streaks through the air like a meteor-like phantom, staggered past Zephyr in an instant, and then disappeared directly into the rock layer without a trace. At the same time, several wooden dragons gathered around them, flicked their tails together, and flew Zephyr and the 2 giant axes upside down. Boom. There are 3 more potholes in the hard rock formation. Zephyr, who was choking with smoke, sneezed twice in a row, but before the sneeze was over, hey! A hot, scarlet liquid was sprayed from a certain part of his body. His body stopped suddenly. I suddenly recalled the memory just now in my head, as if, for a moment, something terrifying flew past me. Slowly bowing his head, the place where his right arm was originally is now empty. Boom. There was no pain, but his head was blank. And the next second, Jabba, Roger's roar suddenly sounded, and Zephyr, whose brain was in a state of shutdown, mechanically twisted his neck and turned his attention to the source of the sound. I see. Roger, Rayleigh, and Bullet gathered beside Jabba, each looking horrified, shaking Jabba's body apart. Jabba. How is this possible? but no matter how they shouted or shook, Jabba just stared and stood motionless. At the chest, there was an indistinct, extremely smooth blade wound, which was constantly bleeding out with hot blood. Jabba is dead. A thought flashed through Zephyr's downed head. Swoosh swish. With a burst of sound, Kong, Garp, and Sengoku hurriedly appeared in front of Zephyr. Seeing the three people with horrified faces, Zephyr shook the half of his right arm that was still spewing blood and smiled miserably. The estimate of Luo Mu's strength seems to be a little wrong. Advertisement. After a pause, he tore off a cloth strip with his mouth to restrain the upper half of his right arm, and then continued to mutter like a god. Can't win. At that moment, I felt the gap between us and Luo Mu, as if the sky and the earth. 39. Luo Mu's power is simply not something we can shake. The Admiral of Headquarters, the Roger Pirates, all of them, are just a joke. The two wooden swords thrown at random killed Jabba instantly and broke his own arm. Zephyr's confidence completely collapsed. His face, pale from blood loss, was full of despair. Tajay. Garp turned around abruptly, raised his head and stared at Luo Mu in the air, and asked with gritted teeth. Damn it. 35. If you have such strength, then, why in the first place? Talking. Garp's mind flashed scenes of Ju and Luo Mu fighting. Luo Mu had to use his clone to avoid Sengoku's crazy bombing. Why didn't they kill us in the first place? 99. Garp almost yelled. It sounded ridiculous, but it was indeed a question that popped into their minds at the same time. Quadruple A clearly saw the possibility of victory. A gust of wind blows. The petals of the red flowers were swaying, and Luo Mu's long black hair was scattered in the wind. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for letting me gradually become familiar with my own power. Boom. A bolt of lightning exploded in the minds of the 7 people, and all their faces were as pale as earth. It turns out, we're just a sparring partner for warming up and getting familiar with our own strength, or a toy. Luo Mu in the air continued to speak coldly. Thank you. 35. So, get ready to accept my reward. The voice fell. Ignoring the fearful expressions of several people, Luo Mu crossed his arms. The remaining 62 wooden dragons and 62 wooden avatars all burst out with a green light, and they began to change slowly. At the same time, the Holy Land Mariajoy, in a huge auditorium with a size of hundreds of square meters in splendor. On the ceiling, huge ceiling lights flood the auditorium with warm yellow light. In the middle of the auditorium stands a tall social column, which is their altar. 2 giant snakes are made of wood on the stigma and on the stigma to make a spiral. One of the snakes was swallowing a person. The upper half of the person was still exposed outside the mouth of the snake, and the other snake opened its bloody mouth, as if waiting to be fed. It looks chilling. Next to the pillar, 10 living people who were gagged and tied with ropes were bound and imprisoned with shackles. Surprisingly, these 10 are all luxuriously dressed celestial dragons with bubble hoods. Everyone was terrified. They know that their lives are coming to an end, and their heads, Li Hao Hao, and blood will be dedicated to the gods in the dark. Become a living sacrifice to awaken the sleeping miracle in the Valley of the Gods. Suddenly, a heavy and long sound of copper drums rang out in the quiet air. Each of the 5 elders looked solemn. They are about to hold a grand and eerie festival. Jung, the first-generation ghost, was slowly pulled out of the scabbard by the old man in the kimono, and the purple-black blade was like a devil's fang. Ignore the struggles of several people, brush. The sword light flashed, 10 sacrifices were paralyzed at the same time, and 10 heads flew into the mouth of the giant snake on the pillar of the society. Suddenly, as the heads of 10 celestial dragons were sacrificed, the 2 giant pythons on the pillar seemed to come alive. The 4 eyes suddenly lit up, and they were the same orange and yellow ripple eyes as Yimu. It's our turn. The old man in kimono looked respectful and said solemnly to the 4 companions behind him. Yes. The 4 of them responded in unison, and then strode to the front of the shrine column, hanging their right arms over the fangs of the giant python side by side. The old man in the kimono also stepped forward, bringing his right arm and the 4 of them side by side. His left arm was horizontal, and first generation's ghostly purple-black blade made a sharp stroke. Puff, 5 streaks of scarlet blood gushed out. Laugh. After a few breaths, the python stopped shining, and 2 jets of black liquid shot out from its 2 fangs, which just landed on the top of the social pillar. In an instant, green leaves grew on the wooden club column and then blossomed in the result. And at the same time, the tiny tree on the circular altar of celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods also lit up. Boom. A position that is so powerful that people are suffocating today instantly enveloped the entire Valley of God Ring. Air. Luo Mu stood on the red flower, his eyes narrowed. Crisis. Is it coming? The 62 wooden dragon swords suspended behind him were immediately retracted into the body. He had a hunch. In this crisis, the last trump card of true several thousand hands may be used. Chapter 74. The original 13 celestial dragons, Ein's whole card? Inside the Mariajoy auditorium, the kimono old man returned the first-generation ghost to the scabbard, and then slowly looked up at the huge painting carved on the ceiling. There was a long dining table, and 20 people in luxurious clothes sat one after the other. Looks like a big party dinner. Only, the plates in front of 13 of them were not food, but fruits, of different styles, devil fruit. And among them, the whole face of the one sitting in the middle was covered with illusion, with only one orange-yellow rippled eye exposed. It's not someone else, It is I am on the high throne. The last supper of the 20 creators, 99 head down. The kimono old man muttered. I didn't expect that Luo Mu would actually reach this level of strength, and actually need to use the power of those 13 people. If they use it once, they will need to be silent for 100 years. The old man in the black suit took a piece of silk and wiped the blood on his arm. It's only 100 years. If Luo Mu is eliminated, even if it is 500 years, the world should not have too much fluctuation. The old man in the red suit said, once these 13 are awakened, there will never be a single person present. Should we let Kong and the others evacuate first? The old man in the dark blue suit said hesitantly. Notify them for what? It will take some time for the 13 cursed creators to wake up, and they need them to hold back Luo Mu. The old man in the green suit glanced at the mustache and said impatiently. It's a good thing that they are all dead, and it's not a waste to use the power of these 13 people, just to show these inferior pariahs, what is the real god. 35. Turn out to be. The living sacrifice ceremony just performed by the 5 elders awakened 13 of the 20 people who ruled the world, founded the world Zeph, and called themselves creators 800 years ago. In the battlefield, Garp raised his head, his black pupils reflected the 62 wooden dragon swords that gleamed in the sky. Can't win. No matter how much you resist, you are just being played with by this monster like a toy. This moment, even the legendary Marine, the inheritor of the D family, the fighting spirit in his heart was completely destroyed by Luo Mu's terrifying power of breaking his arm with one sword and killing him with one sword. The same goes for the people next to him. On the battlefield with a strong smell of blood, the atmosphere fell into a dead silence, waiting for the final judgment of the 62 green lights. Can be sudden. Under everyone's stunned gazes, the 62 wooden dragon swords slowly disappeared, and Luo Mu also began to descend slowly. This 560, is he running out of energy? Roger said blankly, but before the others could refute, a self-deprecating wry smile appeared on the corner of his own mouth. Luo Mu's breath is like a sea of smoke, where's there a sense of exhaustion? However, even though they knew that Luo Mu was inexhaustible, after seeing Luo Mu put away the sword array, the 7 people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the sky, the red flower slowly descended. Ignoring the frightened crowd, Luo Mu muttered. Something is coming out. The voice fell. Boom. A force field so powerful that one can suffocate today instantly enveloped the entire Valley of the Gods. At this time, a gust of wind appeared, and the surrounding seawater was swept up by turbulent waves, smack bang bang, pounding the already shattered island. At the same time, an extremely strong aura of death rushed towards him. The corpse, Luo Mu's vines, even the swords scattered on the ground, and broken rocks, when they encountered this breath of death, they all seemed to have been extracted from something, and they began to turn black, and then gradually, withered. Damn! What kind of move is this monster? Seeing this weird and terrifying scene, Roger involuntarily stepped back 2 steps. Not Luo Mu. Kong frowned, armament Haki all over his body. Look, it's not just the corpses that turn black and wither, but also the broken vines in Luo Mu, and even the rocks are withering. What causes everything that passes by to turn black? Hear what Kong has to say. Several people's breathing stopped suddenly, and they realized that something had happened, and it was very likely that there was a more dangerous existence than the monster Luo Mu. Seeing the reactions of several people, Luo Mu frowned slightly. It doesn't look like they did it, then what is this? He decided in his heart that this weirdness was the crisis his observation Haki had foreseen. Heart very vigilant. At the same time the 2-color Haki starts rendering. This strange thing that suddenly appeared has a strong aura of death. If there is no protection, no matter what it is, it will devour its energy and then wither. Not just living things, but even inorganic things. But Luo Mu was not overly nervous either. With the trump card of true several thousand hands, he had the confidence to smash all the existences that dared to stand in front of him. At this time, advertisement 13 strange patterns resembling devil fruit in the golden altar were completely rendered blood red. Then, bead, the blood red pattern actually moved as if it had come alive, slowly crawling towards the tree-like pattern, at the moment when the 13 patterns completely submerge. The tree suddenly lit up with a black glow. Then the entire golden altar began to twist, turned into a terrifying spiral Uzumaki, and began to slowly sink to the ground. And Uzumaki is getting bigger and bigger. All the surrounding matter seemed to be unable to escape, and began to twist and sink toward the endless abyss. Brush, brush, brush. 1, 2, 3, 13. 13 huge beams suddenly appeared from the edge of the Valley of God, illuminating the entire island. What a powerful energy, Kong said in surprise. Who is it? Roger was also extremely frightened. In his induction, the 13 beams contained 13 terrifying auras, and everyone's power felt beyond himself. Definitely not made by Luo Mu. This strong smell of death is completely opposite to Luo Mu's energy attributes. Sengoku shrugged and said solemnly. Garp and the others didn't speak. They were still staring at Luo Mu, who was 100 meters away. 100 meters away. Luo Mu narrowed his eyes, looking at the 13 strange beams that appeared suddenly, full of dead silence. Did not expect. The Valley of the Gods still hides such a powerful force. 5. Say it. Luo Mu shook his hands lightly and frowned. This shit. He found. The sudden force field seemed to limit his strength. At the same time, On a deserted island not far away, everyone also discovered the strange changes in the Valley of the Gods. Looking at the huge beam of light that had a radius of several meters and shot directly into the sky, all the people present began to talk quietly. What's going on? How can there be so many beams of light all of a sudden? Could it be Luo Mu's trick again? It's possible. Who would have thought that Luo Mu, an Admiral level combat power, would kill him if he wanted to? 2 swords and 1 sword instantly killed Jabba of the Roger pirates, and cut off Black Arm Zephyr's right arm with 1 sword. Horrible. There are only Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Broken Arm Zephyr, Roger, Rayleigh, Bullet, and they certainly can't stand Luo Mu's new tricks. Years. Marine is doomed. A group of people were discussing in a low voice. No surprise, they were all shocked by Luo Mu's shocking 2 swords just now, and basically believed that the current changes in the Valley of the Gods should be Luo Mu's new tricks. Available at the very front of the desert island. Whitebeard and others saw the clues. He shrugged his nose. Golden Lion frowned, and said solemnly, "This new force is not quite right." Hear the words of the Golden Lion. Kaido was in a hurry. What do you mean it's not quite right? Isn't this Captain Luo Mu's new trick? Heard. Both Golden Lion and Whitebeard shook their heads. Shaking Kong Yunki in the handshake, Whitebeard said with a solemn expression. You can tell if you feel it carefully. Luo Mu's fruit power is a planned attribute. If it is his move, it should be a strong breath of life. But this new energy is different, filled with an extremely uncomfortable smell of death. When the voice fell, Kaido was stunned and asked. Then who sent out these 13 forces? In fact, he could feel it, but these 13 forces were too powerful, and it was impossible for Kong and the others to send them out. I don't know. 35 Whitebeard shook his head. Like Kaido, he also firmly believes that this new power is absolutely impossible for Kong and the others to possess. Upon seeing this, Kaido hurried to the Golden Lion again. But before he could open his mouth, Golden Lion also shook his head. At this time, Lonely Red on the side suddenly spoke up. I saw that his face was cloudy and uncertain, his eyes were fixed on the 13 beams of light, and he gritted his teeth. Impossible. 35. That legend turned out to be true. Legend? What legend? What's the meaning? Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido all looked puzzled and asked in unison. Brush. Lone Gao Jihong slammed the umbrella sword into the rock formation, and the whole person was silent for a while before slowly speaking. The Valley of the Gods. It's not as simple as a place where celestial dragons perform sacrifices. Hands down. 13 creators from 800 years ago are buried here. Advertisement creator. Hearing this term, Whitebeard and Kaido were stunned, but Golden Lion was stunned, and then some rumors that he heard when traveling around the world in his early years suddenly flashed in his mind. In an instant, his face changed greatly, and he lost his voice. Could it be? Seeing the Golden Lion's reaction, Redfield nodded heavily, sitting on the dusty rock as if he was absent-minded. He muttered as if recalling something from a long time ago. This is also the conclusion I came to when I was traveling around the world. I accidentally heard and read some broken historical texts. A long time ago. The world is not what it is now. There are endless disputes between various forces, years of wars between kingdoms, and there are countless pirates. Until over 800 years ago, among all the forces in the world, the 20 most powerful kings have united. Their strength is so powerful that it has exceeded the limits of humans, and they are called the power that only gods can possess. 35. And after they united, in 1 year, he wiped out more than half of the kingdom's forces and countless pirates in the world, and established the world we know now, Zeph and Marine. Since then, the world has become much more stable than before, and it has become the current world pattern. 35. And those 20 kings are called creators by the world, that is, the ancestors of the current world nobles, celestial dragons. Boom. A thunderbolt flashed through Whitebeard and Kaido's heads. He was stunned and froze in place. The complete text of the world's history has long since disappeared, and coupled with the blockade of the 800 years of history by the world government, they simply don't know that the world still has such a past. Does the creator really exist? Celestial dragons, who are now doing all kinds of evil and urinating and shitting on everyone, is the ancestor of the epic figure who wiped out disputes. On the other hand, Redfield completely anticipated the reaction of the two, and his mood did not change at all. Continue to speak to yourself, and after breaking the old world and building a new world order. There is a creator who for some reason withdrew from the alliance of 20 people. The relieved Kaido shook his head and looked at the 13 light beams that were getting brighter and brighter in the Valley of Eyes, and his mood immediately became more anxious. Directly interrupted Redfield's words. Roared. What do you mean? There are 13 old monsters from 800 years ago in this broken island? Surprisingly, Redfield didn't care about Kaido's unreasonableness, but instead looked back at the 13 terrifying beams of light behind him. Some lingering fears continued. This is also some rumors that I have heard, and now it seems to be true. Of the 20 creators, one of them abandoned his divine power and quit the alliance, while the other 13 ate the devil fruit, which they regarded as the curse of the devil of the sea. The 13 creators. 5. I heard that they were buried in the Valley of the Gods using a secret method after they died. And now, it should be the celestial dragons behind the world's Zeph who felt the threat of Luo Mu, so they woke up the 13. Brush. The voice fell, and several people fell into silence, feeling a pressure that was almost suffocating. Ancestor of celestial dragons. There are 13 legends that have the power of God and sweep the world. Luo Mu. Could he be such a terrifying opponent? The three fell into fear, and the same goes for Kong and others in the Valley of the Gods. Garp. The Valley of the Gods. What secrets are there? Feeling the increasingly suppressed energy of death, Roger roared in a deep voice. Damn. How'd I know? Garp responded bitterly, boom. With a loud noise, the entire Valley of the Gods began to shake violently. The Uzumaki at the golden altar was getting bigger and bigger, and objects with a radius of tens of meters were swallowed up. Are the celestial dragons left behind? See this sight. Luo Mu's eyes narrowed, and he could feel that the energy in his body seemed to be more restricted. Suddenly, in the 13 beams of light, there were strange footsteps of ta-ta-ta-ta. Luo Mu and others immediately looked at it. I see. Among the 13 light notes, there was a black shadow riding a horse, and the sound of ta-ta-ta-ta. Footsteps turned out to be the sound of horse hooves. And just as everyone was stunned for a moment, the 13 shadows slowly walked out of the beam of light on horseback. Tatu-tot. The sound of horses' hooves erupted, and the mysterious and strange figure was completely exposed in front of everyone. Everyone was holding a knight's long spear with a conical spearhead, and they were all covered in armor. In addition to the strong breath of death, there is also a very intimidating monarch's aura. Proceed slowly. Behind them, the beams of light went out one by one, and brilliance began to appear on them. Crack. 99 until the moment when the last beam of light goes out. Dazzling rays of light shot out from the 13 people, as if tons of lava surged out of their bodies. The whole body armor turned silver. The horses under the crotch spit thunder and lightning. Danger. Luo Mu's eyelids jumped. Chapter 75. Horror Night, Instant Kill Bullet, Rainy Night. The final showdown in the Valley of the Gods. Who are they? A king? A god? Or a devil from the abyss? The moment he saw these 13 people, this question floated through Bullet's head. But soon, he suddenly regretted looking at it, because at the moment when he looked up at the mysterious 13 people, they just looked up and finished looking at him. Brush. For a moment, the moment he looked at the man, Bullet felt a sudden chill follow from behind his feet and rush up, passing through the thigh bones, spine, neck, and straight to the back of his head in an instant. Next moment, hey, a horse snorted and spewed two blue thunderbolts. Immediately after, 13 silver-armored knights moved. Tatu-tot. The sound of hooves as heavy as iron was like a clock that counts the time of death. And where the horse's hooves go, everything was pitch black. Bullet stared blankly at the silver-armored knight who didn't know what it was, and there was a look of extreme fear on his face. It's different from the pure fear of strength when facing Luo Mu. This is the fear that comes from the soul. As a soldier, Bullet had seen many terrifying eyes, but none of them could compare to the one he just saw. Profound and inky to ultimate depth, take a look. It is as if the whole person is broken down to the cellular level. Bullet. 33 with a low shout, Bullet immediately used his strongest bullet form. Immediately, a huge absorption force erupted from the body, and the dead man's blade, armor, rock. All the inorganic substances around him, trembling and rapidly fused to him. Stop Bullet. Roger, who reacted, growled, trying to stop Bullet. But after meeting the knight's eyes, Bullet's eyes turned blood red, and the whole person was like a demon. He couldn't hear the sound of the outside world at all, and he was still madly attracting the inorganic substances next to him. Right now, after the absorption of Bullet was completed, his entire body turned into a blue giant, which shot out directly in front of everyone's stunned eyes. This is no ordinary blow. It is the most powerful blow in bullet form, a blow that is enough to compete with Admiral. Damn it. 35 Roger turned pale and cursed. Although it is still unclear what force the 13 knights who suddenly appeared are, it is nothing but the stupidest act to provoke them directly. After all, from the perspective of perception, any one of these 13 people is stronger than them. As predicted, there seemed to be an invisible force field barrier in front of the silver-armored knight, at the moment when the blue giant rushed to a distance of more than 10 meters. The extremely hard inorganic fusion layer was melted into droplets of black liquid almost instantly. And it seems to have some special ability. Bullet only feels that the ability in his body is fading at an alarming rate. Active offense for Bullet. Those silver-armored knights were neither surprised nor angry, as if they had no emotion, they just urged the horses under them to advance at a fixed speed. The only thing that changes, it was the knight's long spear that had been pulled on the ground slowly. Run! 35 Roger and Rayleigh roared at the same time. God avoid, lightning slash, the voice fell. Two sword waves containing powerful energy instantly swung out, blasting the invisible force field out of a spider web like crack. Boom! The bullet in the form of Bullet immediately broke free and fell to the ground, but before he could act, the crack-filled force field came alive, and rushed out to restrain the bullet again. This little trick. There was simply no way to stop those silver-armored knights. Garp. Roger growled. The meaning is obvious, let's save Bullet together. He has lost a crew member and can't bear to lose a second. Heard. Garp gritted his teeth, raised his foot, and was ready to shoot. After all, they still belong to the United Front, and it seems that this silver armor knight is obviously not with them. But right now, boom! The silver-armored knights suddenly burst into a cloud of light, which turned into countless silver-armored horses galloping past, as if the devil's car in hell roared away, penetrating through Roger and others. No real harm. But Roger and others stopped any movement in an instant, and even the expressions on their faces stagnated at the moment when they were penetrated by the shadow of the warhorse. Next moment, when Roger's knees became weak, he wanted to kneel involuntarily and bow down to the silver-armored knight. He only felt that his line of sight began to be between the real and the illusory. The silver-armored knight in front of him seemed to be a god descending from the realm of the gods, so he had to surrender, and he had to kneel down and beg for his forgiveness. Advertisement. So did Rayleigh, Garp. Puff. The three of them all knelt on the ground, their pupils lost focus, and they made almost murmurs. God. God. Hearing the absent-minded murmurs and kneeling movements of the three, whether it was Sengoku, Zephyr, Kong, or even Luo Mu, there was a deep sense of inconceivable in the eyes. However, what shocked several people was not the same. Kong and others were shocked by the fact that the gods really exist. Then why did they come and appear here, and why did they attack them? Luo Mu was shocked by the strength of this person. The ghost horse looked mysterious, but Luo Mu could sense that it was just Conqueror's Haki. It's just that the aura is terrifyingly strong. Luo Mu's Conqueror's Haki is so strong that it can even knock Zephyr into a coma for a while. But compared with these 13 silver-armored knights, it is almost a whole level worse. They can instantly shock Roger, Rayleigh, and Garp, and are sober, shocks, and even make them kneel and call them gods. Clenching his fists tightly, Luo Mu's face was uncertain. These 13 people are nothing but ghosts, and the energy on their bodies is extremely strange. Gives a chilling feeling. At this moment, Luo Mu has a hunch that this is the biggest crisis he has faced since he crossed, and the feeling of danger is even stronger than when he was about to die under the knife of the bandit when he first crossed. At this time, the 13 knights actually spoke up. Rebels. Kill. The sound was like thunder, without the slightest emotion, as if God was judging the wicked. Immediately after, a knight closest to the bullet slowly raised the silver spear in his hand, and there was a faint thunder throbbing above it. And whether it is the tip of the gun or the beating thunder, pointing, both are the heart of bullet. The bare mane of the warhorse under the crotch swayed in the wind, the lightning debris on the silver armor flew, and the cold light of death was flipped on the tip of the knight's spear. The knight's attack moves very slowly, even, it can be said to be elegant. As if this was not a brutal massacre, but a ritual, a sacred ritual to deprive the rebels of their lives. Damn it. At this moment, the red in Bullet's eyes suddenly faded, and the whole person regained clarity, but at the same time, a strong premonition called death swept through his body instantly. Without any hesitation, Bullet let out an earth-shattering howl, but it was also the last one. The surrounding inorganic matter frantically began to gather towards him, and in an instant, it condensed into a rock shield comparable to the height of Luo Mu wooden golem. With all his strength, he raised the huge shield of rock that covered the sky and the sun. Blast at what seems to be a god. Boom. The two collided, and at the moment when they touched the spear tip, which was pulsating with thunder, the hard rock quickly melted and splashed like ice and snow met scalding lava. God. It's really God. Seeing his giant shield being torn apart by the tip of the spear like tofu, Bullet murmured. He knows. No one can save him, and it is useless for anyone to come. The person in front of him is the real God, and the gun that God stabs is the gun that locks the fate, and no one can stop it. The silver spear tip spiraled and split the giant rock shield, like a black streamer, not cruel, even very sacred. Because in the eyes of the shining armor knights, the trial of rebels is a sacred thing. This moment, Bullet closed his eyes. Time suddenly slowed down in his consciousness, and his mind quickly flashed back to everything he had experienced since he was a child. Join the special force called Bullet. The captain's name is Douglas, all the members in it are called Bullets, and his number is 9, which is called the 9th Bullet of Douglas Force. Then he went to the battlefield, and was hailed as a hero by everyone because of his strength, until he was resigned from the military due to certain things and boarded Roger's ship. Click. The giant rock shield made a sound that was almost glass-shattering, and the spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly in the air. Laugh. It was the sound of a sharp object piercing the flesh, and the silver gunhead pierced into the body of the bullet, form. Blood splattered. Are you going to die? Unfortunately, 55. I haven't seen what Captain Roger said about the final island. Katakana middle dot for flowers. Instead, a relieved smile appeared on Bullet's face, and he could feel that his heart was being penetrated. Like those corpses. As soon as the tip of the gun touched Bullet's body, his upper body immediately began to turn black. Advertisement laugh. Another sound, this time because the tip of the gun slid out of Bullet's back. The whole body quickly began to turn black, and the shrunken body gradually fell off the tip of the gun and fell to the ground. An unpretentious shot. Devil's descendants, Bullet, pawn. Bullet. Damn it, now. Roger, Rayleigh, and Garp suddenly stood up from the ground like waking up from a dream, watching the scene in front of them in disbelief. Far away, Luo Mu's eyelids jumped, but his focus was not on Bullet's death but on his discovery. After Bullet's death, the vines that he had probed over could not absorb the energy of his body. His body is densely covered with a strong death aura that cannot be absorbed at all. At the same time, Luo Mu also noticed. At the moment when Bullet died, the speed at which the altar was expanding at a fixed speed suddenly increased. At this speed, the entire Valley of the Gods would soon be swallowed up by the sea. Withdraw. This was the first thought that popped into Luo Mu's mind. Because everything in front of him is really weird, and things seem to have been a little bit out of his original expectations. Again. This time, the Valley of the Gods has harvested enough, absorbing thousands of marines, pirates, and, not to mention, one of the most powerful rocks. The goal has been perfectly achieved, and there is no need to take risks. Think about it here. Without any hesitation, Luo Mu directly manipulated the red flower to fly out of the Valley of the Gods. Soon, Luo Mu flew to the edge of the island, but the moment he got close, his brows wrinkled. There is an enchantment, and the entire island is blocked by a layer of extremely powerful energy enchantment. Tattoo tot. The hooves sounded again, this time. Not one person, but all 13 silver armor knights. Roger, Rayleigh, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr were one by one, while the remaining 7 rushed towards Luo Mu. Because they perceive it. Luo Mu's strength does not seem to be underestimated, and is the strongest among these rebels. Don't fight. Hold on first. Looking at the 6 silver armored knights slowly coming towards him and others, Kong shouted in a deep voice. Can kill bullets in one hit. This is definitely not an enemy they can parry. Hateful. Garp cursed, annoyed that he was so shocked that he knelt down just now, but even so, he obeyed Kong's order and didn't go forward to fight directly. It was raining strangely from the clear sky, at the same time. In their horrified eyes, the horses that were chasing Luo Mu under the crotch of the 7 silver armored knights suddenly flashed a thunderbolt with an A. And when Lei Mang swept across his body, a pair of black wings with a wingspan of more than 10 meters grew on the back of the front end. Next moment, bunch of faint green flames instantly covered the wings, and the terrifying high temperature scorched and twisted the surrounding space, but any raindrops that approached it were instantly evaporated. Brush. 7 pairs of black flame wings suddenly swayed, and suddenly there was a gust of wind in the field, and the 7 silver armored knights rose directly into the sky. The horses under the crotch neighed, and the thunder and lightning were swallowed. Wings flutter. The huge horse's hooves stepped on the void and advanced rapidly. See. Luo Mu in the air narrowed his eyes, and indifferently made a toothpick and put it in his mouth. The original suspicion on his face disappeared, replaced by a trace of tyranny. Ultimate's pitch black 2-color Haki instantly covered it, and the red flower under his feet suddenly turned into a brown wooden dragon hundreds of meters long. Arm crossed. I saw the green light flickering in the air, and a wooden long sword carved with dragon-shaped patterns appeared in his hand. Cold voice. FK, it's still entangled, isn't it? It doesn't matter if you are a god or a ghost, I will save you guys today, young master. Not dodging like Kong and the others, Luo Mu stepped on the dragon head, holding the wooden dragon sword, delicately killing the 7 silver armored knights. The awakening of prestige, the birth of the tree world. Boom boom. A thunderbolt fell, and the dark night sky was instantly illuminated, leaving an epic picture that has been handed down forever. Rainy night. Over the Valley of the Gods. On the left are 7 Tianma silver armored knights, and on the right are Luo Mu with a dragon head and a long sword. Chapter 76. Awakening of Prestige, World of Wood, Buddha on the top. Boom boom boom. 99 above the sky, violent energy fluctuations, like a low muffled thunder, continued to spread from the sky, resounding over this Valley of the Gods. Trees rose into the sky one by one, rushing towards the 7 silver armored knights like a huge wave. At the same time, the rays of light flickered in the mouth of the hundreds of meters long wooden dragon, and energy bullets poured down like a rain of light. Let's see how powerful these ghosts are, Luo Mu murmured. Looking at the 7 silver armored knights, his eyes became colder and colder. He knew that these moves would definitely be of little use to a few people, and he just wanted to use these skills to try their abilities. After all, judging from the moment they killed Bullet just now, it seems that he himself has the ability to absorb vitality, so don't rashly approach before you understand it. In the face of Luo Mu's temptation, rebels, kill, 99. It seems that there is no emotional fluctuation, and it is still such a cold sentence. Next moment, the 7 knights waved the silver spears in their hands in unison, and the thunder of the faint light kept flickering. Brush. The spear swings down. One after another, faint thunders burst out from the tip of the spear in an instant, passing 7 arc-shaped slash waves in the air. Boom. A roar suddenly sounded, and the momentum was so great that it attracted everyone's attention. I see. The 7 slash waves were like a scythe, and they were in contact with the overwhelming waves of the sea of trees and the orange energy bombs that filled the sky. Under everyone's terrified gaze, the energy light bomb was instantly absorbed, and the trees in the sea of trees were suddenly frozen, and then in the next instant, they quickly began to shrink, turning into pitch black dead wood. Then it was blown by the wind and turned into black sawdust in the sky. And after the destruction of the sea of trees and the bombardment of the wood dragon energy, 563, light bombs, these 7 slash waves did not disappear, and they have been splitting towards the edge of the island. The energy shield that blocked Luo Mu and others did not stop them in the slightest, and the 7 slashes continued to lash forward. Get out of the way, Desert Island. Lonely Red and the others looked horrified. Without any hesitation, they directly pulled up the 2 figures of Whitebeard and Golden Lion next to them and dodged aside, and Kaido did the same, and hurriedly dodged the 7 slashes. Boom boom boom. There are no surprises. The 7 slashes easily cut 7 cracks out of the deserted island, and then kept moving forward until it exploded a dozen kilometers away, and a terrifying wave broke out on the calm sea immediately. In the Valley of the Gods sky, Luo Mu glanced at the deserted island that was cut into 7 pieces and the monstrous seawater in the distance, and the expression on his face was completely replaced by solemnity. Although the arrival of the Sea of Trees is a range move, but now his fruit is awakened. Not only the strength and speed of the vines are greatly improved, but also the extremely powerful armament Haki is covered, and it is easy to kill the captain in seconds. Not to mention the wooden dragon energy light bullet, its power is almost comparable to Sengoku's ordinary, Buddha's impact. Using these 2 moves as a test, Luo Mu was already very cautious. But I didn't expect the strength of these 7 silver armor knights. Look back. Luo Mu slowly swept past the 7 silver armored knights. The whole body is silver armor, plus the black-winged Pegasus under the crotch that is also armored, swallows thunder and lightning. Especially the pair of eyes that are so dark as to be ultimate. Not only did they make them feel a little weirder out of thin air, but there was an icy aura that was like deep and cold ice. Just take a look. It will make people have a chill that spreads from the depths of the heart. Stop doing what he wants. Boom. With a low drink, Luo Mu's right arm's wooden sword, the vast 2-color Haki energy quickly condensed, and then his arm quickly shook, bringing a burst of sharp energy. Without any fancy, he slammed into the space in front of him. Time. A long dragon-like green sword wave tore apart the space and bombarded the 7 silver armored knights. Just when the sword wave was about to hit, a huge silver shield suddenly protruded from the void in front of the 7 silver armored knights, and then with a mountain-like power, it slowly slapped Luo Mu and split it out. The Queeming Wood Dragon sword is on the gas. The 2 meet. A terrifying spatial shock ripple appeared immediately, and in midair, mirror-like cracks spread out from the center point, and the powerful shock wave swept away, shaking the rain within dozens of square meters into powder. See this scene. The eyes of the lonely and undecided people on the deserted island relaxed for a moment. This time Luo Mu's attack, these silver armored knights seemed to be a little afraid. 55. Lonely Red said. Whitebeard nodded, but his face was extremely heavy. Should be, it's the first time they've had a defense. 55. But, advertisement, if Luo Mu doesn't have any decisive power moves, I'm afraid he won't be able to win. The Golden Lion also chimed in. The most important thing. You should have noticed that the Uzumaki of the Ghost Altar is getting bigger and bigger, and it is estimated that in an hour at most, the entire Valley of the Gods will be swallowed by the sea. 35. Boom. Kaido raised his hand and slammed the ground, and the hard rock shattered instantly. Damn, Captain Luo Mu will definitely find a way. At the same time, Kong and the others are struggling to escape. Hateful. Roger stared at the silver-armored knight who was slowly approaching in front of him, his eyes were full of bright red bloodshots. He raised the ace in his hands stiffly. First was the battle with rocks, then Jabba and Bullet, 2 powerful crew members were killed, and now it is necessary to face such a terrifying shining armor knight. These things are enough to make a top powerhouse like him feel haggard. Although he persevered, the consequence of perseverance was that his mind had completely turned into a mush. And the next moment, Tattoo Tot, accompanied by the unhurried sound of horses' hooves, his already sick heart was gradually overwhelmed, and the beating speed became faster and faster. Damn! Covering his thumping heart with his hands, Roger cursed angrily. There is no thought of fighting against the silver armor knight. At this time, there was a roar in the sky, and he suddenly looked up. I see. Luo Mu swung the dragon-shaped slash wave one after another, and the 7 silver-armored knights fought back and forth. Luo Mu, with a murmur, Roger began to think quickly. Humph. 35 in midair, Luo Mu snorted coldly, with a little red flower on his toes. His body shot up immediately, dodged a thunderbolt and landed on the red flower again. Glancing at the right arm. There is already a terrifying dark scar on it, and blood is flowing from it. Green light flickered at the wound. The speed of healing is extremely slow, and even after a bit of recovery, the darkness expands again, and the originally healed wound cracks again. Obviously, since the official fight, Luo Mu suffered a small loss in the hands of the 7 silver-armored knights, and realized that this strange energy has a certain limit on his self-healing ability. Rebel, die. The silver-armored knights did not have any mood swings, urging their horses under their crotch, holding up their silver spears, and wielding fierce gleaming meteors rushing towards Luo Mu. Facing the fierce attack of 7 people, Luo Mu's expression froze. Open-mouthed insurgents. 99. You really treat yourself as a dish, don't you? The shout fell, and a wood expulsion ghost face with a green face and fangs appeared in front of Luo Mu. Boom boom boom. The black wood expulsion ghost face and the slash wave collided violently in the air, exploding a terrifying roar. Seeing that the slashes of the 7 of them were stopped, the 7 silver-armored knights did not stop their spears, turning their wrists, dancing the spears like a disc. One after another powerful arc slashes burst out continuously, slashing towards Luo Mu overwhelmingly. Awakening of Prestige, Gun Tree. Awakening of Prestige, Tree of Cuttings. Looking at the overwhelming Haki slashing attack, Luo Mu's brows furrowed even tighter, his mind moved, and all kinds of destructive skills were unleashed. And observation Haki enveloped the audience in an instant. Controlled the red flower and started to dodge quickly. Boom boom boom. Countless slashes, black spikes, and explosive vines collided together, like a series of explosions. The shockwave of terrifying energy, like a whistling rage wave, exploded violently, sending the entire Valley of the Gods apart. The ground trembled violently. Even that Uzumaki was briefly stagnant for a second. Call. Luo Mu, who rushed out of the explosion range, let out a long breath. At the same time, Luo Mu looked down again. The Uzumaki centered on the golden altar was stagnant for a short time, and now it is getting bigger and bigger. Nearly 1/10 of the island has been sucked in, and the energy around the island, the hood, is also shrinking. If there is no way to break through first, I believe that it will soon be swallowed by this bottomless black hole into the deep sea. Looks like a quick decision is coming. Luo Mu murmured. The momentum on his body began to rise slowly. But right now, the 7 silver armored knights also noticed the change in Luo Mu's aura, and one of them jumped forward and said coldly, "Rebels, your strength is good, the world is likely to change because of you, but since we are awakened, everything does not exist, and we will definitely destroy you." The voice of the shining armor knight fell. Advertisement. The sky around the Valley of the Gods suddenly became icy cold, and a thin layer of frost appeared on the silver armor. Brush. In the next second, the 7 heavenly horses spread their black wings at the same time, and their bodies disappeared in place like ghosts. At the moment when the silver armor knight disappeared, Luo Mu's brows were tightly wrinkled into Chuan. He knows. The opponent he faced this time was definitely the strongest he had encountered since he crossed into the world of pirates. The strength is terrifying. A slight negligence may lead to 10 years of life and death, and he will never lose this match. However, before Luo Mu's energy was concentrated, the 7 silver armored knights started to move again. Rebels, give up the struggle. 55 The dark eyes of the 7 silver armored knights flashed at the same time, their legs slammed into the belly of the warhorse, and their bodies flashed immediately. In less than half a second, they appeared directly in the distance of nearly 100 meters. A few dozen meters above Luo Mu. Zilala. The silver long spear in his hand suddenly waved, and faintly, in the endless phantom of the spear tip, there were bursts of thunder roaring. The dark clouds in the sky were rolling, and they were all torn apart by the incomparably sharp killing dead spear. So strong. Aware of the terrifying power contained in the strike of the 7 silver armored knights, Luo Mu's fists not only clenched tightly, but the power in his body has not yet condensed to the peak, and he cannot use that move. He had to summon hundreds of wood expulsion ghost faces with green faces and fangs to defend, and then observation Haki fully opened, manipulating the red flower hormones and flying backwards. It's useless. Be judged, rebels. 35 Seeing the thousands of tall wood expulsion masks in the sky, the 7 silver armored warriors shouted in unison, and the long charged shooting energy suddenly stopped. Next moment, the countless spear shadows condensed together like lightning, forming a near substantial purple-black thunder spear. On the gun of thunder, the violent 2-color Haki surged out like a tsunami, and then the spear, which was made of pure energy, was violently thrown by the 7 people, streaking a terrifying trace in the air and stabbing Luo Mu's figure fiercely. Feel the sharp spear intent from behind. Luo Mu's heart froze, and at the same time, the green light on his body became brighter, but it still did not condense to the peak moment. No, not nearly. 35 Feeling the energy fluctuations in his body, Luo Mu thought to himself, and at the same time the speed of the red flowers under his feet skyrocketed again. And behind him, the speed of the purple-black thunder spear also began to increase. One after another, one shot one by one, began a thrilling chase. Mariajoy. Looking at Luo Mu, who fled quickly in the sky and looked slightly embarrassed, a hint of mockery appeared on the faces of the 5 elders. Flee with the fear of God, lowly. 9 The old man in the black suit sneered. I didn't expect Luo Mu to be able to drag on the cursed 13 creators for so long, but that's the end of it. The thunder spear that these 7 people attacked together already belongs to the power of the gods. 5. The old man in the dark green suit stared at the long spear, and his body trembled slightly. Obviously, he knew very well how terrifying the energy contained in that blow was. But it's a pity, being hit by this blow will definitely be shaken to powder, otherwise the body of this low-class people. The old man wants to study 3.4. The old man in the blue suit shook his head. Don't talk too much, go back and prepare. The vacancies of World ZF and Marine must be filled as soon as possible. 35. The old man in kimono said. The 4 nodded their heads. In their opinion, the Valley of God incident was over, and they could prepare for the follow-up cleanup. Unlike the indifference of the 5 elders, in the battlefield, Roger clutched his chest, which was almost exploding with hormones, and avoided the attack of a silver-armored knight behind him. He looked into the air and said bitterly, Damn, even that monster isn't a match for these ghouls. He has now realized that he and the others are simply childlike existences in front of this silver-armored knight, and it is impossible to win against these strange existences. After a short period of thought, he had already pinned the hope of himself and others on Luo Mu. Seeing Luo Mu at this moment, he could only flee in despair, and he couldn't help but feel completely desperate. Available in the next second. Faintly, everyone felt a terrifying shock burst out from Luo Mu, even more terrifying than when the 13 silver-armored knights appeared. Not only Roger, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, who had been seriously injured, were also taken aback for a moment, and even the 13 silver-armored knights were stunned for a moment, and all turned their attention to Luo Mu. Rebels? Above the cloud. Luo Mu sneered. Slowly wiping the scarlet blood remaining at the corner of his mouth, countless emerald energy turbulent flows woven together on his scarred body, reflecting aurora like rays of light. Then, a voice that was not loud, but was as majestic as a bell sounded slowly. Awakening of Prestige, World of Wood, Buddha on the top. Chapter 77. The Thousand Zhang Buddha. True several thousand hands. It's time to liquidate everything. Awakening of prestige, world of wood, Buddha on the top. The sound was not loud, but the entire world seemed to be completely solidified at this moment, and an annihilation force that seemed to come from a world that did not belong to this world instantly swept the audience. In the sky, the wind stopped and the dark clouds that had been fluttering froze. And on the sea, the surging waves also stopped, and the crystal clear spherical water droplet on the tip of the wave was suspended in the air, and there was a shimmering gleam in it. The same goes for people who are within a radius of several kilometers. Everyone's eyes widened slightly, and they maintained a stunned expression like a sculpture. Time seems to have been paused by the real God in this one. But only for a moment. Boom! This terrifying vision of the freezing of heaven and earth only lasted for less than a second before it was suddenly broken. But oddly enough, it seems that no one realizes that time seems to be empty for a second, and the tremor that touched the soul just now seems to have become an illusion. His eyes and attention returned to the thunder rush, which was wrapped in a full blow from the 7 silver armored knights. Because Luo Mu stopped, this thunder gun with destructive power is about to catch up with Luo Mu. Damn, is it going to end, team leader? Damn, Luo Mu. 6,635 bang. Bang. Bang in an instant. Roger, Rayleigh, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr were all pale. The pressure of the 13 silver armor knights is too strong, and they have long been subtly regarded as a common enemy by Vice Admiral. And Luo Mu is their only hope, but this shot is really scary. Just feeling the breath that leaked out of it made it difficult for them to breathe. They couldn't imagine that if they were the target of this shot. I'm afraid that before the thunder spear hits them, their bodies would crumble just like the space, turning into a pool of blood mist. Among Mariajoy, aware of the extremely powerful power in this shot, the 5 elders' eyes were also deeply awe-inspiring. I didn't expect that these 13 people could condense such a terrifying shot before they did their best, and even 14 of us would definitely not be able to support it. The old man in the black suit touched his mustache and said in a deep voice. HMPH, after all, this is the existence that swept the world together with Lord Yimu 800 years ago. It is an honor to die under the joint blow of the 7 cursed creators. 99. The old man in the green suit snorted coldly. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order created by I am Sama, this is the end. 55. On the side, the old man in the blue suit narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Mu in the projected image with disdain. I don't know if his corpse can be preserved or not. Lord Yimu with such strength will definitely keep it as a collection. Who will be the next lamp of life that goes out? The old man in the red suit and the old man in the kimono murmured at the same time. In their opinion, Luo Mu was already meat on the chopping block, allowing the 13 creators, who were awakened by the secret method to kill. And on a desert island, Luo Mu, get out of the way. Cough cough. Seeing that Luo Mu was still motionless, Whitebeard suddenly stood up and let out a roar, but because of the serious injury, a mouthful of blood spewed out. Oops. Luo Mu, you are not the opponent of those 7 ghosts, hurry up. The expression on Golden Lion's face was extremely difficult to see in an instant. Next to the two, Kaido's eyes instantly changed to diamond-shaped beast eyes like the blue dragon, and the black armament Haki instantly covered his entire body. But just when Kaido was about to turn into a blue dragon to fight to the death, Redfield, who had been silent after recognizing the 13 creators, suddenly whispered. Luo Mu's energy is rapidly disappearing, heard. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. They sensed it a little and found that, as Redfield said, Luo Mu's energy response seemed to have suddenly disappeared. This discovery surprised them all. Luo Mu's pervert's physical strength and energy can be said to be obvious to all. Even if he just released 64 wooden clones and 64 wooden dragons at the same time, it was only slightly fluctuating. But now I just released some slash wave and wood expulsion ghost face, how can there be such a big consumption? And just at the moment when several people were stunned, the thunder spear in the sky finally reached a distance of less than a few meters in front of Luo Mu. Zalalala, the surrounding space was shattered inch by inch, and on the sharp spear tip, there were countless thunderous powers pulsating. Aligned. Advertisement, it is Luo Mu's eyebrows. This scene. A thought flashed through everyone's hearts, the Valley of Gods war was over. Captain Luo Mu, 35 see this scene. Kaido couldn't hold back completely, what could he care about? Luo Mu's energy suddenly disappeared, and the powerful long wave burst out from his body. But just as he was about to fly out, Redfield, who was beside him, stopped him fiercely. Shen said. And many more, at the same time. Redfield's eyes were fixed on the thin figure in front of the terrifying thunderbolt gun in midair. In his sight, Luo Mu's pair of black eyes stared at the thunder spear that was about to pierce his eyebrows, without the slightest panic, but with an indifferent look that was like a real god, without any emotion. It seems that he didn't take this fatal blow in his eyes at all. Boom. The moment Redfield blocked Kaido, on the sky. The terrifying thunder spear finally stabbed Luo Mu between the eyebrows completely. In the ancient city of Pan, Im's shoulders sank, as if all of them were quietly relieved at this moment. That's it for now, however, at the moment when Yimu relaxed, Luo Mu's black eyes suddenly widened. In the sky, the thunder spear, which the 7 silver armored knights threw with all their strength, was 100 meters long, and was shattered by it, and it was smashed by it, as the silver armor knight said. This is God's judgment gun, for rebels. Compared with this gun, Luo Mu's body is like a tiny ant. But all the strong people present were horrified to discover that the powerful energy spear that should have been destroyed instantly and crushed Luo Mu into powder. The spear-tipped thunder flashed between Luo Mu's eyebrows, but it did not penetrate his skin. Minutes. How come? I am with a swipe, once again stood up from the supreme throne. No one knew the power of these 13 people better than him. It can almost be said that he is comparable to him 800 years ago, and he is also known as the creator by the world. Although it was voluntarily made into this form by the secret method after death, it was a little worse than the peak strength, but it was still a terrifying existence that could sweep the Admiral level. And Luo Mu actually blocked the combined blow of the 7 of them. Damn. Im's corrugated eyes kept flickering, but after seeing the still expanding altar Uzumaki, he calmed down again. That's the last insurance in this fight, at this moment. Luo Mu's eyebrows are flickering with a rich and ultimate emerald light. Queeming flickered. Whether it was Kong and the others, the Whitebeard group on the deserted island in the distance, or even the incomparably powerful 13 silver-armored knights, they were keenly aware of the kind of soul-touching and destructive that they regarded as hallucinations just now. Strength. Resurfaced. Boom. The thunder spear wrapped in endless power stabbed heavily on the green light between Luo Mu's eyebrows, and a loud roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. Immediately, the 13 silver-armored knights were all startled with their indifferent eyes that had not changed since they appeared. In their eyes, that spear of thunder, which was shot out by the combined force of 7 people and gathered from pure power, actually trembled violently the moment it touched Luo Mu's eyebrows, as if it was whimpering. Then, with a small bang, it shattered inch by inch, turning into a black spot of light shining in the sky. Is your attack only at this level? Luo Mu said indifferently. Slowly raising his right arm, he gently waved the flickering black spot aside. Immediately, click click. Amid the roar of bone explosion and the fiery heart-pumping sound, his black pupils instantly turned into the same emerald green color as the center of his eyebrows. Brush. Not only the pupils, but also the head and torso, Luo Mu's entire body instantly hides a blazing green glow. Like a human-shaped lighthouse, it enveloped the entire world in the blazing green light. Boom boom boom. The earth began to roar, and one after another, the illusory plants that also flickered with emerald green rose into the sky. Gradually, in everyone's astonished eyes, thousands of meters are covered by a green light. Advertisement bright and dazzling. These illusory plants quickly intertwined in the air. Soon, at the height close to the rock surface, a lotus-shaped lotus base with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters was formed. Luo Mu's thoughts moved. Roar. The wooden dragon under his feet raised his head and whistled softly. The dragon whiskers danced, carrying Luo Mu on the dragon head and slowly advancing forward. In this flaming, illusory green light that almost covers the whole world, Luo Mu, who is walking on a wooden dragon, is set off like a real god. See this scene. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Roger, and Rayleigh were all stunned in place, on a deserted island in the distance, and Kaido clapped both hands and landed heavily on Redfield's shoulder. Crazy. You can actually see Captain Luo Mu's backhand. I recognize you as a friend, Kaido. The pupils returned to the circular shape of a human, with undisguised excitement and fanaticism flashing inside. And Redfield didn't pay any attention to Kaido at all, even if he hated others getting close to him the most. He just stared at the small figure in the sky like a god. The super strong observation Haki told him that it wasn't over yet. What Luo Mu is brewing is definitely a terrifying move that can subvert everyone's perception of power. And the 13 silver-armored knights were silent at this moment. They watched the man they regarded as a rebel, walking steadily and slowly marching forward in the air. Danger. Several people's hands holding the silver spear tightened at the same time. In their eyes, Luo Mu is now like a hunter approaching his prey, extremely dangerous. Air. Luo Mu's expression was indifferent. He didn't care what everyone was thinking right now, he just flew forward on his own. And just as Luo Mu marched forward step by step, the green light quickly condensed, when the wooden dragon flew to the center of the lotus pedestal. Boom. The earth-shattering energy explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the emerald flame storm containing the aura of destruction raged wildly, engulfing the heaven and earth within a few thousand meters of Luo Mu, making people unable to see what was going on. A storm of emerald flames swept the world. However, apart from the pure aura of destruction at the beginning, a trace of creative energy that made the soul quiet was slowly coming out of that storm. 567. Immediately, everyone saw that in the flame storm, countless emerald-colored wooden dragons appeared, flying up and down in this world. At the moment when countless wooden dragons appeared, the energies of destruction and creation quickly blended. That side of the world completely turned into a chaotic zone. No one's observation Haki can penetrate it, and everyone's face is full of shock and disbelief. And at the very center of Chaos World, the emerald arc on Luo Mu's body flickered constantly, and there was a 1,000-meter-high emerald phantom under his feet. The densely packed wooden dragons surrounded his body, as if they were worshipping. Brush. In the next instant, countless wooden dragons whistled softly at the same time, and shot towards the illusory kilometer condensed on the pearly lotus base, and the emerald phantom of thousands of meters quickly solidified. Boom. 35 with a loud roar, the thousands-meter-high phantom absorbed the last wooden dragon. Click. The originally sturdy and unusually transparent energy light around the island was like glass that was vulnerable to a single blow, and instantly cracked countless white cracks and shattered them all. Hum. The surrounding monstrous energy actually stagnated for life, the chaos of the world completely subsided, and the world covered by the chaotic energy re-entered everyone's field of vision. This moment, whether it's the marines, pirates, and bounty hunters around the island, or the 13 creators in silver armor who ruled the world 800 years ago, the 5 elders in Mariajoy, their faces are filled with a strong sigh of relief, full of shock. Even Yimu in the ancient city of Pan, who had already transformed into the ultimate life through countless means, couldn't help but have an emotion called fright at this moment. I see. In midair, Luo Mu's expression was indifferent, his wide leg pants were automatic without wind, and the hunting sounded. And at his feet is a supergiant emerald Buddha that is thousands of meters high and covers the sky. This is Luo Mu's strongest move after devouring rocks, and his fruit awakening ability has undergone a qualitative change. Awakening of prestige, world of wood, Buddha on the top. Bring it on. Marine or celestial dragons, it's time to clear things up. In the dead silence, Luo Mu's indifferent voice without any emotion suddenly rang out. Next moment, under the gazes of countless shocking gazes from heaven and earth, Luo Mu clasped his hands together. His eyes were solemn and his voice sounded like a bell. True, several thousand hands. Brush, suddenly, as Luo Mu's voice fell, a green light suddenly lit up behind the giant Buddha that was several kilometers away. 2, 3, 99,999, 100,000, a full 100,000. Just like a peacock opening its screen, 100,000 Buddha hands suddenly appeared, covering the sky and the sun. Chapter 78. The final shock. The king does not see the king. The valley of God sinks. Above the vast earth, at this moment, it was filled with a huge roar, and the energy storm that filled the sky and the earth swept the audience. The people who were still stunned at first were completely dumbfounded. Especially Sengoku. Gudong. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, staring blankly at the supergiant Buddha occupying one side of the world, and then his stiff neck slowly lowered like a machine to look at his body glowing with golden light. That is the real Buddha, and while everyone was stunned. The entire body of the giant Buddha was covered with incomparably pitch-black conquerors and armament Haki, and with the original emerald brilliance, the whole body immediately filled with a layer of ghost color. On the head of the giant Buddha, an idea popped into Luo Mu's head for no reason. Does this count as a giant Buddha set Suzuo? Available soon. This nonsense thought was thrown aside by him. Feeling the rapidly disappearing physical energy in his body, Luo Mu immediately focused, and his emerald eyes became indifferent again. He didn't know how powerful this move was, but he knew that if he hadn't devoured the rocks, he would have been sucked to death in no time. End it. A thought moves. Under the gathering of countless gazes, the huge arm of 100,000 suddenly trembled, and the brown wooden arm seemed to flicker with green light, as if it became transparent at this moment. Even everyone can clearly see the rapid flow of energy in it. A little bit of green color, accompanied by surging energy, quickly converged on the mountain-sized Buddha palm. Laugh. As the green light became more and more intense, until the last 100,000 Buddha arms became like jade, and when the brightness of this jade brilliance reached its peak, the Buddha's palm moved suddenly, clenched into a fist, and the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently, creating small cracks. The light skyrocketed again, and it was extremely dazzling like stars. See this scene. Not only the people present, but all staring at the 100,000 jade stars. Their hearts couldn't help beating violently. Luo Mu, in the ancient city of Pan, Yimu gritted his teeth and snorted. Even with the strange power of the mysterious altar behind him, he still couldn't help showing a look of horror on his face. Because in his opinion, it is absolutely impossible to achieve such a terrifying state just by yourself, but Luo Mu actually did it. Just when I was shocked. Bang! 35 at the moment when all the giant fists of 100,000 stars lit up, an extremely tyrannical conqueror's coercion spread out from Luo Mu's tiny body. Under this kind of pressure, everyone present was horrified to discover that the power in the body had actually stopped running. Although the consciousness is clear, there is a kind of awe in the depths of the soul. In the sacrificial hall of Mariajoy, the 5 elders stared at Luo Mu standing on the top of the giant Buddha, including the most calm kimono old man. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost. Even if it was just the projection cast from the phone bug, they instantly felt the pressure that came from the depths of their souls. Unlike others, as the descendants of the 20 creators, they knew this kind of coercion well. This is a miracle that can only be caused when Conquerors evolves to a level comparable to the creator of the first generation, directly deter souls. There is no need to let the enemy faint at all. This is the absolute suppression of the superior to the inferior. How is that possible? He is an inferior. How can inferior people possess the coercion like a god? The mustache of the old man in the black suit was taut enough to see how shocked he was. This kind of coercion is simply not something we can resist, damn it. The old man in the blue suit directly lowered his head and stopped watching the projected image in front of him. His facial muscles twitched, and his inner breath was full of shock and anger. Because he realized that for a moment he had the idea of surrendering to Luo Mu. God. Does he really become a god? The old man in the green suit gritted his teeth and angrily resisted the idea of surrendering to Luo Mu. This kind of coercion can't be wrong. The old man in the red suit also lowered his head, not daring to look up at Luo Mu again. Among the 4 of them, the old man in the kimono trembled slightly, resisting his inner surrender, and glanced at Luo Mu in the image, instantly feeling a mouth full of bitterness. God. If it is the lamp of God's life, can we still put it out? The voice fell. The other 4 people were shocked at the same time, and then slowly looked towards the direction of Pan Gechung. There. It belongs to their god. I don't know if their god is compared with this Luo Mu. Luo Mu's tyrannical coercion and strength at the moment actually caused them to believe that the faith that they had believed for 800 years had a little crack. And at the same time, advertisement the 100,000 stars around the giant Buddha suddenly moved, like a real meteor shower of fire, smashing the 13 silver armored knights with hundreds of millions of pounds. How is this possible? The 13 silver armored knights were shocked and angry, but they reacted in just a moment of daze. Brush. 39. A momentary flash suddenly merged into a row. Looking at the invincible destructive blow that seemed like 100,000 hills slammed towards him, his indifferent eyes flickered. Bring it on, evil rebels. No matter how strong you are, the will of justice will judge you in the end. Years. Boom. Just when Luo Mu's thoughts moved, the 100,000 stars turned into a meteor shower. All the 13 silver armored knights slowly closed their eyes, and suddenly burst out with a spiritual pressure that was strong enough to fight against them. At the same time, clank, the chilling silver armor also seemed to be inducing a clanging sound, and it began to flow radiance like a living thing. Golden light burst. The dazzling brilliance immediately swept away the dead silence on his body, and then in the golden light, the chilling armor turned from silver to a strange purple, and under this purple, it was able to see the flow of golden light. There is a noble atmosphere that cannot be concealed, and the sound of clattering, gold and iron crossed each other. The war horses under the crotch all exploded with black wings and neighed in the sky. Immediately after, when the strange brilliance of purple gold was completely restrained, those indifferent eyes suddenly opened, and the dark golden light slowly circulated in it. The purple gold eyes looked mysterious and noble. Under the gaze of these 13 pairs of purple gold eyes, it seemed that even the heavens and the earth succumbed to it. Trembling. The originally surprised eyes of the 13 people returned to indifference, and they stared coldly at the 100,000 stars that came violently. Boom. The silver long spear also turned purple gold, and it was suddenly lifted up. At the tips of the spears that shone with purple gold brilliance, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder, which was shocking. The 5 elders in Mariajoy exclaimed instantly. Sure enough, that Luo Mu has reached the realm of God. 35. Unexpectedly, in order to prevent Luo Mu from escaping directly before the altar was sealed, these 13 people chose to disappear forever, inspiring all the energy in the body. In the battlefield. Naturally, these 13 couldn't know the horror of the 5 elders, but even if they knew, they would never change their current choices. In their eyes, Luo Mu has become the most powerful rebel in the world, that is, the king of rebels. He approached step by step, provoking the existing world rules that they jointly created. Now the battle has turned into a war between kings and kings. The king does not see the king. But if the king meets the king, then only the blood and life of the other party can play the final chapter of the most gorgeous battle in the world. This is their destiny as kings. It is also the indestructible idea that they chose to swallow the demon of the sea, and are willing to bear the curse of cruelty and become a sinister. And the closer it gets to the end, the inevitable picture in their minds of those 20 people trying to eliminate the wars in the world and break all the privileges and injustices in the world. But only in the blink of an eye. These 13 kings who once conquered the whole world have already burned everything and temporarily regained their peak strength. For them, death is but a long sleep, and there is no greater honor in the world than sleeping in the battle of kings and kings. Boom. Let the chaotic torrent of the elements roar around them. The indifferent pupils of the 13 purple gold kings suddenly tightened, urging the horses under their crotch, and suddenly dodged into the air and rushed towards the 100,000 stars. Bring it on. The expression did not change at all. Luo Mu's eyes were even more indifferent. The green light between the eyebrows flickered, and the giant fist of the 100,000 Buddha slammed down like a thunder in an instant with the wrath of the Buddha. Rayleigh, right now. On the ground, Roger suddenly roared at Rayleigh next to him. Without any nonsense, he directly charged and shot towards the outside of the island. Fear. It's horrible. Stay here and die. It was the only thought on Roger's mind right now. It just so happened that the barrier of the island has been shattered by Luo Mu, so why not run now? Rayleigh's body paused, then turned to look at the bodies of Jabba and Bullet not far away, and then looked at the 2 destructive forces in the sky that were about to collide. Taste. A trace of hot gas emerged from the corner of his mouth, and he gritted his teeth and shot away with Roger. Garp. Seeing this, Kong didn't hesitate, and signaled Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr to leave quickly. Damn. Garp roared angrily, then flashed his figure, and picked up the crane who was not alive in the distance. Advertisement. Whoosh whoosh. With a burst of sound, several people immediately evacuated. Regardless of whether it was the 13 Zijin kings or Luo Mu, they didn't care about the escape of a few people. Because now the Valley of the Gods is a battleground between kings and kings. 14 pairs of pupils condensed at the same time, and terrifying power spewed out again. Next moment, 2 destructive energies that were enough to tear this world apart collided. Boom. The 2 collided, a terrifying strong wind swept away from the sky, and the earth-shattering explosion sounded, making the eardrums of people within a radius of 100 miles all be in a burst. Crack. The strong storm overflowed, and on the fists like gleaming stars, fine cracks actually began to appear. As the cracks spread, the stars reached the limit of energy they could bear, and suddenly burst open. And the 13 purple gold kings did not take advantage. They kept waving the long spears in their hands and collided with the stars in the sky. The strong force shook them back again and again, and they took 10 steps back in just a moment. Every retreat would shatter space, leaving a pitch-black footprint in the sky. But when they took the last step, their bodies were like arrows from the string, and they rushed out again. This time, the battle armor on their bodies and the heavenly horses under their crotch disappeared, revealing 800 years. The face of the former battleworld, flesh and blood. Humph! Luo Mu snorted coldly, folded his palms together, and the green light on his body flashed again. Boom! Between lightning and flint, the entire Valley of the Gods erupted with a black light. Everyone's heart throbbed, and then the brain was buzzing. Quiet. Deathly silence, whether it was the sound of the wind or the screaming and killing on the ground, and even the heartbeat and breathing of everyone disappeared. It was as if the Valley of the Gods had been separated from the real world and entered into a vacuum world. There is a cloud in the Buddhist language. A snap of a finger is 20 moments, a moment is 20 thoughts, a thought is 20 breaths, and a breath is 60 moments. This strange state only lasted for less than a moment. Boom. A burst of terrifying, wild to ultimate energy. The space with a radius of nearly 1 kilometer shattered into cobweb-like fragments, and the fragmented space continued to collapse until it became dust. The rain in the sky seemed to have hit a red-hot soldering iron and evaporated directly, sending out black smoke that covered the sky. In the middle of the two, the terrifying energy condensed into a golden light ball. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, the golden light ball quickly became smaller until it became the size of a basketball. Boom! The spherical energy shattered, forming an extremely flat hollow arc golden air slash that spread rapidly, shrouding Luo Mu and the 13 purple gold kings in this nothingness. The Valley of the Gods is full of golden light. Everyone's 5 senses are instantly deprived. The moment the bodies of the 13 Zijin, Li Wangchao, kings came into contact with the ultimate air pressure, a change similar to burning occurred. The violent energy turbulence is no longer as harmless as before, revealing their true horror, instantly releasing the terrifying power of hundreds of thousands of atmospheres. Briefly describe it. The most central point of the collision now is no less than a small nuclear explosion. Every energy shock is like a scourge. Under such shock, any existence with biological activity will be destroyed instantly. This is definitely not a force that carbon-based life can withstand positively. Even the king. Same. Luo Mu's 5 senses were also deprived, and even all the power in his body had been exhausted to hide without realizing it. Time seemed to stop again. Only the terrifying endless Uzumaki continued, slowly pulling the entire ruined Valley of the Gods towards the endless abyss, and even this terrifying energy turbulence comparable to a nuclear explosion was slowly absorbed. I don't know how long it took. The terrifying void energy disappeared, and everything in front of him gradually became clear. A desert island a few kilometers away. Whitebeard and others struggled to open their lead-filled eyelids and looked at everything in front of them. Surprised. What the hell is going on, in his sight? Most of the Valley of the Gods disappeared, and the turbulent sea kept slapping the remaining small half of the broken island, and countless rubble, corpses, and broken vines were washed into the sea. It seems that soon, these scattered islands will be completely swallowed by the sea. All the terrifying visions disappeared, a bright moon hung in the night sky, and countless stars were shining brightly. Luo Mu. Where did Luo Mu go? Whitebeard's drowsy head suddenly realized the problem, and in the next instant, a strong wind blew by. Team leader, Captain Luo Mu. It was Kaido, in the form of a blue dragon, and flew towards the Valley of the Gods, which was about to be swallowed up by the sea. Chapter 79. What is Marine's face? Luo Mu drifting into the distance. There was a bright moon hanging in the black curtain-like sky, and the stars flickered all over the sky. And if you look down, you can feel the shocking scene left by the war. Most of the entire Valley of the Gods disappeared. Needless to say, the original towering cracked mountain has already become a basin. The corpses were all over the place, a mess. There was a thick smell of blood in the air. Shoo, shoo, the turbulent water kept slapping the edge of the broken island, and the gravel rolled down one by one. Anyone can see it. This has witnessed the complete sinking of the Valley of the Gods in the epic battle situation of king versus king. On the deck of the marine warship in the surrounding waters, all the surviving people watched this battle of the gods island sink with a solemn expression. This. Zephyr looked around in shock, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and blood kept oozing out from the broken half of his right arm. Finally. Is it over? Beside him. Sengoku's arms drooped weakly, and the scarlet blood was constantly oozing out, and his pupils were still full of shock. Boom boom. With a loud bang, another piece of land in the Valley of the Gods slid into the sea. Ended. Kong put his hands on the steel railing and said in a low tone. Luo Mu, is this monster dead? Garp was the same. After calling the medics to carry the crane away, he also appeared on the deck, staring blankly at the Valley of the Gods that was constantly collapsing. Is Luo Mu dead? Dead. No one dared to give a definite answer, but after witnessing the power of the last blow just now, it seemed that it was abnormal that Luo Mu was not dead. Even if they escaped from the battle storm ahead of time, the blow that almost melted the space made them all have lingering fears now. Plus now they can't sense Luo Mu's breath. So, one who single-handedly smashed Marine, all the world's top experts in ZF, and even defeated the monster that came from nowhere with 13 knights. He may, probably, maybe, is probably already dead. Behind several Kong people. Both Kuzan and Pulsalino swallowed saliva with extreme difficulty, and their eyes were also locked on the constantly crumbling Valley of the Gods. Compared with Kong and others, their shock is even more indescribable. Totally bewildered. As for Sakazuki, who had shown the strongest willpower from the very beginning, his black pupils were still shrunken. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Countless images flashed through his mind. Luo Mu devoured rocks with one enemy and 9 almost instantly killed the crane. Used the avatar of wood to escape the fatal blow of 8 people, transformed into 64 wooden dragons, and 64 avatars of wood to kill Jabba and cut off Zephyr's right arm. Until the supergiant Emerald Buddha that covered the sky and the sun was just summoned, and the unknown 13 beings beyond Admiral's strength struck a devastating blow. These images flickered in Sakazuki's mind like a monolithic cycle, and finally stopped when he was shocked by Luo Mu and had to use lava to self-mutilate and burn his chest to regain consciousness. We are victorious, won, we survived, 39 year. All around. Different from the reactions of several people, the surviving Marines couldn't help crying out with the joy of the rest of their lives, cheering for their own survival. Kong and the others also came back to their senses, and the corners of their mouths twitched, revealing an extremely ugly smile. Yes. They won, although the losses were heavy, but rocks died, and even the god like Luo Mu died. Isn't this the biggest victory? They won this battle that changed the world pattern. Suddenly, cheers of survivors erupted from the decks of all the warships. And not far away, in the turbulent seawater, the two floated on the sea by buoyancy and looked at the Valley of God with solemn expressions. Roger, Rayleigh, Captain, Rayleigh said solemnly. Roger didn't reply, just squinted his eyes, turned around and continued to swim into the distance. Alas. 99 Rayleigh sighed. In just one day, 2 companions died in a row, which made his heart heavy. However, they just looked at the Valley of Eyes again and turned around and swam into the distance with Roger, even though they didn't know where their goal was. And right now, on the deserted island in the distance, an angry dragon roar erupted, and everyone turned their attention to it. I see. In the bright moonlight midair, a scarred blue dragon roared angrily and flew towards the Valley of the Gods, which was shattering and about to sink completely. And behind him, there are 2 seriously injured people floating. It's Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Seeing this scene, the cheering Marines on the deck looked stunned, and all turned their attention to Kong, who was standing at the forefront of the deck. Silence. Kong looked back at everyone, and everyone was hunched over with blood all over their bodies. Just as he was hesitating whether to let the severely injured people attack again and take this opportunity to wipe out the Rock's pirate, a powerful aura burst out, instantly surpassing Kaido, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion, and dodged directly to the Valley of the Gods. Advertisement, it's him. Kong's beard shook, and his face showed a thick color of fear. It is clear, he recognized that it was the Lonely Red. Without any hesitation, he directly waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. Retreat. With an order, all the warships sounded their whistle and slowly moved towards their respective bases. No one objected, including Garp them. According to their current state, it is too reluctant to smash the solitary red. Valley of the Gods. Whoosh whoosh. With a burst of air, Redfield landed first, followed by Kaido and the last seriously injured Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Captain Luo Mu. Just landed. Kaido turned into a human figure, full of anxiety, and started looking for Luo Mu without missing any corner. Frowned. Instead of looking around, Redfield tried his best to activate his own observation Haki, which instantly enveloped the entire island. Time. The entire island turned black and white in Redfield's field of vision. However, due to the energy fluctuations of the last blow still remaining in the air, his exploration speed was not particularly fast, and he scanned every rock and every corpse slightly slowly. After half an hour. Cough cough. How is it? Is there Luo Mu's breath? The Golden Lion asked Redfield. At the same time, he coughed heavily, and it was very difficult for him to use the fruit ability just now. Is he still alive? Whitebeard asked again and again. Silence. Redfield didn't answer, just shook his head silently, the corner of his eyes was slightly sad. Just now. He also planned to join the Luo Mu team, but he didn't expect that in an instant, this powerful existence that convinced him was dead. Looks like I'm doomed to be alone, shook his head. The regretful look on his face disappeared instantly, and Redfield returned to the Lonely Red who disdained to walk with anyone. Ignoring Whitebeard and Golden Lion on the side, leaning on his umbrella and sword, he slowly walked into the distance, disappearing from their field of vision with a whoosh sound. Luo Mu. How could he die? Whitebeard finally couldn't bear it any longer and let out a loud roar. A deep sadness suddenly rose in his heart. Luo Mu. This is the first person he admires and wants to be a true partner since he became a pirate. Aside. Golden Lion glanced at the broken island with sullen eyes, and his heart was also mixed. After Luo Mu rescued him and Whitebeard just now, and lighted him a cigar jokingly, just like Whitebeard, he has completely regarded Luo Mu as a person who can be called a partner. But did not expect. The ghostly 13 knights appeared unexpectedly. Luo Mu also fell here. Boom. The speed of the island's collapse is getting faster and faster, and less than a few hundred meters of land is left. In a few minutes at most, the entire island will be completely swallowed by the endless sea. Damn it. The Golden Lion cursed. He is a fruit-capable person, and with the current serious injury, there is only one way to die if he falls into the sea. Then he struggled to get up and prepare to leave here. Bead. But his body paused, frowning and looking back at Whitebeard, who was still in place. Damn. Next moment, the bodies of the two floated up at the same time, heading towards the deserted island. At this moment, Kaido was the only one left in the entire Valley of the Gods. Team leader, Captain Luo Mu, he was still rummaging through the few remaining corpses, identifying them one by one. The eyes were blood red, and the whole person looked like a madman. Now he is not the Kaido of the beasts, one of the 4 emperors, but a 15-year-old boy who accepts death. If Luo Mu was approved as the captain, then he was dead-hearted and completely approved. Not only because of Luo Mu's strength, but also because Kaido believes in fate, because Luo Mu gave him the fish and fish fruit that can change his voice. Damn, Captain Luo Mu absolutely can't die. When he turned to the last corpse and found that it was not Luo Mu, Kaido angrily threw the corpse into the sea and shouted angrily to the sky. Brush brush. The icy seawater has completely overwhelmed the last land. When he touched the seawater, Kaido's body trembled and he regained consciousness at the same time. Captain Luo Mu, rest assured, I will avenge you. Advertisement. Looking around at the land that was almost 10 square meters, Kaido said bitterly. Immediately, he jumped up and turned his energy into a blue dragon, whistled softly towards the Valley of the Gods, which was only a palm-sized land, and fled into the distance without looking back. And just when the Valley of God turned into a black spot and was completely swallowed by the sea. The space directly above was distorted, and a pitch black hole several meters high was formed, and in the next moment, a red flower slowly appeared. It's Luo Mu. Cough cough. Coughing up 2 pools of blood that was more dazzling than flower petals, Luo Mu struggled with all his thoughts and stumbled forward while steering the red flower. Boom. The weather at sea changed as soon as it was said, and the sky that was still very clear just now suddenly sounded a thunderbolt, followed by torrential rain. The red flower swayed and fell to the sea. Who? Luo Mu, whose face was as pale as paper, let out a wry smile and used the last of his strength. Brush. The red flower instantly turned into a coffin, with blue-faced fangs on both sides. Boom. Strong winds and rain, huge waves. The coffin was pushed into the distance by the endless waves, and soon disappeared. A few days later, Mariajoy in that giant meeting. The 5 elders sat on the luxurious sofa, while Kong and the others stood by. It is worth mentioning that, after this battle, Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Bluzolino were also highly valued by Kong and brought to this holy land, Mariajoy together. It's basically like this, Kong said in a deep voice. What is this? It must be completely blocked. The history of the Valley of God must disappear. The name Luo Mu is absolutely not allowed to appear in this world. The mustache of the old man in the black suit flickered, and his tone was extremely bad. Especially when talking about the 2 sons of Luo Mu, the mustache trembled extremely violently. But Kong looked helpless. They have done a lot of this kind of blocking news, and it can be said that they are proficient in business. But this time is different. This time the 5 elders publicly execute Rock's pirate in order to increase the deterrence of World ZF and Marine. Powerhouses from all over the world have been recruited. How can this erase history? Even if high-pressure methods are used, it will take more than 10 years, so it is possible to cover up the incident a little. To completely erase 0, it will take at least a few decades, and when this generation grows old and the new generation grows up, it will only be possible. No, but what do you Marines do? The old man in the green suit growled angrily. Damn guy. Behind Kong and the others, Sakazuki's face instantly turned black and he cursed inside. Immediately, his eyes spewed fire and scolded him directly. Why do you have to let the whole world turn around for a dead person, and if this kind of thing happens again in the future, will we Marines still have any face? 99. The voice fell. Swipe. Kuzan and Pulsolino were stunned, and even Kong, Sengoku, and Zephyr were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Sakazuki would dare to directly attack Celestial Dragons, or the manager of Celestial Dragons, 5 elders. This is something that Kong, who has just been promoted to Marshal, dare not do it. Only Garp frowned, staring at Sakazuki inwardly. This kid. How dare you do this? Boom. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the 5 elders. What does Marine's face count? The old man in the black suit leaned forward slightly, squinted his eyes, and glanced contemptuously from Kong and the others. You Marines are nothing but the face of the outer layer of the world ZF. The old man in the kimono smashed the first-generation ghost to the ground and said angrily. A cold sweat broke out on Kong's forehead. Fearing that the 5 elders would directly hack Sakazuki, he hurriedly moved his body to the right and blocked Sakazuki in front of him. See. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the old man in the kimono, but the knife was put down. After all, the Valley of the Gods really made them feel a little tricky. Aside. The face of the old man in the red suit was covered with a shadow, staring at Kong Dao who was guarding in front of Sakazuki. The first time and the last time, then he said in a low voice. You Marines, please stop interfering in this matter, and leave it to the secret spy agency directly under the world ZF to deal with it. Say it. The 5 of them snorted coldly at the same time and waved their hands impatiently at Kong and the others. Although Kong and the others were displeased, they could only respond slowly and left the conference room. Until they get out. The old man in kimono raised the first-generation ghost in his hand, his face turned in the direction of Panguchung. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's go. It's time for us to report to Lord I Am. At the same time, In a calm sea area, a coffin, with a green face and fangs is drifting with the current, and I don't know where it will drift. Chapter 80. Erase history. The Valley of the Gods event continues to ferment. Arrive at Wanokuni. Pan-ancient city. Looking at IM, who was high above and hidden in the shadows, the 5 elders were still kneeling on the ground, daring not to show any disrespect. It's just that they didn't even realize it, after seeing Luo Mu's last blow burst out with the aura of God. IM's sense of mystery in their hearts seems to have weakened a bit. Master IM. We have ordered the world Zeph to completely block the Gods Valley incident, and the impact will be eliminated. The old man in the black suit said respectfully. Please rest assured, Lord Yimu, we will definitely erase Luo Mu's name from the history text. The other 4 also spoke in unison. You said, Luo Mu, is he really dead? Hearing the words of the 5, Yimu asked a question to himself. The expressions of the few people in the audience changed greatly in an instant, but before they could speak, Yimu's slightly illusory voice rang again. Go down. Things in the historical text are handled more beautifully. Heard. The 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and bowed deeply towards Yimu. Yes, Lord IM. Immediately, he got up and walked out slowly. Ignoring the 5 people who had left, Yimu raised his hand and sucked in the air, sucking a bounty on the ground into his hand. The person above is wearing gray half-sleeves and wide leg pants. It is the 1.5 billion Bailey bounty that Luo Mu had previously killed after killing celestial dragons. Huh, I thought you could make waves. Brush. As soon as his thoughts moved, the reward order seemed to be scorched by an invisible flame, and was completely swallowed by the void in a moment. Marineford. In the spacious office, Kong sat at the top, while Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and Sakazuki sat on either side of the large desk. No one spoke, and the atmosphere seemed solemn. Obviously, being reprimanded by the 5 elders is very unpleasant. Kong rested his chin on his hands and glanced over at several people, but his expression didn't change much. He's been through so many things like this, cough cough. After coughing twice to break the silence, Kong said in a deep voice. Although we Marines don't have to deal with the blocking of news, the post-war mess still needs to be sorted out. Sengoku. Tell me about the changes in the situation these days. Heard. Sengoku pondered for a while and said slowly. This time the battle has a great impact, and the pattern has changed in many places, but the biggest change is naturally Rock's pirate. According to intelligence, the day after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Hachinosu fell apart. Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, John, Ochaku, Silver Axe and other squad leaders, including Luo Mu's subordinate Kaido, all announced their withdrawal from the Rock's pirates and led their respective squad members to leave Hachinosu. It seems that they are all looking for their new residence. Speaking of which, Sengoku paused, rubbed the frog glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said quite seriously. That is to say, although the terrorist organization Rock's Pirate, that dominates the sea has been completely disbanded and has become history. However, the severe situation at sea has not changed in the slightest. Even because all these powerful pirates have poured out, there have been more pirate activities in various sea areas. 5. And also, although Luo Mu died, his influence has not weakened in the slightest. He has become the spiritual leader of many anti-ZF organizations, and their activities are becoming more and more frequent. Hearing Sengoku's report, Kong's eyebrows also wrinkled into the word, chew on. Drop your arms. But it diverted the topic. How's the crane? The voice fell. Sengoku, Garp, and Sengoku were all stunned for a moment, and the expressions on their faces were extremely solemn. The trauma is no longer a serious problem, I just don't know when I will wake up. Zephyr glanced at his severed arm and responded in a deep voice. Follow my orders. After a 1-month rest, they began to conduct shock and awe voyages in various sea areas at the same time, and at the same time raised the bounty of the officers of Rock's Pirate. Time passed quickly, and days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, the CP troops of the world ZF acted aggressively and frantically suppressed the news about the Valley of God incident, which annoyed them. This time is different. The events in the Valley of the Gods cannot be blocked at all, and there is a tendency to intensify. In just a few days, the news of the Valley of the Gods Marine, the defeat of World ZF, the death of Rox, and the disbandment of Rock's Pirate has spread to every corner of the world. In particular, the name Luo Mu has completely caused an uproar in the whole world. 800 years. How tyrannical and terrifying the forces of Marine and World ZF are, it is almost engraved in everyone's heart. However, now there is the shocking news that someone single-handedly defeated him and returned, which is undoubtedly an earth-shattering event for everyone in the world. Mercury Island. In a pirate bar. The terrifying-looking strong men were eating meat and drinking, clinking glasses and shouting constantly, making the whole bar noisy and noisy. But one of the tables was very quiet. 4 people were seated around the table, 3 of them in a row, all with the same skull mark tattooed on their bare arms. It looks like they belong to the same pirate group. Opposite them, sat a small man wearing a black leather cap and a black cloth covering his face. Advertisement, shush. Be quiet. The group of spies in World ZF are like mad dogs now, who knows if there are any nearby, 99. The little man said in a low voice. At the same time, he also looked around from time to time, for fear that someone from the world would suddenly appear. Looking at you, is there really a recorded video of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods? Opposite the little one, the one-eyed pirate, the eldest of the 3 pirates, narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. Why did I lie to you? High definition uncensored recording. And it's still the full version. Especially the battle between Luo Mu and the mysterious 13 knights at the end, it's all there. Saw a few people interested. The little man hurriedly started selling while the iron was hot. How to sell? The one-eyed pirate asked. 1,000 Baileys. The little man stretched out his fingers to compare one by one, and whispered. Make a deal. The one-eyed pirate nodded, and as he spoke, he took out a bulging money bag from his arms. Boss. We're pirates. Beside him, the two younger brothers spoke out at the same time, with puzzled expressions on their faces. But the one-eyed pirate shook his head to signal the two not to speak, then threw the money bag on the table and said. Delivery. 35. Refreshing. 95. The little man hurriedly took out a Sky Island specialty, image shell, from his robe and handed it to several people, and at the same time opened the money bag on the table. When he saw Huang Chengcheng's Bailey, his eyes immediately turned into the shape of Bailey. Heart secretly said. I posted it. I really want to thank this Luo Mu. After a few days, I made hundreds of thousands of Baileys in blood. 55. Can be sudden. On the forehead there was a sensible hard touch. The little man's heart stopped suddenly, and he slowly raised his head. The one-eyed pirate was holding an oversized golden revolver against his forehead with one hand. His mouth grinned, revealing a large golden tooth. Don't be nervous. Smile. Gudong. The little man swallowed hard, but he never imagined that someone would dare to rob this bar. Gluck cluck. Teeth chattering, the little man retied the bag tremblingly and handed it back to a few people. But the golden revolver on the forehead still did not mean to move. Oh shit. The little man cursed inwardly, but with a smile on his face, he handed over all the Baileys on him. The one-eyed golden-toothed pirate nodded with satisfaction and slowly put away the revolver. Whoosh. The little man ran away immediately. As expected of you, boss, ha ha ha, you have earned 40,000 to 50,000 Baileys without spending a cent. Boss, you are amazing. The two younger brothers squinted their eyes with laughter, counting Bailey's flattery to the boss in the middle. Learn. Being a pirate also requires professionalism. 35. The one-eyed golden-toothed pirate old god was on the road, and at the same time played with the image shell in his hand, his eyes flashed with scorching heat. Did not expect. You can still harvest such treasures here. Hearing this, the two younger brothers who were busy counting Bailey asked casually. Boss, isn't it just a video? What's so precious? Yeah, this Bailey is the real baby. Heard. The one-eyed golden-toothed pirate shook his head and said to himself. This is the battle image of the god of pirates Luo Mu, which is extremely precious, and this image can be sold for at least 500,000 berry in the underground world. It's still worthless. What? A video is worth 500,000 Baileys? The eyes of the two little thieves who had just embarked on the pirate tour popped out. The tens of thousands of Baileys on the table were enough for them to have fun for a few days. Seeing the dull expressions of the two newcomers, the one-eyed golden-toothed pirate smiled disdainfully. In addition to the continuous blockade of the world ZF, the information and influence related to the Valley of God and Luo Mu will soon be destroyed. At that time, this video will be history. Do you know what is history? Hearing the boss's question, the two younger brothers were still confused and shook their heads. See. The one-eyed golden-toothed pirate, bang bang, scolded the two of them after giving each of them a brain break. An educated fool. Say it. He just stopped paying attention to the two subordinates, dragged Yingbai in his hand and watched it seriously, as if he was looking at a most precious treasure. Make a price. I bought this image. Sudden. A deep voice sounded behind him, and the one-eyed golden-toothed pirate quickly put away Yingbai and turned to look behind him. Ask for flowers advertisement. Two people. One was wearing a crimson pirate hat, a gold-red robe, a white scarf, and a thick beard under his nose. A dagger-style saber hangs from his waist. The other had short blonde hair, a pair of round-rimmed glasses, and a white robe that looked shabby. Roger. Rayleigh. The one-eyed golden-toothed pirate froze for a moment and called out the names of the two in surprise. Brush. After a while, as the voice of the one-eyed golden-toothed pirate fell, the entire pirate bar became quiet, and all the excitement stopped their movements and turned their heads to look at Roger and Rayleigh. The eyes were shocked at first, but soon mixed with a trace of undisguised contempt. The brief silence was also broken by a sarcastic shout. Yo, isn't this Roger, Rayleigh, captain and co-captain of the Marine Roger Pirates? 99. Why don't you go to Marineford instead of our hideous pirate bar? 35. Damn pirate traitor. Marine's lackey. It's a shame for us pirates to show up at a pirate bar. 99. Staring at Roger and Rayleigh, the pirates spoke disdainfully. In the past, this was impossible. Both of them were super big pirates with a bounty of over 1 billion, but after the battle in the Valley of the Gods, the reputation of the Roger Pirates was completely stinky. In the eyes of the pirates, they are shameless traitors, Marine's lackeys. Snapped. An egg burst out on Roger's face, and his face was immediately covered with shadows, and Rayleigh beside him even narrowed his eyes, and his aura suddenly increased. Hiss. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Rayleigh, a layer of cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the pirates, subconsciously widened their eyes and stepped back in horror. The shadow of the tree of names. Everyone knows the strength of these two people quite well, and just now, they just had a fever and had just been addicted to their mouths. Rayleigh. With a gloomy face, Roger raised his right arm and stopped in front of Rayleigh, then continued to stare at the one-eyed gold-toothed pirate. Make a price. This time, the one-eyed golden-toothed pirate's teeth trembled. He lowered his head, raised his hands sharply, and handed Yingbai to Roger. Shen said, "Give." Seeing this scene, the little man in black robe who had been robbed by him in the dark clenched his hands tightly, and there was a sense of revenge in his heart. Looking at Roger with admiration, Roger did not reply, wiped the frangipani from his face, and silently took out a bulging bag from his arms and placed it on the table. Then he picked up the image shell from the one-eyed pirate, turned around and walked out of the bar. Waiting out of the bar, Roger raised his hand and looked at Yingbai, stunned in place. Rayleigh frowned and said in a deep voice, "Captain. We should now consider how to find the legendary final island, instead of sinking in the past." There was some disappointment in his tone. He felt that after meeting Luo Mu, his captain seemed to be a different person, and his behavioral decision completely lost his original decisiveness. Especially after the Valley of the Gods incident. It feels like he is starting to worry about gains and losses, and he still looks like a pirate. Put away the image. Roger turned his eyes to the direction of the sea, and spoke after a long silence. "You're right, but his heart was dark, Luo Mu. Are you really dead?" Right now. A figure jumped out of the shadows and stopped in front of Roger. It was the little man in the bar just now. Brush. He took off his mask, revealing a very immature face. A spherical red nose above is particularly striking. "Roger. You are Roger, 35. My name is Buggy, and I want to get on your ship and be your crew member." At the same time, somewhere in the sea where Wano Kuni meets the outside world, hundreds of samurai in kimono are patrolling with knives. This is a powerful country in the New World, and it is also a closed country. It never accepts outsiders, does not join the world ZF, and even marine warships cannot enter. On weekdays, although the sea area that is connected with the outside world is closely guarded, there are only dozens of people at most. The sudden increase in manpower is due to the Valley of God incident. Zero the daimyo here were afraid of being affected, so they increased their staff tenfold. Have you heard? There is a pirate in the outside world who actually defeated ZF and Marine in the world. I must have heard of it. There are such powerful pirates. In the watchtower, the two guards chatted with each other. Although they were closed to the country, they still knew this kind of news around the world. Sudden, one of the sentinels frowned, pushed his neck forward a bit, and muttered, Hey, 35, come and see how there is a coffin floating in the sea over there. Husband. Chapter 81, Luo Mu. I still like your rebellious look before. Evil sect, there are still people who carve such terrifying ghost faces on coffins. One of the guards scratched his head, slightly surprised. Although it looked like it was just a coffin, the ghost face with green face and fangs carved on it made his back a little chill. Chang. Another guard tried to knock on the wooden pavilion with a samurai sword, but the sound of pig iron hitting each other was actually very metallic. It's actually a metal sound. This thing is quite evil. The guard frowned. It's really bad luck to find such a thing just after being transferred to the ghost place of Jiuli. 5. The companion next to him said angrily, Who says it's not? This place is simply a paradise for the wicked, and even the generals can't do anything about it. If I say that there is no need to strengthen the defense at all, these wicked people will run away. It is a scourge anyway. You're right, even if there are outsiders, they will definitely die in Jiuli. Never mind, take this thing back first. Ouch, it's quite heavy, so let's help. 35. Can you do it? It's just a coffin. Why is it so heavy? Stop talking nonsense. It's so heavy and hard as iron. It must be a treasure. Bring it back to the leader and there will definitely be a reward. That's right. The two guards complained about you and me, and laboriously lifted the coffin and walked towards the station. But they didn't realize that an extremely weak green light flashed on the back of the tightly stitched coffin, and then a small seedling fell out of it, and quickly got into the soil and disappeared. At the same time, Jiuli Township compiled Lee Village. The mountains here are extremely dangerous, and it is a valley surrounded by 4 mountains. The rugged mountain road at the entrance is a major gathering place for the wicked in Jiuli Township. Many wicked people who have committed crimes gather here to avoid the pursuit of Wano Kuni samurai. In the past, the streets of this, Maze 77 inches village must have been full of wicked people, but in recent days it has been a little more peaceful. Even if someone with grievances met, at most they would just hold their weapons and glared at each other fiercely, but they would not dare to fight anyway. The reason is simple. Just a few days ago, less than 10 extremely ferocious pirates came to the village, each with top-notch strength. Especially their heads. It was a terrifying character with a height of several meters, a dragon scale tattoo engraved on his left arm, and horns on his head. The weapon is an iron mace, and there is a wine gourd hanging around his waist, and he takes 2 sips at every turn. Moody temperament, sometimes crying and sometimes angry. When he first came, just because someone quarreled with him, he was beaten by him with a mace and turned into a pool of chemical fertilizer, and then he drank and cried and asked his subordinates to water the chemical fertilizer near a nearby tree. Those who come here are all wicked people, and naturally they will not accept someone so arrogant. One after another, several daring characters stepped forward to provoke them, but without exception, they were all smashed into fertilizer by this horn guy for greening. After 2 or 3 days, the soil under the tree had turned brown, and the thick bloody smell could be smelled from a distance of 800 meters. All at once. But anyone who entered the village of Binley, no matter how vicious they were, would put away their temper, for fear of disturbing the guy who likes to fertilize. Especially the tavern next to the tree has become the Peace Hotel in the village. At this time, At the door of the tavern, two pirates with horribly scarred chests were patrolling. On their arms, there is a mark of a pirate group tattooed, with a skull with horns on the top and a flower on the bottom. You said, "Is our Captain Luo Mu really dead?" one of the pirates whispered. "Although I don't want to admit it, it's been more than 10 days without any news, Captain E. Beside him, the other pirate also whispered Kaido, while sighing deeply. "Damn, Marine, celestial dragons are going to die, and that pirate shame Roger." Clenching his fists and looking down at the wound on his body, the pirate said through gritted teeth. "Hey, don't worry too much. Listen to Captain Kaido, develop here in Wano Kuni first, and then avenge Captain Luo Mu when you accumulate enough strength." The other pirate said in a deep voice, raised his arm and patted his companion and continued. "I wonder if the captain can persuade that lonely red to join. If so, that would be great." The man shook his head. "This solitary red is not a simple role, and it has always been alone. I think it is enough." "Say it." Both of them frowned, then turned to look at the old winehouse behind them. The house was very quiet with only two guests, Kaido, Redfield. Ji Dong. Kaido took a few sips from the wine gourd in his hand, burped and stared at Redfield sitting opposite him, and said solemnly. "How about it? Listen to my plan. Are you interested in joining my beast's pirates and declaring war on the world Zeph?" "Heard." Redfield narrowed his eyes and raised his head in a cold voice. "If you dare to deceive me again with the news of Luo Mu." Boom. There was a loud noise, and the smoke and dust were everywhere. There was no direct answer, but the meaning of refusal was very straightforward, and even a little warning, which did not take Kaido seriously. Redfield picked up the umbrella sword and gently blew off the dust on it with his mouth, disdainfully. "Luo Mu's name is not something you can borrow." Advertisement. "Even Newgate, Shiki and the others are not qualified." 35. "Say it." He closed the wide blood-red cloak behind him, leaned on his umbrella and sword, and left the tavern without looking back. Stupid stuff. Watching Redfield disappear, Kaido snorted and cursed. However, he didn't show any particular anger. Instead, he put away the wine gourd, put his hands on his chin, and looked into the distance, showing a pensive look he had never had before. Kaido seems to be rude, but he is actually very quiet and scheming, especially after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. On the surface, he became addicted to alcohol and moody, but nothing was delayed. After confirming that Luo Mu was probably dead, he took action to prepare for Luo Mu's revenge. The first is to gather the remaining members of Luo Mu's previous team to form a new pirate team, Beast's Pirates. Because his own fruit is a fish fruit phantom beast species. However, to commemorate Luo Mu, he added a flower under the horned skull of the pirates to symbolize the red flower that Luo Mu often summons. Second, Kaido analyzes the situation and believes that his current strength is still too weak, in order not to be harassed by World Zeph and Marine during the development period. He chose Wano Kuni as the initial base, because Wano Kuni is one of the few powerful countries in the world that does not participate in the World Federation of Zeph and is not governed by Marine. And Jiuli Township, the villain's paradise without any Zeph forces intervening, is perfectly in line with his requirements. For this reason, Kaido did not hesitate and brought the 8 elites directly to Wano Kuni. Of course, he knew that Wano Kuni was closed to the country and was very xenophobic, so before he came, he brought the heavenly gold that Luo Mu had robbed, reached a deal with the Kurozumi Orochi, the last descendant of the Kurozumi family in the capital of Flowers, and used the money to successfully get through a group of 9 people to enter Wano Kuni smoothly. Channel. Wait, idiots who think they're rulers. Get ready for the next total war. Looking into the distance, Kaido's eyes flashed fiercely. And let's talk about Redfield. After breaking up with Kaido, he walked among the mountains with a cloudy look on his face. He has a strong observation Haki since he was a child, and he grows stronger and stronger as he grows, and he can see through people's hearts. But because of this, he is used to seeing the ugly hearts of the people around him, and coupled with his strong strength, he greatly rejects people and develops a withdrawn character. Before meeting Luo Mu, only the pirate named Nose Brook is considered to be a person to worship. Pity. Nose Song Brook's Rumba pirates is said to have been destroyed. So he chose to go to sea alone. After many years of wandering, he finally met Luo Mu, a person he could admire. Different from his admiration for the great ideal of Noije Brook, his admiration for Luo Mu is a complete admiration for powerful strength. The terrifying reality of defeating Marine, the world's Zeph, and tying the 13 creators with the power of one person. Redfield is still astonished when he thinks about it. He came here because Kaido told him about Luo Mu, and he came to Wano Kuni out of adoration without hesitation. But now it was confirmed that the news was false, which made him very unhappy. I don't even think about my own weight, but I still want to challenge the world's Zeph. 99. Even Luo Mu talking. Redfield looked down at the mountains with his head down, with a feeling of loneliness of, the height is too cold. It seems, Redfield, are destined to be a loner. Close your eyes, open your arms to hug the mountains, and at the same time open your mouth and let out a long breath. But right now, boom, a black shadow suddenly shot up in the air and hit him on the forehead with a sudden. Who? Redfield shuddered. His observation Haki has reached the level of perfection, but even so, he has no sense of the hidden weapon that came from the attack. Doesn't this mean that the observation Haki of the Comer is stronger than him? His waist was slightly bent, and observation Haki instantly rose to his peak state. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, any wind and grass are in his perception, and even the wings of mosquitoes in the air are shaken clearly to him. But still nothing was found. Who are you? A layer of cold sweat broke out on Redfield's forehead, his spirit was extremely tense, and he firmly held the umbrella sword in his hand. Whenever he sensed a little movement, he would draw his sword and stab out without hesitation. Can be sudden. A leisurely voice came from behind him. Don't be nervous. Brush. After a while, as the voice fell, Redfield's whole body stood upright, and he never thought that the person who came was behind him. How terrifying is the visitor's observation Haki that he couldn't sense at such a close distance. Did not turn around. There's no action. Redfield still maintained a masterful demeanor, restraining his inner fear, and said solemnly. Advertisement, friend. 55, you're looking for me, what's the matter? After a while, a voice came from behind. I'm going to make some big moves in this world, see if you're good enough and are interested in joining. The voice fell. Redfield's brows were furrowed, and he was in shock. What's the matter now? Why is another one here to do things for me? He tightened the umbrella sword in his hand again and thought for a moment. Sorry, friend. 35, I don't like being bullied. 55. Say it. The whole person's momentum broke out completely. The umbrella sword with 2 fingers wide suddenly came out of its sheath, and the electric light and flint turned around and slashed the sharp blade with force. He is not only strong in knowledge, he is also a top swordsman in the world. But at the moment when he turned around, the whole person was completely stunned, and he shouted in shock. Luo Mu. Clang. With a crisp sound, the sword that Redfield turned and slashed out was blocked by an invisible aura. And in front of him, half-sleeves in gray, wide-leg pants. With a toothpick in his mouth, his hands in his trouser pockets. Not Luo Mu or who. Swordsmanship is good. Luo Mu looked serious and nodded approvingly. Bang-dang. The sword in Dajianhao's hand actually dropped to the ground, and Redfield's difficult eyes bulged out several centimeters, looking at Luo Mu, who was alive in front of him in disbelief, said tremblingly. You are still alive? Heard. Luo Mu shrugged his shoulders, and with a thought, a vine instantly rose from the ground and hung Redfield in midair. After a few 360-degree loops, he put it back on the ground. It's really you, Luo Mu, you are really alive. Ha ha ha. I just said that if you don't want to die, who can kill you? 35. Those idiots, I said you must still be alive, for a moment. Redfield's mouth kept firing like a big pineapple, and he looked around Luo Mu, not even bothering to pick up the umbrella sword on the ground. The excitement was extremely shocking, and there was still a little bit of loneliness in the red. Finally, after a full 3.4 minutes of chattering, Redfield stopped his madness, stood upright in front of Luo Mu, and said very seriously. Captain Luo Mu, crew member Redfield reports to you. Looking at Lone Gao Jihong with a very respectful attitude in front of him, Luo Mu touched his nose after a long absence. To be frank, I still like how unruly you were at first. 35. Hearing Luo Mu's words, Redfield was stunned and didn't know what to say. Fine. Just kidding. Luo Mu patted Lone Gao Jihong on the shoulder, and manipulated the vines to wrap the umbrella sword that Redfield had dropped on the ground and put it back into the scabbard. But, I'm not trying to form a pirate group, talking. Luo Mu put his hands in his pockets again and walked down the mountain on his own. What? Don't set up a pirate group. Redfield subconsciously thought that Luo Mu was going to form a pirate group, and now he could not help but be a little puzzled when he heard his words, and asked tentatively. Then, what kind of big move is that going to make? Without hesitation, Luo Mu replied directly, precisely to build an unprecedented coalition. 35. Then, he put away the sloppy look on his face and replied solemnly. Then kill the dragon. Build an alliance? Kill the dragon? Dragons. Celestial dragons? Do you mean to create an alliance to destroy the celestial dragons? Although he still didn't quite understand what Luo Mu meant by the alliance, Redfield didn't care so much, as long as it was with Luo Mu. To understand this, he quickly trotted to keep up with Luo Mu's pace. Night sky. A full moon hung high, surrounded by twinkling stars. The figures of Luo Mu and Redfield gradually disappeared between the mountains. Chapter 82. Luo Mu's recruitment plan, the time traveler, Kazuki 800 years ago. That's right. Building an alliance is the next plan Luo Mu listed after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. On that day, Luo Mu was dragged into the turbulent void by a huge energy after the fight with the 13 purple gold kings. Fortunately, he quickly woke up from the coma, and before he completely fell into the turbulence, he found the weakest point of the void barrier with the help of observation Haki far beyond ordinary people, broke it and returned to the world of pirates. However, the strength of the 13 people was too strong, and Luo Mu was also seriously injured. After trying his best to summon a wood expulsion coffin, he fell into a state of suspended animation and was sent to Wano-kuni by the waves. And rely on its own powerful self-healing power to finally wake up. To be frank, this time the Valley of the Gods battle really shocked him a bit. He did not expect that such a strong 13 purple gold knights would emerge at the end. According to his guess, this should be the work of the 5 elders. And most importantly, the most mysterious person in the pirate world, Yimu, has yet to take action. All of this made Luo Mu, who was a little slack after absorbing rocks, become cautious again, and moved to hide behind the scenes to build an alliance. First, he could use suspended animation to avoid Yimu's sight, and secondly, he could collect a lot of information to find out what trump cards this Yimu still had. Finally, you can also take this opportunity to completely recover from the injury and improve your strength again. After the awakening of the fruit and the battle with the 13 purple and gold knights, he has a new feeling for his fruit power and Haki. The next night, Wanokuni, Pickle Village, Tushanbola Town, Jiuli Township. Inside a small restaurant, Zila. The charcoal fire was scorching hot, and the shiny, pistol shank, was sizzling and sizzling. A peaceful old couple stood in front of the oven, picked up the oil brush and slowly oiled the barbecue on the grill, and looked back at the strange guest at the table in the living room from time to time. Honey, that little brother looks weak and thin. I didn't expect to eat so much. The old lady supported the round reading glasses and said slowly. 1 plate, 2 plates. I've eaten more than 40 plates, 35. What an energetic young man. Beside 14, the old man said with a smile while brushing the oil. Their barbecue restaurant has been in this place for decades, because of their kindness and delicious barbecue. Even in the wicked paradise of Jiuli, no one will shoot them. Old man. 10 more roasts. Sensing that the old couple was talking about him again, Luo Mu raised his free right arm and grinned. Oh ho ho ho. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. The old lady covered her mouth with bare teeth and responded with a smile. As a restaurant owner, what's more satisfying than seeing guests eat their own food? Thank you, Grandma. Luo Mu waved his right arm, then lowered his head and continued to nibble on the barbecue. Although he no longer needs to replenish his energy by eating after eating this devil fruit, if he encounters delicious food, he is still willing to eat a big meal. Forehead. Opposite him, Redfield stopped after taking only 2 bites, staring at Luo Mu in astonishment. Quite suspicious inside. Is this the killing god, Luo Mu, who slaughtered the quartet in the Valley of Gods and sucked countless people into adulthood? Are you so good-natured in private? Luo Mu saw Redfield's doubts, but he didn't mean to explain, and continued to eat the roasted meat on the plate. As a shishism good young man who has undergone good education, and has certain correct free views, his attitude towards ordinary people is still very friendly. Certainly, the specific attitude depends on the person's attitude towards him. The Marines, pirates, and bounty hunters are different. For whatever purpose, they all chose to put their heads on their belts and set foot on the sea to fight. Their ideals are different, and when they die, they can only be inferior to others. Or to borrow Luo Mu's words from the world before he crossed the border, people are floating in the rivers and lakes, who cannot be stabbed. Luo Mu looked at the stacks of high barbecue plates in front of him, patted his bulging belly with satisfaction, and let out a long breath. When you are full, you will naturally have to do business. The crowd here is not the place to talk about things. Luo Mu is going to check out and talk about it. But just as he was about to raise his hand to touch his pocket, he suddenly realized that his pocket was cleaner than his face. Where would he have money to pay? Forehead. The first mission. Luo Mu's expression suddenly became serious. Please order me. Redfield braced himself and sat upright. Pay the bill for me. Luo Mu's speech was not embarrassing at all, very smooth, making people wonder if armament Haki was covering his face. Redfield's eyes widened again, but it was embarrassing to confirm that Kaido himself had no money. How can pirates bring money to eat, in this case? Luo Mu frowned and was a little tangled, but suddenly, he just found a way to check out. His brows stretched out immediately, and he shouted loudly. Advertisement, thanks for treatment, the meal money is left on the table. On a small road, Redfield followed Luo Mu, but with a gloomy face. See. Luo Mu waved his hand and said casually, ouch. Isn't it just a gold chain? I will pay you a thicker 999,000 pure gold. Hearing this, the corners of Redfield's mouth twitched, his expression strange. After spending just 1 day with Luo Mu, Redfield felt that his inner understanding of him had been refreshed several times. Especially just now, he really didn't expect Luo Mu to use the gold chain hanging from his mouth as food money. Cough cough. Seemingly feeling that his behavior was a little nonsensical, Luo Mu coughed lightly, then returned to his composure and began to talk about business. Do you remember the Nose Song Brook? What? Nose Song Brook? Brush. Suddenly, with the appearance of this name, Redfield's strange expression immediately became serious. This was his childhood idol, how could he forget? Leader, you know Brook too? Redfield asked slightly excitedly. What Luo Mu wants to establish is that the Alliance is not a pirate group, and the name is naturally not the captain but the leader. Certainly, I also know that he is your idol. Luo Mu nodded and responded. Hearing Luo Mu's words, the excited Redfield immediately explained as if he had been poured cold water. Leader, I adore Nose Brook just because. Before the words were finished, Luo Mu just waved his hands and said nothing. Don't be nervous, I know that. I mean for you to invite him to join the league. 5. Since an alliance is to be established, it is naturally necessary to win over some people. Brook is one of the powerhouses Luo Mu wants to recruit. Although judging from his performance on Wan Luffy's ship, his strength is not particularly strong, but Luo Mu always feels that if this King of Souls completes the fruit awakening, his strength should not be very simple. After all, the yellow spring fruit sounds quite mysterious. Just. Redfield had something to do with this lustful skeleton, and Luo Mu was going to ask him to recruit him. What? Redfield was surprised. Ignoring his shock, Luo Mu touched his chin for a moment and then continued. You go now and go to Ghost Island. Find a skeleton with exploding hair there, 95. According to Luo Mu's calculations, the Rumba pirates should have been wiped out in the magic triangle by now. And Brook, who ate the fruit of the yellow spring, should still be in a state of soul, struggling to find his body in the thick fog of the magic triangle. I've heard of Ghost Island. What is a skeleton with exploding hair? What does this have to do with Brook? Redfield frowned, wondering in his heart. He is now more and more unable to understand this leader of his own, as if he knows everything, and it is mysterious and unpredictable. Seeming to see Redfield's doubts, Luo Mu asked again. Don't be suspicious, you'll understand when you find that skeleton. He wasn't pretending to be mysterious and didn't tell Redfield Brook what happened to him, he was just lazy and thought it was too much trouble. Receive. Although he was still confused, Redfield nodded. Not to mention the battle in the Valley of the Gods, it was just yesterday that Luo Mu easily escaped his own observation Haki perception, and at the same time blocked the sword with an energy barrier. He was completely convinced by Luo Mu. And someone as withdrawn and arrogant as him, once he believes in someone, he is completely obedient. Immediately, under Luo Mu's signal, Redfield gathered his robes and turned to leave, but just as he jumped out, he heard Luo Mu suddenly shout behind him. Correct. If he doesn't want to accept the invitation, tell him that I can take him to the end of the Grand Line where Captain Joki wants to go around the world, and finally meet Laboon at the Grand Line Twin Points. Seeing Redfield's figure disappear, Luo Mu retracted his gaze, put his hands in his pockets and walked down the mountain on his own, starting to think while walking. If you want to build an alliance that can overthrow the entire world, it is absolutely not enough for the Lonely Red and King of Souls. He still has a lot of people ready to recruit, like East Blues, Unknown Gym Master Koshiro, Sky Island Thor Enel, Green Pepper, the leader of the 8 treasures of the 10th generation, and so on. He has to recruit strong or unknown veterans, certainly. The most critical, he's also going to find Garp's son, the dragon. According to Luo Mu's calculations, the leader of the Jaeming army should be in his teens now. Find him and establish the Jaeming army ahead of schedule. Advertisement Monkey D Dragon. This is the only one that seems to be relatively normal in Luo Mu's D family. I don't know how many times stronger than Rogers. Luo Mu firmly believes, if he recruited all these people under his command, then it should not be difficult to obtain relevant information about IM. As for Whitebeard, Golden Lion and Kaido, Luo Mu has no plans to contact him yet because these people don't need him to win over at all. As long as the time comes, they will naturally charge behind him. He still has that confidence. Again, after the fruit awakened, Luo Mu faintly felt a strange feeling. He seemed to be able to communicate with nature. Different from Rogers, listening to the voice of all things, Luo Mu's fruit awakening seems to be able to cultivate a kind of power belonging to nature. This kind of power does not need to devour other people's life essence to enhance, just need to deeply comprehend the nature and can extract infinite power from nature. And it is an energy higher than his current energy level. He didn't know how to describe it. If he had to make an analogy, Luo Mu thought it was similar to Sage Mode in Hokage. It's also a major reason why he chose to build alliances rather than continue to gobble up. Before he knew it, Luo Mu had returned to Pickle Village. Looking at the thousands of lights in front of him, Luo Mu took a long breath. He was about to leave the place, but before leaving he was going to buy a map of Wano-kuni. Since they have come, Luo Mu intends to go to Wano-kuni's capital, the Flower City, to try his luck and see if he can find Pluton, one of the 3 great ancient weapons, hidden in Wano-kuni. But right now, under the perception of observation Haki, a dispute not far away caught Luo Mu's attention, and he disappeared in place in a flash. 580. You, what did you bring me here to do? A young girl leaned against the wall, slightly frightened. The cyan is scattered, and the right side of the hair is wearing a hair accessory. Wearing a pink short skirt similar to Wano-kuna's dress, with slender legs, yellow short boots, and a samurai sword around her waist, she looks youthful, beautiful, gentle and elegant. And across from her, more than a dozen strong men dressed as fishermen held weapons and slowly approached the girl. I won't be afraid to tell you when we get to Jiuli. Our brothers are human traffickers, and they specialize in arresting girls like you. What do you think we are going to do? It's a good deal, and selling it to the Kurozumi family will definitely make a lot of money. That's right, ha ha ha, on a hill not far away. Luo Mu folded his arms and frowned in thought, this woman. Why is your face a little familiar? But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out who this beautiful and moving girl was. But at this time there was no time for him to continue to think about it. The girl's situation was very dangerous. She jumped up and appeared in front of this group of people. Excuse me. Luo Mu said hello. Heard. A dozen or so strong men turned around at the same time, looked around and found that Luo Mu was only one person and immediately became rude. Boy, I advise you not to mind your own business. Get out of here while the uncles don't care about you. 3 numbers, if they don't disappear. I said a few brothers, this boy is good looking, and it's not that no one wants a man. Hey, you're right, today is a great harvest, buy one get one free. These traffickers saw Luo Mu's delicate complexion and caught his attention. Go away. They're all human traffickers. Run. The girl thought that someone could come to save her, but after seeing that she was a young man who didn't pretend to be very strong, she didn't care about her own safety, and hurried Luo Mu to escape. An anxious look on his face, but the next moment, The worry on the girl's face turned into stun, because she saw that this handsome young man didn't do anything, but these dozen or so fierce and wicked strong men rolled their eyes one by one, and their bodies fell limp. This is Conqueror's Haki? The girl asked softly in disbelief. Luo Mu nodded slightly. It wasn't surprising that the girl knew about the existence of Conqueror's Haki, because he had already recognized who the girl was. Hello. When I was Kazuki, I really appreciated it. When Kazuki put his hands together on his white knees, he bent down 90 degrees and thanked Luo Mu very seriously. Who? The corners of Luo Mu's mouth were lightly raised, and he secretly said in his heart. Sure enough, it was her. 99 Paramecia, the fruit of time person, who came from 800 years ago. Kazuki time. Chapter 83. The Death of Gold D. Roger. The Four Emperors of the New Era. Luo Mu of the Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Looking at Tianyueshi wearing a pink kimono and short skirt in front of him, I made a mistake. It should be called Tianyueshi now, but Florida can't change the previous one. The corner of Luo Mu's mouth lightly raised. I didn't expect to meet this woman. Do not. Should be called girl now. Thank you very much. Seeing that Luo Mu didn't respond, Tianyue thought that Luo Mu was not satisfied with her thanks, so she bent down 90 degrees again and performed the most standard Thanksgiving etiquette. Luo Mu's nose lightly sniffed, and an elegant fragrance instantly made him feel relaxed. When he raised his right arm towards Tianyue, he stretched out his hand and smiled lightly. Don't mind. Meet, Luo Mu. 35 heard. Tianyueshi then slowly got up, looking curiously at Luo Mu, who was very delicate but awakened from Conqueror's Haki, pursed her pink mouth and hesitated for a moment, then raised her arms as well. Waxy voice. Thank you, Lord Luo Mu. 35 Her voice was gentle and quiet as her character. Luo Mu nodded. Hold this pair of smooth and cold soft pancreas. In a blink of an eye, 14 years passed in a hurry. In the past 14 years, the Valley of God incident that shook the world has gradually been forgotten and no longer brought up by the new generation. Only the survivors who experienced it in person still remember it fresh. However, because of the extremely high-pressure blockade of the world government, even the survivors of the year were very secretive about this matter and hardly talked about it. And the name Luo Mu has completely faded out of the public's field of vision like a fleeting meteor. Only a very few people know that he is still alive. Of course. There are new things happening all the time in this world, and a lot of things have happened in the world in the past 14 years. The first is that the Rock's remnants and other forces began to become famous all over the world. Edward Newgate established the Whitebeard pirates, drifting on the sea, specially taking in the homeless people on the sea. The purpose is to build a family at sea. The momentum is very large. It has 43 affiliated pirate groups. The bounty has also soared to 5.46 billion Bailey. But there was no marine looking for trouble, because after the deaths of Rocks and Luo Mu, the World ZF specially authorized naval headquarters to set up the Shichibukai system, in order to alleviate the rioting pirates and suppress the excessive expansion of pirate strength. And stronger than Shichibukai are the Four Emperors. This is not a system established by the World ZF, but a common name for the Four Emperors in the world. Marine tacitly does not take the initiative to attack the Four Emperors. Whitebeard is one of the Four Emperors, next is the Golden Lion. Like Whitebeard, he established his own pirate group, Flying Sky Pirates, and wanted to dominate the world by collecting super ancient weapons. To this end, the Golden Lion deliberately set up an ambush in the New World at Wall and surrounded Roger, who might know the news, with dozens of warships. After wanting to extort the news of Roger, he killed him instantly to avenge Luo Mu. Unexpectedly, a sudden storm was summoned by Son of the Plane, Roger, and most of the fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates was smashed into the seabed. Even Golden Lion himself was accidentally stuck in the head by the rudder. This time, it is equivalent to a coxcomb, so that the Golden Lion, which is very similar to the rooster, has completely realized the nickname of rooster. Bounty be out to 4,813,500,000 Bailey. Then there's Sherlock Linlin. She married 43 husbands, gave birth to 39 daughters and 46 sons, and established a huge family, Charlotte family, by herself. Formed the Big MOM Pirates, 3 and occupied a certain sea area of the New World, and established a country with the theme of deserts, the Kingdom of Torrent. He also obtained the title of Four Emperors, with a bounty of 4.388 billion Baileys. Finally, there is Kaido. Kaido used the Wanokuni General Kurozumi to destroy the Kazuki family, and took Wanokuni, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, rich in resources, and has superb seastone processing technology as his base. And through the artificial devil fruit plan, he has more than 500 zone-capable people in his group. Become a veritable beasts pirates. It is also one of the Four Emperors, with a bounty of 4.6111 billion Bailey. However, even if such a powerful force was established, Kaido became a wine ghost because of Luo Mu's death, and his hobby became suicide. The greedy John was killed by his subordinates because he wanted to swallow the treasure, and was resurrected by Gecko Moria as a zombie general. As for Ochaku and Silver Axe, they are all silent. But the most shocking news of this is Roger's related things. Although he lost Jabba and Bullet, 2 powerful crew members, Son of the Plane, still became the first pirate in history to complete the Grand Line by virtue of his strong luck. He reached the legendary island the previous year and named it Raftel, becoming the Pirate King in the minds of all new generation pirates. At the moment when he reached the final island, he saw the complete historical text and knew all the truth in the world. But, it's puzzling that he turned himself into Marine when he combined fame, treasure, and power. And today, it was the day when the One Piece was publicly executed. Advertisement noon. East Blue Log Town. It was midsummer, and it was noon again. The sun in the sky was like a big stove, tirelessly scorching the earth. If it was normal, there would definitely not be half a person in the square in such weather, and they all hid indoors to avoid the sweltering heat. But today is different. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the smoking square. Not only civilians, but also thousands of World ZF law enforcement teams are maintaining order. Everyone is silent, looks solemn, and the atmosphere is particularly deep. But soon, this oppressive atmosphere was broken. Ring bell bell. Accompanied by a piercing sound of alarm bells, a series of neat footsteps gradually sounded at the end of the square road. Ta ta ta. Immediately after, a team appears in everyone's field of vision. More than a dozen members of the World ZF law enforcement team wearing brown uniforms and holding sharp long knives, each with a gloomy face and no expression. While surrounded by them, a man was handcuffed with heavy shackles and followed the members of the law enforcement team slowly forward. The hair is messy, and the beard is the same, and the whole person looks slightly vicissitudes. But the spirit is pretty good. Even though he was being escorted, his eyes were quite firm, and the iron chain on his body made a clanging sound every time he took a step. Is this One Piece Roger? Does it look mighty? I heard that he is the pirate with the most treasure in the world. I don't know if it's true or not. According to rumors, he is a helpless existence, even Marine Admiral. Why would he surrender himself? I don't know. Looking at Roger being escorted by the shackles, passers-by on both sides of the road couldn't help but cast curious and doubtful glances and discussed quietly. Hear the talk. The silent Roger gradually lowered his head, but the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and he paused slightly in front of the 10-meter-high execution platform steps. He raised his head, thinking inwardly. Right, that's it, the more people who pay attention to this, the better. 39. Then, Roger continued to lower his head and walk towards the execution platform step by step. Clang clang clang. The bell rang. But the melodious voice sounded heavy now, and the tens of thousands of onlookers in the audience all closed their mouths, staring at the man who was stepping onto the execution platform step by step without blinking. Certainly, among these tens of thousands of people, there are also many people with unusual identities. In a small alley not far away, a mysterious young man leaned against the wall. Blonde, wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped trousers, and beanies. There was a wicked smile on his face, in the crowd not far from him. The red-nosed clown Buggy and the redhead in the straw hat were all teary-eyed, biting their lips and staring at Roger, who was climbing the platform. Look again. A young man with short black hair and a golden cross on his neck stood in the crowd. His yellow pupils were as sharp as an eagle. Behind him is a huge sword, except for these people. And purple hair, gold earrings, crocodile with this cigar, sharp teeth. Moria with 2 bandages on his head. A dragon in a green assassin robe. Smoker. In the eyes of these people. Ta ta ta. Roger finally walked down the long steps and stood on the execution platform with his head lowered more than 10 meters high. With a dong sound, Roger sat cross-legged directly on the wooden platform. After a slight pause, he said with a smile, "Come on, 99. Hurry up and get it done." 35. Not only did he not mean to struggle, but he began to urge the law enforcement team members next to him. Clang. The last chime of the bell also struck, and it was time for the execution. The 2 law enforcement officers were expressionless, raised the sharp long knives in their hands, and crossed them in front of Roger. The execution is about to begin, but at this moment, an extremely loud roar suddenly erupted from the crowd. Hey, One Piece. Where did you hide the treasure you found? Is it in the Grand Line? You must have got it. The legendary treasure. Hearing this, the law enforcement officers beside Roger immediately lost their calmness and yelled angrily. Shut up with me. There was a cold sweat on his face. Before execution, there is an explanation above, and the news about the big secret treasure is absolutely not allowed to leak out. But this scolding obviously couldn't resist the temptation of the big secret treasure, and the previous voice rang again. Advertisement, that one-of-a-kind treasure, One Piece brush. Suddenly, as this voice fell, whether it was a civilian, a pirate, or someone else in the field, they all cast their eyes on that person. According to rumors, this is the richest super treasure in the world that Roger got on the final island of Lovedale. As long as you have it, you can instantly become the richest person in the world. Even, there is a shocking secret that can subvert the whole world. It is the dream of countless people, and it is also the ultimate goal of pirates to go out to sea to find treasure. Dage Dottage. Hearing One Piece, Roger, who lowered his head, raised his mouth slightly and gave a low laugh. Can be followed. A low laugh turns into a big laugh. Ha 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 ha. The expression on his face swept away the previous slump, became excited or even crazy, and unknowingly raised his momentum. Off stage. Seeing Roger's strange and abnormal expression in the face of death, tens of thousands of people were shocked. Coupled with Roger's inadvertently revealed formidable aura, a layer of cold sweat broke out on everyone's forehead, and they stared blankly at Roger with wide eyes and mouths. A question floated in his mind. Could it be? One Piece really exists? That legendary treasure that could subvert the world? 35. On the execution stand, Roger's eyes swept over everyone's shocked and greedy expressions, not surprised at all. Because this is exactly what he wanted. The reason why he turned himself in was not just because he was seriously ill, but because of his own death to detonate the era of the great pirates. The reason for this is simple. This is that he saw the complete historical text on the island of reaching the end, understood all the historical issues of this event, and also understood what is the real mission of the D family. It is even more so that I understand that what I have done all the time, it is impossible to change the world at all. But it's not just him, even the original rocks can't accomplish the feat of changing the world. Maybe if Luo Mu was still alive, huh? Roger laughed self-deprecatingly, immediately after. He suddenly raised his head, opened his vicissitude-stricken eyes, and shouted at the tens of thousands of people in the square. Want my treasure? I can give it to you if you want. Shut up. The faces of the two law enforcement officers next to him changed greatly, and they pointed their long knives at Roger and scolded angrily. The dazzling blade rested on Roger's neck, and the slightest touch would bleed. But Roger didn't mean to stop at all. Instead he roared even more frantically and louder, Li Qian's. Go find it, 35. I put all my treasures in Lawdale, 35. Execute. Don't let him go on. The two law enforcement officers shouted loudly, waved their long knives high, and slashed at Roger with all their might. But Roger ignored it and roared out the last word. Luo Mu. You are right. Laugh. Accompanied by the sound of a knife cutting into the bone, a burst of scarlet blood spurted out. Roger's head dropped heavily, and there was no movement. This legendary pirate named Gold D. Roger ended his magnificent life despite some regrets. Quiet. The scene was silent for a while. Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, the young swordsman Haki, the clown Buggy, the red-haired Shanks, the sand crocodile, Gecko Moria, the young smoker. All of them suddenly opened their eyes, not only because Roger said that One Piece really exists, but also the name Luo Mu. Who is Luo Mu? What is it that makes One Piece Gold D. Roger shout out his name before he dies? Is he more important than One Piece? Everyone fell into a slack. Only the world's #1 criminal, Long, lowered his head and took out a phone bug with a toothpick in his arms. So far, countless strong men have embarked on the journey of the Grand Line to find the world's secret treasure. One Piece, and the Great Pirate Era, has begun. It was another 20 years in the blink of an eye. Baldigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, a red and white phone bug rang chin. On huge red flowers, a handsome man with tough features opened his eyes and raised his hand to answer the phone. Time. An ethereal and proud voice rang out, Leader. The man raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, What's wrong, Hancock? Chapter 84. The Empress's first experience of love, Rise Again. Amazon Lily Kingdom. Daughter Country, deep in the palace. A very tall woman sat on the throne. His jet black hair was combed into a G hairstyle, his forehead was smooth and flat, and his eyes were a rare dark blue. She is tall and slender, and her Cheongsam-style clothing perfectly complements her figure. No one else. It is the Empress Boya Hancock. Unlike the usual indifference, she was even a little shy on the phone now. Hancock. The leader called his concubine's name directly again. Luo Mu's voice in the phone bug made the cold Empress instantly melt, and she couldn't help blushing. But she knew that this was reporting a serious matter, so she quickly forcibly stabilized her mind and said in a clear voice. Leader. As you might expect, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Regiment, lost the match against Blackbeard and has now been handed over to Marine by Blackbeard. Over the phone. After hearing the Empress report, Luo Mu didn't reply directly, but tapped rhythmically on the table next to him, falling into contemplation. Sure enough, we still lost to Blackbeard. 40 years have passed since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. During this period, in order not to arouse Ymu's reaction, he chose to completely hide behind the scenes. Except for a few confidants, the rest did not know that Luo Mu was still alive. As for the development of the world during the period, Luo Mu 580 did not interfere too much, and generally proceeded in an orderly manner according to the original world line. Rock's pirate fell apart. Roger reached the final island to see the historical text, turned himself in and was publicly executed the following year. Before dying, the Great Pirate Age started. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, Shanks become the 4 emperors. King Luffy goes to sea, then came the changes in Marine. Sengoku becomes the Marshal, Garp becomes the Marine Hero, Sakazuki, Pulsolino and Kuzan become the new 3 Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. Defects, due to the collapse of faith. However, during this period, Luo Mu did not do nothing. Tianue, who was deceived by human traffickers to Jiuli, did not meet Kazuki Oden, but was rescued by herself and became a big wife, logically. Then there is Boa Hancock. Luo Mu took him with him during his childhood. Naturally, there is no such thing as being caught by celestial dragons and printed with dragon's hoof. However, through various means, he still got the Paramecia sweet fruit and let it obtain the original petrification ability. Advertisement, and when she became an adult, she was sent back to the daughter country, making her the queen of the original world line. Bead. Chief Tilda Operator. Seeing that Luo Mu didn't respond for a long time, Boa Hancock couldn't help but called out softly. This means that the person on the opposite side is Luo Mu. If it was someone else, she would have been furious and hung up the phone. With this call, Luo Mu also woke up from his memory and responded. Hancock. You should have received an invitation from Marine in the near future to go to Marineford to watch Ace's public execution. Don't say no, agree to them. Without explaining why, Luo Mu directly ordered, follow your orders, chief. Hearing Luo Mu calling herself Hancock again, the Empress couldn't help but feel a burst of heartbreak. Anything else? Luo Mu asked. No, it's all right. Boa Hancock said intermittently, okay, then. Hearing that the Empress said it was fine, Luo Mu was about to hang up the phone. The Summit War was coming, and he had a lot of things to prepare for. But just before he hung up the phone, a hasty voice mixed with shyness rang quickly. When will you be a concubine again? Oh no, come here. The voice fell. The Queen's face instantly turned into a red apple, and her ears felt extremely hot. She didn't expect that she would say the word, concubine body, smoothly. It's over, he won't hate me, the leader. She was not only remorseful in her heart, but also had a hint of shyness and anticipation at the same time. Concubine. A strange throbbing flashed in Luo Mu's heart, and he suddenly realized that the Empress was no longer the clunky little loli, who had been following her all the time. It seems that it is time to relax after the Dingshan War. Think about it here. The corners of Luo Mu's mouth were lightly raised, and he was quite playful towards the microphone. Don't talk about subordinates in the future. The voice was very soft, but Boa Hancock on the other side of the phone seemed to be hit hard. What does the leader mean? Let me call his concubine in front of him in the future. Could it be leading him? Advertisement. A bold idea suddenly flashed in her heart, and her soft fingers trembled slightly, almost unable to hold the receiver in her hand. Are you okay, Hancock? Seeing that there was no movement from the Empress, Luo Mu asked. What? Subordinates are here. 35. The Queen responded repeatedly, for fear that Luo Mu would hang up. Subordinate. Luo Mu's familiar voice came over the phone. Yes. It's my concubine. The Empress's teeth bit her lip and responded glutinously. Well. 35. That's right. Luo Mu answered and hung up the phone. Except for a little joy, his mood didn't change much, but the Empress seemed to be in a state of collapse. Puff. In response, Luo Mu hung up the phone, and the Empress, who was already soft and weak, fell to the ground in a daze. He kept mumbling in his mouth. Leader, he made me call myself a concubine. No wonder the Empress reacted like this. She followed Luo Mu around 10 years old, and was attracted by Luo Mu's ability and character, and regarded him as her king. And with Luo Mu, naturally it is impossible to have any thoughts about other men. Therefore, she who looks cold and cold actually has no experience of interacting with the opposite S**X at all. Today, she blundered and said her heartfelt voice and was admitted by Luo Mu. The huge stimulation directly caused this flower of Gao Ling to sink. Entered the delusional world of fantasy, and let's talk about Luo Mu's side. He didn't have too many reactions, after all, he already had the existence of Tianyueshi, and his immunity to this kind of thing was already good. It's time to see those old guys again. With a soft murmur, Luo Mu moved the Empress phone bug and picked up another phone bug made of gold. At the same time, in the office of the head of Guren Tetsolo, the world's largest entertainment city, a phone bug rang at the highest point. Poro Poro. Seeing the phone worm ringing, the expression of a gray-green middle-aged man covered in large gold chains changed. After tidying up his tie, he answered the phone directly. Leader. I'm Tetsolo. Do you have any orders? Chapter 85. The storm is coming. Redhead meets Whitebeard. Have you heard about the second captain of the Whitebeard regiment? Hearing Luo Mu's words, Tetsolo answered directly without hesitation. Of course, Chief, this matter has already spread in the underground world. Heard. Luo Mu's expression remained unchanged, and he was not surprised by this answer. After all, Tetsolo owns 30% of the world's Bailey with his own help, black and white, and if he is known as the Golden Emperor, if he doesn't even know it, then no one in the underground world will know. He thought for a moment. Inquire about the exact timing of Marine's disposal of Ace. At this time, a man wearing a golden mask walked into Tetsolo's office. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tetsolo directly raise his arms to signal him to shut his mouth, and then spoke to the microphone with a very respectful attitude. Yes, Chief. See. The subordinate immediately froze in place, his eyes widened in disbelief. This has 30% of the world's Bailey. Money can be used to the gods, can use the power of the world's ZF, and even the celestial dragons can manipulate a little. The power spreads all over the world, and they are in the palm of the Guren Tetsolo entertainment city, Dorman. It's the Emperor Tetsolo who ruled the dark world with money. On weekdays, he is arrogant and domineering, and does not put anyone in his eyes, but now he is so respectful, even calling the other party the leader. Tetsolo saw the expressions of his subordinates, but the expression on his face still did not change. He took every order of Luo Mu seriously and kept nodding his head. All right. Let's do it for now. Pay more attention to Ace's affairs, and tell me immediately after the specific execution time is determined. Luo Mu finally ordered, and then hung up the phone. Yes, Chief. Although Luo Mu had already hung up the phone, Tetsolo still didn't show any disrespect, and after responding earnestly, he slowly put down the phone receiver. Master. Who is that? Who is that? The subordinate swallowed hard and asked tentatively. Hum. A wave of invisible air suddenly erupted from Tetsolo's body, squinting his eyes and staring at the subordinate with a cold voice. You don't have the qualifications to know his name. Heard. The man's body froze suddenly. He knew that he was over the line, and when he was about to beg for mercy and admit his mistake, he did see Tetsulo raise his head, as if muttering to himself. He is the real master of Gulen City. Say it. Tetsulo ignored his subordinates who had lost their minds, and flashed back in his head the shocking battle he saw on the deserted island of the Valley of the Gods. Like countless others, at the very beginning, he also made Luo Mu to perish with those 13 terrifying beings. But he didn't expect that when his lover Stella was about to be taken away by celestial dragons, this man appeared in front of him, stunned and dizzy everyone present, and saved himself and his lover Stella. Pull. And he threw a devil fruit called golden fruit for himself. When I was grateful, I left a sentence, let me see your value. Since that day, he knew that his life belonged to Luo Mu, the man who had been covered up by mystery. Memories are over. Tetsulo began to command directly. Send the order. Using all your strength, inquire about Whitebeard's second captain, Ace. Time. With Luo Mu's call, Guren Tetsulo's intelligence agencies all over the world immediately began to operate. And at the same time, many leaders of powerful forces or powerhouses hidden in the world have received calls from Luo Mu. Sky Island Thor Enel, East Blue Koshiro, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo of Don Quixote family, Green Pepper, leader of the 8 Treasures Navy. Almost all the famous people received a call from Luo Mu. However, unlike the Empress and Tetsulo, these people don't know Luo Mu's true identity, they only know that this is an extremely powerful powerhouse and their hidden leader. Advertisement, and let's talk about Luo Mu's side. After the last call, he was lying on the red flower with his hands spread out. Should have been notified. Looking at the ceiling, Luo Mu muttered to himself. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly after he made sure that all the people he had controlled over the years were aware of it. I want to see what cards you have this time, 35. Say it. A green light appeared on Luo Mu's body, and there was a tree-shaped black mark on his forehead. This is the biggest reason why he decided to take the opportunity of Summit War to come back from behind the scenes to the middle of the world stage. Sage mode. In full state, Luo Mu's side is comprehensively prepared, and Marine's side is also discussing intensively. Marineford. Inside the Naval Headquarters base office. Sengoku, who was promoted to Marshal, put on a seagull hat, with his explosive head wrapped in it, looking more old and heavy than 40 years ago. But the little white hair on the temples shows that he is not only more calm, but also old. How about it? What do you guys think about the handling of Ace? Sengoku checked his hands together, looking at Garp at the conference table, the new 3 Admiral, and the crane in his wheelchair. Especially Akainu and Aokiji. Heavy tone. In fact, he already has the decisiveness in his heart, and he is saying it now to listen to the opinions of Akainu and Aokiji, so as to choose the next Marshal Marine. Heard. Garp on the side with a gloomy face, gritted his teeth, got up and walked towards the door. Garp. Sengoku shouted in a deep voice, but Garp turned a deaf ear, opened the door of the conference room, and slammed out the door with a bang. 99 Sengoku blew his beard and stared, but the crane beside him shook his head at Sengoku. Sengoku. Don't make it hard for him, that child. Said with a heavy sigh. No longer as beautiful as a flower when she was young, now the crane is an old lady with wrinkled face and gray hair. Coupled with the wheelchair under him, it makes people feel a little depressing. Seeing crane like this, Sengoku could only sigh and stop talking about Garp. As an old man of the same period, he naturally knew that Ace was raised by Garp and his own grandson, Luffy. When I think of Luffy Sengoku, I feel a headache again, and I am more and more speechless to Garp. Obviously he is a marine hero, but his son is the leader of the Rebel Revolutionary Army, and his grandson directly becomes a pirate. Humph. Right now. Akainu snorted coldly, and the corsage hanging on his chest shook. What is there to negotiate? Execution, and it was a public execution at Marineford. As the Marine Admiral of the new age, his temperament is stronger than ever. Public execution. Hearing these 4 words, several people were shocked, as if they were hooked into some memory. Terrible, Kizaru muttered loosely. The first Sengoku asked calmly with his hands clenched. Aokiji. What is your opinion? Facing Sengoku's question, Aokiji let out a cold breath and frowned. Advertisement, I think it's better to detain it first. But before he could finish speaking, Akainu, who was beside him, interrupted him directly. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers? Detention? Impossible, he must be publicly executed, and he must announce to the world that he is Roger's son, and kill the arrogance of a pirate. There is no room for negotiation. Oh, Aokiji asked back, with no expression on his face coldly, but he didn't stop speaking like before, instead he said in a deep voice to himself. More than 20 years ago, the public execution of Roger caused the era of the great pirates, which has already shown that the public execution cannot combat the arrogance of the pirates. Seeing the two start arguing, Sengoku kept silent, which was exactly what he wanted to see. Because the next marshal is to choose one of Akainu and Aokiji. Bullshit. That can only mean that the killing is not enough, and the killing is not decisive enough. If Roger had been executed at Marineford, there wouldn't be so much going on. Akainu's voice was strong, with a faint undeniable power. Aokiji smiled coldly. If it were changed before, he would never have disputed with Akainu, but after experiencing many incidents, especially after taking the role of Buster Call, he is very disappointed with this kind of brainless absolute justice. 0. What about the Valley of the Gods more than 40 years ago? The voice is very light, But the 3 words, Valley of God, exploded in the minds of several people like a depth bomb, causing huge waves. And the figure of Luo Mu suddenly appeared in my mind. Seeing the changes in the expressions of several people, Aokiji said solemnly. Roger turned himself in and was executed, and the people under him will not be disturbed. But Ace is different. He was captured by Blackbeard and sent to the headquarters. As the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Regiment, the Whitebeard pirates will certainly not sit still if the execution is to be executed. Not to mention public executions, Whitebeard will definitely lead his more than 40 pirates to the scene to prevent the execution. And there is information, the red-haired Shanks seems to be heading for the Whitebeard Regiment. 2-4 emperors meet, not to mention whether there will be another terrifying monster like Luo Mu, but this is definitely a disaster for Marineford. His voice was cold and emotionless, which made everyone present start to think calmly, except for Akainu. Giggle cluck. He was so angry that his teeth were rattling, and his clenched fists couldn't even hold back the terrifying high temperature of lava. How about that? Whether he is Whitebeard or a redhead, who among them is comparable to the Luo Mu of the year? Even Luo Mu is dead. What are the 2-4 emperors? As long as they dare to come to Marineford, Akainu, will definitely kill them. 35. Say it. Akainu turned his head and stared at Sengoku, gnashing his teeth. Marshal Sengoku. Make a quick decision. 35. Hearing Akainu's iron-blooded speech, the corner of Sengoku's mouth, who had been silent for a long time, showed a smile. Akainu's decision, this is exactly his decision, so he put away his smile and said very seriously. Announce it, Pirate Ace will be publicly executed in Marineford. Marine and World ZF move fast. Time. Almost all the forces knew that Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Regiment, would be publicly executed in Marineford. Although the exact time was not known, the whole world suddenly began to be restless. Somewhere in the New World, a small boat was floating on the sea, and a red-haired black-robed man threw away the newspaper in his hand and stared at the pirate ship not far away. Above it hangs a white skull with a black background and a beard. That's the Whitebeard Regiment's ship. Chapter 86. The 4 emperors meet first. Unveil the prologue of the era of Rampage. On the sea. The pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates stopped there quietly, as if waiting for someone to come. On the deck. Every crew member gets together. The expression on his face was serious, because they knew that one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, was coming. This powerful man who could rival the strength of Father, without fruit ability. Only a man with a golden, pineapple head, and a tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates on his chest was slightly casual. He reminded casually with one hand on his hips, your body can't take it. Heard. The pirates on the deck were startled, however, before he could understand the meaning of these words, Tadata. The sound of steady and powerful footsteps rang out. The redhead has stepped on the gangway, and right now. A pirate with gold earrings swayed coldly on his face, as if he suddenly thought of something, and asked, Pineapple Head, the first team captain and ship Dr. Markle in horror. What do you mean your body can't stand it? Hear the question. Marco turned around, looked at the crew indifferently, raised his hand and pointed back. Don't ask. Come to the cabin quickly. As a ship doctor, Marco is more concerned about the crew. However, he did not explain, because he had already felt the powerful spirit from that man, and he just wanted to let the weak crew members enter the cabin quickly. Boom. Just as he was talking, an ordinary pirate behind him suddenly squinted and fell unconscious on the deck. Seeing this scene, the golden earring pirate's eyes widened, and he instantly determined what Macron meant by unbearable. Tread. The footsteps were getting closer and heavier. Every time the redhead stepped forward, more people fell unconscious. A time. The little pirates on the deck all trembled, 583, looking at the companions who passed out one after another in horror and roared. What's wrong with you? What happened? See. Marco glanced back and sighed helplessly. Is it too late? 35. The little pirates were getting more and more panicked, pulling the soft bodies of their companions around, and continued to roar in a panic. Don't panic. 35. Just passed out. 35. Seeing that the reminder was too late, Marco was helpless and whispered towards the panicked crew. Aside. Another squad leader looked at the fallen crew members one by one with a solemn expression on his face. Shen said, none of the half-hearted mental capacity can stay awake in front of that man. 99. The voice fell. Tread. The man he mentioned stepped onto the last step, appeared in their field of vision, and paused for a while. He is well proportioned, with prominent red hair. He was wearing a long black cape, a white shirt, brown cropped trousers with patterns, flip-flops under his feet, and a western sword-style saber at his waist. The right arm hangs down, pulling a wine jar that is almost half a person high. A gust of wind blows. The sleeve of his left arm danced lightly, and continued to walk forward, ignoring the pirates who had arrived on both sides of the deck and dragging the wine jar forward slowly. It's still the same. What an awesome Haki. Marco and Joes, who were still sober, exclaimed in deep admiration, but they were not too afraid. Because they are not in the category of being intimidated by the red-haired Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Just like on the steps before, the redhead's footsteps are getting heavier and heavier, and the spirit of his body is also rising. After taking a few steps in a row, this momentum has already climbed to a staggering level, and the hull next to the deck was torn with a few tiny cracks. See this scene. All the awake elite crew members couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. This kind of momentum, it's too powerful. Tread. At this moment, the red hair took the last step and stood on the spot, bowing his head slightly and saying indifferently. Excuse me. As soon as I got on the enemy ship, there was a dismount. The voice fell. The red hair raised his head, and the 3 scars on his left eye were particularly striking. His eyes looked calmly at the man who was called the strongest in the world. In front of him, his eyes were flat, but there was a strong sense of provocation in it. Immediately afterwards, he stared recklessly at the hanging needle on the burly body several meters high. As if to say, Whitebeard, you are old. On the opposite side of the red hair, Whitebeard seemed to ignore his provocation, just stared at the 3 scars on the red hair's left eye and said solemnly. Seeing your face, the wound that B*************** D left me is aching. Eyes narrowed. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Gadudu. Beside him, the potion in the hanging bottle was bubbling. Advertisement. I brought healing water with no intention of fighting. 39. Aware of the stern look in Whitebeard's eyes, the redhead lifted the big wine jar dragged behind him and continued. I want to discuss something with you. 35. Whitebeard sat on the giant purple sofa with his arms folded in disdain. Is this what Haki's exposed man said? You be ************* D. Ha ha ha. 5. He didn't quite know what the purpose of the red hair was, but he didn't expect the red hair to turn around, so he looked down on him a bit. Redhead. What have you done? Not far away, Marco roared suddenly. There are many people who fear the red-haired Shanks, but not him. Heard. The red-haired eyes glanced quickly, looking at the members of the Whitebeard pirates who fainted in the slightly cracked hole in the corner, and finally stared at Marco. Slightly complimented. Oh, it's Marco from the first team, do you want to come to us? He started digging the wall directly in front of Whitebeard. Do not talk nonsense. Marco's face was paralyzed as before, and he cursed angrily. But the red hair raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he responded with a smile. Dad. Then we. Seeing the red hair being so arrogant, Diamond Yoja behind Marco asked in a deep voice how Dad Whitebeard should deal with it. It doesn't look like he's here to fight, let's be alone. Whitebeard was inexplicably depressed, the corners of his eyes drooped, and he said weakly. Dad spoke. The rest of them naturally followed suit and retreated to the distance, leaving the deck to Whitebeard and the redhead. Quack. 35 in the sky, a line of seagulls quaked and flew by. The redhead opened the half-person high wine jar, took out an exaggeratedly sized wine bowl, and poured clear sake into it. Gudu gudu. After it was full, he gently tossed the wine jar to the opposite Whitebeard with his right arm. Whitebeard took the wine jar casually, and the half-height wine jar looked about the size of a normal wine jar in his hands. Nose shrugged. Disdain. It's a West Blue wine, it's not a high-end wine. 39. He is addicted to alcohol, and now his nose is still very sensitive to the smell of alcohol, even though he is suffering from illness. I've been to the seas of the world, and nothing beats wine made from water soaked with the heart. Looking at his reflection in the sake, the redhead replied seriously. Then he raised his head and smiled slightly excitedly. It's my hometown wine. Drink and see. Heard. Whitebeard snorted coldly, and took a few sips without mentioning the wine jar. Not bad. 35. After reluctantly complimenting him, he put the wine jar on his knees and fell silent. Wine in the throat. A lot of things and characters came to mind, and after a moment of indulgence, he said a little wistfully. Roger, Garp, Sengoku. There were a lot fewer people who were familiar with the sea at that time. A figure was skipped in his mind, but in the end it was fixed on the young man wearing gray half-sleeves and wide-legged trousers, who always had a sloppy look on his face. Luo Mu. Ji Dong. It took a few more mouthfuls to mention the wine jar. Whitebeard hadn't mentioned the name in nearly 40 years, because only he was his true friend. And a dear friend who has passed away needs silence to cherish the memory. 22 years ago, it's a matter of course that there are fewer people you know. Looking at the lonely Whitebeard, the redhead also responded with emotion. You're also outstanding. It was just an apprentice kid on Goal. D. Roger's ship, when we and Roger's ship were often in conflict, and we remembered your face in the fight. 39. Lonely sweep away, Whitebeard said slightly excited. It seems that he has returned to his youth, when he led his own Whitebeard group and Roger pirate group to avenge Luo Mu. He was still very hostile to Roger back then, but since Roger turned himself in and was publicly executed 22 years ago, the hatred in his heart has gone with the wind. Because no matter how much hatred in the sea, as long as the person dies, it will dissipate, and Luo Mu's final death is not directly related to Roger, so his strength can't affect Luo Mu. Ji Dong. Whitebeard picked up the wine jar and took a few more sips, the more he missed drinking with Luo Mu and Hachinosu. Mouth slightly raised, it was the happiest time of his pirate career. Seeing Whitebeard sinking into memory, the redhead sighed and began to recall, but Whitebeard suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, is that funny red nose with you dead? The redhead looked at Whitebeard and responded, his name is Buggy. I miss him, I never saw him again after we parted ways in Logue Town on the day the captain was executed. I once invited him to go to sea with him, but he was rejected. Advertisement, it is rumored that he is still a pirate. The two of you spoke one word at a time, and the atmosphere gradually calmed down, without the solemnity at the beginning. After a few minutes, Whitebeard looked up at the sky and said indifferently. It's just a blink of an eye for me. Apart from that person, there are not a few people who can be called legends. The matter of your duel with Hawkeye has just reached my ears. A man of your caliber will be surprised if he loses an arm in East Blue. Speaking of which, Whitebeard paused, slowly looked down at the red-haired empty left sleeve, and said in a low voice. Who cut it off? That left arm. Heard. The red-haired raised his right hand on his left arm and said solemnly. This is. The image of that East Blue boy flashed in his mind, a shadow was cast on his face, and he said solemnly. I bet him on the new era. Then, he met Whitebeard's gaze. Curious. Don't say that. 99, apart from that person, who are you talking about? The redhead is very curious, who can be mentioned by the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard alone, and even listed his strength above the legend. Gu dong. Whitebeard lifted the jar and took another sip. That person. His tone was calm, and he didn't seem to want to discuss Luo Mu's affairs with the red hair too much. The redhead also saw it, so he stopped making fun of himself, pointed at Whitebeard's body with a hanging needle, and said solemnly. Let's get down to business. 35, ace he. You know what I'm trying to say, Whitebeard. As soon as this word comes out, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed immediately. He slowly put the wine jar on his knees, and said solemnly, putting away the melancholy look just now. That's what you're here for. Call, comma. The strong wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky began to move at night, slowly gathering over the Whitebeard pirate ship, obscuring the original sunlight. The deck began to become drowsy, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. I know Ace. 35, a man who can be the captain of your second team at a young age is very important to you, and I know that. 99. The redhead's expression became more serious, and he continued to speak loudly, looking directly into Whitebeard's eyes. But you have been through various battles, and you have suffered countless scars, so don't make waves now. Marine, World ZF is definitely stronger than you think, and confrontation will only cause worse consequences. Show me face. Don't go to Marineford, I just want to ask you about it. 55. Speaking of the end. The redhead's voice suddenly dropped. He knew that Whitebeard valued his family very much, and knew how stupid his request was, but for the stability of the sea and some of his own arrangements, he had to organize Whitebeard's actions as best he could. A pair of eyes stared at Whitebeard, and the griffin in his hand was held tightly. Because he can feel that the man in front of him is now in a state of active volcano, which may erupt at any time. But what he didn't expect was that Whitebeard opened his mouth and laughed out loud. Ah ha ha. With the laughter of Baihu 3.4, the originally calm sea suddenly surged, and the dark clouds in the sky gathered more rapidly. Whitebeard's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked down at the red-haired disdain. The runny kid has become articulate. As long as you get on my boat, it's my child, and the child is about to be killed and I don't care. 35. The momentum on Whitebeard burst out suddenly, and he shouted sharply. I owe benevolence and righteousness. This is a thunderpond that cannot be crossed. Isn't it my responsibility to save the child Ace? I didn't save my brother back then, but now I must save my child. You know what an idiot. You were 100 years too early to point fingers at me. 35. The voice fell. The dried wine jar was thrown out angrily, and the red-haired bowed his head and body in a flash and dodged directly. Without answering, he silently picked up the wine bowl in front of him, and drank it and threw it aside. Then he stood up, held Griffin tightly, closed his eyes and said in a deep voice. It will become unstoppable. 99, times will run wild. Brush. The blade is unsheathed, and the sharp edge is revealed. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, completely covering the entire sky, making it pitch black. It's not worth fearing at all. Whitebeard resolutely pulled out all the hanging needles on his body, suddenly raised Kong Yunki next to him, slashed towards the red hair mercilessly, and roared. I'm that guy's brother, Whitebeard. Jung. Accompanied by the sound of gold and iron fighting, Kong Yunki and Griffin collided fiercely, and a terrifying invisible airwave surged from the center of the two, rising from the deck into the sky. Boom. 35. A thunderclap exploded. Dark clouds. No, the sky is cracked. The face fruit is invalid, and the era of rampage is officially opened. Chapter 87. For that man. Revenge from the monsters of the old era. Soon. The news that Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, was going to Marineford to confront him, spread all over the world, and for a while, everyone was shocked, including the rest of the Imperial Regiment. 100 Beasts. Kaido's pirate station. The cadres gathered together with solemn expressions on their faces. Because, Governor, Kaido just made an amazing proposal. Go to Marineford on the day of Ace's execution. Lord Governor, are you sure you want to be involved in the confrontation between the Whitebeard Regiment and Marine? Off stage. A big fat man asked in a deep voice. Even he can no longer be called fat, his entire body has become a sphere except for his head. Wearing sunglasses, purple lips, he had a golden ponytail on his head and a cigar in his mouth. This is Quinn, one of the big Kanban, because he likes to develop various chemicals and is called Epidemic. Zero heard. Kaido on the stage was silent, took out the wine gourd hanging from his waist and started drinking. At this time, the image of him and the young, spiritual boy was very different. He was extremely tall and burly, more than 7 meters tall. Black-haired shawl, long horns like a pair of horned dragon horns, a long beard like a dragon's beard on his mouth, and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. The upper body is naked, there is an X-shaped scar on the right abdomen, a purple shirt is hung on the waist, and 2 gold chains are hung on the hem of the shirt. Devil is alive. Just sitting there, it gave people a very strong sense of oppression. Off stage. Seeing that Kaido didn't react, a mysterious man whose whole body including face was covered in dark clothes glanced at Quinn, the fat man beside him, and said coldly. You dare to suggest the meaning of the governor's order? The tone is quite dissatisfied. He is one of the big Kanbans, the flame disaster, Jin, the first of the 3 major disasters, with a reward of 1.39 billion Bailey, and is Kaido's right hand. Courageous. Once dared to go alone to prevent the BIGMOM pirates from entering Wano Kuni. He is also loyal to Kaido, and he will never question what Kaido says, so even if he doesn't know why Kaido takes a huge risk to meddle in the troubles between the 14 Whitebeard Regiment and Marine, as long as Kaido makes a decision, he will be firmly implemented. Humph. That's Marineford, Naval Headquarters. What does Ace's execution have to do with us? Why bother with that Whitebeard? Hearing Jin's words, Quinn faced Gang directly with a cigar in his mouth. You're a burden, trash. Hearing this, Jin cursed mercilessly. He knew that this fat man who looked fierce was actually a coward. When BIGMOM was dueling with Governor Kaido, he always wanted to find an excuse to leave the scene. What did you say? Am I a burden? Then you are a pervert who loves to torture others. Quinn opened his mouth wide and his expression was very exaggerated. Okay. Right now. A humming sound sounded, and a strong man who had been standing in the corner stood up and walked to the two of them. He was extremely tall, with blonde hair tied into a ponytail and 2 braids, a metal chin on his mouth, and an ivory-like decoration on his head and shoulders. Humph. Seeing Drought, Jack speak. Both Jin and Quinn snorted coldly, turned their heads away and ignored each other. This. Jack scratched his huge head. Although he is domineering and cruel, he regards both Jin and Quinn as his elder brothers, and he can't always lift his head in front of them. However, there was not much confusion on his face. He knew that although his 2 brothers often quarreled and bickered, they would never have a gap in the real battle, and would show a wonderful cooperation. Seeing the chaos of the 3 major signboards, the Flying 6, who were farther away were silent, and only Foz Fu stared at a few people with unconcealed eyes. To become a big Kanban, this is his goal. Gu Dong. Kaido continued to pour himself alcohol, and directly lifted a coffin beside him with his right hand. It's that wood expulsion ghost face coffin. Looking at the very familiar fangs and ghost face above, Kaido couldn't stop taking a few sips of wine, tears falling down. Team leader. Where did you go? 30 years ago, when he first discovered this coffin, he was very excited because he recognized that the pattern on the coffin was exactly the same as that on Luo Mu's wood expulsion ghost face. This made Kaido immediately conduct a comprehensive search in Wano Kuni, especially in Giuli Township. To his disappointment, no matter how he searched, he could not find Luo Mu. Advertisement he still didn't give up. He went to the largest entertainment city, Guren Tetsolo, more than 20 years ago to find Tetsolo, who was known as the Underground Emperor, and gave billions of Baileys to explore news from Luo Mu. But it is still a mud cow entering the sea, and there is no gain at all. Since then, Kaido's personality has become more moody, sometimes angry and sometimes crying. He wanted to hold back for a while, and wait until his strength was completely sufficient to start a full-scale war with Marine, World ZF, and Celestial Dragons, but after seeing that the Whitebeard Regiment actually issued a declaration of battle, he did not intend to hold back any longer. Kaido decided to join the Whitebeard group and head to Marineford. But his goal is not to save Ace, but to take this opportunity to settle with Marine first. Shut up. Kaido's cry stopped abruptly, replaced by a roar. Everyone only felt that a thunder had exploded in their ears, and they were all stunned on the spot. Whether it was Fei Liubao who was puzzled, or the 3 big signboards, they all turned their attention to Kaido on the stage, and they were uncertain. Because in the past, Kaido was quite easygoing and informal when dealing with his own people. Even if the subordinates talk back, they will not care, and even if the subordinates are defeated, they will not speak out. But why are you suddenly so angry today? Listen to me. Putting down the jug, Kaido stood up and glanced across the crowd. Shen said, there is no room for negotiation in this operation. Call me all your men. Marineford must go. 5. The voice fell. Everyone immediately stood at attention and responded in a loud voice. Don't worry, Lord Governor, I'll start calling my subordinates now. Follow your orders. At this moment, if there is no management, no understanding, no support, everyone has no idea of raising objections. This is an official order, and the prestige of Beast's Pirates Kaido is unquestionable. On stage, Kaido sat down again, waved to everyone, and then clenched his fist tightly and gritted his teeth after they all exited the conference hall. Captain. 95. Let's settle accounts with Marine this time. At the same time, there was movement on the Golden Lion side as well, and the floating island moved slowly and silently towards Marineford. Wang Luffy and the others were also driving the marine warship they had snatched from Impel down, passing through the Gate of Justice and sailing in the rotating sea. Of course, the actions of these men were known to Marine, who sent the information to Marineford. What's going on? Marshal Sengoku, who had just arrived at the office, took a deep breath with his eyes throbbing with the information he just received. What happened? In a short period of time, from the time Marine announced that Ace would be publicly executed in Marineford, a terrorist force capable of overturning an entire sea area has been formed. Except for Luo Mu and Rocks, the 2 top-level combat powers, it is almost catching up with the scale of the Gods Valley War. Kaido. Golden Lion. Sengoku gritted his teeth in a deep voice. Whitebeard's regiment announced a showdown with Marine and Marineford he could understand, but why these two guys got involved. Beside, the same goes for Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, all of them holding information with a solemn expression. It's terrifying. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, just one BIGMOM away from Rock's pirate reunion? Kizaru shook his head and the sloppiness on his face disappeared. Damn. Kaido. This B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************it They will come out and make trouble at the critical moment. Akainu crumpled up the information and said angrily. This is what you call a public execution, aside. Aokiji's fingertips came out with a cold white air, which froze the information that Akainu had crumpled into powder, and said in a cold voice. Unexpected. Akainu did not directly refute Aokiji as usual, and his face was uncertain. According to his guess, at most, a Whitebeard group will come to rescue the pirate kid, but he never expected that the two troublesome guys, Kaido and Golden Lion, would also come to the rescue. Ignore Akainu. Aokiji continued. The Whitebeard regiment consists of 1,600 people and is divided into 16 teams. Each captain is of extraordinary strength, and the top 6 captains have strengths close to admirals. Besides, the Whitebeard regiment also has 43 New World-affiliated pirate regiments, with about 40,000 to 50,000 people. Beasts Pirates has 3 big kanbans, Fei Liubao, and Genda, a group of strong men. The Hawkins Pirates, Radio Pirates, and Drake Pirates add up to about 30,000 people, 35. Flying Pirates, I heard that the Golden Lion found something extremely destructive. Even the Straw Hat Pirates, who were at the bottom of the list, had their strengths soared after escaping from impelled down. The former Shichibukai's Crocodile and Haishu Jinbei were all on board. Advertisement. Even according to the latest news, the Clown Buggy, who has been ignored by us, turned out to be a crew member on the Roger ship, and the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors once called brothers. Aokiji said to himself, bringing the strength of the 3 major forces together. He didn't say a word, and the atmosphere in the entire conference hall became even more solemn. Seeing that he was going to continue speaking, Akainu couldn't bear it any longer, and slammed his hand directly on the conference table. Enough. At this moment, with a bang, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and 2 strong figures walked in. Commander Kong. Garp, 35 Sengoku let go of the hand on his forehead, stood up and said with a little relief. He really didn't expect the problem to become so difficult, and the 2 people who came before him gave him a little confidence. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji also stood up and bowed slightly towards Kong. He is now the commander-in-chief of the entire army of World ZF, and he is already the highest official position. Kong didn't answer, nodded lightly, and walked into the conference room one after the other with Garp, sitting in the first place where Sengoku was sitting. Sit. The word, mountain, shook for a moment, and several people sat down again. I know the situation. I didn't expect the execution of Ace to make such a big splash. The voice fell, and the scene fell silent again. Alas, 55. Looking at the silent crowd, Garp, who didn't want Ace to be executed the most, sighed and spoke slowly. Kaido, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard's 3 big pirates are dispatched at the same time, and it's definitely not because of Ace that things have developed to this point. Hear what Garp has to say. Both Kong and Sengoku frowned, as if they knew Garp's guess. What do you mean? Sengoku asked 583 tentatively. Scoff. Pushing aside the stool, Garp stood up, rested his hands on the conference table, shook his head and smiled wryly. Actually, even if I don't tell you, you can guess what is the reason for this group of guys who have been hiding for more than 40 years to come out, and as far as I know, these people have never contacted each other at all. Ignoring the people whose expressions became more solemn, Garp continued to mock himself. Maybe Whitebeard is because of Ace, but wouldn't it be better for the other 2 to honestly become legends? But you should never ignore that person's existence. Luo Mu. Hearing this name, Kong and Sengoku suddenly trembled in their hearts, and then a bitter smile appeared on their faces. That's right. It was Luo Mu, and the reason they just guessed was also because of him. On the other hand, the reaction of the 3 Admiral of the new era was even more violent, including Akainu. In everyone's mind, there is a giant queeming Buddha standing in the sky, and Luo Mu, who looks down on everything in the world on the head of the giant Buddha. That was the lingering shadow of each of them. Gluck cluck. Akainu clenched his fists tightly and looked down at his chest involuntarily. That was the wound he caused by self-mutilation, in order to forcibly break free from Luo Mu's shock, which had already been covered up by him stabbing a huge rose. But when he heard Luo Mu's name, an unbearable burning sensation suddenly erupted in his chest. Damn. Reaching out to cover his chest, Akainu cursed through gritted teeth. But Luo Mu is already dead. Why did they take such a big risk? Sengoku uttered suddenly, cold sweat on his forehead. As someone who has played against Luo Mu himself, he is the one who responds the most to this name. Call. Garp took a long breath, calmed down a little, and replied in a deep voice. Sengoku. 35. You should know best what the name Luo Mu means to Whitebeard, Kaido and Golden Lion. 35. Perhaps the biggest pursuit in the minds of other pirates is the final island and One Piece, but I am sure that Luo Mu's influence in the hearts of the 3 of them is definitely much greater than those 2 things. There's not even any comparison at all. This incident must be because of the existence of this person that Kaido and Golden Lion are involved in this matter that has nothing to do with them. It can be said. The fact that Whitebeard rescued Ace from declaring war on Marine became a fuse for vengeance, giving these old-time monsters an opportunity to avenge that man. Revenge. Are the monsters of the old era going to avenge them for Luo Mu? Hearing Garp's words, Kong, Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji all had wry smiles on their faces at the same time. Chapter 88. Marineford's Decision, Early Execution. Half an hour passed, but silence remained in the Marineford conference room. First place. Kong's eyelids kept twitching. In fact, when he learned about the actions of Golden Lion and Kaido, he already had some vague guesses, but he just didn't want to recall the existence of that man. But now that Garp has said it, he can't deceive himself any longer. Twisted his neck and glanced around. Whether it's Garp, Sengoku, or Akainu, Kizaru, or Aokiji, all of them bow their heads in silence, and the muscles on their faces are all tense. The corner of his mouth cracked. Kong revealed an ugly self-deprecating expression. Almost 40 years later, even though the man had been judged dead, all the admirals and marshals of naval headquarters were still shocked when his name was brought up again. He didn't mean to blame a few people, after all, even himself, who was the commander-in-chief of the world Zeph army. Commander Kong, Marshal Sengoku, I have a proposal. In the corner, Aokiji spoke suddenly. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Aokiji, as if he wanted to take a look. Aokiji put his chin on his hands and said in a deep voice. If it's just the Whitebeard regiment, our naval headquarters attack should be able to keep the damage to an acceptable level. But if you add Golden Lion and Kaido, except for Luo Mu and rocks, the peak combat power is almost the same as the battle in the Valley of the Gods, and even the scale is several times larger. Aokiji said slowly in a low voice, perhaps because of frozen fruit, every word seemed very cold. Several people did not interject, because they all knew that Aokiji was right. This upcoming battle, in terms of scale, is definitely bigger than the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Taking a deep breath, Aokiji lowered his arms and continued to speak cautiously. Up to now, it is impossible for this public execution to achieve its original meaning of deterring pirates. And whether it's Whitebeard's shock fruit that can destroy the world, or the Golden Lion's lion fruit, or Kaido's dragon-turned fish fruit, any one is a natural disaster level power. 55. If we insist on a public execution in Marineford. Speaking of this, Aokiji paused. His eyes slowly swept over the few people who were all frowning, and he said every word. The naval headquarters will be destroyed and even the entire Marineford will be sunk. Brush. Suddenly, as Aokiji said these words, Kakuzu's eyes twitched fiercely. Naval headquarters was destroyed, the entire Marineford was sunk. It sounds like a very fantastic thing, but they all know that what Aokiji said is definitely not an alarmist. The destructive power of Whitebeard shock fruit, the strongest man in the world today, is shocking enough. Coupled with the terrifying floating ability of the Golden Lion, several islands were directly smashed towards Marineford, and Kaido's wind, thunder, and fire. Their lives are not in danger, but Marineford can't stand the ravages. Jot. Kizaru helped his sunglasses, and there was no more casualness in his words. Naval headquarters was destroyed and Marineford was sunk. If this were the case, the consequences would be too serious, and the credibility of Marine and World ZF would be weakened infinitely. The so-called name of justice will be completely reduced to a joke. For a moment, several people began to seriously consider whether to insist on the public execution of Ace in Linfan. Gluck cluck. Sengoku's teeth rattled as he gritted. 40 years later, he is no longer young, as evidenced by the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the whiteness in his hair. However, the justice of king over the world, in his heart is still hot. When he heard the name Luo Mu, his heart was greatly shocked, and he even recalled the painful past when he tried so hard with both arms and blood to destroy Luo Mu's wooden clone. But, Luo Mu is dead, isn't he? Sengoku roared inwardly with anger, and stood up. Swipe. Nothing to be afraid of, my decision, continue the public execution of Ace in Marineford. 39. He roared at several people, his temples agitated sharply, just like his current angry mood. Sengoku. Calm down. Now is not the time to be angry, let's consider the option of secret execution or transfer to other places for execution. 35. Otherwise, Marineford would really be sunk. 99. Kong could understand Sengoku's mood. As the only being in the Marine with Conqueror's Haki, Sengoku's pursuit of justice in his heart is beyond the reach of ordinary people. But now the facts are in sight. If Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido all attacked, it would be difficult for them to ensure that naval headquarters in Marineford were not destroyed. Hearing Kong's words, the others nodded solemnly. By now, it is true that the public executions in Marineford were no longer possible as they had intended. Advertisement including Akainu, he intuitively felt that his chest was still burning with pain, and the corners of his eyes were bloodshot. Still sinking into the fear of Luo Mu, not at all in the state. Boom. Sengoku slammed his hands on the table and shouted angrily. Destroy naval headquarters? Sink Marineford? Joke? It's just a Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, no rocks and no Luo Mu, and now Marine is even more powerful than 40 years ago. Say it. He turned around suddenly and shouted at Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. You are no longer the brats of 40 years ago. Then he grabbed Akainu, who was still in a daze, slapped him with a slap, and scolded him angrily. Wake up. You are now the Admiral of Headquarters who bears the word justice. Show the courage of your self-mutilation to resist Luo Mu Haki's shock and anger at 5 elders in Mariajoy. After speaking, Akainu, who was in a dazed state, was thrown aside. Luo Mu is dead. This is a new era, the era of Marine, World ZF. These two sentences, Sengoku almost shouted out. Before everyone could react, he directly tore off the justice cloak behind him and slowly spread it flat on the conference table. He lowered his head, his face covered with shadows. Said very heavily, "We must not reverse the decision to carry out a public execution at a time when the eyes of the world are on Marineford. In my opinion, the attention of this battle has surpassed the Battle of the Valley of the Gods at that time, if we choose to retreat at this time. Isn't this like the whole world proclaiming justice to the wicked? What are the consequences of this? Even the highest place in the world where the banner of justice is raised yields to evil, who will believe in justice? If that's the case, what if we hold Marineford?" Sengoku's speech rate was not fast, and he said every word clearly, and sent out a soul question to several people. Sengoku. Kong also stood up and put his thick hand on Sengoku's shoulder, his face full of vicissitudes filled with relief. Choosing Sengoku as the marshal, his decision was right. And aside, the eyes of Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji were gradually filled with determination. Akainu came back to his senses, his eyes fixed on the table without blinking, the word, justice, painted on silver hook iron on Sengoku's cloak. The voice was sonorous. So in order to keep the justice in the hearts of the people of the world, not only can we not retreat, but we should be more certain about public execution or even early execution. Heard. Several people trembled at the same time, while Sengoku nodded in satisfaction, reaching out and gently stroking the word, justice, on the cloak. Said solemnly, Akainu is right, must insist on a public execution at Marineford. But, if it's any other fortress, it's destroyed and can be rebuilt. But this island, Marineford, in the very center of the world, is of great significance to the people of the world who are afraid of the wicked. Absolutely not to be sunk. We must fully deploy and make Marineford the strongest defense in the world. 99. Tell the world that the justice on our backs Marines will not be destroyed. Luo Mu is already a mark of the old era, and the new era belongs to Marine. The voice fell. Several people nodded heavily at the same time, swept away the previous decline. Yes. As long as there is no Luo Mu, Marineford, regarded as a justice base, will surely be able to defend it. Unlike everyone's excitement, Sengoku's expression at this moment is calm. A light flashed across the transparent frog's eyes, and the just indignant Sengoku reincarnated as the resourceful general, and began to analyze it seriously. Yes. But even without Luo Mu, the difficulties we face are still extremely difficult. Because we not only want to kill the 3 Emperor-level pirates, but also ensure the safety of Marineford. So it is still necessary to deploy according to my command. The voice fell. The 3 of Akainu also instantly put away their excited faces, stood up solemnly, and said in unison, "I will obey." Sengoku unceremoniously put the cloak back on his body, then took the Marineford map from the wall behind him and laid it on the conference table. "Begin to line up. First we're going to evacuate all the civilians in Marineford and then..." Aside. Kong touched his mountain beard with satisfaction and said with emotion, "Blessed and miserable." 35 He never imagined that because of this crisis, the people who had rubbed against each other would be able to throw away the gap and twist into a rope. But he also knew why a few people could let go of their prejudices so easily. Advertisement or because there was pressure from that person in the beginning. Luo Mu. Kong underestimated softly, his right eyelid twitched for no reason, and he vaguely felt that things were not that simple. After pondering for a while, Kong did not disturb everyone, and pulled Garp out of the conference room quietly. "Commander Kong, this is..." Garp frowned. He is very confused right now. Because Ace was the grandson he raised, he didn't want to let him die. But he himself is Marine, and after listening to what Sengoku said from the bottom of his heart, he felt that the word justice behind him became more and more heavy. He didn't know what to do with himself, but obviously, Kong doesn't have the heart to care about Garp's mind right now, and since his right eyelid twitched, the unease in his heart has become more obvious. "Garp. I always feel that the final form of this matter seems to be more than that." Kong looked at the sky. The scar on his left eye was particularly obvious. "Empty. You mean?" Garp asked. "While it is not clear why, this feeling tells me that deployment at Marineford is not enough. 35. I will let the World ZF collect detailed information as much as possible, and see if there will be other knights apart from the Whitebeard 3 to join in the fun. 35. And Vegapunk's science unit, I heard that the pacifists have been able to mass produce them, so they should all be transferred there." Kong replied in a deep voice. As the former Marshal of Marine and the current Commander-in-Chief of the World ZF Army, he is definitely not as simple-minded as he appears to be. Anyone else? No way. Whitebeard is to rescue Ace, Golden Lion, Kaido and the others to avenge Luo Mu. Who else would have the guts to come to Marineford to make trouble? Although Garp is not in the state, he still has a relatively clear judgment on the current situation. Kong nodded, knowing that Garp was right. As the place where naval headquarters is located, Marineford is definitely not a place where everyone dares to come, but he still can't rest assured. Looking back at the conference room, Kong seemed to have made up his mind. Said, "Garp. Let me go to Mariajoy." 5 heard. Garp was taken aback. Kong explained. "After all, these people have something to do with Luo Mu, so let's report to the 5 elders." Luo Mu again. Humph. Hearing the word Luo Mu, Garp didn't mean to refute either, he just snorted coldly and followed. Li Qianzhao. Kong towards his most hated celestial dragon's holy place. Hours later. Merry-a-joy. The 5 elders sat on the sofa in the middle, Kong and Garp on the stools to the side. Go ahead. 35, what's the matter? The old man in the black suit said. 40 years have passed, but he has still the same face. The same is true for the other 4 old men. It seems that time has not left any mark on him. The naval headquarters has decided to carry out a public execution of a pirate in Marineford. Kong said in a deep voice. Huh, to the left of the old man in the black suit, the old man in the dark green suit smiled coldly. Is Marine already such a waste now? Contaminated the Holy Land just to tell us this? The same goes for the old men in blue and red suits, who have no good feelings for Kong. Although he is the commander-in-chief of the world Zeph army and the existence with the highest rank in time, in their eyes, as long as he is not the same as celestial dragons, he is just his own servant. The man to be executed is Gold D. Roger's son. Ignoring the ridicule of several people, Kong, who was used to it, continued. Oh, a descendant of the D clan that reached the final island? The old man in kimono held the first-generation Onadu, raised his eyelids and said. What made him concerned was not Roger, but that he probably saw the historical text on the final island and understood the origin of the D family. But only a little interested. Yes, Kong responded. And for a variety of reasons, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido, the former members of the Rocks, who are inextricably linked to Luo Mu, have declared war on Marineford on the day of execution. The 5 directly ignored Kong's long list of words and locked the word Luo Mu in it. Is it related to Luo Mu? The old man in the kimono clenched the first-generation ghost in his arms tightly and frowned. Chapter 89. The 5 elders joined the war. Summit War. The highest specification war of the new era. Luo Mu. Did Luo Mu not die? The old man in the blue suit was stunned for a moment, and then a flash appeared directly in front of Kong. The rest of the people also immediately became nervous, all staring intently at Kong in front of them. Although it has been 40 years, the imprint of the name Luo Mu in their minds is the same as their appearance, without the slightest change. That has become Kamui's Conqueror's Haki. Even if they watched through video, they were deeply shocked and could not forget it at all. Number 35. There is no news that Luo Mu is alive. 35. Kong replied solemnly, not surprised at the violent reaction of the 5 elders. It's that man after all. A total of 9 peak powerhouses who destroyed the entire marine, world ZF and even pirates by themselves, and defeated 13 purple and gold knights like ghosts and gods. Such existence, even the 5 elders standing at the pinnacle of power need to look up. Call. The old man in the blue suit took a long breath, and his nerves immediately calmed down. Behind it. The bodies of the 4 people, including the old man in the kimono, were also slightly loosened, and they were no longer tense. Huh, beside Kong, Garp gave a disdainful glance at the corner of his mouth and let out a cold snort, then reached out and started picking his nostrils. It turns out that the 5 of you are also afraid of people. There was undisguised mockery in his eyes. You. The mustache of the old man in the dark green suit jumped, raised his arm and pointed at Garp and said bitterly. But it was a little helpless, after all, he knew that Garp was also the damn D family, and he didn't really want to tear Arrancar's skin directly from him. Marine, pay attention to your words. Aside. The old man in kimono narrowed his eyes and said heavily to Garp, especially the word, Marine, was pronounced very heavily, which meant that Garp should pay attention to his identity. At the same time, he glanced at the old man in the dark green suit on the right and motioned him to put up his arms. Humph. The old man in the dark green suit folded his arms angrily. The old man in the kimono looked at Kong in front of him and said slowly. Go ahead. Why would Roger's descendants attract all 3 of these troublesome guys? What the hell is going on? Knowing that Luo Mu was not resurrected, he breathed a sigh of relief. His brain that had been stagnant for a short period of time began to revolve rapidly, and no one noticed that his eyelids twitched slightly. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido. Although these 3 people are far inferior to Luo Mu, they are also the strongest in this era, and the power of their subordinates cannot be ignored. If they attacked at the same time, it would be quite a hassle. The Marineford is likely to be sunk if not handled properly. 40 years, the prestige of the world ZF has finally accumulated again, and he will never allow anyone to destroy it again. Hearing this, the other 4 also nodded. Unlike ordinary celestial dragons, they still have some normal thinking and know what the consequences of these 3 forces attacking Marineford at the same time will be. Garp. Kong turned his head to look at Garp, who was on his side. Seeing that he was still picking his nostrils, he couldn't help but have a headache. This is business. 35 heard. Only then did Garp put down his arms, and his expression gradually became solemn. It has nothing to do with Roger. The main reason Whitebeard declared war was because Ace was the captain of the 2nd Division on his ship and he knew, son, 5. As for Golden Lion and Kaido, they all want to take this opportunity to avenge Luo Mu. The voice fell. The 5 elders understood the whole story in an instant. In the final analysis, it was because of Luo Mu. If not Luo Mu, it would be a Whitebeard group at most. Got it. 35, tell me, what are you going to do about it? The old man in the dark red suit frowned, stared at Kong and Garp and asked. Marine has made perfect preparations, but it is still a bit stretched to deal with the declaration of war by the 3 major forces. After all, in terms of scale, these 3 forces are stronger than the original Rocks group, 99. So, I will mobilize Vegapunk's scientific force, including all pacifists. Kong replied in a deep voice. Can. The old man in the dark black suit squeezed the scepter in his hand and responded. As the commander-in-chief of the entire army, you can decide what to do with us. The old man in the dark blue suit asked. Because I still feel uneasy, I want to apply for the CPO troops to also attack at the same time, and fully obey the command of Marine Marshal Sengoku during the execution of Ace. Kong explained seriously, but the five did not agree immediately and even frowned in unison. There is no doubt about the strength of the CPO, and even in the Valley of the Gods battle, he made a certain contribution to the sneak attack on Luo Mu. If Sengoku's moves were stronger, he might be able to solve it before he absorbs rocks. If they were sent, Marineford's security would indeed increase by a few %. But this is their own line of troops. It is the kind that is favored among minions. Unlike Marine who dies when he dies, they are still a little reluctant to let go of the CP0 dead. Especially the captain, it is their most powerful servant. Advertisement Kong raised his head and glanced at the silent people calmly, and also saw that they were not very willing. After a little thought, he said, after all, the location of this conflict is Marineford Naval Headquarters. If the 3 Whitebeards were sunk by the Whitebeards because of the lack of manpower, the world Zeph would have a hard time. 55. The voice fell. The 5 elders narrowed their eyes and began to think. Kong's words are true, although they don't care about Marine very much, they are also the face of world Zeph, if Marineford is really sunk. The consequences were definitely not what they wanted. Can. The old man in the kimono raised his head and spoke first. The transfer authority of the CPO can be given to you. Heard. Kong's brows widened immediately. He still understands how powerful a CPO is, especially a person who can serve as a captain, whose strength can even reach the Admiral level. Now words. Himself, Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji plus Captain CPO. Marine's top fighting strength is that there are a full 7 people. In this way, even if Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido have been keeping a low profile and are slightly stronger than Admiral, the 2-to-1 Marine can definitely crush them completely. Even if they still have backhands, the extra person is enough to deal with emergencies. Think about it here. As soon as Kong's shoulders loosened, the anxiety in his heart dissipated a lot, and he nodded slightly to the 5 elders before turning around and leaving with Garp. But the next moment. Wait a moment. The old man in the kimono spoke suddenly. Not only Kong and Garp, but the remaining 4 old men in suits also had doubts on their faces. Ta-ta-ta. Accompanied by the sound of steady footsteps, the old man in kimono walked to Kong with the first-generation Goosh in his arms, slowly raised his head and said. What is the execution date? It's time for the 5 of us to be active. Brush. Suddenly, as the voice of the old man in the kimono fell, everyone present was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Kong took a deep breath and was the first to react and asked. But the kimono old man didn't answer him, just continued to talk to himself. Report the execution date in advance, and you can retire. The meaning is already obvious. Kong nodded excitedly, turned around and walked out of the conference hall with Garp. Commander Air. How can these 5 ghosts take action personally? After leaving the conference hall, Garp asked in a deep voice. His tone was rather unkind. He is almost 80 years old now, but he has never seen these 5 immortals really take action. He never expected that they would take the initiative to ask for the action in this public execution. Not sure. Kong shook his head and replied. Like Garp, he has never seen a 5-man shot. But then he clenched his fists excitedly. These are secondary, the most important thing is that there will be absolutely no problems with this public execution. These 5 people. Although I have never seen them make a move, from the perspective of breath, they are definitely no longer under you and me, and may even be stronger. It's done. Even if the 2 remaining 4 Emperor's regiments are here, Marineford will definitely be rock solid. 35. Words, bead, or eloquent. The unease in his heart disappeared completely, and even he felt that his old body was fluttering. I hope so. Garp glanced back at the splendid chamber and thought to himself. But soon he shook his head. Naval Headquarters, World ZF, Shichibukai, all these top combat powers are all dispatched, which is enough to eliminate Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido. Not to mention those 5 monsters that never seem to get old. At the same time in the conference hall, the 4 old men in suits all stared at the old man in kimono standing at the most window and asked. Isn't it enough to promise that CP0 will be under their command? Although they are a bunch of trash, they still have some strength. Judging from their layout, it is enough to deal with the 3 of Whitebeard. HMPH actually made such a decision without discussing it with us. Then Luo Mu must be dead, so what's the point of us taking action? It's just a waste of the eternal life given by Lord Yimu. A few people one by one. Although the content is different, one thing is the same. That is, he is very dissatisfied with the decision of the old man to make the 5 of them will shoot. Waste? I do not think so. The old man in the kimono slowly shook his head, responded softly, then looked up in the direction of Pan Gechung and continued. Advertisement. If we were there last time, Luo Mu would have no chance of absorbing rocks to get that damn amazing growth. Shame the world for 40 years, the most important. It turned out to be the sacrifice of 13 sleeping kings. I haven't found any solution, but I didn't expect that group of idiots to come to the door by themselves and dare to declare war on the world ZF. Although Marine's strength is enough to deal with them, it's hard to get such an opportunity. Shouldn't it be a bit more clean? 35. Presumably, Sama will be very satisfied when he finds out. The voice fell. The four people on the sofa fell silent, and the dissatisfaction on their faces gradually disappeared, replaced by frowning and thinking. Huh, the old man in kimono by the window snorted softly, and a cold light flashed through the transparent lenses. Vengeance. 35, stupid inferiors, the apostles of God will tell them that man cannot provoke God. As a god, Lord Yim disdains to care about these scumbags, but shouldn't we, as apostles of God, clean up these noisy voices for God? As soon as this sentence comes out, the faces of the four old men in suits cast a shadow at the same time, and they said in unison after a while. Then let these foolish inferiors bear witness to the power of the angels. 39. The old man in kimono nodded and moved his right hand slightly. Jung, first generation's ghost came out an inch. Speak up, it also hasn't tasted fresh blood for a long time. Feeling the strong killing intent of the old man in the kimono, the sword body began to hum and tremble. Under the sunlight, Senhan's blade flashed a strange purple light. The kimono old man knew that it was thirsting for blood. As the strongest being in the Onatu series, first generation Onatu is a pure demon sword. Chong. Sheath the knife. The old man in the kimono stopped speaking, and turned his gaze towards the Valley of the Gods, which had long since disappeared from the sea. His eyes were blurry, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he muttered in a faint voice that only he could hear. Luo Mu. When the voice fell, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he still couldn't forget the Kamui-like power. Damn. Hum. His aura suddenly erupted for a moment, and a piece of withered and yellow leaves outside the window was instantly crushed into dust. In fact, the reason why the old man in the kimono asked himself and the four old men in suits to take the initiative to attack is far more than what he said was for the sake of shame and let the world witness the power of the divine envoy. This is just one of the reasons. The most important point is still Luo Mu. Luo Mu's battle with the 13 Purple Kings in the Valley of the Gods shattered the pride and confidence of all those in the know, including him. Although 40 years have passed, but the name Luo Mu still pierced his heart like a thorn, causing him to suffer greatly. It even made him panic. Whenever he recalled Luo Mu's amazing Kamui, the awe in his heart for Lord I Am on the supreme throne would disappear for a moment. This situation made him unable to sleep for days and nights, for fear that one day he would reveal his flaws when he met Lord Yimu in Panguchung. If that is true, his end will definitely not be much better than the dead leaves that have just been crushed into powder by himself. If it weren't for the suspicion of Yimu and the other four, in order to erase the fear of Luo Mu in his heart, the kimono old man would have taken Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido and even Auntie, but all those who were related to Luo Mu everyone was beheaded. So when he learned that 3 of them actually joined forces to attack Marineford, the kimono old man was already thinking about how to make his own shots. Call. The old man in the kimono let out a long sigh, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. 40 years. He finally waited until he could personally eradicate everything related to Luo Mu. If only. As long as these untouchables are killed, maybe I can get rid of that person's torture. 35. Do not, it must be possible. The old man in the kimono was turbulent in his heart, and he was looking forward to the most advanced war, Summit War, about to break out in Marineford, which made Marine worried. 3 soon. Kong and Garp returned to Marineford and informed Sengoku and the others that the CPO and the 5 elders would be involved in the war. The atmosphere in the entire conference room exploded to its climax in an instant. Without any hesitation, Marshal Sengoku directly ordered that Ace's execution date be brought forward to 3 days later, and the specific date should be published in all newspapers and periodicals. What they didn't know was that Luo Mu's side was already ready to go, waiting for them to announce the execution date. All of a sudden it was turbulent. The highest standard war of the new era, the so-called Summit War, is about to break out.